105.3 The Fan.
1-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Left field and deep. Rosarena turns. Gone! A Springer dinger. 4-3 Blue Jays in the bottom of the seventh.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is the way we start off the Loaded Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ with Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning on 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning crew with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and George Springer delivers his Joe Carter Bautista moment, and the Toronto Blue Jays are going to the World Series with their Game 7 win to meet the Dodgers.
Yeah, and they mentioned the Bautista moment, and I'm like, man, are we that old that you don't go with the Joe Carter? The Joe Carter moment should be the number one moment in Blue Jay lore.
I got all the tweets about Bautista, and I was like trying to take it back. I think it was McDonough with the call. Touch them all, Joe.
Touch them all, Joe, right? Yeah.
That gave me goosebumps just saying it.
It's great. It's a great call.
You'll never hit a bigger home run.
No. It's great. It's a great call. And, yeah, but they went with the classic, they went with the Bautista one, which obviously is not even 10 years ago, right? Or
it's not even 10 years ago, but I mean, it's essentially like the same scenario. Like it was seventh inning. It was like this was 3-3 in Bautista, but it was like 3-1 heading into that inning.
Right.
And so
Elvis happened.
It felt very similar in that sense. It's wild to see, like, it's a 4-3 game after that home run, and there's still a couple innings left, and when they cut to the Mariners dugout, it's like, oh, they look like they've lost.
Yeah.
Like, they already just looked like, well, the game's over.
Yeah.
Like, they were so defeated by it.
And a 2-0 series lead gone.
2-0 series lead. I mean, they just look shell-shocked, and like, you do feel bad a little bit for Mariner fans, because, I mean, they're the only team in the sport that hadn't been to the World Series.
They were showing the Mariner fans in Seattle at the Seahawks game, and there's just some... It's interesting from the cameraman, right? You're like, all right, find a despondent fan, and they're not all looking at their cell phone, but they're just sitting there looking stunned. So it's like they have to know what just happened in the Mariner game.
Yeah, I mean, someone in your row or your section has the game on their phone. Like, that's the modern technology. You can do both at this point.
Wow.
Right?
Not with Amazon.
Oh, man. Just flipping back and forth to the channels last night. Anytime I wanted to go flip from the football game back to baseball, there was like a 20-second delay of loading, at least.
Yeah, I got a lot of website delays.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Amazon was responsible for so many other my internet things in life.
And that's like whenever you hear it, because it's just people say AWS, that's all they'll say, but it's whatever the Amazon Web Services or whatever. And so I
thought I just had AT&T.
No, I know, but they're the hosting. They host the websites, like they're the hosting platform for all those websites, and so you couldn't get on a lot of that stuff yesterday.
But man, they had the questions with, and obviously we talk about. Managers cannot wait to get to their bullpen in Game 7. And they're going to be asking Dan Wilson, should you have taken Kirby out? And then right before that was the second pitch that Pizzardo had thrown, who's been pretty good this year. Should you have taken Wu out? Neither one of these guys threw a ton of pitches. Like, they were certainly within their pitch count, well within their pitch count. But he had to manage. He felt the need to manage.
How often do we feel like playoff baseball we end up here, and maybe it's just the way we remember it, but how often do we feel like we come in here after a playoff game and we're criticizing, why did you take him out rather than why did you leave him in? Like, why did you leave him in doesn't seem to burn teams nearly as often as taking somebody out.
Yeah.
And I don't know why they continue year after year. Phillies did it a couple years ago. Tampa did it a couple years ago, where it's like, you pull somebody out, and then there's this massive moment in like the sixth inning where it's like, the guy was fine. Why did you take him out?
Game 1 of the World Series, they took Cole out a little bit, about an inning early, and that shot everything back, and then you get the Freeman home run. Happens every game. Every single year we have this happen, and I think they err on the side of, it's like, if you go to your closer in the ninth, regardless of what the starting pitcher's doing, if you go to your closer in the ninth, they feel like you're safe from any criticism, because that's just what you do. And if you go to the bullpen, a fresh arm, no matter if the guy's got 50 pitches or 75, it's like, well, hey, I went to the fresh arm. They feel like they're safe. They feel like they have like a bulletproof vest on, and they just don't.
Meanwhile, a Monday Night Football doubleheader, the last one of the year.
Right up the gut, there goes Gibbs. Foot race. Winfield can't get there. Touchdown, Lions.
Jahmyr Gibbs with a night along with that Detroit Lions defense. Sorry, Carter, for that beatdown I put on you. 17 for 136 on the ground, 8 a carry, 2 touchdowns. Gibbs had 3 catches for 82 yards. And last week I came in here talking about the Atlanta Falcons defense and having some envy towards them flying around and a lot of the energy compared to what the Cowboys do. I'm feeling it this morning about the Detroit Lions defense. We have not seen Baker Mayfield so lost and so disheveled with that Bucs offense that, yes, did lose Mike Evans to the scary concussion, and I think it's a broken collarbone, so Mike Evans going to be out for the majority of the season. But Bobby, Tampa Bay and Baker had 0 answers, and Dak MVP, that increased last night.
Yeah, and Emeka Egbuka was a guy who, was dealing with an injury coming into last night's game too. So, all right, he loses Evans. He's got his top target who's banged up. So, that also didn't help things very much. But I think this is a good example of where these two teams realistically are at. Because there's been some people who are down on Detroit a little bit after they had the loss.
We all had them number 1 in our power rankings. Meanwhile, many others had Tampa Bay number 1.
Basically the rest of the NFL had put Tampa number 1. And it's like they deserve credit for winning football games, but it's the way they're winning football games doesn't feel like you're going to beat a team like Detroit when it really comes down to it. And last night, I think you saw Detroit's just a better football team than Tampa Bay is.
Baker with a 23.7 QBR. They only had 41 yards on the ground. Cade Otton was leading them, and it was fun watching that Lions defensive coordinator who didn't even want to coach.
That's funny.
Get his shine and get his glory.
Amazing what you can do without Aaron Glenn. It's just amazing.
It's amazing what you can do when Hutchinson's healthy. He's kind of a menace. I wasn't sure how he was going to return from that leg. That's just... There were some photos that he did that whole Jalen Smith video hype thing about when he was
the Rasheed Rice hype video.
No. Remember when Jalen was like, "Hey, I could still run," and he was showing all those videos of him training. Hutch was doing that. I was like, "Oh, he kind of looks a little slow," but that was obviously several months ago. He's just getting back into it, but he looks like he's back 100%.
And one of the things that it's been discussed very little, but Al-Qadim Muhammad. And what he's doing for I was waiting for the Peyton drop, and what he's doing for Detroit this year, he's been so good, and that's another one of those ones that you look at and go,
is that the DC?
No.
Who is that?
That's the other.
Allah.
Here it is, mate. That's the other edge rusher opposite of Hutchinson. So he had 8 pressures again last night, and he's got 5 sacks on the season already. It's a dude that was sitting here in your defensive end room last year.
The Cowboys?
Yeah, he was with them in training camp, and they cut him. And he was just a veteran that they signed for depth, and he was part of that shuffle with Carl Lawson and other guys. But when you see him playing at that level, it's like, why didn't this flash to you guys like a James Houston did?
Bobby last night said that we are overlooking, and it takes a lot for him to say this, we are overlooking the Los Angeles Rams in the NFC. I feel the exact same way about this team.
1st and 10, inside the 15, looks, throws, fires to the end zone. Ball is caught, touchdown, Seahawks. Dunking it over the bar is Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Seattle's good. They're really, that defense was tormenting the armpit as the Houston Texans fall to Seattle. A lot of questions about Darnold, right? What is he going to be? So they just held on to Geno Smith. The last few games of the season that we punished him for. A lot of no names, it feels like they're in Seattle. But they have big Leonard Williams and Tank Lawrence having a nice year. And an all-pro, first-team all-pro receiver this season in Mr. Rockwall, Jackson Smith-Njigba. The Seahawks get the win over the Texans.
Yeah, and you say Seattle's good. Darnold's good. You just have to say right now, Darnold's been really good this year.
Yeah.
And that carries over from last year. He looks better to me this year than he did last year, even with Minnesota, where it felt like a lot of it was just still, all right, they were orchestrating things for him. Maybe that's all he needed. I remember somebody telling me that about Darnold years ago. They're like, I honestly just think Darnold needs confidence. If you take care of his confidence, he'll show you the physical tools.
No more ghosts.
And so, yeah, he's not seeing ghosts anymore. But man, Houston there's something just not right about that football team and the way they're made up. And I don't know what it is. They're just, when you look at them a couple of years ago.
CJ was 4.7 a throw.
They felt so, and he looks just done.
23 of 49. The QBR was a 25. Dalton Schultz led the way with 9 catches. No one else had more than 4.
Yeah, Nico Collins left this game with a concussion too. And so now there's a question about him, but they had no business even being in 27-19 in this game. And then they get a 3rd and 3 setup with Seattle at the 35 with, it was a minute 10 left. And then they get a stop. Seattle loses a yard on the carry, and in the dog pile, Tim Settle comes around and jumps on top of the pile to bring it down, and they flag him for unnecessary roughness, and game over. Seattle deals it 3 times. But I'm stunned they let a game end like that, where they just call somebody leaping onto a pile and be like, oh, yep, there it is.
JSN leads the NFL by almost 100 yards in receiving. He's at 16-4 a catch, 4 touchdowns. Every single week, he is getting it done, and the NFC West now has 3 teams at 5-2.
That's we thought the NFC North was going to be that team where everybody made the postseason, and I mean, look, you're still going to get 2 out of the NFC North at least that make it. The Bears are kind of making their case to see what goes on there too, but that's going to be kind of a dogfight for that 7th seed. You might have 3 teams there fighting for it.
I still feel like San Francisco's kind of fraudulent. Like that team's not as good as they look right now.
Yeah, I would take the Seahawks and the Rams over them.
Yeah. Oh baby.
And usually you'd be saying, well, San Fran's doing it without their starting quarterback. But Bobby will disagree. Right now, with the way Mac Jones is playing, the last couple weeks have not been as prolific as when he started off, but you don't have that humongous drop-off, it feels like, because of Kyle Shanahan's man crush.
I mean, look, it's not like it's going for most quarterbacks, starting quarterbacks. Vegas will dock them 4, 5.5 on the point spread. You know, I haven't seen what they exactly have done now with Mac Jones in terms of dropping them from Purdy, but it doesn't seem as big of a drop as it would be if Dak left for Milton.
And it's easy to call them fraudulent, but I mean, San Francisco, because I had to look and remind myself, but San Francisco's already beaten both of them this year. San Francisco's beaten Seattle, they've beaten the Rams, they've also beaten the Cardinals. I mean, they've taken care of everybody in their division so far.
Well, the Cowboys score 30, give up 30. San Fran scores 20, gives up 20. Their point differential is by far the worst amongst the 3 teams in the West. They're minus 50 compared to the others, not overall. They're plus 7 overall, and Seattle and the Rams are plus 57, plus 58.
But on the year,
it's very Bucks-like.
On the year, they are not just behind the Rams, just their total. They're minus 3 on touchdowns. Their touchdown differential is minus 3.
There is no team in the NFC East with a better than 16-point differential. No one is over plus 16.
Who has it?
So that is a wild, fully loaded night for your Monday sports viewing.
Tampa's now minus 1. They're 5-2. They're minus 1 on the year in point differential, and that's just after. I mean, what was last night? It wasn't a blowout,
Vikings,
right? It wasn't a blowout scores wise, but that's a little Viking-y.
PP in the morning at 6:40. College football kegger at 7. Post Hut Clarity at 7:20. We'll ask Reddit at 7:40. But yesterday, the red light went to yellow for a lot of injured Dallas Cowboy players, including maybe the new leader of this defense, and the Trayvon Diggs blowback that I caught after saying I was done with the Cowboys corner. We'll take you inside the Star on the official home of America's team with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Thanks for waking up with us and being part of the 6 a.m. club right here on 105.
get something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
will it be products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Inside the Star here on your official home of the Cowboys with Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, and insider Bobby Belt. Thanks for being a Toto. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The man tweeted it yesterday. Stephen Jones then went on the KNC Masterpiece and was asked if the practice window is officially opened for DeMarvion Overshown.
Yes, he is so fired up, and yes, we'll be opening that window with him, and he'll start to work back in, and I know he's fired up. I know our training staff's fired up. He's been itching at the bit to get back, but we wanted to make sure, after coming off 2 injuries, unfortunately, that he was 100% ready to go. But he's got to get, he's going to have that ramp-up period where he gets in football shape. Hadn't been in, didn't get any work in the off-season or training camp, so obviously there's work to do there, but it'll probably take the full allotted 3 weeks for him to get prepared, but hopefully after that bye he'll be ready to play football.
Hopefully after the bye.
Yeah, look, I mean, they've got a history of being overly optimistic about injuries in a way that then doesn't play out the way you expect. We'll be talking about one of those examples here in a second. But I mean, like last year, Deron Bland or other guys that they've talked about before, where it's like, well, we expect him back in 4 weeks, and it's always like 6, or there's something that like, they get a little more optimistic, I think, and they get excited about the idea of getting somebody back. This is one of the times where they've apparently been able to get the timeline back, because I thought last year when he went down and shredded essentially every ligament in his knee, and it was a second year in a row, I was like, there's no way he plays next year. He can't. I can't see how he could come back that quickly. He'll be back. Now the question will just be how effective is he, and how much of the same player can he be? Because that's 2 serious knee injuries back-to-back years, and how sustainable is it to be able to keep him healthy in the future?
Savon Ravel will have his practice window opened tomorrow. Nick Harris reporting, briefly caught up with Ravel in the locker room. He's about as happy as he's been since arriving in Dallas. Said he completely trusts the knee and is ready to get out there. And Bobby, you have my brain now in knots over this issue.
Yeah, so the way I look at this is I don't think you can. This is a redshirt year for Ravel still, I think. Like, how you can get a freshman who will play, but it's like he plays enough to maintain his eligibility because he's not playing enough and he's not active enough.
Less than 4 games, right?
That feels like the kind of thing that we're going to have with Ravel. I think Ravel will get ramped up. I think he'll be on the roster. He may pop up in a game. We'll see him practice. He may even play a little bit. I don't think that we're considering this year his rookie year. I think 2026 is going to be his rookie year, because I think most of the time he's just going to kind of be on the shelf. He was already kind of a raw player who's still coming along and learning at East Carolina before he got hurt. This clearly was a significant injury that took 12-month recovery or 13-month recovery, whatever it was now. And I think that for them, they don't want to. I don't think they want to push it too much with him. And so I think that we're really going to see him kind of debut next year, and this year's going to be about getting his feet wet.
I also don't have a problem with taking it slow with a first round pick. You want them to be impact players year one. Second round pick would be nice. Anything beyond that, year one, I don't think I'm expecting a ton out of them in year one.
So you are expecting Overshown to play games this year and Ravel not?
I expect that Ravel will show up in games. I don't expect that Ravel will be anything. He won't be any more active than whoever the last corner on the roster ever is. That's what my anticipation is that he will pop up in games. Maybe he'll be in there in some mop-up duty, but I think you're going to have fans all year going, well, why isn't Ravel starting? Why isn't Ravel just out there playing, 50% of the snaps and contributing to this level? I don't think that's the plan right now for his workload.
Cooper Beebe also 21-day practice window
21.
Opening up, and Jonathan Mingo with the knee will be activated. So Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning is probably going to be talking a lot about all the help and all the reinforcements as more and more Cowboy fans want a deal to be made for win now help.
This is the thing that he keeps pointing to. He keeps pointing to, we're going to get some guys back and they're going to get healthy, and that's great. It's just a matter of, you've said it this week, you're putting so much pressure on DeMarvion Overshown right now.
We're getting Micah and Dion back.
Yeah.
There's so much
reinforcements.
There's so much pressure being put on him, and look, I don't doubt that he's somebody who can handle the pressure. Like he doesn't seem to have an issue with that. But it's
Jerry, by the way, putting the pressure.
Right.
I don't think Schottenheimer would do the same thing.
It's such high expectations. Here's the thing. So when you look at guys, the history of linebackers specifically who have ACL repairs in back-to-back years, there's two tracks that it can typically go. You've got the old Giants linebacker Clint Sintum, who he was drafted out of Virginia in 2009. So he had his rookie year, like Overshown, tore his ACL. Second year, tore his ACL. Same knee, I think. And then after that, third year, was on the shelf the entire year and then retired in 2012 because it was just he couldn't get himself right after that. That doesn't seem to be Overshown's case because he's already getting his practice window activated after the second ACL. So the optimistic view of this would be what Thomas Davis did. So Thomas Davis had 3 straight ACL tears. He had that happen in 20, I think it was 12, 13, and 14, or 11, 12, and 13, whatever it was. But Thomas Davis tore his ACL 3 years in a row and then came back and was a Pro Bowler 3 times. And I think he was an All-Pro once and came back on the field and was able to contribute at a high level. That's what you have to hope for, is that's the positive track that you hope Overshown's going to be on. So there's history for a linebacker doing this before, but it's going to take a lot of work.
So is there like is there a clock on this? I'll be honest. When I saw that when Jake DeGrom had his second Tommy John, all right, the second one's got a much less chance of success than the first one generally. There's a clock on it. Like it's only a matter of time before it kind of fails you. On a second ACL, is it kind of the same thing, or?
No, I mean, I think we've heard of plenty of guys who have 2 ACL surgeries over the course of their career and then they hold. It's not
just this back to back.
It's not common to have it back to back. And when, like I said, the other example we have, Thomas Davis, he had it back to back and then he got it a third year. And so that's the only kind of history we have.
When it came to drafting Ravel, this was anticipated, the injury time being missed by many teams. Cowboys are like, oh, we got the special doctors and we got the special intel and the special information. If Ravel doesn't play this year, in the world of draft picks and years that you get with them and value all factored in, does that justify all these teams not taking him if he doesn't play year one? If I told you year one he's not getting on the field, what would you have said about taking him where they did?
I would have been fine. It's a third round pick. So basically, if he's out for the entire year, if he's medically not able to go this entire year, then he would his contract would toll. He would basically be at the end of his contract run, the 3 years. Instead of being an unrestricted free agent, he'd be restricted. So they would have more control on his future if he does sit out. But no, he's somebody who he's worth the risk to me. And to be fair, he was supposed to be back. His initial surgery and his initial rehab, he was supposed to be back by late September. That was he looked on track for that, and then August he had an issue.
Setback.
Yeah, he had the setback in August, and that extended things a little bit. But that may have been what teams were worried about, was that if you're trying to ramp him up and really push him, he's going to have a setback.
I got some surprising pushback yesterday when I said that I was done with Trayvon Diggs after the concussion issue. By the way, Trayvon showing up to the facility yesterday, and they sent him back home. They're like, no. It's too early.
Concussion protocol, man.
You don't need to be here. Concussion protocol.
I don't think he got pushback. I think he got vitriol.
Vitriol.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I got ratioed. I don't know. 349 likes and 102 responses for 46 retweets. I never knew what the ratio was, but I'm going to read through some of the comments.
You're not ratioed. You're fine.
Okay. Reg, this is a dumb take. You have to take the salary cap ramifications into account. Reg, did you just read or did you listen to the video clip? Just hit play, dum-dum. It's right there for you. Overshown FC. This show seems to pop up with bad takes frequently. He's mad the defense is trash and wants to play man. Well, man looked pretty decent yesterday. Hating on Diggs for what? He wasn't even supposed to be playing, but he came back early with hard work. You tripping. You weird for that? Haha. Very funny. Good callback. Great idea, says Sake. Obviously drinking some. Let's trade a corner. So instead of only needing another D lineman, linebacker, and safety, we need a cornerback as well. I haven't heard any drama from this. Just him frustrated because they keep getting cooked. It is amazing to me how you homers conveniently leave out that Trayvon just missed the game for what is probably going to be. And I said this yesterday. Maybe it's a justify slip and fall and something freakish and crazy happened at home and Trayvon releases the security footage from DFW Security. They just played one of their top 2 defensive games without him, and you're still on here glazing, as the kids, I guess, would call it.
They do call it.
That's amazing to me. If they would have lost and their third and fourth corner is sitting there getting torched and getting picked on, you would be the first ones crying and first ones pointing at him. Maybe Trayvon was in your DMs as well, and you think you guys are going to become best buddies. But the Trayvon Diggs defense was really, really surprising to me after putting that out there.
I had no idea that there was this aggressive. Are
you kidding me? Have you guys ever been around this town before? With how they
I've been
treat
around this town.
superstars?
Are you kidding me? Diggs has been down at the very bottom.
Doesn't matter.
No. Hold on. It does.
This is why Twitter is not real.
No, Sean,
these are not real people. These are not bots. These are super fan, DC fan, foam finger guy coming to his defense.
Then if it's not real, it's not this city either.
It's not that. That's what I'm saying. It's social media.
This is
the city in general is all about names. Always has been. It's been about names first.
I bet I could find every one of these people saying to bench him this season at some point in their Twitter history.
Trayvon is he's being given more coaching credit right now by these defenders. You've done more defending than Trayvon has this year. He's being given more coaching credit than actually playing credit. They're attributing the increase in man coverage to Diggs was right all along. Trayvon's been trying to tell you, let him do what he do. Let him go out there and execute and ball out and be that player. Okay. You did the same thing with Zeke. You did the same thing because you had his number 21 jersey and you went to work and you did the feed me in the lunchroom and we kept telling you the explosiveness, the athleticism, the elusiveness is gone. Judge it with your eyes, not with your jersey in your closet, but we shall see. I hope I'm wrong. I hope for the rest of the year he is productive and he can be, not shut down, but a very good corner for them. And he has a pick 6 or 2 thrown in as well. But say what I said.
I didn't know the Diggs lobby existed like this. To be 100% serious, that people have killed him even when he was an All-Pro around here. But I thought he used to get killed too much back in the day. Presently, he's kind of earned all of it.
Yeah, he has. But again, this is the subset of defenders on social media when it comes to the teams, and they're all the same. They all have the same kind. They have a logo in their bio or their avatar name, whatever you want to call it. It's always there. It's always been there, and it's about the names. If this was not Diggs, if it was just a run of the mill non-big name guy popped a couple years ago, you're not having near the same vitriol.
Your boy Saki on September 14th tweeted, "Is Diggs ass now?" So there's plenty of all these people have Twitter history where they're ripping Diggs.
Why is a hockey team apologizing for ice? And if you hate 6'7", this is for you. It's PP in the morning with Peyton Phillip Russell, then the college football kegger next on Sean and RJ. When you pick.
Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on the Fan, and there's no number two.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. It is Thursday. It is Tuesday. Thursday, the Payload Tuesdays. PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. And guys, we usually do star up, star down on a Monday after a Cowboys game, win or lose. We do
that's
star
not
up, star
Friday?
down. No, it's not Friday, not yet. But it will be in 3 days. I got a late star down here. Star down. Did I say something?
Does it count as like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? Are you counting today as one of the 3 days? It will be in 3 days. How do you count that?
I count Friday is 3 days away.
That's 3 days away.
But
well, then he's right.
But the Bible counts it as 2 days because the Bible said Jesus was crucified on Good Friday. It rose 3 days later on a Sunday.
Amen.
So then why don't you follow the Bible?
I do. I follow the modern calendar is all. That's what it is.
Very nice, Bobby. Good job. Okay, so I do have a star down here, late star down for the San Jose Sharks of the NHL. So we love the in-game entertainment at sporting events where they have fun. On the Jumbotron, you got the Kiss Cam, the Look-alike Cam, where they, try and match random fans with, cartoon characters. But Saturday night, the fun backfired, and you'll see it up here on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube here in a little bit. The Sharks were welcoming fans to text in anything they want, and it could be displayed on the Jumbotron.
That's always a risky proposition. Text anything you want.
Yeah, now obviously, someone has to approve of this. It probably goes to some screen and some intern has to put this up here, but you'll see them on Fan Cam right now. The message says from one fan, "Love ice, go get them, boys."
I think I see how this happened though.
Hockey, ice, I get it. The intern probably saw ice and go get them, boys. Like, okay, this is great. They're trying to pump up the crowd. Well, they were not talking about that ice. They were talking about the Immigration and Customs Enforcement ice. And to make matters worse, it was also Hispanic Heritage Night.
So
there you go.
That's the worst part.
I'll be honest. If it was Peyton's job to put messages up on the board, I think he throws this one up and doesn't realize what it's saying.
Or I realize it and then I go like, well, I have my excuse. They're talking about the ice rink. But,
yeah. I mean, okay, put out your quick apology and move on.
They're doing an investigation.
No one gets fired. No one gets disciplined. Put out your statement as you did, and next night's game.
Yeah, the Hispanic Heritage Night is what is the major issue here. Like, that's the... If it was just any other night...
Might have to have a second Hispanic Heritage Night.
Right. If it's any other night, I don't even think you need an apology. Like, it's a polarizing topic, but it's not, like, offensive. Well,
it's offensive to some.
To some, but, I mean, a lot of things are offensive to some. You have to... The Hispanic Heritage Night, that is completely inappropriate to put it on that night. It makes the text, or whatever you want to call it, like, it makes it a completely offensive issue at that moment because you're doing it to target that night.
And the Sharks did briefly, as soon as it happened, because a bunch of fans, were booing because they obviously picked up on it. And so the Sharks social media team put out an apology that was sent out shortly afterwards, after the incident. And a lot of people on social media were coming after the jobs of these people saying, hey, all these people should be fired for this. Like, this can't happen. And so if it was, and I understand where they're coming from. It's frustrating, but it's one of those that's like, all right, talk to the guy. They made the mistake, move on from it. And the Sharks did lose the game 3-0. So there you go. They did pay for that. So, but yeah, we'll move on from there. Okay. I didn't know if you had anything else to say for that. But all right, we'll keep going here. All right, the 6'7" me. Some hate it, some like it. RJ loves it here, but this one's for you. And we'll have the video and the audio here in a little bit. But we all love a good interaction of fans and a TV reporter. There's some great sound bites from that, when fans interact real shortly with someone doing a live shot on the field or, in the stands, whatever. And this one might have gone a little too far. So this is Olivia Cleary, a sports reporter for KEZI 9 News in Oregon. She was reporting on site at the Oregon State football game over the weekend, and she's near the concession area, so she's not on the field where fans can be kind of in the background. She's right there in the concession area where fans can get right up to her, and so it's a little dangerous out there. But she's trying to get as close to the fans as possible, get a good live shot there, and she was trying to do her hit on camera. And then a bunch of college guys decided to make it all about them, and this is how that interaction went.
But football is, you can definitely tell there is a new play caller in town. The offense is looking, The offense is looking a lot more versatile. They're getting their tight end in there with more reps. Still seeing really characteristic with the running game, but definitely seeing a lot more passes from Malik Murphy to Trent Walker. And I think even though the game is tied, the offense has looked entirely different. And we'll see how it goes the second half of this game.
Help me! Is this weird? No, we're live. 6'7"! Stop! 6'7"! 22 years old, by the way.
I think we got the joke. The first 20 seconds were funny, and then it got carried away.
Why are they sitting here for like 20 seconds straight after her report is done, still airing it and filming?
She's getting the playback interaction from the other side. We're not hearing the other side, but she's getting the talk from the studio.
You're not laughing, Bobby.
No, I think these guys are massive jackasses.
Oh, well, they are.
Yeah, no, like
they are.
This is the kind of thing that where it's like if I ever found that about you, like, and I was an employer, I'd be like, I'm never hiring a moron like this. These guys are like,
they're 22,
and it was not just one of them. It was the one guy going 6'7". It's the other guy screaming, "Help me, help me!" It's the other guy literally putting his hand and his face in front of her shot. These are just like, let her do her damn job.
What age did you think they were? I think 22 is like on the dot perfect.
I thought they were younger. Oh, I thought they were. I feel like
they're obviously drunk. So like 17, 18.
That's fair.
Not supposed to have the alcohol.
Not supposed to.
At the game.
That's fair. I figured they were probably like, 18, 19 years old.
Well, Bobby, I'm sure this girl is going to benefit.
Yeah.
She will. Yeah, she'll blow up, and a lot of people feel bad for her. And
I don't feel bad for her. She clearly, it was, let her do her job, and she's like a total pro about it. She didn't flinch. She sat through the whole thing and just did the thing. separate from her, like, yeah, you're going to be fine. Because
That'll be a resume tape.
News people will reach out to her, and she'll, like, Slater was already tweeting at her last night and stuff. And
what, she's going to mentor her?
And local reporters were unfortunately, Mike Leslie, so I'm going to have to reach out to her to let her know, hey, stay away from him. But that she'll be fine. That's not the point. The point is, like, these are just, like, to me, the absolute worst of, like, general society. I hate people like this.
Again, the first 15, 20 seconds, it's just fans being fans. But yeah, getting right up in her shot, I mean, you can hear her saying, all right, I'm not done yet. Hold on one sec. They're getting really close to her, and it kind of looked like on the fan cam, in the video there, that she was trying to fight back some tears there at the end. It looked like that it was really getting to her.
She claimed it was not. She was on Twitter fighting with people yesterday. Not fighting, but she was like saying, like, I swear I was not crying.
She said it wasn't getting to her.
People were saying she was crying, and she's like, I swear I wasn't crying. I was just trying to get through the shot.
The guy that stuck his head in the shot to start with, that's like, all right, come on, that's too much. The guy in the background yelled 6'7". I can't stop laughing at that, man.
That's RJ. If 6'7" was funny. 25 years ago, man, that's RJ.
Care, man.
That's RJ. When you find a TV reporter, a live shot, you're going to doing everything you can as a drunk college student.
Where the hell is there, like, to me, where's the stadium security? Like, just guys, move out. What are you doing screaming in the concourse area? Move.
You think someone would have seen it after the first 30 seconds, but like, all right, guys, like, it's a female reporter, like, get off her back, come on.
Have y'all seen the video of all the kids that are they're in some kind of a fast food joint? I don't know what kind of restaurant, right? And they call out the number. But it's at night, so it's after looks like it's after a football game or after some kind of.
Yeah, it was in and out or whatever.
Yes.
And the guy is like, and they know what's coming. They're like 66, and like, oh. And the guy comes with the microphone for the next one, and he goes, and they're like, say it. He goes 68, like, no, they're losing their mind. And then he finally goes 67, and they start going crazy. Like, it's funny. I love it.
I did not hate this before this clip like Bobby did. Choppy has loved it. Bobby has hated it, so I think I've turned to the other side.
All right, it is PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time with Jerry Jones on at 8:30 this morning. All right, Tony Rizzo of ESPN Cleveland. He's had some questions to Shedeur Sanders and other players that have kind of gotten on his nerves, and fans kind of don't like him. But Tony Rizzo of ESPN Cleveland is sick and tired of the Browns front office. The Browns traded Joe Flacco within the division to the Bengals, and after Joe's incredible performance on Thursday Night Football against the Steelers, Tony went on his radio show and let the front office have it.
How could you do that, Andrew? How could you do it? Why on earth did you feel the need to trade this guy to a division opponent for a 5th-round draft pick? Fireable offense. That is a fireable offense. I want to know how much longer the owner's going to watch this crap, because the fans have had it. We deserve better. You're worried more about your stadium than you are your football team. That's the perception, Jimmy. And you allow these people to do this. You have the worst offense in the league. Your GM screwed this quarterback thing up like I've never seen in my life. I've never seen anything like it. Kids that play Madden could have done a better job. Truly. That's not hyperbole. It's a joke. It's a joke. This franchise has become a joke, and I'm sick of it.
And I feel like this is what Cowboys fans expect y'all to do after a loss, or the team not making a move in free agency. This is what they expect y'all to do.
This guy is a moron. He's football stupid.
I think it's a fake take too.
Why?
I think he's just trying to rile up to pander.
Yeah. I always usually feel bad for Browns fans. They show up, they're loud and long suffering, and hopefully other Browns fans don't feel this way. I'm sure you have a bunch of dumbasses who do. They're acting like they traded Micah Parsons to the Packers. What were you going to do with Joe Flacco?
Yeah.
Nothing. If you were in contention this year in the North, I could see this take.
Right, yes.
You're 2-5, dummy. You're not doing anything. Joe Flacco is not going to be playing for the Cincinnati Bengals next season. You needed to play Dylan Gabriel, eventually Shedeur, Deshaun Watson, Rehab, whatever. What are you doing? How are more people not seeing this? And Mike Tomlin didn't see it either. He was bitter and ticked off. I get it, because he's having to face Flacco the week of. But from a GM standpoint, absolutely nothing wrong with it, assuming you call the rest of the league in the division. And I don't even care if they trade him within the division. Trading Micah Parsons in his prime within the conference is way more of a deal than this.
Yeah. Look, I understand Mike Tomlin because he's a coach. Coaches look at things in the immediate, short-term, game-to-game. Does this help us win the game today or not? They're not worried about 2026. General managers have to be. This is a simple, you're not going anywhere, but this is the same take that a guy would have who is upset when you're 0-16 and you win the final game. Like he's upset that you didn't try to win the final game. Right. He wants to win every game. Doesn't matter whether it hurts your draft pick. He would never tank for the number 1 overall draft pick. That's the take of that person.
PP in the morning or the payload, whichever day it is. 3 days away from that here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have post-Huck clarity. Bobby re-watches the Cowboys game at 7:20. We'll ask Reddit in the commercial-free expressway. But a coach was fired from a big-time program after a win, and the tortillas have officially been banned. College football kegger after this.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Third and goal. Levitt rolls to his right, throws for the end zone, caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. In the most important moment, you go to your best player, and he delivers.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
I've said it before. I'll say it again. College football is the greatest.
6, 7!
That's right. College football is the greatest theater in American sports. It's not even close. Every
45 years old
in the top 25, except for one, changed this weekend. Every single spot.
I heard nothing you said. Nobody else did either. What did you say?
It's the greatest theater in American sports. It's not even close. College football. Every spot in the top 25 changed this week except for Ohio State at 1. Every spot. Number 2, 5, 7, 10, 11, 20, 22, 23, 25, all lost. It's either the greatest theater or the Pulsers are morons. I mean, one of the two. Maybe both. Maybe both. But if like that right there, all those teams lose, that's the NFL in a nutshell. And that's what this sport has become, for better or worse. Any weekend, any game, you get upsets. It's fun. It's maddening. The only difference between the NFL and the college football is the fans are more passionate. The crowds are larger, and you throw in some bad officiating, a better overtime format, and 18-year-olds making 18-year-old mistakes, and now you've got a better male soap opera than Vince McMahon could conjure up. That's what college football is. This is wild. Texas Tech goes to Arizona State. Tech undefeated. They go to Arizona State. Arizona State lost to Mississippi State this year, and they get beat. And now the whole Big 12, which is always nutty, it's always nutty, is completely flipped up on its end because Tech lost. And now they're in a position where, they have to win out. And I suspect had they gone into the Big 12 title game undefeated and lost, they still would have had a good chance of getting in. SMU last year, for example, right? Still made it in out of the ACC. We've seen that before where you lose the conference championship game and it doesn't really hurt you. It did not. I think it was Penn State. It didn't hurt the Big Ten last year, so they would have been okay. Now, I think they got to win out.
And a pretty surreal moment in the world of big-time college sports and finances when a press conference was held over circled flour yesterday in Lubbock.
The stakes are too high, and we need to help, not risk penalizing our team again for throwing tortillas. Simply, let's not do it. The situation is on me. I leaned into this of throwing tortillas at the beginning of the football season. Now I must ask everyone to stop, and I must ask our staff to enforce it on game days.
I hope Texas Tech laps the rest of the field and destroys all the rest of these teams. Why now? Why now? Are you crying about something that has been done since the 1990s, as the Big 12 athletic directors voted 15-1 to assess a 15-yard penalty and then to fine them $100,000 after 100?
Each instance.
What?
Each incident, right?
Yeah.
100, so it could be $10 million a year or $1 million a year.
A warning, a 15-yard penalty, along with it's not a $100,000 fine after that, and it just makes the rest of them look like crybaby biatches because Texas Tech is 6-1 and they're having a really, really good season. Why are you crying? Why now? $100,000. I love that Mission on Twitter, Mission Bread said, "Well, there goes our revenue."
Right, there you go. I mean, mission accomplished for the rest of the Big 12 teams, seems like. They got them to cancel it. I don't get it. I mean, they've been, obviously, this is not something that, like, you know, over the last 2 weeks has been an issue. Like, obviously, the Big 12 has wanted them to get rid of this for a while. I think it's stupid. Traditions are part of this. This is not it's not like a dangerous tradition. If they're throwing completely loaded water bottles, that's a dangerous tradition.
The AD said that operations staff will encourage and remind fans at the gate not to bring tortillas in, and they will ask fans to discard them. If they get them in, they'll ask them to pass them to ushers in the aisles who can discard them. Then, if any are thrown and fans are caught, their ticket privileges for all sports will be suspended for the remainder of the year.
Why do you have to discard it? Why just say eat it?
Yeah, eat it.
You need to eat the tortilla.
Eat it?
Like that way, I would feel like that's food waste.
I'm going to go get some butter.
Yeah,
at the concession stand. I'm going to eat this thing.
This is the NCAA, the college conferences. They are all so like lost without their power in the NIL era. They get so they used to lord over people's lives with that stuff. So now in the last couple of years, they've just become psychos about stuff like you can't storm the field, you can't throw tortillas, you can't have this celebration. It's like their last remaining bit of power, and they try and flex it over people all the time, and I hate it.
They have Oak State on Saturday. What's going to happen?
Well, I mean, in terms of the tortillas, I was going to say, well, Oklahoma State's going to lose. I know that, but
no, the tortillas. What's going to happen?
They'll fall. I mean, there'll be some fans that
some will
do it, but they'll follow the rules for the most part.
What do you think, Pepe? This is your school?
Kind of 50%. No, I mean, I think fans are going to do it. It's Lubbock. You know, you get those college students, pissed off up there. They're going to be like, you know what? We're going to throw more tortillas. We'll throw corn tortillas out there as well.
Corn.
So, they'll double
Those things will fall apart by the time they get there.
They won't fly as far.
No, they won't fly. You got to put them two together.
I'm sure Mahomes, if they do find him again, Mahomes will cover it, which will just wash it out, basically. It'll be clean wash.
Yeah,
so
but every game.
And how much does he make a year? I mean,
he's not going to cover every fine, Peyton.
He signed a really team-friendly contract. Mission. That should be Mission's. If they throw it and they get fined, Mission should pay that fine.
Mission should pay.
And what's going to happen the next time?
Well, after that, you just fade. But the first time you pay it,
you got to pay it.
And
it's good PR,
and you get great PR for that.
It's great PR.
Yep.
Why can't the corn stay together? The flour's so good. It stays together like great. Anyway. Tech not doing that. Tech also losing to Arizona State. Tough spot for them to be in. Texas went on the road. Nobody just goes into Kentucky and wins easily, and Texas goes on the road and survives.
Good snap and hold. The kick is on the way, and the kick is good! It's good! The Longhorns walk it off. They win it in overtime. Mason Shipley comes through. The Longhorns defeat Kentucky 16-13.
Longhorn Radio with the call. I feel that Texas has had a Shipley on their roster for the last 18 years.
Yeah.
It seems like that.
Yeah, they just named somebody after the donuts. Yeah. It's a sponsorship deal. It's an NIL thing.
16-13 in overtime. I know Kentucky's a defense-first team, about 179 total yards of offense. Oh, that's not good.
I felt bad for Arch last night when his commercial was on TV. He's got some clothing apparel, and I was like, oh, man, what is his social medias? What is his cell phone looking like right now with all the insults? As he goes 12 of 27. 12 of 27 for 132, 5 yards a pass. The QBR was a 25.
Couldn't run the ball either.
Who texted me in the immediate aftermath of this game?
Wait, how did Arch have 11 carries for -1?
In college football, they count sacks.
Sacks count as coming out. It's a stupid way to count it. But
who texted you?
Yeah.
Will Chambers.
Will Chambers. And
After
what did
a
Will Chambers do? What did Will Chambers do? Here's the cult. He did not talk trash during the game.
We'll get you a basketball season.
He just said, no. Again, this is the cult. Nice dub. This is playing in the SEC, brosif. I said, this is Texas's trash.
Yes.
And he said, LOL, your hate of SEC fans totally matches your perceived obnoxiousness of them.
No, you're right on this one, Bobby.
This is like the whole little this is just the SEC's different. No, Texas is not that good right now. That's what this is.
Hang on. You can't say
SEC cultist vice president.
The quarterback, because number 2 through 53, they're the best roster in the country. Not even close.
You talking about
hell no.
Hang on. I said you kept saying, the defense is too good.
The defense, that's half the football team. They do not have the skill players that they need to compete. They do not have the offensive line to compete. Arch has been bad. If
Arch was hit his mark, they're fine, right? They're probably undefeated at this point. If Arch was what he thought,
but they would not be the best roster in college football. They wouldn't be.
But
close.
What is your point? This game is more about the Longhorn disappointment than Kentucky being good, vouching for the
Kentucky's
SEC.
Kentucky's not
good.
good.
I think that's the point we're saying against Will right now. This game is more about Texas disappointment.
I think the SEC is very balanced this year.
But this game is about the Longhorns, not Kentucky.
This game is about the Longhorns.
Yeah.
It is about. There's no doubt about it. It's about.
It's not
what
like
they can't do.
Oh my God, what a gauntlet, Kentucky.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you do? Yeah, what they can't do.
Right. Now, we go play Kentucky on the road this week. I don't know. You have to be disappointed with a 3-point win. I'd be disappointed if Tennessee, who I don't think is as good as Texas, only got a 3-point win at Kentucky. Very disappointed.
Yeah, it's there's nothing positive to take away. You don't just go man. Honestly, I'll be SEC. Will Chambers, you guys end up sounding like Steven, where you're just like, hey, they pay their players too. This is a tough league. It's tough to get a win every week. No, it shouldn't be. When you're Texas, you were supposed to be an undefeated football team. Even in the SEC, that was the expectation for you this year.
Speaking of paying the players, Alabama gets a win.
Play action. They want to throw. They do. It's intercepted. Picked off across the 20. Sabian Brown across midfield. One man to beat. Hesitates. Stays on his feet. Scores. Ain't a flag to be found. Sabian Brown took it to the house. 100 yards, and the Tide adds to its lead. Oh, mercy.
They call that a pick six. I call that a kick in the balls. Holy cow, man. Going down. 16-7. Going down for the touchdown. 9 seconds to go in the half. No timeouts left. For some reason, they line up in an I formation and run the most predictable pass play you possibly could with a concussed. I'm convinced he was a concussed quarterback at that time. There's no way he would have made that throw. And a weak little throw, pick six, game over.
We all owe Alabama and Kalen DeBoer an apology right now.
Gotta hand it to him.
We were all wrong.
Yep.
We thought it was done and over with after the Florida game. Alabama becomes the only team in SEC history to beat 4 straight ranked opponents with no open dates. And Ty Simpson, I told you this after the Vandy game, get this kid in the front row for the Heisman.
He is natty material. They didn't just beat 4 ranked teams. They beat number 5, 16, 14, and 11.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
They are good. They're really good this year. And that's the thing that's, in addition to the Texas stuff, that's the frustrating thing is Alabama has rallied and shown themselves to be good. But see, this thing. I can admit when a 1-loss Alabama team is a good football team. It's just that the other years when they've been a 1-loss team, and I've talked trash about them, they haven't been. This year, they're good. They've shown themselves to be a competent team. And I was trying to find, I can't find it, the text I sent you guys. Oh, here it is. Kalen DeBoer, at least after last week, I don't know about this past weekend, ABC made sure to put up his record in the black hoodie under his name.
Is that real?
Yeah. 12-2 in black hoodie as Alabama head coach.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
So I think he's 13-2 because I think he was wearing it last week.
Yeah, he was. So Bama gets the win.
Good for Kalen DeBoer.
They are the best team in the conference. they're going to be a top 4 seed, I think. I mean, obviously things can happen, but that schedule lightens up a little bit. It does not get. It is lightening up now. His time, at least for Billy Napier, he has been run as the University of Florida head coach after a win. They won the game over Mississippi State. They booed him off the field. They wanted him to lose so they could fire him. And
because there was a report that they were just waiting for one more loss.
They were just waiting for one more loss. And now they were going to probably get it in the next couple of weeks because they've got a decent schedule coming up. But they got the win, and the boosters apparently were like, guys, no. And they're a mess. There is no reason that school does not win more consistently.
And the dark horse name getting floated as his replacement now is none other than Jeff Brom, who's the head coach at Louisville, who had that famous quote, "Do I have a pulse? Is this not the XFL? I'm going to play." And he was one of those XFL quarterbacks. But Jeff Brom, the stat that was floating around this week after they beat Miami, as an unranked team, Jeff Brom is now 4-0 against top 3 teams in college football.
Napier 22-23 in 4 seasons. They are 3-4 this year. A bye week before playing Georgia on November 1st, but the inevitable did happen with Billy Napier gone as a Gator. College football kegger here every Tuesday at this time with RJ Choppy on DFW Sports Station. We have Ask Reddit at 7:40. We have an update on the Cowboys trade interest at 8. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But next, it's back into the film room with Bobby Belt. What was legit? What was smoke and mirrors from the defense on Sunday against the Commanders? Has Clowney finally arrived? And what is wrong with one of the Cowboys' biggest stars? Post-Hut Clarity, commercial-free in the Expressway after the...
brought to you by the on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. Man, then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films, Mike.
That is gross, and those people are getting paid.
How good was it for the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday? Is the defense for real? Is this sustainable? Are you going to be able to build on this? Let's figure that out here in Post-Huck Clarity.
Will be when Diggs comes back.
Yeah, that's all you're waiting for. As long as you just do it his way.
That's what we're told on the Twitter.
The TD fan club.
Make sure that it's his way. Okay, I got a couple different things here. This is always, I feel like whenever you're going back and watching tape, there's a few things that people really are trying to get answers to. Usually it's how well did the offensive line play? It's if there was a receiver who didn't really do anything in the game, you're wondering, was he getting open? It's if a quarterback's performance was bad, was it as bad as it looked? Those are the kind of things that you're just trying to get like little details on or specifics on the defense, how guys were in coverage, who blew plays, those kind of things. Now, when you look at that, I'm curious. I can go down the list if you want, but is there anywhere in particular you'd like to start with this game? Anything you're curious about of like what played out here actually?
I would be interested in the offensive line first.
Okay, let's jump into the offensive line. We'll start with something.
Shoddy did talk about Dak getting hit too much.
Yes, he did, and there was far too much pressure in this game that they were allowing. The right side of the offensive line was not good enough. Terrence Steele had some issues where, and he's had this issue a lot this year. He tries to use his length, and guys will just they basically just will chop at his arm or they'll rip his hand or do whatever else. And then he's just off balance and they get right by him. And he's got problems with that. That was a problem for him last year that I know he was a little frustrated by some of the technique stuff that he was being asked to do that involved him really setting and using his length. And that looks like he's still doing some of that now. But he had some problems in pass protection on Sunday. I thought Tyler Booker, he must still be coming back from that ankle because when you watch him, his just footwork, is kind of clumsy. He was kind of tripping on himself in pass protection. PFF gave him a much higher pass blocking grade than they did a run blocking grade. I completely disagree with that. Booker had a couple different instances where he got beat pretty quick off the snap. And a lot of it just had to do with like clumsy footwork or getting off balance. But the right side of the offensive line was allowing a lot of pressure in this one. Brock Hoffman, you probably need Cooper Beebe back soon because Hoffman is just, I really respect how gritty he is, how tough he is, the attitude that he brings. He doesn't have enough power to sustain blocks, and so he'll get there and then somebody just naturally will shed him after a second. But this is actually probably one of the better games. 2 weeks in a row. It doesn't look pretty all the time, but overall getting the job done for Tyler Guyton at left tackle, where he was, I thought, pretty decent in pass protection for them on Sunday. So again, a couple different times where it's like, well, that didn't look totally technically clean, but I guess you did stop him, so that'll work for me. So pass protection looked tough on the right side of the offensive line. Run blocking, there's something off still with Tyler Smith, where I still think that you see snaps where it's like, yep, there it is. There's the Tyler Smith power. There's Tyler Smith doing what he does. He, again, since he had that leg injury or that knee injury, I can't remember how they classified it, but whatever that lower body injury he had that caused him to miss the game, these last 2 weeks, he's not totally looked like he's himself yet. And so I think he's still kind of rehabbing and coming back.
Man, I don't know how to feel about the offensive line overall. I'm happy with their run blocking. Javonte Williams is having the season, in part, no doubt, to the offensive line. And going into the year, it was probably the biggest question mark. The ceiling was Zach Martin and Travis and Tyron all over again with the pedigree of the first-round picks. But a lot of questions in terms of inexperience. And it just always feels like there's something. Tyler Guyton, he got the job done, but it wasn't pretty. There's still something off there with Tyler Smith. Tyler Booker, you're talking about his footwork. The best case scenario obviously has not happened yet, but I don't know how to feel about the collection of but while giving a fantastic grade for run block.
But I think this is a league-wide. I bet you if we were to go and do radio in any city, or listen, every single city is having conversations about questions on the offensive line. It's very difficult.
Yeah.
Well, we have been spoiled here over the last 15 years.
People will tell you,
but I still have that expectation because all the first rounders.
Sure. Oh, absolutely. Because I would be hard pressed to find another team that puts as much top end resources in the O-line.
People will tell you across the NFL, like talent evaluators, coaches, different people like that. They'll tell you that they have a greater supply of quarterbacks than they do offensive linemen in the NFL. That quarterback, which has long been the position that's
disgusting because this is a bad era of quarterback.
To where it's like, if you look at, and a lot of that's got to do also with, you need a starter and a backup realistically. So you need 64 decent enough quarterbacks to hang. With the offensive line, you got 5 starters, and then you've got 3 to 5 backups too that you need for your offensive line. And a lot of times teams don't have enough starters to fill out 5 that they feel are like, that's a good NFL player. And so the offensive line is one of the most talent-starved positions in the NFL, which is why when they have to start 4 backups a few weeks ago and they get by, you're heaping praise on, okay, how did you evaluate this? How did the coaching staff get this? How did these players prepare and come to play like this? I will say Guyton, even though it doesn't look pretty, I still am going to give him positive marks for he is battling and getting the job done. So to me, that one's not nearly the same concern level as, because it's technical stuff. You hope he can just kind of clean some of that up. The bigger concern with Guyton right now is when he came out, we talked about really athletic, really powerful. He is not strong enough right now, I don't think. Like he doesn't move people, and there are too many instances of he's trying to move somebody and he's not able to. Run blocking generally for the offensive line, they're pretty solid.
And what's his height, Choppy? Guyton? What would you say it is?
His height?
Yeah.
6'7".
There you go.
I can't believe it took him though. This is like the meeting yesterday where it took him like 3 seconds to get like 2 other things.
Because you said the same
Don't
word
say what I said.
and you changed one letter and those 2 letters sound the same.
So it was, I think the run blocking, what makes them so good, this is where chemistry and cohesion matters so much along the lines where it's like the sum is better than its individual parts. And they really do work well. Javonte knows how to set up the blocks. The blockers have a good sense of where Javonte is, where he's going to cut. They really work well together. We're doing Post-Up Clarity here on 105.3 The Fan.
So this run blocking performance after the Carolina game happened because what, when comparing the two?
The offensive line was more physical this week. And I know people hate hearing that.
Yeah, I do.
Because it does feel like just such a, but I mean, there are plays I can pull up and show you of like last week they just got mauled.
Yeah.
Like guys were just knifing through their gaps and were shedding the blocks. Carolina was just destroying them physically. Like that was all that was to that one. And then you had linebackers who were really reading and reacting quickly. Let's talk about linebackers. Let's talk about Shamar James and Kenneth Murray. Shamar James was a little better than I thought watching him live. Like live, I was like, he's making tackles, everything else like that. But, he's kind of hair on fire, doesn't always play under control. Watching it back, I thought his run fits were a lot better this week. And I thought he was reading and reacting quickly and making the right read and playing disciplined. There were still a few instances where it wasn't totally clean or he didn't totally make the right read or follow the right thing. But in this game overall, I think this was a plus performance for him in terms of his mental processing, which when you couple that with his tackling ability and the physicality he plays with, that's a linebacker that you can play regularly if you get that guy.
So I think Shamar James is a perfect example of what can't be factored into analytics. His PFF grade is a 57. I'm not here today to attack that. I'm not sitting here saying, my 57 is obviously not good. It is a 96 out of 142 linebackers. But for this Cowboys defense and what they need, any type of injection of energy or a hard hitter, I think we would all say, okay, you need to have a Shamar James out there, even though he's got all these issues, problems. Was it him on the touchdown next to Kenneth Murray to Ertz? So I get the grading of it, but they can't factor in.
And he'll get better. I imagine he'll get better. He's super. It's the same thing we talk about with Hoffman, where Hoffman may not be better than another center, but Hoffman brings something like an intangible that they don't really get necessarily from other places. But I thought that on that pass specifically, again, I still don't totally understand what they were doing in coverage there. It's a bizarre, it's a weird look. It looks like cover 4, but then Murray's carrying him out of a zone and then just stops. So I don't know. They may have been in some sort of man match coverage. It was bizarre. All I know is that Shamar James doesn't look like he's where he's supposed to be. And after the play ends, what do we say? After every touchdown around here this year, what does somebody on defense do? They throw their hands up like, what were you doing? That's the way they communicate on defense. They're communicating after the play.
I'm not seeing the brown emoji shrug, by the way, these days. Whenever I do one, I'm like, oh, all I have is white options.
It's yellow, right? Is it not yellow?
I'm just not seeing a brown one.
If you hold it down,
you gotta hold it down.
You hold it down, it'll list you like 5 different races you can pick.
Why are you trying to hold me down?
I'm not. I'm saying you can hold them down.
Why has it got to be a hold down option? It should just be there.
So if I think on that play it looked like it was James, but I don't know for certain what coverage they were in. It's just the way everybody else was acting on defense. He's the only one that just looks a little neutral in space and not doing anything. But Kenneth Murray, to that end, he was not quite as good as I thought he was live, but he was still better than he's been in any other week. And PFF had given him a grade. What was it? They gave his run defense grade which 60 is supposed to be like baseline average. And they gave Kenneth Murray's run defense grade of 49. I think that's way off. He was reading things much better, much more quickly this week. He was stepping into the right gaps. He was shedding blocks. Like, to me, Kenneth Murray was good. He just was not as good as I thought watching him back live. There was still some moments where I'm like, come on, you got to see that a little quicker.
Watching him live, I felt like this was the full Kenneth Murray experience all rolled into one game. Like, there were some plays, it was like, oh, and there were some plays, it was like, okay, all right, I can see you pop there. I thought it was the full experience.
I mean, yeah, there were moments where he was not, but it was not nearly as frequent, some of his issues. We're doing post-stat clarity here on 105 through the fan, and specifically drilling down on this defense. Kaiir Elam was better, but there was also some luck there. Like, we read the stat yesterday about how he had 4 tight window throws. I think it was 2 for 6 in targets against him, something along those lines. A number of those incompletions that occurred, one of them was a drop. One of them was a bad overthrow by Daniels where there was a step on Elam there. And then there was another instance where it was just skipped short. And so 3 instances on those incompletions were like, those reasonably should have been made, I think. And so, but it wasn't a lot of the same busts. I definitely think that's a man corner. Like, when you watch him play, that is not that's where he might have more success. Like, the numbers don't bear out that Diggs is better in man. It says that he's better in zone.
Really?
Yeah, significantly.
And Spagnola yesterday on KNC was like, you know that the Bland pick 6 came in zone, right?
Yeah.
So he just wanted to point that out for all of us who love man to man.
Now the interception may have happened in zone, but there's no doubt they were better in man coverage on Sunday. That frustrated Washington more. That defense was better against the pass than zone coverage.
And we need to find out what Nix is better at. We need to find out if Nix is better at man-to-man or zone.
And we'll take a look at that this week. And he
check down merchant.
Yeah, that's exactly what he is. While complaining and crying on the sideline at Sean Payton. But if you look at Elam, there were a couple different instances where I watched him coverage where I'm like, okay, that was the initial read, and Elam took it away. And it was typically in man where he was reading and reacting, and he just plays with a little more snap and feels a little more comfortable just kind of reacting to things, which I think is better than telling him, hey, make sure you're here, and if you see this, do this. Like, don't make him process as much. Just say, cover him. And if you have him cover him, I think he's passable at that point. And then finally here in post-up clarity, Jadeveon.
Hey, let me have a follow-up cornerback question, since we're talking so much about man zone and Diggs and all this stuff. How upset do you think you should be with a corner? Let's just say Trayvon, he thinks his specialty is man.
Yeah.
All right. How upset should you be with a corner for not getting it done in zone? If they're not playing man, how do you view that in terms of, you're still a corner, you should have this area, you should understand zone. What do you think?
So zone is, there are a couple different things. In man coverage, that's usually just a knock on your ability athletically and your reaction skills and different things like that. If you struggle in zone, That's usually your processing. Now, there are some instances where it can be just they found the hole in the zone. They found the soft spot. They did something to stress the defense that we've played the clip before where Richard Sherman talks about they followed all of their rules one time in Seattle. And that they have these rules of like, okay, if you see a formation like this, you're supposed to do this. If you see this, you're supposed to do this. And Kyle Shanahan was with the Falcons and had learned various things about the Seahawks from Dan Quinn. So when the Falcons played him, he knew after looking at it in training camp, I know one of these things that can be absolutely broken. So he went out there with a certain look. Tight end ran straight up the seam uncovered and was throwing the ball and scored a touchdown. And Richard Sherman was like, it broke our rules. And he's like, a lot of times when you see somebody bust, it's not a bust. It's everybody did what they were supposed to. The other team schemed something up that broke the rules that you have on defense. And so some of those sort of things can happen in zone at times. But yeah, I think generally it's a processing, communication. Those are the problems in zone. And that's probably why so many people think you should be in more man if you have communication issues. All right, finally here, Jadeveon Clowney. He was as good as he looked on TV.
There you go, Choppy.
Solid.
So that was now there was a couple of the plays. It was like, well, he was unblocked. He just ran through and he was no, right. But I'm saying anybody would have made the play if they were just doing what they were supposed to do. He just was unblocked and he ran through. But for the most part, he was really, really strong. He was not, he was able to shed blocks. He was somebody who was playing super sound gap responsibility. He was effective in the pass rush. Even when he wasn't getting home, he was causing problems. He was, tightening the pocket. He was really strong on Sunday, and that definitely looks like a guy who just knocked rust off. That didn't look to me like, oh, you're just playing against a bad opponent. That looked like somebody who is just feeling more comfortable now. And so if that's the case, you might be getting, I think it's a better bet that you're getting somebody that looks closer to that than the anonymous player a lot of people have felt like he's been the first couple weeks. So I think Clowney's going to be a plus for them moving forward.
Post-Hut Clarity with Bobby Roberto reviewing the film. Brian brought us texting in as well. This is technical scout stuff. Carolina destroyed your pin and pole. Game penetration was a big problem. Your pin and pole? What the hell is that, Bobby?
Pin and pole is, they're basically, it's a lot of the stuff the way the Cowboys do their blocking is they'll do a lot of different things. So they'll do outside zone. They'll do counter. They'll do a lot of different things like that. But pin and pull is basically that you're going to pin somebody, you're going to pin a defender, and then you're going to have somebody else pull around and lead block on the other side. So there's a lot of pull stuff that you see with them, with Tyler Smith having to pull, with, a lot of times it's the guards, Booker, whoever else. And that was the issue for them also in the Carolina game was guys were too late. They were a step late getting to where they were supposed to be when they were pulling.
Also, some follow-up for DC after that loss for them. Jaden Daniels did not suffer any long-term damage to his right hamstring, according to the MRI, but the availability for the Chiefs game remains uncertain. October 27th, but Dan Quinn said it was not significant. The news much worse for Dorrance Armstrong, who we were told by our DC insider last week, and DQ said it yesterday, was starting to break out. Dorrance Armstrong season-ending torn ACL in the right knee.
That's the only pass rush. I saw JP in the press box on Sunday, and he couldn't stop talking about his hit with you. So that's all he wanted to talk about.
Oh, yeah?
There. Yeah. I mean, it's just he was referencing. He's like, I just think, oh, no, that wasn't on with y'all. That was when Sean came on with us. We talked about that. So he was mentioning that. But
I was in a Jamaican food store going in and out doing that hit with DC Radio. Picking up Jamaican food.
Nice.
Yeah.
What was it?
What do you think?
I don't have any clue.
Can you name one?
Jerk
the
chicken.
Only thing? Oh, jerk chicken was one of the things.
Oh,
oxtail, jerk chicken.
How is that?
It's good.
Yeah?
Yeah. You know what oxtail is?
I assume it's the tail of an ox.
That's
Nailed it.
Just gonna throw that one out there.
Can you imagine that? You sit there, you're looking at the tail.
Yeah.
That's chopped up.
How many times did it get pooped on in its life?
Man, now I'm regretting.
I mean, I've eaten testicles.
You have?
Yeah.
What was his name? Let's ask credit.
Do you have a question, Kelly? Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, where you can weigh in here on Ask Reddit. You can also weigh in on the Twitch and the YouTube every Tuesday at 7:40. We tackle the most viral questions being asked on the Ask Reddit forum, and we'll kick things off today with RJ Chop. Actually, no, I'm going to kick things off with Sean.
All right.
Because this is the perfect question for you, to be honest. Sean Sharif, what are your go-to small talk discussion items? Because you generally like to coordinate the conversation. So what are your, old reliables, like, I know I can throw this at anybody.
You know, some people say they don't like to be asked about work, but I'm like, what do you do? You know?
That's a common one.
You do your how many kids, and then restaurants. I met someone at some like local neighborhood gathering a couple weeks ago, and then the wife texted my wife yesterday and was like, my husband is going Smoketown, Tolo. The Smoketown barbecue, a little trailer, outstanding, and like he's heading there. He was taking his suggestions seriously. So I usually go job, how many kids, how much raising kids sucks. That's kind of my go-to probably. Like, oh man, I'm like, look at your kid. Your kid's an angel. How do you get your kid to act like that?
And then what you always get in return, I bet? It's only here.
It's only here.
Let me tell you, everywhere else, they're just acting nice right now.
Yes.
Every single parent says that.
Look, if I know the person, so last night we had middle school football, and it was a team we were playing that a lot of the kids we had grown up with in terms of like youth baseball, the parents on that team. So these are parents I hadn't seen in a while. So obviously these are 12-year-olds. The number one is, dude, what the hell are you feeding this kid? Like he's growing like crazy.
Yeah.
So it goes to kids. And if they don't have kids, I immediately start trying to trash talk somebody we know. Gossip. I want to know the tea. I want the tea. But if you don't know them, like if you get paired up with somebody playing golf, the number one is, what do you do? You know, because then you try to find you works into people you might know.
Yeah, and then you want them to ask you so you can trump them by saying that you have the cooler job.
Yeah. So now it's just like, who has the coolest job? And Seinfeld's got a bit on this. It used to be, now it's all about how much you make. It used to be whose job was cooler. Because everybody made all the salaries were way different. Back in the 70s, it was like, whose job is just cooler?
214, any hot political issue is a good one.
No.
903, weather work football.
Weather?
Yeah, the
85?
weather. Yeah.
469.
So how's the weather over there?
469, what shows or movies are you currently watching? Peyton, what's your answer for this one?
The weather's a good one. I had that. But the lawn. I'm a homeowner. You know, if I'm going to someone's house, I'm like, so what do you put in your lawn? You know, how do you make it so green? Or why is it dead up there in the front? What, are you mowing, twice a week, once a week? Is it low cut, high cut? What kind of grass is this?
Oh, someone your pre-emergent down yet?
I have not.
Okay, neither have I. That's good. It was a little too early because of the heat.
Are you upkeeping the bushes out back? The ivy?
I have not cut it since I talked about it. But the weather hasn't been as hot, though haven't watered as much, so it's still fine though. I cut a lot when I was out there for over an hour. All right, my neighbor can deal with it.
Small talk. When it comes to small talk, somebody said to me one time, and I don't feel this way when I hate feeling like I'm getting interviewed, and I'm just like, I feel uncomfortable just talking about myself like nonstop. So, but somebody told me once, they're like, generally, if you just,
which people find surprising, considering how much you talk.
I don't have a problem talking, but I generally am going, I'd rather talk to you than have to sit there and answer. So, but that was, somebody had told me once, they're like, if you have problems in social settings, like making small talk with strangers, they're like, people generally like talking about themselves. So if you just keep finding another question to ask them and build on basically tell me who you are. Like each time you ask, that'll fill conversation, and eventually you've got stuff that you can talk about. So ever since I started doing that, I have noticed that works a little bit better.
Oh yeah, after going through the house process, if it's over your house, I'll give you all the compliments of the breakdown of your house. Choppy's very good at that. You got Peyton with the lawn, so invite us over, unlike Peyton.
All right, it is Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, what's one food you can never pass up when it's on the menu?
Ooh, well, I mean, queso's a good one. But obviously, if it's, we got to know where you are. You got to know where you are. I'm not just going to have queso anywhere. I think fried pickles, but only the chips.
That's my wife's.
The pickle chips?
Yeah, not the spear.
Yeah. You restaurants out there that are spear restaurants.
Yeah.
I've never met anyone who prefers spears over chips. Even when I ask, and I say, are these fried pickles, are they spears or chips? And if they're spears, the server will always go, yeah, they're spears. Like they feel embarrassed and ashamed to even say that they're pickle spears.
Yeah.
Everybody should go to the pickle chip. Everybody.
I just wouldn't eat pickles is what I would do.
That's fair.
Because they're sour and gross. Peyton, what's your answer for this one?
My answer for this one, so I was going back and forth. So it's only when I order pizza here. It's garlic cheese bread. Got to have a side with the pizza.
Really?
Pizza's fine, but for a while, I'm thinking back, I was like, I haven't had just pizza. It's been garlic cheese bread. Whether it's Domino's or Little Caesars, wherever, it's some sort of cheesy bread. I got to have it with it.
Yeah, what it is it's appetizers. Like, it's the type of appetizer. So if I see, I'm always going to get chips and salsa if they have chips and salsa. I'm always going to get queso if they have queso. Like that, because there's nothing on a dinner menu. There's always so many different things that it's like, I'm going to choose differently each time. But as an appetizer, if you have queso on your menu, I'm generally ordering it and just going like, all right, is this any good? And then I'm quietly judging you. Sean?
It's hard for me to stay away from French onion soup. If you say it's good, I love French onion soup. It's one of those things I don't want to make at home because of how long it takes to caramelize the onion, how much cheese you got to sit there and put on there. It's like you don't make your own mayonnaise, right? You don't want to make your own blue cheese. You don't want to make your own hollandaise so that you have to watch what's actually being put into it. And the amount of cheese you got to pile on and then broil it. It's also hard for me to stay away from marsala.
Oh,
I love
that's
marsala.
Fantastic, yeah.
Gotta be like sweet enough.
Yep.
Chicken marsala, veal marsala, and if it's a pasta dish, is it parpadelle? Parpadelle. That type of noodle usually draws me
learned how to
in.
make pappardelle in Italy with the cooking class.
Have you made it at home? How many
no.
things from Italy have you made in your house since?
0.
Oh, yeah. Not even the ice cream.
No, that's on a different
See,
level.
I thought
we tried
y'all,
the pizza.
I thought y'all were gonna pick a dessert. I would maybe even say key lime pie.
Well, you know what?
Because I never ordered. It might be cheesecake.
EJL Viking said cheesecake.
Yeah.
I think just to troll brought us. Used to be onion rings, says Opie World on the Twitch. Is this just?
Oh, you know what? I got it. That just changed my answer.
What?
If it's the onion loaf, the bloomin' onion.
Oh, yeah?
Because they're not everywhere.
No.
If there is a bloomin' onion, I will order it. That's going to be my answer. So thanks to the Tolo for that.
So we had 4 straight texts. Well, 4 out of 5, because one of them broke it up and said RJ's answer is testicles. But the other answers here is this just because we're in Texas and you can't get it? 682 crab cakes, 817 scallops, 832 mussels, 915 fried shrimp. Is that just
these are awful answers?
But they're all seafood stuff. Is that just because we're in Texas they feel like they don't have it as accessible?
But you're not going to Maryland and ordering brisket. It'd be the same thing. These crab cakes here have diced carrots and bell peppers in them. It's disgraceful.
All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. You can weigh in on the Twitch, on the YouTube, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, you're a man of travel.
Yeah.
What's a tourist trap that you actually found to be genuinely worth the crowds and the hype?
Well, I was going to say the Coliseum, but RJ's here, and I don't want her to steal me. So I'll go with the Vatican in Rome. That was really cool. I had no idea. I didn't do a whole lot of research of it before. You know, I knew what it was, but it was like the long lines. I was like, okay, we're just walking through looking at paintings and walls and stuff. You know, big set of land. But no, that place was really cool, the Vatican.
Rome. Now, listen, I have
Rome, like the whole thing is a tourist trap.
It's the whole thing's a tourist trap because, like, in the other cities in Italy and Europe that we went, there was they all spoke English, but there were very few people from America, right? It was just they were locals. Rome, you walk out there and it's like, oh, there's a guy with a Packers jersey on, you know, just very, it was too American for me, right? It was just too. I didn't want to see Americans there.
Wow,
but
what a reversal!
Yeah, I'm in.
It's like a spittle dating story.
But I felt Rome was awesome. Like it was very obvious modern city in terms of like the amenities, but it had also the ancient stuff, and like that's all very very cool.
I'll say Pig Island.
Oh,
sounds like my dating stories.
Is that Bahamas?
Bahamas, yes.
Bahamas, right?
Yep. My wife was dead set on this. Yeah. Take a little boat, and all the pigs are running around. You have to pet the pigs and all that. I didn't love it, but it was cool. I could understand why people I don't want pet pigs and hang out with them or whatever. I'm looking to smoke them.
469, the Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco.
San Fran, good spot.
We can go there.
Get a bread bowl.
We can go there in February.
I'll tell you, Mike X Cowboys, and this may be a bit. I have no idea what this actually is. Cadillac Ranch. I'm not sure what that is. That may be a bad thing. I have no clue what Cadillac Ranch is, but. So I don't travel much. Yeah. I don't go out when I travel because I'm on the road for the Cowboys and I just don't want to go out and do anything. But I don't know if this is technically considered a tourist trap. The Alamo was cool. Like when I would say to like it's just something where I was expecting this is going to be just something that people have talked about, which it is cool to walk in there and just realize all the history that happened right there and all the stuff that they've preserved and the museum in the back where they've got all these different artifacts. The Alamo was cool. I did enjoy it. All right, we got time for one more here. on Ask Reddit. RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
What movie did you see way too young?
Oh, Carrie.
Plug it up. Plug it up.
The movie with, I don't know who was in it, but
Sissy Spacek.
Yeah, she had the pig's blood dropped on her head. And I was like, I think I was 7. There was no reason.
My God.
Yeah, my mom was watching it, and she was like, "You can watch this with me. Your father's not home." I watched that. I watched Godfather like the week after at 7 years old. Never should have watched that either. But
So did
Carrie was the
LeBron,
first
according to Russell Westbrook.
Yeah. Peyton, what's your answer?
So mine's The Shining. My parents were watching it one day. I think I was like 8 or 9, and they were like, "Peyton, it's a scary movie." And I was like, "No, it doesn't look so bad. It was just the beginning of it." I sat down and watched it and had nightmares for a week straight.
It's the only movie that scares me as an adult. I can't watch. The Shining is terrifying. The answer for me on this was Pay It Forward, which was like a nice, but I mean, there's some stuff in there that gets really dark about like society and different things like that. That as a 9-year-old or whatever, when I was watching, I was like, this is just super depressing.
Is that Kevin Spacey?
Kevin Spacey, Haley Joel Osment,
Yeah,
Helen Hunt.
My answer to this is always It. Did you see the garage door that has the It clown?
Oh, yeah.
What is that?
I don't know. Chris,
Is it like a banner?
I think so. Yeah.
We got somebody in our neighborhood that has the girl from The Conjuring or The Ring or whatever on their garage door. It's just a banner. It just comes down,
And it looks so real.
Yeah, it looks very real.
Looks incredible.
You'll float too, Sean.
We'll finish up Ask Reddit at 9:40 with the KNC masterpiece here on DFW Sports Station. Speaking of KNC, Corey Majors just said, shoot me a good crab cake recipe. I got you. They're going to have Jason Kidd on today with the Mavs opening against the Spurs tomorrow night. Jay Kidd will join KNC after practice between 11:30 and noon. Let's get to the trade rumors. The Cowboys apparently are open for business. We'll talk about that and talk about it with Jerry Jones at 8:30, all next here on Sean and RJ. But speak.
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jared with 5 on the play clock takes the ball back, looking, throwing middle is go, baby. Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's gone, baby. 10-5, end zone, touchdown, Detroit Lions. Goff to St. Brown, 27 yards, and the Lions strike first.
Jahmyr Gibbs, Lions defense, JSN, Seahawks defense. My major takeaways from the Monday night doubleheader: Baker and that MVP candidacy over Dak Prescott took a major hit. Mike Evans took a scary major hit. He's gone for the majority of the season with a concussion and the messed up shoulder. And Seattle beats the armpit. Monday Night Football doubleheader. This is Sean and RJ with Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30 as that Buccaneers offense also looked broken. Let's get into some fun trade deadline rumors here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our insider Bobby Belt with you. Diana Rossini with reporting that could relate to the Cowboys. By the way, Brandon Graham is coming back for the Eagles after Zadarius Smith retired.
I'm sure that won't be awkward locker room interaction at all after they haven't had to play a game together since him and Hurts butted heads. So, yeah, that won't be awkward.
The Cowboys have let the league know they are open for business, according to Rossini. They're looking for defensive help, but one GM actually said this, quote, they should actually go get a running back.
Fired.
Close quote.
Fired. I don't know who you are. You need to, there's got to be like a tip line you can call into the NFL with and be like, there is a senile general manager who believes that the problem with the Cowboys is that they don't run the football well enough.
That is a GM who is now.
Who are the oldest and old school general managers in the NFL right now?
Vrabel would say that, probably.
He's not a GM.
No, but I'm saying like Vrabel would say it. So I'd imagine like that's a New England thought I could see.
I have it right here. Jerry's 82. Mickey Loomis is 69 years old.
Nice.
Maybe someone's trying to sell. Maybe Mickey's like, take Kamara.
We still have Atlanta.
And Kamara said, if I get traded, I'll be drinking a pina colada. Eric DaCosta, my boy, in Baltimore's 54. Les Snead with the Rams. Jason Light in Tampa. John Schneider. These guys are all 52 to 54 years of age.
Schneider.
Chris Greer, Miami, 52. Howie Roseman's 50. Omar Khan in Pittsburgh's 48. Ryan Poles in Chicago, 39.
Brian Broaddus, if you are listening right now, please text in and confirm to us John Schneider's erotic obsession with running backs and how much he needs dozens of them. Schneider makes the most sense.
I do think that it's not a terrible idea to get one because nothing against Javonte. Like, it's just you want to preserve him.
But I mean, this conversation right here is literally about like what are teams focusing on
number
the
one.
deadline?
It's not
and
the
this
number one.
GM is going running back for the Cowboys. That defense is fine.
Yeah, unless he knows or thinks that this guy's like Javonte is just going to like crater and
it's Howie. It's Howie trying to weaken them in the division.
The Dolphins are getting a lot of calls on pass rushers, Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips. The Jets are already getting calls on linebacker Jermaine Johnson. This is Rossini now saying multiple teams, including the Lions and Eagles in the NFC, are keeping their eyes out for an edge rusher. Sounds like if Dallas wants defensive help, they may have to be more aggressive than usual. Johnson could make sense given the Aaron Whitecotton connection. So that's linebacker Jermaine Johnson that she's referencing, even with the practice window opened yesterday for DeMarvion Overshown. Other trade whispers. The Saints, Chris Olave working on an extension. Trey Hendrickson unlikely to move. Teams asking about A.J. Brown are being told, quote, we aren't moving him now. An AFC GM believes the Eagles will end up trading him. Quote, Brown doesn't look frustrated or mad. He looks indifferent. And that's not a good place to be. A GM in the AFC, quote, I think Howie moves him. It would have to be for the right player or pick, but a trade wouldn't surprise me. Howie likes deals, especially if a player's value overrides how AJ is being used.
Did you hear the AJ Brown hot mic after he scored his touchdown the other day?
No.
He screamed, and I quote, this is when you throw me the effing ball. What the F is that? Just throw the effing ball.
Ooh. That's
a dude who's just never going to be.
He's never happy. He's never going to be happy. Franklin injury attorneys fan text. They actually want the running back
as the top concern.
Well, that's what they're saying. They're like, I don't necessarily disagree. Blue's terrible. Sanders is awful. our only hope is Williams, and if he goes down, then what?
Nobody right now. I'm not giving that GM the benefit of the doubt that he's talking about Cowboys depth.
I gotta address the fan text on
because you can have I could see because we are in an era where there is no true one at the running back position, right? A lot of teams split.
This team has a true one.
Yeah. But how sustainable is that throughout the course of an entire season to have only one?
I mean, with their
running
passing
back?
game, it's sustainable because Javonte's not carrying the ball 25 times right now. He every game he's carrying it 16 or something. So look, I mean, 817, are y'all complete idiots? They want to trade it for an insurance back. Okay, 817, are you a complete idiot? Because an insurance back is not going to be the top priority. 682, people said the same thing about Detroit when they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs. They already had Montgomery. Look how that turned out. Yes, Detroit also had massive playmakers on defense. Detroit has Brian Branch. They have Aiden Hutchinson. They've got all these different players on defense.
If the Dallas Cowboys traded for a running back in season,
running backs and digs, that's what they want,
and no defense, you guys would implode, justifiably so. You'd light the city on fire if they got a running back and no defense. Do you disagree, Fantex? You really go along. What has happened? See, this is a little reason why other people talk about Cowboy fans like this. That Washington win gives you some type of nitrous hit that makes you lose your mind. All of a sudden, Trayvon Diggs is now someone you can't get rid of, you have to have, and the trade target you want is a running back, not a defensive player. If you would have lost to Washington, none of this would be on the Fantex. But you get one little win, and that peacock comes out. Cowboys in-season trades the last 14 years. This is from Sky Steel. Mingo in 24, 4th. Hankins in 22, 7th, got back a 6. Eli Anku, 2020, 7th. Michael Bennett, 2019, a 6. Amari, 2018, 1st. Matt Castle, 2015. And Bryce Butler. So that's the history of in-season trades over the last 14 years.
Yeah, a lot of those are, we need depth. We need a guy to fill out the roster. So a Butler, or we're in an emergency quarterback situation. The big ones, obviously, the Cooper trade is the one. The Cooper trade's the one. The Roy Williams trade is the one. Those are moves that they've made in the last 20, 25 years that you're that was a significant thing that they were trying to improve. And so I think that given how vulnerable everybody else has shown you they are right now and how good your offense is, if there's an opportunity to go acquire a legitimate big-time contributor on defense, preferably in the secondary, a safety or a really top-end corner.
That's what Dez wants, a safety.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now just because it does feel like there's opportunity here potentially if you can stabilize your defense.
Tolo Trey, Javonte hasn't exactly been a pillar of health in his career. Well, here it is again. At running back.
I mean, look, if you got who's the Miami kid?
Minka Fitzpatrick?
No,
A-Chain.
Yeah.
A-Chain.
I mean, I think if you were to pick him up, I like that. If I had a chance to do that, I would. I mean, I wouldn't stop there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you need a corner. There's millions of helps on defense, but that does not preclude me from still picking up. I do think another running back is a major need.
Run game obsessed RJ Choppy. What an evolution.
That's right. 877-881-1053. Franco injury attorney text line. Jerry Jones will join us from the plane coming up at 8:30. But are you ready for the start of the NBA season tonight? And the World Series is set. We'll talk about it next on 105.3 The Fan.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Full count, 2 outs, top of the 9th. Game 7 of the ALCS. Hoffman's payoff pitch. He got in! The Blue Jays win the pennant! The Blue Jays win the pennant! They're going to the World Series! It's so good, we must be dreaming! The Toronto Blue Jays come back, knock off the Mariners, and they will take on the LA Dodgers!
Jays radio with the call. The World Series is set.
That was a scene. George Springer with a 3-run bomb right after they got 2 on. They bunt him over. They take Wu out. Second pitch for Brazzardo, who had done well for them over the course of the year.
Is that your Twitter video that blew up?
No, that was. Listen, that at bat with Julio Rodriguez, he should be ashamed of himself. He should be cut today. He had Cal Raleigh's on deck. Mr. 61 home runs or however many he's got.
He's already homered.
Yeah.
All right. He is on deck. It's a 2-0 pitch, and Hoffman throws. It was a completely unethical. I called it an unethical pitch. Unethical. This was a 2-0 slider, low and away, barely missed the strike zone. That is no, sir, absolutely not. That is diabolical to throw that pitch in that situation. And Julio swings at it. Julio saw 6 pitches with Cal Raleigh on deck. Not a single one was in the strike zone, and he struck out. Not a single one. That is one of the best 2-0 pitches I have ever seen in my life. Just tremendous to get out of that. 2 other things in this. One, Vladdy, you are lucky. Actually, you're not lucky.
He's hitting 425.
Austin Matthews is lucky. Because Vladdy wore an Austin Matthews jersey. He plays for the Maple Leafs walking into this game. Austin Matthews is 0-6 in his career in Game 7s with 0 goals scored. And he wore that dude's jersey walking in. I was like, oh, my God. If they lose, Austin's going to have to request a trade. He will never be able to go back to Toronto, ever. And then finally, the third.
Once again, proving
there's no such thing as jinxes.
There you go.
And then finally,
Vladdy went 1 for 4 to lower his average to 442.
Yeah, 250 batting average sounds pretty bad.
That's Ohtani-esque.
Yeah, it is. That'd be a hot streak for Ohtani.
That's
in the playoffs,
right. Yeah.
This is the 5th time in World Series history that a team in one half of the LCS swept and the other one went to Game 7. 5th time. The previous 4, the team that went to Game 7 won the World Series every time. So the Blue Jays would be that team. They're not going to win, but
well, now they're going to because you just said that.
Now they're going to because
it's the jinx.
It's the jinx. It's the same thing as the Austin Matthews, but that was a fun game.
Dodgers.
That was a fun game. Rowdy crowd, very, very rowdy.
Bobby, toss me the television remote, please, as I need to do some early scouting on how to check out the NBA tonight. The openers are taking place with the champs, the Oklahoma City Thunder hosting Kevin Durant, and the Armpit at 6:30, followed by the Warriors visiting the Lakers.
Mr. 90 million, Kevin Durant.
That's right.
The 2-year extension. Taking a team-friendly deal.
I thought I just referenced the extension, but yeah, I didn't mention the team-friendly part. Both games will be broadcast on NBC and Peacock. Are you telling me that tonight is going to be on NBC? Like Channel 5?
It's going to be on Peacock?
Yeah, there it is right there.
Wow.
As in Big Turd?
Oh, look at that, though. It's going up against Blue Jackets Stars.
What's Big Turd?
So Jason Garrett's doing the big Saturday, the big Big Ten Saturday game on Peacock. Well, they have have you seen this, Bobby?
Yeah.
They have a banner behind them, and Jason's standing in front of the SA, and then the other guy is standing in front of the AY, and all it says on the photo is "big turd" in the back.
Wow.
In the background.
Yeah, the people were being mean on Reddit about it.
So I am more interested in. Oh gosh.
Big turd.
Big turd. You know what? When your kid does the stuff he does, you're not allowed to discipline him.
No, I'm not.
You're not allowed to correct
That's why
him.
I don't. That's why
You're not allowed to. You are. I am more interested in the NBC and Peacock presentation tonight than I am the actual games. It's not even close. MJ is supposed to debut his sit-down series. Michael Jordan is part of the Amazon coverage. Dirk, Steve Nash, and Blake Griffin and all that. And MJ is debuting the new series, Insights to Excellence.
Oh, so how's he going to make it about himself tonight?
Sitting down with our buddy Mike Tirico.
I mean, that
So,
made it pretty clear.
MJ Insights to Excellence. But I am much more interested in the John Tesh opening, the NBC and Peacock presentation than the actual games. And, of course, Mavs Spurs tomorrow night.
Yeah, there is.
And by the way, World Series schedule, Choppy, you will not like this.
No, it starts on Friday.
Friday?
Why would you not want to bury it on Friday night?
Game 2 Saturday, Game 3 against Commanders Chiefs Monday night.
Yeah, they look, they've made it known they are trying to avoid Sunday. Right? They want to avoid Sunday Night Football. Which I think you just have to bite the bullet. You just got to deal with it because like the worst it's equally as bad to put it on Friday, Saturday because you get no talking on the talk shows. There's no talk shows on Saturday and Sunday morning.
Well, these other talk shows though on TV, they don't make time for baseball.
Not a ton.
Yeah.
Not a ton. They will for the World Series.
Like
Dodgers, Ohtani,
Yeah.
right? They would. If it was Brewers, Blue Jays, no. But Ohtani will be out there, so they'll have some.
I'm not sure. Jumping back to the presentation, I'm not sure there's any more powerful dynamic or bias that exists for me, and I think a lot of people, than nostalgia. Like when nostalgia hit, like I grew up, like I just in my head think NBC is where all sports belongs because I just think like I loved Dick Enberg on NBC calling football. I think of Costas calling Yankees games in the 90s with the playoffs. Marv
yeah.
and the John Tesh Open, the round ball. And can we please, I hate how we've just abandoned like the old school like cinematic introductions of like Costas narrating like
da, na, na,
yeah,
da, 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 da,
and just like narrating. They would set up for a minute and a half why this was the most important basketball game you could ever watch.
I just got goosebumps.
I loved it.
Ebersol was NBC, right?
Ebersol was the president.
I mean, it's just like that's. Yeah, Bobby's right. I think of NBC as sports. They're trying to get back. They're obviously back in the NBA. They're in the NFL. They're trying to get back into Major League Baseball. They had hockey for a minute. They remember that was the only thing they had on NBC Sports was hockey.
Let's talk about the Trayvon Diggs drama, trade possibilities, and what was the difference for Matt Eberflus in that defense. Jerry Jones joins us live on Sean and RJ Now. It is now time for the Jerry Jones Show here on Sean and RJ every Tuesday at this time. Brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, and we understand he is joining us from the plane, heading on out possibly to some owners' meetings. Jerry Jones live on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Great. Hey, man. Well, it's great on with you today. I know we've got a good connection. Hope we maintain it. But I'm sitting here with our head where the plane's headed, and we're look like we're going, but we're up near Charleston, over in the Pittsburgh area, rolling on into New York. I love to go to these owners' meetings when we've had a weekend like we've had with Washington.
Do you guys trash talk each other?
Doesn't show her anything. Doesn't show her anything when you walk in there. Rather than sitting in the back and crawl in the back seat like you do sometimes when you've had your ass kicked. When you come in here good, you can step in there and you can walk tall.
Jerry, which one can you not live without? You can only pick one, the helicopter or the plane?
Well, both of them are, I put it like that. You say, well, that's kind of what a ride. But great, the airplane stay in time with, when you think about it, with the NFL alone. I don't know how you could operate back in the day when the teams would get on the trains, the great middle picture of the baseball teams, Babe Ruth, and all those players riding along on those field cards, playing cards, having a little, doing all that kind of stuff as you went from game to baseball game. And you're talking about travel. When we're at Oxnard.
Put him on hold for a sec, Peyton. Mr. Jones, we're going to try to reconnect. So he's in the air?
He said, he's over Pittsburgh, Charleston, West Virginia area.
Yeah. He was flying over there.
He's over Appalachia. Charleston, West Virginia, man, those mountain mamas left and right.
How many times?
He's in the McCarthy Triangle. It's just,
How many times have you guys made a phone call on the plane? Did you ever get like the big cell phone cord and pull it out from the seat?
I never did that.
I don't think I've ever made. I'm talking about from their technology.
Yeah, I never did that. I don't know what that is. I mean, because can you pick up a cell signal at 35,000 feet?
Like, is Air Force One? If we called Air Force One, would it be a crystal clear connection compared to that?
I think it has to be, right? I mean, it's Air Force One.
But Jerry
they may
doesn't
have government technology.
Government technology,
that we don't even know about.
Satellites that we're not allowed to use.
Yeah, whatever they've learned from the aliens about, being able to telepathy, all that, it may be something like that. But
we're going to end up here canceling the Jerry Jones interview.
Oh!
We're going to tell him, sorry, Mr. Jones, we can't do it.
This is, no, I have done the Wi-Fi connection and done video call. I haven't done like a telephone call, but a video call I've been able to get through on a plane before.
I would think video would be worse.
So it doesn't necessarily the picture staggers, but you can hear them. And so a lot of times I've had that connection before as long as the Wi-Fi's been strong.
All right, let's try it one more time, Mr. Jones, and see if the connection's okay. Are you there?
Yeah. Okay, guys.
Okay. We'll get right down to business.
Hey. Let's go. Well, good to be on with you. don't know how your question you heard asking about riding in the meetings. And I heard you back saying, well, it's a little bit like the old days and Babe Ruth and all of us used on those trains and go from game to game, play cards and have a little drink and have some fun as they were moving around. Their airplane shortens all that fun for you. I don't get to sit up here and play cards for an hour or two. And but baby, bring me this drink. We'll do some of that up here.
All right, that ended up being a really good answer.
Yeah.
Jerry, your reaction to the win and how happy were you for Matt Eberflus?
Well, obviously, you ended with the best one. It had it coming and had feel coming. Think of Eberflus, or he wouldn't be know him real well. But it just goes to show you to do some things differently on the defensive side of the ball. Lunch the same way we'd been for the previous games. The only thing is we did it right. Happen. We're going to be doing more of it right. So combination of switch plus doing it right, or I think is what we saw in the defense. And I am proud of Eberflus.
Yeah, Jerry, we were trying to figure out whether this was a philosophical change with more man coverage or is just specific to the Commanders. What's your answer to that?
I think we're the more our players are in the game, the more games we play, then to be able to do the kinds of things that really some of the things Eberflus wants to do. We've done them before. We've seen teams do them. You can do them and we can do them. We'll start doing them better than what we were doing. On the other hand, mixing it up with a little of that, for lack of a better term, man. I'm not here to say. I think you're going to see us add a little more pressure, do more game. I think that's all part of it. And that just goes to our players getting more familiar with what we're doing.
Jerry, how do you separate the defensive changes, the defense playing well, versus the fact that Washington was down 3 wide receivers?
Well, the not having their best 3 wide receivers, how many are we going to run into that situation? So, how do you separate what we did against Carolina and some of the others on offense without having our best receiver, Lamb? You should take off your fastball. And so just be logical, take a little off of it, but if you got to make up for it, we've got a quarterback that can make up for it and get the ball to alternatives.
Mr. Jones, this is radio suicide for a career. We got to put you on hold and maybe have you reconnect with the KNC Masterpiece. Phone connection is just too bad. It's not coming through. So we really, really appreciate you making the effort. This sucks, but not able to go ahead and catch up with you. So maybe we can do it on the midday show once you land. Thank you so much, Jerry. You are appreciated. But that was I couldn't hear it.
No, it was tough. I couldn't understand most of it. Now I will say, there's always the conspiracy theorist fan who's going to go, oh, he doesn't want to stand in and face the questions. I promise this is not the interview he wanted to miss. After that, they take care of Washington like that. He was excited for this. He was excited for it. He was very excited.
Someone told me he was like dancing up there in his box over the victory, and then he came back on after the first disconnect and wanted to talk about partying on a train or a longer ride. Yeah. So he wanted to come back on and answer.
Bro, Babe Ruth.
Did he? I have no idea.
He said, back in the Babe Ruth baseball days, traveling city to city on a train, you got 8, 10, 12, 15 hours going from Philadelphia to St. Louis or whatever, and all of a sudden you got all day.
Stuff I really wanted to get to was what happened with Trayvon. Has he turned into a distraction for you? Diggs apparently went into the facility yesterday and they sent him back home. I assume that was just like, hey, man, you need to sit home and rest. Not that there was another issue. And then I wanted to get into trade talk because I think Cowboy fans are getting thirstier and thirstier for a win now move. How do y'all feel about it now? Last week, when we talked about it, Choppy, you said the first rounders are untouchable. You're not giving those up for anything. Bobby, you were playing around with giving up one of them for a win now safety. How do we feel now?
I mean, the entire NFL.
You trying to get more aggressive?
It's one part about Dallas. It's another part about the rest of the NFL. Your offense is too good right now to just feel like there isn't something potentially there if you were able to stabilize your defense. The question is just how many pieces does it take to stabilize your defense? If it's going to be exorbitant, if you're looking at, we got to add somebody at all three levels of the defense. We got to add a pass rusher. We got to add a linebacker. We got to add a safety. Or we got to add a corner. We got to add a linebacker. We got to add a defensive tackle. Whatever it would be, whatever combination you're looking at, you might then look at it and just go, there's too many things we need to where it doesn't make sense to just go get one of them because it's not going to move the needle enough. I understand that. So the question really is just, when Overshown comes back, does that add to your linebacker room enough that you feel like, okay, that's stable? Do you feel like Clowney is knocking off enough of the rust and Ezeraku is getting closer that you feel like you're now starting to stabilize your pass rush a little bit and your defensive line a little bit? And at that point, then you're just looking at, okay, now maybe all I need to do is add to the secondary. Do I just need to, we're going to get Hooker back. Do I need a safety that'll replace Wilson? And I've got Hooker and a safety, and then I've got corners that are feeling a little more comfortable.
By the way, in your post-hut clarity film recap, was Wilson kept out of the back end a lot more? Was he primarily
He didn't play deep as much as he has been, so no.
Ralph, are you getting more aggressive? Have you changed your mind from last week about giving up more ammunition?
In terms of the first rounders, they could be. Who's the best team in the NFL right now, you think?
Detroit,
exactly.
according to our power rankings.
Right. They could be Detroit. I wouldn't give up the first rounders.
Yeah, but the fact that we have a hard time answering that question is making people more enticed.
Right. Yeah.
For who, though? Like you say, you wouldn't give up the first rounders. Obviously, you would give up a first rounder if somebody said, we're going to give you Sauce Gardner for a single first rounder. I would imagine you would do that.
Yeah, that would be a different story.
So there's got to be a line where you say, all right, I'll engage. I'll do something. So what kind of a thing would you be willing to go?
There is no individual player that makes this team a Super Bowl contender.
If the defense is ranked, what are their Super Bowl contender?
15, 18, somewhere. I don't think there's an individual player that gets them there.
I don't think it has to be 15.
I think if they're 20 to 23.
We've seen that. Now, look, I mean, you could be 20 to 23 and then get hot in the playoffs. We've seen that. Historically, teams that are defensively like that, I mean, that's got Breeze, Saints written all over it, Manning, Colts all over it. You get those defenses that are ranked around 20, you get run. I just wouldn't. We've seen too many stories of historical evidence that, stars on defense, you don't win. There's no team is ever one non-quarterback away from being an over-the-top piece. There's no such thing as an over-the-top piece that isn't a quarterback in the modern era. Back in the day.
Or Randy. I mean, they didn't win it, but he took them to another level.
Yeah, for sure. But defensively, that just doesn't exist. So I would not give up my first for any single player.
Yeah, I mean, the 2009 Saints were 20th. The 06 Colts.
But what were the Saints? That year they had turnovers galore, like opportunistic, all that crap. And they got hot in the playoffs.
The 06 Colts, they were 23rd.
And then Bob Sanders came back.
Well, every team basically that wins the title gets hot in the playoffs.
Well, I mean, their defense popped in the playoffs. Like the Colts that year in the postseason, they had like a 14-point. They only let 14 to Baltimore that year.
The Giants were 25th in points and 27th in yards in 2011 when they won.
It's a bad team.
I know, but that's my point. Like, this is a vulnerable league.
It is a vulnerable league. I'm not.
I need a 1 for 2.
And this is my team, but I'm just not looking to win a title. I'm looking to win 5, and that's the only way to do that. I'm looking to build a dynasty here. The only way to do that is have 4 first-round picks.
I understand for you. This organization is looking to win 1.
Yeah,
they want more than that, but they definitely want they just need the next one. I think they feel like.
I need a 1 for 2. So I need to call.
Oh, you got to pick. You need 2 players.
Yes.
Yeah.
I need 2 defenders.
Now that I would have, yeah. If you could tell me that we could get Chubb and Fitzpatrick for a 1,
yes,
I would do that because now you're looking at 2 players and you're shoring up.
I'm with
holes.
you. I'm with you in terms of not 1 for 1, unless you're telling me there's Darrelle Revis is out there.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. I need some more bodies. I need a 2 for 1.
What are the 2? Safety, edge, safety, linebacker, corner,
Chubb and Fitzpatrick.
Or just you say any 2, but you want them on 2 different levels of the defense, right?
Depending on the names, I could be talked into both in the secondary. Both at linebacker, probably not. But just I know I need numbers. I'm thinking about numbers and quantity more so than exact position.
Yeah, because, Cleveland has shown you they're willing to move players right now. Miami is a dumpster fire. Miami, you would think, would have to, come to terms with potentially moving players.
Tennessee should blow it up totally. It is blown up. But Tennessee's a spot. I think G-Bag had a Jeffrey Simmons discussion. The Raiders should deal Crosby.
Man,
like
Max Crosby would be so good here.
Yeah, but are you giving up that?
You're giving stuff up and you're paying him.
Yeah.
Like he's gonna. So I don't know that it's feasible, but just in a uncapped Madden world, Max Crosby would be lovely here. But
yeah, like if you get, if for some reason Denver gives you Surtain, it's like, okay, go ahead. That's
like the Jets
difference maker. Yeah, what is sauce? Do we even know?
Jets, Miami. These teams have to be in sell mode. I don't think that there is a team building argument against it. Miami, the Jets, Cleveland, Tennessee, the Raiders, nobody in the East, nobody in the North. Bryce is hurt now in Carolina, but I still wouldn't put them in a total sell category. New Orleans, I don't know. Do the Saints have some older players? We're talking about Alvin Kamara. Who do they have defensively? And then probably not. I guess you could maybe say Arizona.
DeMario Davis still down there?
Yeah, DeMario Davis is a good player. DeMario Davis would make
40, isn't he?
He's 36, I think. DeMario Davis would make a difference on this defense. I don't know if it makes enough of a difference that you want to sacrifice capital for him.
No, I'm not doing that.
The Jets, so there is, apparently I saw somebody tweeting a few minutes ago, the chatter on New York media this morning is...
And we know Jerry's got their number.
They're all saying, and he's in New York, maybe that's what he's actually going for. They're talking about that Quinnen Williams, they think, is going to be available in New York. So if you've got Quinnen Williams, and then I'm just looking at Andre Sisco, for instance, their safety, who's 25 years old. He's somebody who...
Can you look up the top 10 PFF safeties or top 10 ranked, whatever metric is out there right now in the league? Or hell, you can go to the GM stuff from the Jeremy Fowler offseason.
Yeah, and PFF has Andre Sisco 56th out of 145 safeties. And coverage grade is just a little below average. So coverage is probably what you need. But I think if you can find... The dream to me would be if Miami's willing to part with Minka and then give you somebody like Chubb and just say, hey, we need capital, give us a first, then I might do that.
I might do that too. I have to check out all the numbers. We've gone through it with Chubb. I don't know about Minka. Are you seeing top safeties? I just want to know who he played for.
Names. Kyle Hamilton 1.
Okay, that's not happening.
Ronnie Hickman.
Just give me the teams.
Cleveland, Kansas City, Tampa. Jordan Battle at Cincy. McCullough at the Rams.
All right.
Giants.
Okay.
Indy. Arizona, Tennessee. There's your Quandre Diggs at Tennessee.
Yeah, so 3 names.
There's a handful of guys that...
You want a coverage safety?
Yes.
Okay, so if you want a coverage safety, just going off of awful PFF, the highest graded coverage safety on a team I think we all agree would need to sell, it's Ronnie Hickman in Cleveland.
He's got a 76 coverage grade.
And so that would be the one, which Ronnie Hickman is in the 3rd year of his rookie deal, I think. So, he's somebody who's doing extensions.
And they
was
got
he first or
second? No, he was, I can't remember where he was picked.
And they have to have other... Can you check Cleveland's...
He was undrafted.
Can you check Cleveland's defense, PFF-wise? I would like to know... Obviously, they have other really good defenders. It's a really good defense.
I would trade for the other safety if they'd make him available. If they'd make Grant Delpit available, I would trade for Delpit.
Okay, but I want to find one more player off their defense to go ahead and get it done. Let's go ahead, all right? We got maybe the best defense in the league. Let's find a second name. This you think this discussion's happening on that Cowboy plane right now?
Well, they have the number one. They have the number one ranked defensive lineman in football.
Is that
Malik
Alex
Collins.
Wright? Oh, Malik Collins. Yep, I remember him.
What?
The number one ranked defensive lineman in football this year.
He's the number one ranked?
Malik Collins. Which Malik Collins was destroying Green Bay when I was watching that tape. So I mean,
no.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
I mean, they got Alex Wright, edge. He's got a very high overall grade. Malik's got a very high one. McGuire's got a high one than Myles Garrett. I mean, that defensive line is disgusting.
The defensive line. So I don't know. Like I haven't looked at him this close this year. I know heading into last year, they had a ton of depth on the defensive line where you were like, why don't you move some of this?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, if they'd be willing to give up Delpit, which I don't know that they are, they may want to keep it, but if they'd be willing to give up Delpit and defensive line depth, that might be a combo that helps this team get closer.
Any linebackers up there, Choppy, or is it all D-line?
It's all D-line that I'm seeing. No, Carson
Schwessinger is he's a rookie though, and I mean he's a phenom. They're not moving him.
Dre Greenlaw, by the way, is suspended for the Cowboy game as the Bronco went and tracked down a referee to yell and scream at him after the walk-off win over the Giants. So Dre Greenlaw is out for Sunday.
And former, by the way, 49ers linebacker as well, Azeez Al-Shaair. There's now a whole bunch of talk that he's going to get suspended again after he drove Sam Darnold into the ground like well after a play ended, and that's in the wake of last year where he got destroyed by the league for being a repeat offender when he hit Trevor Lawrence.
Apparently, Mike McDaniel, I was wrong about him getting fired this week. Yesterday, just these Dolphins press conferences. And by the way, can we get like a professional setup to get the audio from these? The only highlights and clips I see from Miami press conferences are someone with a cell phone, not like any other team. Get it together, Stephen Ross. Maybe they don't want the best audio quality for these pressers. McDaniel yesterday said Tua will be named the starter this week. What's your expectation? That he doesn't throw 10 picks. It is bizarro world out there. Tua not getting benched. McDaniel's still going to coach. Tua became the first quarterback to throw 3 picks in 2 straight games since Rivers in 2019. He's tied with Geno for most picks in the league. He threw just 7 in 11 games last year.
Fire Mike McDaniel or bench Tua or do both. Or get away from both. But like the Miami thing is so they've already underperformed the last couple of years. Like the last few years, people felt like, man, this is a team that just could break out at any moment. They had that game, what was it, last year or 2 years ago, where they dropped 70. Like everybody's looked at them as being this team that like they've become chronic underperformers, and now for them to just be completely crumbling, it's like you guys have something genuinely broken over there.
Tyler Lockett asked and received his release from the Titans. Former Seahawks shoddy guy, expected to be free to sign with another team starting tomorrow.
There's your new number 3.
That same GM who wanted the Cowboys to trade for a running back thinks they need to sign Tyler Lockett now too, to just really flesh out their poor receiving core.
Hey, some teams go all in on like run prevention or
this is a Matt
defense.
Millen move.
Just go all in on scoring.
By the way, Cam Newton,
on Tua,
blame the quarterback over the coach.
But the question is, I don't blame Mike McDaniels more so than I blame Tua Tagovailoa, because Tua Tagovailoa has been on one dating back to the offseason, and now we find ourselves in this type of situation. The play of Tua has not been what it's supposed to be in your labeled franchise player. When you say certain things, you have to do your job and do your job well from Mike McDaniels. Well, is that an innuendo that he was talking about Tua? Because Tua has had multiple interception games, multiple times that he hasn't been doing what we paid him to do. He's been doing the bare minimum. And it's sad that good coaching can get guys paid above what the asking price should be. Well, it's unfortunately, like I said before, bad play can get coaches fired. And it's unfortunate that two things can be true, whether from the Mike McDaniels being a good coach to Tua Tagovailoa really not upholding his end of the bargain, and it's going to cost somebody, and it may cost them both.
How do you say both of those names like a dozen times and get Mike McDaniel, get his name wrong more often than Tua's?
McDaniels. I've always thought like great quarterbacks are coach independent. Like they're independent of it. It doesn't matter. Like if you're a great quarterback, you're going to be a great quarterback regardless of the coach. Well, this is apparently where, he's just not a great quarterback. Curt Cignetti just said this past week. He was asked, can a game manager in modern football win? And he says, I don't think so.
Wow.
I don't think you could be a game manager and win in the modern era. Now, there's outliers for everything, but it's not a way to build a team. If Tua is a game manager, which it seems like he kind of is, then you got to move on.
Florida needs a coach in my school. Getting ready to have this dude fired as well. The leftover beer in the college football kegger. Final hour of Sean and RJ after...
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen this before. Cool. Of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, please.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Play fake, Bowens throw it across the goal line in the end zone. Caught, touchdown! Touchdown, Lucky! Lawson Lucky with his third touchdown catch of the day. He beats Sage Ryan, the safety, on a dart by Gunner.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Gunner Stockton, Georgia Radio with the call. They win 43-35 over Ole Miss. Good game, big game, the night game, or late afternoon game, I should say.
Feels like Ole Miss does nothing but play entertaining games.
And lose them. No, they don't. They generally have won them this year.
They beat LSU, right?
They did, yeah. Yes. So LSU's. I mean, Ole Miss is a good team. There's no doubt. They got a tough schedule. They just went to Georgia. Now they got to go to Oklahoma this week.
Of course, they got a tough schedule. It's the SEC.
I mean, you're gonna play a ranked team every week. So they have like 10 guys ranked. But it is. Georgia is not the same defense that we are used to seeing. They gave up 40 to us. They've given up 35 here. I mean, hell, Texas might score in the 20s against them. You never know.
Slow down. Arch is still playing.
Come on now, on the road. But big win by Kirby. Kirby wasn't going to lose back-to-back home games. It wasn't going to happen.
Well, Kirby also had to get a little shot back towards Lane. Lane made a fat joke about him last week. And then Lane, he's entertaining, but he's definitely creepy. Lane put out this Saturday morning photo. Thanks for the workout. As he's shirtless next to two young female yoga instructors. And then after the game, Kirby in his post-game presser said, yeah, thanks to Lane for giving me a membership or a class to hot yoga. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
So he had to return fire back. But no one is going to. Lane Kiffin, he's probably the coach of the morning show with his digs and his shots and his sarcasm and his trash talk. He's the number one seed in terms of talking, I think, in college football, and I don't think it's close.
Yeah, he's probably the top. Yep. The difference with him is that's also just his character and his heart as well. And so, by the way, on the Georgia front, with them struggling so much, there's a lot of speculation now that this is the fallout from that SEC rule change about the late front shifts, how they were going to start the simulating late pressures. That was Kirby's staple. Was showing you something, then the line would basically shift late or would do something to kind of make an offensive line jump. So they've been penalizing that this year. That's the rule. And so a lot of people think that's changing what his defensive line was able to do in terms of pressure.
So Georgia still has Texas at home. They also get Georgia Tech at home. Georgia Tech's number 7 in the nation. Big time. They had a big win over Duke this week. Not a big win, but they had a win at Duke, I should say. And now they're number 7. They're one of the few undefeated teams left.
And people are getting worked up over this clip yesterday. Lane was asked about facing the Oklahoma Sooners, and sign stealing became a thing on Twitter again.
A film study of signals. I mean, as I just tell you how it is. I think they do a great job of that. So if you study people really well, tendencies, and then you have enough confidence as a coach to go after those, that seems what he does. It seems like, they've got a really good beat on the plays that are coming when they're called, and they do a great job of going and taking those away. When you look at the Auburn game, I told Hugh after the game watching it, you might want to switch the signals. It looks like they have the plays. The middle safety's running down to steal slants, which is very abnormal.
Venables responded on his radio show, I guess coming from Lane, I take it as a compliment. He must have watched our guys be really prepared because that's who they are, man. This is maybe Liam Cohen and Robert Saleh.
That's right.
College level.
A little sign stealing. If in baseball, it's
he may have just been giving them credit the way they legally do it.
Yeah. In baseball, if you're on second base, you can pick or anywhere you can pick up the guy's sign. That's fair game. If you're using video, it's not.
Well, Venables also said basically, man, they got this crazy thing you can do now. You huddle and you say the play in the headset.
Yeah.
So the sign stealing stuff, maybe we're not guilty of it when you can radio communicate.
It used to be college football until this year, right? It was this year.
Yeah, it was the signs.
Which was so dumb.
Yeah, for years they never had what was the point of having a headset? That's how who was the Michigan coach before Harbaugh? He didn't wear a headset. The big burly dude.
Yeah, what the hell was his name?
I can't. Whatever his name is. He never wore a headset. He was at San Diego State before. So anyway, this is Oklahoma.
Brady Hoke.
Oklahoma has a home game. They won 26-7 at South Carolina. They have a home game against Ole Miss this weekend. That is not, though, going to be where game day is. Game day.
Well, real quick, is Lane leaving?
Lane is working on a contract extension. According to reports, his agent, Jimmy Sexton, is working on a contract extension with
because that Gators job seems perfect for him.
That Gator job does seem perfect for him, man. How
many young yoga instructors can he find in Florida?
That's true. You would think a lot. It all depends on what he views the Florida job as. Tom Luginbill is like one of the better analysts in terms of high school recruiting. He went on a podcast and said, I am not taking that job.
I wouldn't want the job. I think when you look at this job and you look at it over the course of the last 15 years, don't you have to start asking yourself what is wrong internally? Like Dan Mullen, after one of the greatest program building efforts in college football history, didn't just go to Florida and take stupid pills. Billy Napier didn't become a bad coach overnight. Urban Meyer goes 8-5 his last year. They fire him. What is it about the place institutionally? And I think it's fair to ask those questions. It's fair to get details. If you are Lane Kiffin or anybody else, you got to start finding out what's wrong here.
And that's why I think he's going to stay. He should stay. It may not be a better job, but he has a job for life. You go to Florida, they're going to run you out of town in 4 years. He'll never get fired at Ole Miss. He's got a ceiling, but he'll never get fired.
I don't think it matters. Like for a lot of other coaches, it would matter. For Lane feels like the guy who's like, it's not enough for me to just be the king in Mississippi. I can't. Mississippi is not where I belong. Florida is not where he belongs either. That would be football Larry Eustace if he went over there, where he's going to be partying at sororities and stuff like that.
The purple purpose.
It's just that I think he absolutely, if given the opportunity, would take Florida.
Like I said, game day will not be in Oklahoma this week. It will be in Nashville because Vandy continues to roll, this time beating family and Brian Kelly.
Pavia drops back. He feels the pressure. Oh, he's going to rush. It's a wide open crease at the 10, at the 5. He can high step into the end zone. Touchdown, Vanderbilt. Diego Pavia, 21 yards. Oh, the seas parted, and Pavia took it to the house for 6.
Vanderbilt.
Suck it, Broadus. Suck it, Dave Hellman. Your season is over, and you will be looking for a new coach.
Vanderbilt radio with the call. You continue to live in Pavia Loca as Vandy continues to roll. They are in a driver's seat right now for a playoff berth.
Number 10?
It's pretty simple. Yeah, pretty simple. You win out, and you're in. If they win out, they're probably going to be a top 4 seed because that would mean they would probably, I think, win the SEC. It depends on how Bama's undefeated in conference. So it depends on how the tiebreakers work. But they went out. It's pretty simple for them, and they're in.
Brian Kelly's got to go.
There's tough.
It's so much money.
It's a bad fit.
It's so much money, though. So
hang on. I'm not going to let you do this.
What?
Vanderbilt deserves the shine.
Yeah.
Vanderbilt, I'm going to talk about them. I'll hog up the rest of the segment if needed. What a statement. Clark Lee is the one that should be talked about for a hire.
The reason he's not is I think he's a Vandy alum.
Big freaking whoop. Whoop-de-doo. You talk about a ceiling.
Yeah,
you hear that, Coleman family? Sean's trying to get your coach run off.
Well, maybe I'll get the new coach to play my godson more.
Wow! That's why Dillingham is probably going to stay at Arizona State, right? It matters to those.
Okay, but Arizona State is still better than Vandy has been. Vandy's a joke. Has been a joke. The fact that they did not rush the field said everything. First off, they were favored. They were either favored or the higher ranked team, and
they were the higher ranked.
And that was not a fluke whatsoever. They definitely beat LSU.
LSU was ranked 10th.
But the fact that that's what I would say if I was Clark Lee. Like, it's not a big deal that we beat the LSU Tigers, and that's the state of Vanderbilt right now. They have as many wins against ranked opponents as the following Big Ten teams combined: Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Iowa, Nebraska, Washington, Purdue, and Michigan State. Now we can get to Brian Kelly and the $53 million buyout.
Real quick, they have Missouri this week. Game day's there, number 15. At number 22, Texas. And then at number 17, Tennessee to end the season. They got a tough schedule. And
they're not going to go undefeated and be number 4. But set the over-under for how many times Pavia's mom is shown on game day, or the feature with the brothers with the shirtless suspenders. Watch out. If you're in Nashville, stay clear of the Pavia bros.
That's all true about Vandy. And Vandy's a better team than LSU right now. That's not a question. But
it's a coin flip against the Longhorns when I go to that game next week.
Yeah.
And like Texas will barely be favored in that game.
LSU is Vandy's better than LSU. Even with Vandy resurgence, Vandy should not be better than LSU.
No.
And so that's the problem that you have here, is that Brian Kelly had the reputation of consistently overperforming at Cincinnati and Notre Dame. He's got LSU, and it's been the exact opposite. They underperform. They don't look ready for big games a lot of times. They've had a couple of just bad games that they've had this year where they just laid an egg. $53 million, though, and this is something Broadus brought up the other day. This is going to start complicating more and more buyouts now that you're seeing NIL budgets expand and stuff like that. It's like teams are going to go, well, what do you want? Do you want the money? Boosters are saying, do you want the money to get this coach out of here because you screwed up and you hired him, or do you want money to get players? Because you're going to have to pick. Because if we're giving you $53 million to do this, we're not then going to give you a bunch of money to go hire a new coach and get NIL budgets.
It's going to be an interesting, because Brian Kelly at LSU is not a good fit. There's other guys out there that haven't been good fits. Luke Fickell doesn't appear to be a good fit at Wisconsin.
Lane at LSU.
Lane at LSU is a great fit. I think he's a better fit at LSU than Florida, because LSU is they got that brashness to them, right? They do. Florida, they're brash as well, but not like LSU's LSU's a party.
He can find all the Orgeron hotspots.
Yeah.
LSU is, in 7 games this season, the only game they've scored more than 24 points with Southeast Louisiana.
Wow.
And Nussmeier was a Heisman candidate heading into this season.
I have to finish with the most heartwarming story in college football. Despite being 21.5-point underdogs to the 22nd ranked team in the country, UAB, who just fired Trent Dilfer, upsets Memphis. Alex Mortensen.
Mort's kid.
Chris Mortensen's son, his first win in his first game as a head coach. Amazing.
It's fantastic.
That was awesome.
It was, Dilfer obviously was not ready for that job. Clearly not ready for that job. Taking FaceTiming on the sideline.
During a game?
So UAB played Tennessee a couple weeks ago, and he's on the sideline FaceTime, and he goes, check out this stadium. I know who he was talking to. Yeah, it's probably his kid, whatever. But that obviously didn't go well for them, but great win by UAB.
We did not get Jerry today, but we do have Nick Eatman again from DallasCowboys.com. We go inside the star on the home of America's team after this. Oh, but I can't wait to show y'all.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Beauty products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
First 214-817-3333 with Frank on Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frank on Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Charbonnet and an offset eye is the tailback. Darnold under center on second down. The handoff this time goes to Charbonnet, and he's going to get in. Touchdown, Seahawks! From 2 yards out, his second touchdown of the night.
Seahawks radio with the call. Seattle wins. Detroit's defense handles Baker and the Buccaneers. It was a Monday night doubleheader. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. You are giddy. What is going on in your life personally? You have been dancing all day long. You were giddy yesterday. Is it because your son's becoming this big-time football player? What is it?
Man, you know, he got we had a game last night. It was I don't think
Ton of people.
Ton of people at this game. It was a big-time game, man. Big-time
Just means
game.
more.
It just means more in Colleyville, Texas, I guess. There you go.
He, I made sure, since he's saying Julian can't get off press, I had to go dig in my Google Drive and find old college coaching clinics on how to release against press, and I had to send that to him. So Julian will watch it.
Yep. And he played the. There was a much bigger kid as the wideout. He played the screen pass really well last night. Really well.
Tommy Arish is out sick today, so we got our boy Nick Eatman back with us from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Are you surprised that Jerry's plane didn't have better cell reception?
Honestly, when y'all dumped it, I was like, I'm hearing them pretty good.
Don't say that.
No, I mean, honestly, early on when I was listening to it, I know it was an issue, but the last couple of questions, I thought he was kind of answering. Now, maybe he misunderstood the part about Washington having 3 receivers down, but like any front office guy, owner, coach, GM, everybody's going to be like, well, we had 3 guys down too, and look what we've been able to do. So maybe he was answering that way, but I thought y'all were going to be able. I thought I was going to be able to power through it, but it is.
He was excited too.
I mean,
he was excited too. I thought I was being a good teammate by ending it early. I think there's a chance that he could go on with KNC later today. So
we're looking out for everybody. We're trying to make sure you can
like
hear
Robin
the
Hood
answer.
over
We're sacrificing ourselves.
If that happens, then I'd like to hear him on Friday. Then trade. Y'all should trade then.
Yeah,
yeah, we should.
Corey did say if we could work that, he would be down.
Yeah, just tell Jerry, make it happen.
Change your schedule up 3 days in advance.
You do have Shotty on Friday mornings. You don't have me on Fridays anymore, which I'm a little salty about, or whatever.
Wow.
Oh, you come up with a trivia, and then maybe we can put you there. Nick Eatman, D&M Leasing Hotline right here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, you had already said you want the Cowboys to buy. It feels like our listeners are getting thirstier for them to buy. Are you getting that from DallasCowboys.com followers as well? And what are how far are they willing to go, Nick?
I think some, it's kind of like your show. I mean, there's some that are like, yeah, I don't really want to touch the first round pick. And then some that are like, if it works. Now nobody wants to be a renter with a first round pick. Obviously you wouldn't do that. But if there is somebody that makes sense, not just this year, but next year, maybe you get a jump on free agency or even the draft and say, hey, this guy would be better at this position than somebody we might be able to take, then yeah, do it. I mean, we go back to the Amari Cooper deal, but every time that was mentioned, even after the draft, it was the fact that Amari was 24 years old. And that's why they did it, because they knew they could get him for a few years. Now, in hindsight, did that work out? That's debatable. I mean, he had made a couple Pro Bowls, and so yeah, probably it did. But I think it's got to be somebody that makes sense a little bit past this year. if you're going to really kind of, use one of those first-round picks.
Need-wise, like position-wise, what would be your 1, 2, 3 if they were to do so? Pass rush.
Pass rush.
Well, did you not hear Jerry last week and Schottenheimer? It was as deep as they've ever been. Like Charles Haley, Tony Tolbert, Leon Led who?
I think maybe that was also a bad connection too. No, it's pass rush. I'm sorry, it's pass rush always. And they're doing the best they can. They are blitzing some. I get it, but you've got to just be more consistent there. It's got to be somebody that you're afraid of on defense, somebody that you're looking at, point to, and go, let's make sure and chip this guy. I mean, has anybody been chipped this year? I mean, seriously, that's the thing. I mean, and they miss that dude over there. There's no doubt about it. And if anybody saw the highlights of the game against Arizona, that was just sick. When he turned it on and did, and that's what they need. They need that guy. They need a guy like that can just make plays. And I'm not saying Clowney will be that, but it was good to kind of see him, play his best game for sure. The other day.
Nick, I want to ask you. I wanted to ask Jerry about their trade philosophy. It's always bugged us, and I don't understand why they always say that someone has to call them. Can you delve into that? It's been something he said for years. They seem to believe in it. Do you think maybe he overblows it a little bit? Like if the Cowboys are going to pull off a trade, their phone has to ring. Why?
I don't know. I have a hard time thinking that is the case. That might be Jerry's way of kind of, talking through the media a little bit to someone else, like, hey, call us. But I have a hard time thinking that. I mean, how many trades were made this year? 4, 5? I mean, I think I can count 5 trades already this calendar year. Elam, Murray, Milton, Pickens, Micah. I might be missing one, but I mean, I have a hard time thinking that they always just fielded all those calls.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it's a two-way street probably. And I think, I think that the reason though that you say that is because if you're the one, that asks, if you're the one that asks for the trade, then you're probably expected to pay more. You know what I mean? Like if you invite people over to your house, I mean, you would imagine that you're the one that's going to pay for the food. I mean, that's the thing. It's your party.
Yeah.
You called us.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of why I think they try to not to go that route. But I'm sure it's a two-way street.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, Nick, so we got some positive updates. It sounded like yesterday, Steven confirming that Overshown, his practice window is opening up. Then there's been some reports, some discussion about Savone Ravel potentially getting going soon as well. Is that something that we're putting? We've talked about this. Is there just too much pressure being put on Overshown, or is he, you think, ready to come back and contribute in a meaningful way?
I think he can come back and contribute. I mean, I was asked the question a couple times, do you think they're rushing him back? And I'm like, I don't believe the Cowboys rush anybody back. I just don't think they would do that. I think that if he can come back, this is what this 20-day window is supposed to be. Like, let's let him practice. Let's let him really, try to cut and react and on this leg that, without the trainer saying, all right, do this and that. I mean, that's what football is, right? Read and react and cut and all that stuff. That's what I think the 21-day window is supposed to be. And so that's what I think we'll see from him. And, we'll see what happens with him and Revel. Now, Revel hasn't played football, since week 3 of last year at East Carolina. Yeah. So if there's anybody that needs a window to practice, it'd be him. So I just think these are two young players that the Cowboys have a lot of hope for, and they're going to be smart about it. But trust me, and this isn't just lip service. I mean, the Cowboys are really any team. They're not rushing any player back that's not ready to go play football.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline right here on 105.3 The Fan. Nicholas, thank you for stepping in for Tommy. We appreciate you.
All right, this isn't a trade. I just picked up the shift. I'll be here tomorrow too. I just let him know. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey, we will see you tomorrow. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
You are appreciated. Appreciated. We will finish up Ask Reddit with the KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40 today. Of course, we talked to you about the Monday night doubleheader, and you also had the Toronto Blue Jays advancing to the World Series. NBA season kicks off tonight. No LeBron for the Lakers. But did you see Russell Westbrook eviscerate him?
Did. The newest Sacramento King, right?
Yeah. That's where he's ended up after nobody else wanted old Russ.
You asked an interesting Westbrook question. Do you remember it, though?
It may have been a while ago, right?
It was last week.
He is the blank of the NBA. Right? He's an all-time great.
Yep.
Without being an all-time great.
Yeah. Is he Melo-esque?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I'm trying to think of another sport where it's like an easy parallel.
Chris Paul? I mean, he's Chris Paul, right?
No, I think Chris Paul is more respected.
Oh, he's definitely more respected.
Yeah. So Chris Paul's higher up.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree.
I'm trying to think of like who's just been said, because to me, I think of Westbrook as like he was so ridiculous. You know what he's kind of like at this point for me, and maybe this is a poor comparison. He's a little Odell Beckham like, where it's like he was so good early, and everybody was just kind of like. But then by the end of it, you're like, are we just hanging out here? Like, who really wants Odell?
He's both a little overrated and a little underrated at the same time.
Well, yesterday, some thoughts of Westbrook, allegedly from him, came out from The Ringer. I'm going to read each feeling towards LeBron, and y'all tell me if you believe or... Chop, you got to help me.
Believe or relieve.
Doesn't make any sense.
Relieve yourself.
Westbrook reportedly grew tired of LeBron's fake behavior during his time in L.A. I hate that fake S. I just can't do it. LeBron quietly pushed for a reunion with Kyrie, a move that would have required trading Westbrook despite publicly denying it. Do you believe or not?
I believe, and if he's upset about the idea of you were going to trade me for Kyrie, then he's an idiot.
LeBron often said let Russ be Russ in interviews, but didn't actually support him behind the scenes.
LeBron,
I can see that.
I can see, yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
and that may just, that could be being a good teammate. During a Lakers team event where Will Smith came to speak, LeBron and AD suddenly walked out before he arrived. Minutes later, they returned, acting overly friendly. LeBron dominated the talk, asking questions and quoting movie lines. Westbrook, watching in disbelief, told a teammate afterward, I hate that fake S. I just can't do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm not understanding what the problem is with this. Why is Westbrook in disbelief?
I guess that he left the practice and then he came back. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't he?
I mean, I the only thing I can think is this sounds like Russ having an overinflated view of himself at this point and thinking he's due some treatment that he's not.
And then finally, and I know that you already believe this, Westbrook saw multiple examples of LeBron misrepresenting himself, like claiming The Godfather was his favorite movie, but not knowing a single line, carrying the autobiography of Malcolm X to interviews without being able to discuss it, and even saying he predicted Kobe's 81-point game. Those moments made Russ view LeBron as inauthentic.
I predicted the 81-point game. It's like, oh, he's going to score 81 tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But just picturing Russ like being like, he's never read The Godfather. He's never watched The Godfather. No way. Like, that was what was killing him.
Let's finish up Ask Reddit with the KNC Masterpiece. Crosstalk is next.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens. No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Has Jerry Jones rescheduled with the KNC Masterpiece?
Not as far as I know yet. Probably because we couldn't get in contact because he's on the plane.
No.
Well, his assistant is working on that. His plane should be landing in the 10 o'clock hour.
Are you embarrassed?
And we're being told that might be the time where we have the interview. So
What do you want us to ask him?
We'll see.
I don't care.
Oh, we didn't make it happen.
As the Jerry Jones show of record, we will do our best.
Yep. Well, Bobby said he's going to stay in here no
I'm
matter
co-opting your interview.
No matter how long it takes.
That's not a real oh great from
no
him, I can
matter
tell.
when he comes
I
on,
like having you
even if
around.
it's 1 p.m. or 1:30, Bobby says he's going to stay.
So I'm shoehorning my way in here.
We have Jason Kidd on the show today, too.
I will skip that
Also,
interview.
At 1:20 today, we will talk less wrestling and more food with Braun Strowman.
What food?
The Sausage King of Chicago.
Everything on the menu.
Is Abe Froman.
Oh, Abe Froman, right.
Everything on the menu.
He's got a new show coming out on Friday on USA. He used to be a wrestler. He's like 7 feet tall.
But what's the food reference?
He has a podcast called Everything on the Menu.
Oh.
You think his real name is Braun Strowman?
No, it's not.
Okay.
What percentage of wrestlers?
I don't know what his
Kevin
real-
Nash.
Do you think have
Kevin
a real-
Nash.
real name?
That's his real name.
His real name is Adam Joseph Schur.
Oh.
That's why I said Mr. Schur.
Let's finish up Ask Reddit with the fellas right now.
All right, let's do it here. Ask Reddit. We ran through a number of these already at 7:40, as we do every Tuesday, and we're going to kick them around here in Crosstalk now. Corey Majors, if you heard the news that, quote, a well-known celebrity has been outed as a serial killer, who are you immediately thinking it is?
Reese Witherspoon.
Whoa!
I can see that. Do you know who I am?
Why, Corey?
She's got that look.
And she's very entitled.
What would the see? Now you got to come up with an alternate headline. Like, what would the New York Post write? Illegally blonde?
What about Reese's in Pieces?
Oh!
And to find out.
No.
Yeah,
Reese,
especially if she was like a hacksaw type of murder. Yeah.
Reese ate the person with her spoon.
Man, that is
Reese murderer.
We're
with
really
her
stretching
knife.
you lately.
Yeah.
What was her biggest movie?
Sweet Home Alabama.
Yeah,
Legally Blonde.
Legally Blonde. Okay.
Was she in
Cruel Intentions? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cruel
That was
Intentions.
first, that was first date movie with me and Adrian.
Oh, really? I think it's
Hey, Choppy, what did Sarah Michelle Gellar offer up in that movie?
I know. To sleep with Ryan Phillippe, who was her brother in the movie.
I do believe
But
it
what
was.
specifically did she offer up?
Oh, yeah.
The goods?
Anything.
Yeah.
Everything.
I'll say Dax Shepard after that story you sent yesterday.
This was so Kristen Bell, not Kristen Belt.
Nope.
But Kristen Bell and Dax have been married.
I can't believe you knew his wife's name.
Yes. So they're getting dragged for the kind of relationship that they have. So she wrote in the post, which has been disabled. She disabled the comments.
Disabled.
She said, "Happy 12th wedding anniversary to the man who once said to me, I would never kill you. A lot of men would have killed their wives at a certain point. Even though I'm heavily incentivized to kill you, I never would."
Because of insurance policies?
Probably because of insurance. But now she got dragged for this, and everybody is saying...
This is Domestic Violence Month.
Kristen Bell thinking it's okay to post this to her 16 million followers during Domestic Abuse Awareness Month when a girl is woman or killed by a man known to them every 10 minutes. You know, others are, flaming her for the caption, saying no one is actually judging how he actually said this to her.
Oh, my gosh.
So my response to this is like, don't have an opinion on how couples joke around with each other.
True.
That's my take.
I agree.
Never be enough, Choppy.
Huh?
Whatever people say, they'll always come for you.
I know.
Never be enough.
Yeah, I got jumped for Trayvon Diggs yesterday.
What did you say about Trayvon?
That they should be done with him.
Oh, and people were really mad about it?
Like oddly mad about it.
Oh.
But I got to figure out a way to...
Weird for that.
And I don't do this. Good job, Corey. I don't do this on social media, but to gather up everyone who threw out their insult and my retort back at them later on in the season.
Yeah.
I don't feel like going through all that, though. There's got to be an easier way to collect your enemies. There should be an Elon.
Oh,
Should
could
be.
have asked
Elon's
Nixon.
got to come up with something like that.
Hagelin, who, if you were in the news, a well-known
Tom
celebrity.
Cruise.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Think about
There's
it.
an obvious answer here.
Him
He's
and
with-
Leo DiCaprio.
He's with a shady religion. Every single one of his marriages ended when the lady was 33. So there obviously seems like there could have been some sort of contract situation. Have you ever heard him go insane on the Mission Impossible set about how he was saving the film industry?
Yes. It's Army Hammer.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, his family's built for
I
it.
don't feel like he's that well-known a celebrity except for
He's the
that.
Winklevoss twin.
For
The
that.
Winklevi?
He played two people in one movie.
What about Sean Penn?
You know, his family
Sean
history,
Penn's
though.
too much of a pacifist.
Yeah, he would pretend to do it, like when he
He'd
was
be like,
pretending
"I
to do
don't-
work and then just left.
I don't think any life should be taken. Like, that would be him. No, for me, it's just a vibe off him. Jim Parsons.
Sheldon?
Is that
Sheldon.
okay?
Come on.
Angelina.
Oh, yeah. You could get a...
She
I
wears
think it's-
blood.
She would
Yes.
absolutely do that.
Well, I mean, they could be like the Bonnie and Clyde, her and Billy Bob back in the day.
yeah.
You just mentioned
Metro
about
play.
couples and judging the way couples joke with each other. Kevin Hagelin, what are secrets of married couples that they don't tell anyone?
I actually think that headline is a great example of it. I think they say really twisted stuff to one another that you would never want anybody else to know.
Sure. I think in general, it's the extent and the ugliness and how low you would go in it, like when things are turning into a fight. Like just you don't. I don't think you want somebody to know, like, well, and then I said this. Like, you'll always, if you're retelling the story of a fight, you're gonna be like, yeah, then I mean, it just escalated and it got crazy.
We have a developing situation here.
Jerry Jones?
Jerry Jones will join us right now here on the... No, it's KNC 10 o'clock hour. Yeah, KNC 10 o'clock hour, Jerry Jones and Jason Kidd.
Wow.
Jason
What
Kidd's
if they
the
call-
11 hour.
What if they called at the same time?
Oh man,
Who would you take?
I'd connect them with one another.
You would just
Then
punch
you
up the
can-
calls and lay
Ask
out.
Jerry if he knows who he's talking to.
Then you can add then the ticket can write another promo about it.
What's their newest promo?
I think the newest one was, oh my God, they interviewed Jerry Jones on the home of the Rangers, over the Schumacher press conference. Even though you guys interviewed,
we had him
Schumacher.
on like an hour later,
Yeah.
just us.
I think Catlin must have found that on a message board, an idea for it.
Okay,
under
fine.
his
Here,
secret.
I'll write their next promo. All right.
Under a
Hey,
secret undercover
don't
name.
listen to the fan. Listen to their show 3 days later on the ticket. There you go. There's your next promo. Want to hear a 35-minute segment about a jam band concert from 1974? Listen to the ticket.
Has everybody exhausted their answer for the things that couples?
No. Look, any couple you see, they might look happy. This is a secret. Nobody knows this. Every single couple is absolutely sick of each other.
Already?
Wow.
You just got married.
I'm not saying me.
You just said every couple.
Okay, after a while, everybody gets sick. Every couple that you see, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, you're absolutely sick of your spouse.
Oh,
You
hey.
still love them.
There's another promo. Don't look into when one of our hosts started with their wife. Was she underage?
Whoa!
I don't think.
Whoa!
I'm losing my train of thought. I don't think that in general, like I don't think every couple hates each other. I think every couple has moments throughout the day where they're like, "This is my least favorite individual on the face of the planet." Like they have moments where
that.
How could they not be?
I think those moments crop up, but that's not. But I don't think everybody just does a default. Is like my general standing with my spouse. We don't like each other.
Absolutely not.
I don't think that's the thing. All right, if the internet suddenly disappeared tomorrow and never came back, what's the first thing you'd miss?
The ability to watch games on my phone.
Me, it's prepping for this show and having to go buy stuff off of
newspaper?
newsstands. Yeah.
I've watched one Tennessee game at home this year. I've watched 2 Cowboy games at home this year. Everything else has been on my phone at youth baseball or at something.
Does it suck?
It's distracting.
Like, how much worse is it? Like, I don't want to watch a game I have to talk about in the stadium. So how is it TV versus your phone?
Well, Cowboy game, I give myself the actual computer.
Okay.
Bigger screen, a little bit bigger screen. Tennessee's on the phone. It's not any worse. I mean, people kind of generally leave me alone when I'm doing it, or they're huddled behind me watching on the computer. Like last week we had 2 weeks ago, all the kids for the next team's baseball. They were waiting for our game to end. They're all in the stands watching over my shoulder the game.
10-20 for Jerry Jones.
Look at that. You're welcome.
I have a text right there that asked the question.
I already replied.
What do you what do you mean you're welcome?
The question.
Are you saying? Are you
I was
supposed
just
to be
telling
saying
America.
thank you to
I was
us?
saying welcome to America.
He screwed you guys over right there.
Well, how long do you think we would have had to go with Jerry to where he would not have come on your show? If we would have dragged that out for 15 minutes, I think he wouldn't hop on.
After a victory like that, though, he may have just been like,
That's right.
I'm coming
He
back,
might
sure.
hop on every show after a
That's
game,
right.
game like that.
All right, you got one more? Keep your headphones on.
Yeah, we can hit one more. What ages a person really quickly?
Children.
Yes. Yes.
Drugs and alcohol.
I feel like children slows things down.
You got a lot of gray in your beard for no drugs or alcohol.
That's what you think.
But your arm has a lot of holes in
Are you
it.
saying you dye your beard? Is that,
Dye gray?
Nope.
In general, it's, I think, a lack of sleep, which can be children
Lack
or
of
stress,
sleep,
or that lack of sleep in
stress.
general, I think, will age people.
It's the sun, alcohol, tobacco.
But
hating your significant
that's
other.
if you
They
tan a lot, right? Not just going outside.
They-
The sun.
Not like they say, not exercising will, not stretching,
see,
not
that's
stretching
me.
will too.
Stretch, yeah.
Gotta stretch.
All right, let's let the fellows take over a loaded show with Jerry Jones at 10:20, Jason Kidd after practice, 11:30 to noon. It's the KNC Masterpiece with Bobby on 105.3 The Fan. There go your ratings.
The more time.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. You have the famous Alec Medford and the ratings juggernaut that is Bobby Belt. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm happy that Roberto Bobbert Belt is with us right now.
I'm great. I'm glad we're out of summer. As Corey was just explaining how difficult that can be for a lot of people.
Ice cream and shark attacks.
Yep.
Very difficult.
Okay.
Very conflicted emotions. Yeah, because it's like you're getting ice cream, but then you're still getting bit by a shark.
Deal with the sharks.
I don't know what's happening already. We have a big show planned for you, Jason Kidd. Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, we got Jerry Jones at 10.
I was not prepared for this.
Well, be prepared because it's happening.
You're right. Scar told us that in The Lion King. Be prepared.
Is that the worst song in The Lion King?
It is the worst song in The Lion King, that's for sure.
I don't remember that song in The Lion King. Be prepared?
Yeah, go look it up.
What's the best song in The Lion King?
Just Can't Wait to Be King.
Circle of Life.
Ooh. Oh, Circle of Life's very good. Can you feel the love tonight? Because you saw there was some definite chemistry between those two lions.
Okay. Now, we can talk about that more if you want to go and send in your votes for best and worst song from The Lion King. I am here for that. But also, the Cowboys offense looks great, but how can it be even better? Gentlemen, let's open the floor because Steven said that to us yesterday. Dak has talked about it. You've heard it again and again and again. How or do you think the Cowboys offense can be even better?
Was there audio for this playing? Okay. I think, Kevin, that it can be better. I think it's the best and most exciting offense in the league right now. The one thing that I think can be better is your offensive line can advance more. Tyler Guyton can get better still. I think that Booker's still growing at the position, but he's doing well. Brock Hoffman has been very serviceable at the center position, considering what we were expecting there. And so I think if the offensive line can continue to grow, this thing can be even more dominant running the ball and give Dak even more time in the pocket, which could be very dangerous for the rest of the league.
Now, Bobby, I do want your opinion, but I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Stephen Jones to get his opinion as well.
Yeah, well, we hadn't had our meetings, but I know there were a couple drives there late in the second quarter, where we shot ourselves in the foot with holding penalties and, penalties that set you back, and they're hard to overcome. And so you can start with things like that, and then there's just the overall general play. And, we'll see more about it as we move forward. But there's no question in my mind we can play even better on the offensive side of the ball.
Now, I want to focus on the drive that he was talking about in the second quarter. You had a holding penalty against Tolbert. You had a false start against Blue. Then you had a drive in the fourth quarter. You had scored on 3 straight drives. If you want to count the pick six, then let's just say 4 straight drives. But you had a holding penalty from Booker. Both of those led to punts. So I think, and I know you're not going to go penalty free. I think we all understand that. Sure. But penalties is what immediately jumps to mind as one of the issues that could make this Cowboys offense even better.
Yeah, if you want to talk about like just absolutely maxing out their capabilities, then the room for improvement that they still have is they could be a better pass blocking unit.
Okay.
They do allow too much pressure at times. Dak
Do you think they've been significantly better run blocking than on the offensive line? Okay.
Yes, I do. They've done enough. Dak has done enough and is playing at a high enough level that he's evading pressure and knowing how to kind of subtly work things to his favor, even in the face of pressure. So they get that aspect. But if you're just talking about the ability to stand back there, get a clean look, load up, and push the ball down the field to the weapons that they have, pass protection would help it. Penalties would help it. Improving those penalties, obviously. And then if you could get something out of Jaden Blue as a change of pace back and add a different dimension to just the physicality of Javonte Williams, and you could start getting him to perform in the slot as a guy who was asked to do a lot of receiving at Texas, then yeah, I think that those sort of areas, which are very small, I think even without those right now, Dallas is arguably the best offense in football. So if you can clean those up, now you're talking about it's really, really difficult to stop them on any drive.
I like what he said about Blue because Mickey's talked about this many times. Like when you get this much speed on the field, Turpin, him, Pickens, CD, and then you have Ferguson included in it, who do you cover? Who do you choose to cover? And I think one of the other things that will develop over the season, now that George Pickens is the threat downfield, like now that that's happened, remember when we saw the tush push and then everybody's like, okay, the tush push is coming. And then they throw the pitch out to Barkley and you're like, hold on. When you start building plays off of that, okay, we've cleared this space. What else can we add that will fill that space? Or where else on the field does that help us? When you start having some other schemes and other things that come off of those plays, the things you're already good at, that's when you've stacked on top of what you've built.
Yeah, and you saw that on the play that was referenced there, which was the Tolbert hold.
Yep.
Tolbert holds and he negates a 12-yard pickup from Jaden Blue on a toss sweep, which kind of, it's like, all right, here's his first real play that he's made since he's been in here. Now you're nullifying it. I mean, honestly, that's another area where you could probably improve. Ryan Flanoy to me should be the guy, or it should be a Ryan Flanoy, Kevontae Turpin kind of mix that's taking the place of anything that you're getting from Jalen Tolbert at this point.
I agree with that.
And I bet there are a lot of other people in the fan base that agree with that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the other thing, and I want to go to Dak. I know he always talks about like the standard that he has for himself and for the offense, but one of the things that got brought up to him was the number of touchdowns versus the number of interceptions, which is obviously 0 in the last 4 games. And he goes, probably the interceptions. I couldn't even have told you how many touchdowns it was, but I could tell you that I hadn't thrown an interception. So trying to be smart with it, but not hesitant or scared or cautious at the same time. Because I think that's what a lot of people, I think we have to go way back. I think that's what a lot of us felt in 2017 after he had an amazing rookie season, that he was very cautious in 2017. Now, part of that was probably Zeke not being there, but balancing aggressiveness versus not being too passive, but not being reckless with the ball. I love that he's like, oh yeah, I could have told you no interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's like thinking touchdowns are great, but we can't turn the ball over either.
One of the things that I've really liked more about him is one of his biggest knocks was stagnant receivers, is where he's best. Whenever they are, he doesn't anticipate well. I'm seeing a lot of him being able to see things further beyond the play, and that's able to help pick up extra yards. I mean, that CeeDee Lamb touchdown was spectacular too. But like, because of these receivers, the trust that he's putting in them, he trusts the routes, he trusts the timing of it. There are times when you're just like, that was it the Pickens throw? He wasn't even, he was 3 steps and threw it.
Yeah.
And then he's like, he's there. I'm just going to trust that he's going to get it, and the timing's going to be there, and Pickens turns his head at the exact right time.
Yeah, and if you want to talk another nitpicky aspect that could make them more dangerous, they've missed on 5 or 6 seam throws to the tight ends this year. They hit one to Ferguson in Carolina, but that was the first one they'd hit in weeks, and that's one of Dak's favorite throws that he makes. And so the fact that they haven't synced up on that consistently enough, that's another aspect of this, that when they've missed on those, that has led to field goals or punts.
Now, I do have some good news, and I figured this thought was going to come in. For the 940, offense at home hasn't been a problem under Dak the last 3 years. It's on the road where we average over 2 TDs less a game. So let's look at the trend for this season. You go back to the Eagles and the Bears game, surely problematic. But your last 2 road games, you scored a total of 64 points. So you're averaging 32 points per game there. You scored 40 plus in all of your other home games. So it does at least feel like you're moving in the right direction if you want to say that was a matter of opponent. At this point, I don't think the Panthers look terribly different than the Bears. So I'm not going to say just because of that. Obviously, the Eagles are better than the Jets, but you have moved a step in the right direction for that.
Yeah, and I would still say I think the Eagles game is not a great example to me of the offense struggling. Like, the offense came out, punched Philly in the mouth, scored on the first drive, moved the ball really effectively in the first half, stalled out a little bit in the second, but a lot of what you saw there was it's the very first week of Dak and Pickens in like live action, and they're still trying to figure some things out. There were a couple drops that occurred on that. You felt like you there was a pressure, I think, to got to score every drive because it felt like Philly was going to.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I mean, I think that there were some dynamics there that existed in the first week that, even given the context, I think was a good offensive performance against Philadelphia.
Now, you just mentioned the drops. Obviously, CD in the Philly game, but there were some other ones. Jake Ferguson dropped a touchdown pass before he got lit up. He had already dropped the ball. And then George Pickens on Sunday, he dropped what should have been a touchdown and what I thought was a weak pass interference call. Now, they ended up scoring a touchdown anyway.
And I needed that Javonte Williams touchdown.
Okay, for your fantasy team.
Yeah.
But there have been some already clutch drops for the Cowboys, and I think that getting rid of that would help as well.
You want me to help you in another place to get better?
Yes.
Let's not see Schoonmaker on the field anymore.
Because he missed that block.
I'll take Brevin.
He didn't even miss the block. He got it. He just got run out.
Was that a bad setup?
Yeah, he doesn't need to be blocking that person.
I don't love a design that says Luke Schoonmaker blocked Daron Payne.
I agree.
When we're backed up against the end zone. So
I completely
I don't
agree.
love that, but
he's not. I would take Span Ford over him.
I swear to God, I don't know that I've ever seen Luke Schoonmaker make a contested catch, and that's not me joking. Like I'm serious. If
he
there's
struggles
somebody
to make open catches.
If there's somebody on him, it doesn't matter how much you put the ball on his hands. And I liked Schoonmaker when he was coming out. I thought Schoonmaker had a lot of upside as a pass catcher.
What happened?
He's not hit it. It was all projection. It was like Mozzie, where you were looking at the Michigan offense and you said, all right, Michigan is a certain style of offense that doesn't display this, but we think we see the context clues of the way he plays and the way he moves that says he's going to be able to become this. And I thought it was there. And so I didn't think they were wrong for being high on him. It's just, I've been wrong and they've been wrong. And it's not clicked into place.
Now, the Cowboys are first in yards per game. Great. Third in points per game so far this season. Do you think they can be in a position where they're not only first in both, because clearly that's achievable, but first in both by like a decent margin, where there is no question that you have the best offense in the NFL?
Keep putting up points like you do at home, and yes, like that's just keep that consistent, and then find a way on the road to kind of have this a similar quality about yourself. But yeah, what they're doing at home is special.
Is there a number of points on the road? I realize as we move on week
80.
by week, it will depend. But we had joked about you're probably going to need to, maybe not really joking, score 40 points a game. Is there a number on the road that you're like, hey, if you fall below 24, I see a whole bunch of losses piling up?
Yeah, it's the problem is they play so much faster at AT&T. It's something about the turf, I think, for them that they're able to play their game a little bit more.
And now they're second in points per game. My mistake.
And so they are. I think for them, it's just a matter of if you look at what the defense is for you right now, I need to know they're going to score 28 minimum to feel like, with the way the defense is right now, that they're going to consistently be in games.
Is that sound about like where your number is?
35.
Okay.
Why not? You scared?
Yes, I am scared that our offense cannot score 35 points in every single game. Now, I would love for them to get to that point, but I'm a little scared of that.
This kind of sounds like you thinking that most teams can't go undefeated in all sports.
I need to look. I think it's
this one they could.
From November of 2019 until today, it's Dak at home, which obviously we're talking about home versus road, but still at home. I think the Cowboys are averaging 37 points a game since 2019 when he starts.
Wow.
Last year may have dropped it down some, but they've scored 40 every game this year, so I think it's pushed it back up a little.
They didn't score 40 this week. Defense scored 7.
That's true. That is true. So
38.
You do have that limitation there. But I think that if you look at the way that they perform at home consistently when Dak is there and the clear chemistry he's got with Schottenheimer, to me, I don't think they're just it's not an Amari Cooper night and day home and road split for them. I think, and remember, a lot of that was spent with Amari Cooper inside this offense. I think they can still put up points on the road.
Now, right now, the team is averaging 31.7 points per game. So I'm just going to go ahead and say 32. Do you think by the time we get to the end of the year, and I'm not saying nothing about the record, this team can average 32 points a game?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that I don't think Schottenheimer's going to stall out on.
And you answered that really quickly.
Yeah.
So.
Again, Dak's confidence right now is just growing. He came in this season with a swagger. I love it. He's learning more about Pickens too, and then they just added CeeDee Lamb back to this thing. So how much more, like, where the balance of it? I don't think the balance is going to really be a problem for him because he's just finding open receiver and throwing to him. So I think this team definitely can keep it up because I think Schottenheimer is not going to stall out on developing more to go in it. He's not going to just say, "This is my offense," and that's it. He's going to add more to it as they go along, and I think the defense is going to get better and set them up for better positions as well.
Yeah, I mean, I anticipate they're going to end the season 34 roughly points per game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which means they're in the playoffs or no?
Tell me in the next 2 weeks what they do to make this team better.
The defensive side of the ball is going to factor that, Kevin. Like, you can score all the points. We've seen it. Like, it creates a tie. So we've seen it happen, and I'm with Bobby on that too.
So you're calling 7-7-3?
I'm with Bobby on that too. And I know I asked this question ridiculously, and we might have to ask it at another time.
Okay. Now I don't even know what the question is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has raised.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when we used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You got me. You got Corey. Bobby has stuck around to get into this. We're going to talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones in just a minute. But in the meantime, I've already seen people start to text in. We can go through. Nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. So share those triumphs and tumbles, and we will get to them. 877-881-1053. But right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It's time for Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones. Good morning again, sir.
Well, good morning, and I kind of like this. On early, come back, have a little coffee, come on back on. Go by Virginia. Now I'm downtown Manhattan and headed over to a hotel where we're having our meeting. But as I said earlier today, it's fun to high step in New York when you have a game like we had last weekend.
I have no doubt about that. Thank goodness the league meetings were not last week. Is there anything in particular on the agenda that you're most fascinated by or that you can tell us about for the league meetings?
Well, I think that this time of year, this is a scheduled time of the year meeting, but I know firsthand they're going to have some probably as impressive or the most impressive viewership information that they're going to be going over in one of the committees that I'm involved in here. And it really is probably the most impressive viewership that I've seen. And so that's always on the agenda up here as well. And we'll discuss some labor, which is your players, that type of things at this time, but it's basically a really a kind of a state of the times we're in here for this first quarter.
I know there was a lot of discussion before the season started that the NFL felt like perhaps Nielsen was not correctly gauging the audiences for these games. How much has a different Nielsen system helped out, hopefully getting a better count on how many people are watching NFL games?
Well, we're up considerably. I don't have the exact percentage, but we're up double digits. And the best that I've seen is the measuring may have impacted that figure, the increase by as much as 5%. That's of the increase. So that might not be but a small percent of the total. So it certainly adds to it. It's a more efficient way, and it should very much be accounted for because we have so much of our fan base that watch it in areas where most of fans watch it, such as restaurants, bars, things like that. So, but the reflection in the increases is really a very sound, just more eyeballs watching the games.
Jerry, back to that victory over Washington on Sunday. After the game, Kyer Elam said that Matt Eberflus allowed them to do what they do best in man coverage, and we've all seen the numbers on how much was played there. How much trust did Eberflus gain in those players, and also how much trust did the players gain in him?
Well, that's a strong word, but it's real. It's very real. You certainly want to believe as a team, whether it's the coach or the players, that your scheme, what you're doing, is sound and not have flaws in it or holes in it. But so success is very important. But they'd be the quickest people, the players, to tell you that a bigger part of why we played some good defense was because we did what we were supposed to do in the system. We were in our spot that we were supposed to be in. That is a natural progression. The football's so repetitive on how you play it well. And so you're seeing us perform the scheme when we're playing the scheme. You're seeing us perform that scheme better, and we're in our right lanes. You do that, plus that allows you to mix it up more. The way Washington brought the offense on the field, it allowed us to be a little more comfortable in man than we had been maybe against some of the other teams. Bottom line, it's an evolving process of how this team, which also gives you a little different look each week because of injury and who's next up. All of that is a work in progress. But boy, was I pleased with how not just the score, but I was pleased with how well we played.
Yeah, one of those guys that played exceptionally. I think he really stood out, and it was nice to see that was Deron Bland. How excited were you to see him do that? And is the pick six the most exciting play in all of sports?
Well, I'll tell you, it just when it happens, it's just like something reached out from heaven and kind of patted you on the back. But no, excited for him. Of course, that's how he made All-Pro. Was setting the record almost on the interception. He can intercept the ball, and we've got a good opportunity here with our personnel to get better and have more of those, and they'll win the games. Those turnovers. What's amazing is we haven't turned the ball over in 4 games, and yet we've gotten one last week against Washington, and we got one the week before against Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
That a lot of times the difference in the games, the win in the game, is that turnover.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, we talked about Deron Bland there. You were without your other starting cornerback last week, Trayvon Diggs, after he had popped up on the injury report Friday with a concussion. It's obviously been kind of a muddied situation for everybody kind of viewing it, but were you satisfied ultimately with Trayvon Diggs' explanation to you of what happened and led to the concussion?
Yes, and I am. And there's no reason to dwell on any more here. And so it's what it is. And consequently, what we did see is we played pretty well out there. And so I don't know the status of Diggs as we move forward, but I feel better about being able to play if we don't have him out there.
Jerry, you mentioned, though, and not to dwell on that specific issue then, but, there was some frustration with Trayvon Diggs' rehab a couple years ago. There was some discussion this offseason about how much he was in the building. Have you gotten to a point at this point where you feel like you've lost any trust in Trayvon Diggs?
Oh, we're using that word trust a lot.
Yes, sir.
And maybe it's an appropriate word. But at the end of the day, it's a pretty physical situation. You've got to physically be able to perform, and that's important. Diggs has not been there to really get the job done. Apart from anything about the scheme or mental, you've got to be physically, or you have a limitation. And so the combination of things, I'm sure he'd be the first to tell you, has impacted him this year.
Jerry, I've made this proclamation a couple of different times this week already. I feel like this is the most exciting offense in the NFL. Do you feel like it is the most exciting offense, or you still think there's more room to grow and develop there?
Well, I think both of those answers could be together. There is more room to go. And yes, I think it's one of the, you could also say by degree, how exciting is it? It's very exciting. What I'm real excited about also is that that's exactly what we thought that Brian would bring to the table as we looked forward to this year, when Brian was just thinking, or we were just thinking, of his role as offensive coordinator and calling the plays. And the kinds of things that he wanted to do that would help Dak, help us be more productive offense, you're seeing that. Now, that is a great feeling to see that come to pass. Now, what is amazing is that this first-year coach, Brian Schottenheimer, also not only called the plays, but oversaw the putting in with some great help that he's got with his offensive coordinators. But he not only called the plays, but he also spent part of the week in that defensive side of the ball going over ways that could improve and talking not only with coaches and players. To me, last week was about as good a coaching job as I've been around, and I don't know when, the head coach.
Jerry, your offense is clicking really, really well. You've got a lot of faith in your coaching staff. You feel like you've started to see some improvement from the defense. We know the trade deadline is coming up here in a couple weeks. What do you have to see from your team over the next 2 weeks to change your position from maybe just we're open for business to we need to go get someone to put this team over the top?
I don't know that to actually affect a trade, that what we see over the next few weeks is the most important ingredient as to how there might be a trade. They'll probably, if there were a trade, it will be because it fits us. It fits us. And to fit, it's got to be a reason why the player would leave that we're interested in going forward with, and it would have to fit us in terms of our plans on our roster, the financial, everything that goes with that. And so you don't just because we played well and all of a sudden everybody thinks, boy, you're in the hunt. So it's time to go out and gather up all of this talent that's waiting around out here on the trees to add to it now that we feel good that we can be more competitive. That's not realistic. What's realistic is that if we do see an opportunity, we are in as good a shape as we've been in years with picks, with financial, with our cap. We're in as good a shape we've ever been if we see a way to improve our team with a player that makes sense today, this year, next year, to entertain it and look at it.
But Jerry,
we do that every day. We do that every day.
At this moment, do you see or you don't see the potential of trading away another player?
Well, I don't. When you say see the potential, I assume you're asking what degree of potential.
Yeah.
And candidly, I don't necessarily see a high degree there, but I don't want to preclude it from happening. We should be constantly, and believe you me, we are, all the time looking, communicating with possibilities to get better with our roster or to address soft spots in the roster. What you really need to ask the question is, did the win Sunday cause us to think more that we're more likely to trade or get a trade today than if we'd lost? Isn't that a good way to catch that question?
Yep.
So
And
what's the answer?
No. The answer is no.
So,
no.
When you have
Sunday didn't affect that.
When you have the league meetings, do discussions about potential player movements happen a lot there? Or do you guys normally just focus on, hey, let's discuss league issues, not so much like team personnel potential issues?
You discuss any and everything. The league, of course, league issues are there, but you can very easily, at any level, especially if you've got some owners involved in the meeting, and this is an owners meeting, and you'll have some executives that are a part of it. It's not uncommon at all to talk about a player or what if, toss it out there. Not at all.
Jerry, Jerry Jones joined us here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, there were a lot of people, obviously, the Pittsburgh and George Pickens match didn't really fit, and they decided that it was time to move on from him. Why do you think you guys have had such a different, more positive experience with George Pickens here in Dallas?
Well, I will give a lot of credit to Brian Schottenheimer. I'll give a lot of credit to Dak Prescott, and I'll give a lot of credit to George Pickens because he's come in here with a can-do frame of mind about being a part of a team. He's coming in about how he can complement what we do, not just complementary football, offense, defense, but how about complementing Lamb and complementing what we're trying to do with our offense. And frankly, he's above expectations in all boxes.
Because of that, are there any conversations about an extension now, or does it make sense for all parties to wait until the season is over on that front?
You make that an either/or, and I'm not trying to have issue with the way you're phrasing your question today, but any and everything about George Pickens is crossing our mind.
Ooh, I like to hear that.
And when you say, does that generate conversations? It certainly can generate conversations between people in our building without George being in the room. And it can cause a lot of conversation, I'm sure, around the league. But the answer is certainly he's a topic of interest and discussion because of the success he's had.
Well, then hopefully you can help walk me through y'all's like general philosophy or how business goes in the NFL. You said obviously the Cowboys are set up great with draft pick perspectives. Y'all are set up great with salary cap perspectives. And George Pickens has been better than I could have imagined, though it sounds like he's right on point with what y'all thought. Why not try to get the deal done right now?
Well, there's no reason not to. There's no reason to. And so I can't give you a why not other than the timing might not be good for any of the parties involved. And so and that has many, many reasons, not only from the player's perspective, but from the club's perspective. But you're asking that question that I've had to ask a million times in my life. By my mama, by my wife. Why did you do it? Hell, I don't know why I did it. I was just there.
Jerry, we saw some excitement, some dancing up in the suite regarding this victory. Was there any dancing yesterday when DeMarvion Overshown was activated for his 21-day window?
Absolutely. We're all excited about him. We know what he's about. And can I tell you this? He and we have learned even more how special he is during his rehab work and his time away from it. Boy, that's a gut check. That's a mentality. It's a read on you by your teammates, your coaches, fans. It's a read on yourself in your mirror to work through a rehab process. Mike Lurvin said it made his career when he went through his big-time rehab process on his knee. So it's a big thing there, and it really has us all excited to get him back on.
Now, when we're talking about Overshown, how much easier does it make life when the player's motivated and the player and the team are on the exact same page when it comes to your rehab?
Okay, well, let me just say this. That is the way that it is 99% of the time, and I think that's the way it is 100% of the successful time. Anytime that's not on the same page, there's usually a little something else, loose end, dangling participle out here.
Well, we appreciate the time twice today,
yeah,
and
awesome.
We will catch you again on Friday.
How about this? I like it. I get a little rest and can come back again.
All right. Well, we'll talk to you again in the one. No, I'm just kidding. See you later, Jerry.
It's a great feeling to be here in New York with the winning Dallas Cowboys, I promise you. And everybody holds their finger up and acknowledges it.
There you go.
Celebrate it for us, Jerry.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Felt like a Roman Reigns shout out right there at the very end.
Acknowledge me?
Yes.
Hold on. Was he hinting that the WrestleMania is going to be back at AT&T now?
If it ever leaves Vegas again. Well, I guess in Saudi Arabia. All right, Bobby, I'm going to go to you because then we're going to have baseball nuggets. I thought some very interesting comments there, particularly on the Trayvon Diggs front.
Yeah, the Diggs answer was so interesting. I want to definitely see the exact transcription of how he worded everything there. But I mean, he's in a good mood. He's in a good mood and he's happy. But I think he's also showing that whether it's Pickens, it's Diggs, it's anything else, their patience is running out on sugarcoating. I think they just want to address things directly and want to get this ship righted.
Yeah. Corey, I know you. I saw your eyes raise up at the same time.
That last question you asked and the way he answered
what do you mean?
it was
about Overshown.
No, it wasn't. No, that was dangling participle. Is exactly what he was talking about Diggs there. This is how it should be.
What?
This is how it's supposed to be, guys.
What do you think? Any and everything about George Pickens has crossed our minds means.
I asked this question.
Tag.
I asked this question to Alec and to Kevin last night. I don't know, Kevin, if you have this slated for a segment.
I know, good.
Is it the question we were talking about during the break?
Would you trade him for a 1?
No, I don't think so.
Because you think you're a winning team right now, don't you?
Because I think there's a shot he's hanging around. And if I can, I definitely think you can franchise tag him and continue to build with him next year. I'd rather see that through.
So that's what I mean. Any and everything. I think all things are possible when it comes to Pickens because they know they have Lamb signed.
Yeah.
But there are lots of other things that could happen. It's just what falls in their lap is probably the biggest thing.
Thank you very much, Bobby, for hanging out with us for that interview. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you, gents.
Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where what the hell else do you think we're going to talk about? Game 7. Next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Tuesday show at the Shell Shack on Henderson. Mark Schlereth going to join us at 4:40, Nation 2 to 7 on the Fan.
Oh, man, I love a good belt. And Bobby Belt's a good belt. I'll tell you that right now.
Banter Foods, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Cheers to savings. Cheers to you from the Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Full count, 2 outs, top of the 9th. Game 7 of the ALCS. Hoffman's payoff pitch. He got it! The Blue Jays win the pennant! The Blue Jays win the pennant! They're going to the World Series!
Holy cow, that was loud. We'll probably get to a louder moment in just 1 second. But right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. And of course, we are going to start with Game 7. Now, Blue Jays fans were scared before the game even started because Vlad Guerrero showed up to the game in an Austin Matthews jersey.
I think the only thing from here on is that Austin Matthews needs to show up in Vlad Guerrero jerseys.
Ooh, that's a good point. Lord knows he's not going to win, as the NHL Cowboys consistently
is he
disappoint
0-6 in big games?
Yeah, it's
or big series.
The Toronto Blue Jays are the Cowboys of the NHL. So people were worried, and for a lot of the game, they were right to be worried. However, I take you to the bottom of the 7th inning. It is 3-1 Seattle Mariners. George Springer steps to the plate with 2 people on and makes everybody in Canada get fired up.
1-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Left field and deep. Rosarena turns. Gone! A Springer dinger. 4-3 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th.
That was an amazing moment. I thought about asking for this. I don't know if you think this is too played out, but already this morning, people sent me that same home run set to the Titanic song, and I still think it's funny every time.
Yeah,
it doesn't happen to my team.
It didn't happen to our team, so we're good.
That's
yeah,
right.
Good point.
We didn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah, in your face. There's still something about George Springer. I'm sorry, baseball people. I'm baseball people, but I'm sorry. There's still something about that dude that makes me go cheater.
I mean, probably the cheating.
Yeah, the fact that he was on a team that cheated.
Right.
And when he hits a home run like that, my first thought is, did he know? And it was like he swung with conviction on that one. That being said, I let that slide. I let it go by. And then I admire that was an amazing home run and a big moment that team needed it. I thought that game was done for and that Seattle had buried Toronto and was ready to move on to the World Series. And when George Springer did that, he reminded everybody that at 36 years old, dude can still play this game at a high level. Actually, this might be one of his best seasons.
As the game went along, did you find yourself with a rooting interest?
I was rooting for Seattle.
Okay.
Because I felt like Toronto was going to close it out, but I was kind of rooting for Seattle because I wanted to see the MVP go to the World Series.
Right.
And
that would have been fun.
Then he hit a home run, and I was like, man, geez, that's pretty cool. But then as things kind of turned, dude, that double play JP Crawford made was spectacular. There was some great defense played in this game. Like, it was awesome. But then as things kind of turned, I was like, all right, I'd like to see Toronto come back here. And they did. So it was, no, Kevin, I just wanted both teams to have fun and compete.
Oh, gross. So the Toronto Blue Jays back in the World Series for the first time in 32 years. Now, that year they capped off their back-to-back World Series titles. They'll go up against the Dodgers, who are trying to win their back-to-back World Series titles. But I'm going to go to, I think this was, during the Brian Wu interview, and it's Julio Rodriguez in the background. So cut number 16, they're asking, the question is irrelevant. Listen to the background.
Having gone as further than any other team in franchise history.
legacy is. Yeah. That was me whenever Schottenheimer said it was Majestic Sun.
Yes, I could see that. But that feels like so crazy relatable because I know Julio Rodriguez is super young, but we talk about this all the time. Every season is different. You never know when you're going to be back. You were one run, I guess 2 runs, arguably 1 pitch, really, if you avoid that home run, away from being the first Seattle team to ever make the World Series. So I thought that was such a relatable, just primal scream right there.
He didn't do a lot in this series. He had early in the series a home run.
Yeah.
Late in the series a home run. Aside from that, it was meh. I'm sure he was pretty frustrated with himself.
Sure.
As well as just that part of the experience of not being there.
Now, Bo Bichette has already said he'll be ready and good to go for the World Series, which starts on Friday. Depending on where you look, the Dodgers have been installed as about a 2-1 favorite over the Blue Jays, which that makes a lot of sense at this point.
Why?
Because they have just run through everybody with their lone loss being against Philly, and they just eviscerated the Brewers, who had the best record in all of baseball. That series will get started on Friday. How much of a chance do you think the Blue Jays
Kevin,
really
I'm not
have?
sure you know. The Blue Jays had 1 more win this year than the Dodgers in baseball.
Which means the World Series starts in what I'll still call the Sky Dome. I believe it's the Rogers Center.
It's not based on who wins the All-Star game this year?
They haven't done that for quite a while, I believe.
What a time.
All right. What chance do you give the Blue Jays? We'll talk more about the World Series as we go along.
They're going to win 2 games.
Okay.
And it's going to be back and forth. It's going to be fun, but I think they'll win 1 at home, lose 1 at home, and they're going to have to fight their way back to get back home and win another one.
All right. I like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus a lot of you texted in about your fantasy teams. We'll get to that next as well on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How'd my lead-in do today?
He did very, very well. Unfortunately, the timing was off by just about 1 minute because we didn't get to talk about how the Cowboys are definitely going to trade for Max Crosby. Are you excited about that development?
Yeah. Maybe you guys can break that like you broke stuff yesterday.
That's
right?
that's right. Exactly.
It's fun.
Now, just indulge us for just a moment, if you will. Would you be fascinated in the concept of Max Crosby knowing the cost, both monetarily and potentially draft capital-wise?
Yeah, I'd have to analyze where the finances are on that and just how much the Raiders are asking for.
Because they're in free fall and they're like, the
Right.
hell with this season.
Yeah, but what sort of salary cap implications do they have if they trade him?
Right.
Because all the guaranteed money immediately advances into your cap.
Right.
So there's no, well, we get a little bit this year and a little bit next year. And then, you know, what are you going to give him to make up for him?
Yeah, because
This
that dead
isn't
cap
baseball,
is that
right?
dead
This
cap's pretty
isn't
hefty.
Baseball. Yeah. You know, baseball, everybody wants to start over. In the NFL, you know, it's hard to start from scratch, right? You got too many moving parts. You got too many players to take care of.
Right.
So, yeah, it's a nice kind of fantasy dream, but there's a lot of things that got to go into it.
Don't take away from my dream of Max Crosby rushing the passer for us.
I know. You guys got fantasy teams, and this is reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not giving up 2 number ones for anybody.
I agree.
And they should never do that again.
Yeah.
What if it's
it
Patrick
doesn't
Mahomes?
work out.
You got Dak. What are you talking
You got
about?
Dak. You got the best quarterback in the league right now.
What are you even doing
All
over
right.
here, Kevin?
I like it. That was a test.
Well, that being said, with that specific player, the Jadeveon Clowney, it looked pretty good, and I'm hoping to see more consistency, but also as a Raku. So your edge, you feel a little bit better about what you have on each side right now as they're developing.
Yeah, I think Clowney kind of got his sea legs under him now. He played 26 snaps, so 39%, and he did look more active. You know, he did, you know, create some problems. Hey, they had 6 guys on that defense that played at least 97% of the snaps.
Wow.
That hadn't been happening, right? They've been juggling, trying to figure out how they can cover up at cornerback, how they can cover up at safety. Marquise Bell started for the first time this year, right?
Yeah.
He played 100% of the snaps.
Mm.
Oh, wow.
And it wasn't just like single safety high. He was crowding the line of scrimmage. He was kind of a big nickel guy, sometimes in the slot. They moved in the linebacker spot. They moved him all over the place. Murray played 100%. And, well, no surprise, Bland played 100%. Elam, of all people, 100%. Shamar James, 99%. So he missed 1 snap. Donovan Wilson, 97. So yeah. Now, did it make a difference out there? I mean, it wasn't perfect, but it was a step in the right direction. And the fact that you only give up 20 points defensively, you know, to a team that I know they were, you know, short their 3 wide receivers, but they still had the quarterback, they still had the running back. And so there was some mistakes, but it was better. Now, can you get better 2 weeks in a row? And I think that's the big question.
Yeah, because consistency's the only real thing that you have to find out about this team now.
Yeah, because, you know, like last week, you know, I subscribed to the theory that the NFL, and Kenny Clark pointed this out to me, it's a week-to-week league.
Right.
And we saw, you know, diametrically change from Carolina to the game against Washington. Now, what happens? You know, you're going to go roller coaster back and forth going to Denver. You know, a team that will score some points, by the way. And so, yeah, now what can you do? You know, do I have to score 40 to win again? I'm okay with that. Put it on the offense, but the defense has to do a better job. It was a step in the right direction, but they still gave up 136 yards rushing. So, just didn't give up as many big plays as they did. And as I pointed out yesterday, that big play early in the game, they were in man coverage. So everybody subscribing to man is the panacea of defense, and just be careful what you ask for.
Did it not look, but don't you think using the combination has the potential to be better? I'm not saying go straight man, but the combination of more of a 50-50 split has potential to be better with this personnel?
If I have the personnel to play man. Right? Because if you don't trust your corners, then you're going to play zone. And just because you don't trust them, are they good enough? Can they do this? If you get Diggs back on there, does Diggs want to play, man? I don't know. I don't know what he wants to play.
I don't know if he wants to play.
Oh, I'm not going to argue with you.
Mm-hmm. Whoa! And we also know he and Bland can't play on the field together at the same time. So
they're not like Lamb and Pickens. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, they're a little different.
Yeah,
I feel like we've heard from a lot of fans now that just think fundamentally Trayvon Diggs doesn't want to play for the Cowboys anymore.
Well, I mean, I've heard people say it, people that aren't here now, that looks like, from afar. But if they can get him going and Bland going, then you're basically using one corner, maybe that you didn't plan on using, because Bland in the slot is, when you're in three corners, is pretty effective. That's why he had all those tackles. He was making big tackles in the running game. And so, obviously they trusted. So here was the deal. They trusted whoever was going to play outside for Bland more than they trusted somebody else that was going to play in the nickel with Bland outside. That was kind of the equation that they had to solve, and that's basically how they did it. Because previous to that, they were using Reddy Stewart, right?
Who I thought did a pretty solid job.
I thought he did. He didn't play one defensive snap.
Oh, really?
In my face.
Huh.
So they did some different things in the slot, not just Bland, but sometimes Bell. They did, use a little bit of a Johnny Clark at safety, although he was late rotating over on the big pass in the first quarter. I'm not sure what he was looking at, but again, it's a rookie that hasn't played. You're using young guys out there that just haven't, played a lot, and that's difficult. Bridges, that's his first start. And these guys were available, right?
Yeah.
They were available on the waiver wire. They picked up and said, well, let's try this. Well, you're bringing in guys, you're thinking for depth, and suddenly they've got to start. And you just don't miss guys in this league, and you go, it doesn't make a difference. So, let's see what happens here. It does make a difference. It makes a difference that, for the most part, you were playing a rookie fifth-round draft choice at linebacker. Now, he's got just gobs of talent, right?
Yes.
But he has little experience. And, on the touchdown to Ertz, they lost him.
Yeah,
right?
we figure out what happened on that.
Well, Murray looked like he was covering him across the field, and then when he got behind James, he stopped, and both of them were looking inside to their right, and I don't know that they saw that Ertz was just standing there by himself. I don't know if James was supposed to, they were in zone, and he was supposed to carry him across the rest of the field. But obviously it was a bust. They weren't supposed to just let him stand there, put his hand in the air and go, hey, throw it to me, sort of the way Lamb did on his big play. He's got his
I've seen plenty of other players.
He had his hand up at the 40-yard line, right? Hey, no one's covering me. But again, when you have young players, the experience is what you're more worried about than a lack of talent, because he's got all the talent in the world.
Do you want to temper people's expectations? You talked about the news that we broke yesterday, Overshown 21-day window opening up. Same for BB, same with Revel, though I think that will happen on Wednesday. That I think some people believe that means they're ready to go now. Can you temper people's expectations about what that actually means?
I would think because neither Overshone or Revel had any football on the field days, hours since last year, that they'll need all 21 days.
Okay.
And I think I've heard someone point out, and maybe it was Schottenheimer, I don't remember, that it'll probably be 21 days, especially for Overshone. At least Revel had his torn ACL the third week of the season, and then I'm not sure how soon he had the surgery, but it was probably, you don't have, usually you wait till the swelling goes down, so it's probably a couple weeks later. But that's the last time he played football. So I'm thinking both guys are going to need all 21 days. At least BB played games. He practiced in training camp. He did the off-season work. So he's probably, able to come back a little bit sooner during that 21-day period than those two guys. So, yeah, I would temper like, oh, they're going to be on the field next week. No, that's not going to happen.
Did somebody dare you to get Panacea into this interview today?
No, it just came to my
Okay,
mind.
all
right?
I had to go look it up, and now that I know, it
solves everything.
Yeah,
Cure-all.
it's a remedy. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's probably remedies they used in the old days, right? With the witch doctors.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
And the wooden nickels.
Yep,
Yes.
exactly.
Yes, yeah, you like that too, right?
I did. All right.
Start writing this down so I have a glossary.
Keeping
okay?
notes.
We will catch up with you tomorrow and start building our Mickey Spagnola glossary.
Okay, sounds good, guys.
There you go, Mickey
See ya.
Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
Kevin, somebody texted this in, and I think this is a fascinating conversation. You are my capologist.
Yeah.
So I'm going to need a little bit of help on your part, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm working
You're
on that
probably
right now,
doing
but go
exactly-
ahead.
All right, so
No, go ahead.
Somebody
go ahead.
texted in and said, just a thought, but I don't think it's a coincidence that the Raiders are in need of cornerbacks. Do you think there could be talks of Diggs and a first rounder for Max Crosby? I'm just saying. And I think that's a fantastic question. I really do, because it does feel like the Cowboys, there are people in that building, in that organization, that are kind of tired of some of the things that are going on there.
I mean, I feel like you just heard from one of them 40 minutes ago.
The talent is exceptional. It's still there if you want to buy it. Raiders. I do wonder how that would work, because I don't know how player for player trades typically work, how the balance sheet gets knocked off, or how it helps. And do you have to add the pick in there to do that? Does it have to be that high in order to get it?
Yes,
Okay.
I think it does, because
So you rid yourself of a player that you don't necessarily need or want anymore, maybe, and you're able to get
and the money and the money on Diggs is negligible. Like, there's a little bit that you'd have to eat on that, but it doesn't really matter. I am working on the guaranteed and bonus money in the Max Crosby deal to see how that would trickle down, because that's one of the things where if it breaks maybe in your favor, which it looks like it would, but I'm just trying to figure out how much of that degree it breaks in your favor, then that's why you're giving up the draft pick, not only because of the skill of the player, but because getting a beneficial deal. But let me ask you this then to follow up. If it's to the point where essentially, like, forget the rest of this year, you are picking up Max Crosby for the next 2 seasons at a fully guaranteed $62.5 million total. What do you guys think about that? So I'm throwing it out there. It costs you a first-round pick.
and $62 million.
And $62.5
How much was Micah going to cost you? 70? More than that.
No, like $94 million.
Okay.
So
in 3 years. Okay.
Exactly. So $62.5 million for total, guaranteed though for 26 and 27, and you give up the first round pick and Trayvon Diggs. Unfortunately, we've gotten to the point where I don't feel like Trayvon Diggs is super relevant in this conversation, which sucks just because of his value, not because of the. What do you think about that? If that is what it breaks down to, and like I said, I'm still working on that.
All right, so if the reality is they want to win in the Dak window,
yes,
you have to make a move like that.
Okay.
And this is a guy that can play both the run and the pass. Like that's what you want to. That's the war daddy.
Yes,
like that's the one. You add that to your team. You have a guy that can pressure. Patrick Mahomes is very happy then in that instance that he's no longer in his division. He doesn't have to deal with them anymore. But you also traded for Patrick Mahomes during that conversation, so now we have both of them on the same. But if you're trying to take advantage of the Dak window, this year and the next 2 years are very important to that window. Having that guy on your defense on that side of the ball would be a huge addition to this thing. And knowing that you have younger players that are developing and growing, you have a solid cornerback on the other side. You're still working on your safeties, but you have a lot of strength then on that side to even add to in the offseason.
I'm looking at it, and there's a couple of other things at play here then. We'll talk about this more later in the show, I'm sure. But like, you know me, I like to get bogged down in the details of like, could you actually make this happen? So one of the things about Max Crosby's deal, it looks like, is they don't have to eat a lot of signing and restructure, the Raiders, that is, which is unfortunate for the Cowboys, because it'd be great if they were like, hey, we push this all in the signing bonus. We're totally screwed if we have to get rid of him, because then you get him for like $15 million a year. But it looks like most of that money is guaranteed in his base salary, which means that can absolutely be fully transferred over to you. Now, would Max Crosby want to get the hell off the Raiders and they renegotiate the contract to make it fit with the Cowboys, where maybe you add years and potential future bonus money? That would probably be the thing that would change the metric.
And then does he go from the Raiders to just a splashier version of the Raiders? That's another thing that he might be thinking.
I hope not. But I also would have hoped that Matt Duchene would play tonight.
Matt Duchene's out, according to Glenn Gulletson and our friend Robert Tiffin.
Sorry about that. Well, they just broke the news. It's not their fault that it happened.
Thanks a lot, guys.
We all know whose fault it is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to have AM on the FM, but also I want you to be prepared.
Be prepared
for Jason Kidd.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Basketball gets going tonight.
Resurgence has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Alec, if this interests you at all, at some point we can dive further into some of these contract stuff. I'm going to clean up just a couple of things real quick from the 443, but then you wouldn't have enough money for George Pickens. False. You absolutely can have enough money for George Pickens. You could have done that even if you kept Micah. The way the Cowboys explain the salary cap, I think, is factually inaccurate and very flawed. From the 972, Dolphins are falling apart. What about Bradley Chubb? I think you can get Bradley Chubb, and his contract is a little bit more friendly for the team that's trading for him. After this season, you would have him for 2 more years at a total of $38 million.
He's coming off a torn ACL injury season, and he has 4 sacks now. So, like, he had 11 2 years ago. He's at 4 right now. It kind of depends on, like, obviously what deal you can make.
Lower draft compensation.
And what leverage you can create in the conversation as well.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, Netflix really wants you to watch this Jake Paul fight. We'll get to that here in just.
Did they add another fight that I want to see?
No, they just added something to the main card fight between Paul and Tank Davis. That, I'm not going to lie, does add a little bit of more intrigue.
Alec, this is another way. I know I watch too much wrestling because I'm like, oh, can the loser never box again?
Yeah,
but I know
that's
not really how it works.
Yeah, loser leaves professional boxing, and we just build that up for the next month or so. That would be awesome because then I would be really rooting for Tank Davis, which I already am, but I would be putting money on that at that point. I would get myself overly invested at that point. But the question of the day, gentlemen. This is actually, I promised I would get to this. We did a show. It was me, Kevin, and Fred at Taco Bueno off of 75. I did a version of this question, and Kevin, you requested a expanded version of this question. Today is that day. You are at a bar with 50 people that want you out of there. They want to hurt you. You get to pick 3 DFW sports athletes from any time frame to get you out of that bar without a scratch on you. Who are you picking? 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well.
Darian Hatcher.
That's a great start.
Oh, you know who else is on my list is Bob Lilly. Because Bob Lilly he's not strong. He's country strong.
Yes.
Man, and I'm assuming I get these people like at the height of their physical abilities and whatnot. Okay, so those are the first 2 I'm immediately thinking of. Corey,
Gotcha.
Who's starting on your list?
I got my 3 already.
Oh.
And you know how much I love Roger Staubach, but I can't go with him. He would lead the group.
He would.
I feel like I'm the leader in this situation.
If I needed a strategy to win.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Tyron Smith.
Oh, man, that dude's got buckets for hands.
You need a giant, all right? And like you just said, one of his greatest assets was his punch.
Yes.
Like he just knocked people off their...
That's a good answer.
Number 2, Randy White. His nickname is the Manster.
Ooh, I think I might pick that one.
And you know what? I'll tell you right now. I don't even need him in his prime. I'll take him right now.
Yeah.
He could still kick
that dude
some
can
ass.
still kick our ass.
He's the most masculine man that I've ever spoken to, not named RJ Choppy.
Yes. And then lastly, Adrian Beltre.
Oh, because he wanted to hit me with the
toughest son of a gun you've ever met. Dude played with his... Oh, dude, just think about all the things and he went out there and played again without a cup.
See, I
don't even care if it gets exploded.
I'm going to use the Randy White one for sure and add him to my team of Darian Hatcher and Bob Lilly, and we're going to kick some ass.
Not against my group.
Oh, we got to pit them against each other now. I kind of like that.
I'll take my chances with my guy.
I think we'll just both sit back and watch.
Oh, I don't want to be in the fight.
We'll both watch Randy White sit there and beat himself up.
like in Fight Club. I could see that.
The image of that in my head right now is the dumbest thing ever.
They neutralize each other.
Yeah, Randy White would kick his own ass.
Yeah, they cancel out like PEMDAS or whatever, 877-881-1053. I do like this. I saw this. I'm trying to find who it was. The 817.
That's a good answer.
That's another great one. From the 817, the Von Erichs.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Oh, what about Errol Spence?
Yeah.
He can box. As long as
hey, it's before that.
Terrence Crawford doesn't show up.
Hey, that's the same for everybody.
Yeah.
You think you're good at boxing
Once
until
Bud
Terrence Crawford shows up. Yeah,
that's valid. And
what
you know
about
what?
Charles Haley? I'm sorry, Alec. There's a lot of
You
good
need a crazy
answers.
man.
And you know what? I think Charles Haley would be my 1 seed. And then after that, Kevin, you'll like this, but think about what he enjoys. This would be his scene. Stone Cold Steve Austin.
That's true.
In his prime, absolutely, he would help you get out of a bar, and he would already be 15 brewskis deep. So that would be wonderful. So give me Haley, give me Stone Cold Steve Austin, and then I think Larry Allen. I think those would be my 3.
Yeah,
that I would go to war with.
I was terrified of Larry Allen for when he asked me, "Why are you talking to me?" While he was sitting on a couch, and I was like, "This is a ridiculous." I gotta go. And then Leroy Glover was like, "I'll answer your questions," and I appreciated that.
That's
I will
nice.
say, I think I missed out, Kevin. I think an honorable mention is Jamie Benn.
Okay.
Because the NHL has said Jamie Benn will knock you out. And he'll sucker punch you too, as you saw in the playoffs last year.
It happens. What about Liam Bichel?
See, I thought about Liam Bichel, but then I went with Darian Hatcher just because
he's terrifying.
Yeah, he really is. Somebody brought up Greg Hardy. The issue with Greg Hardy, and you saw him display that athleticism in MMA, but never for more than a minute. This is a bar fight. I'm going to need you to have some stamina to go along with it, and Greg Hardy, he can't hang in that front.
The first guy to throw the punch is going to be Rugned.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you want to instigate this fight, you say Rugned Odor's on my team because he's going up there knocking somebody out, and then everything's breaking loose.
So Alec threw out who would you want in the fight. If I just need the fight to get started, then I'm sending Rugi in there.
Yeah, he's the one for sure.
Oh, I like the high-level thinking here because remember, he started his athletic career here in DFW. Myles Garrett.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, born and raised.
I also will add this. Najee Marshall, family known for boxing. Dude is he can squab too. Like that's
knife.
He was literally brought here as like his skill set for one. I think he's given us more than anybody thought of. But as far as boxing goes, that dude is tough.
Was Ken Norton Sr. around here at all? Because I don't think so. Because I know Ken Norton Jr.
was.
I know, but I want Ken Norton Sr. because he was like a championship level boxer. But I don't think he has the Metroplex ties that we need for the specific question.
He might have fought here once.
Well, hey, if that counts,
Does that count?
Well, hell, if that counts, then do I get Canelo? I could change. I want Mike Tyson then. I'll change the metric if that's what we're doing.
Yeah, pants buttless Mike Tyson.
Oh.
I'm trying not for that to be my lasting memory.
That's
from
the
that
only
fight.
memory I have at the moment, Kevin, and I hate
the
it.
buffering.
Real quick, Ken Norton Sr. did not fight here.
Oh.
I'm going through his list of fights. Sorry, man.
Oh,
Thanks a
man.
lot.
Oh, from the 6'8" George Pickens.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we have seen him get very
True.
physical. Even back in college, I still think about his Georgia days when he just grabs a defender by the face mask and slams him into a brick wall.
Yeah.
But yeah, that might be a guy that you don't want to make angry. I would tend to agree there. It's hard to not change one of my answers to Too Tall, remembering that he was a pro boxer at one point.
That is in consideration for sure.
So you know that he's technically sound, and he's also a mammoth of a human being in his prime. I honestly, it's taking a lot for me to not go all hockey players at this point. Now that I'm thinking about what Corey was saying earlier. I kind of just want to get an all-stars lineup at this point and say, hey, pads or not, they're probably going to get me out of there in one piece.
Yeah.
I like that. But I'm seeing lots of Michael Irvin as well because, he's just got the energy.
He'll get whoever else is in there fired up.
Oh, yeah.
They'll run through a wall for that man.
And it's not like he's unexperienced in these situations.
I saw him in The Longest Yard.
That's right.
Is it?
I feel like his motivational prowess might even get some of the people that are mad at you to join your cause as well. You know what?
Dead on.
Okay.
What am I doing? I'm on the wrong team, man. And then you get some reinforcements.
And then all of a sudden the bartender's helping you out because Michael Irvin's like, you get over here, barkeep. And they're like, you know what? I should get in there.
You know what? That is something I have not factored into this conversation. How famous they are to then turn the tide of more people joining our group.
You want the turntables to turn.
I did not consider that.
How the turns have tabled.
Herschel Walker was an MMA guy.
He was.
Was he any good?
He was good. He maybe
Strike Force
was not fighting. I was at least one of those fights.
I was too.
Was not fighting the most high level people in the world. So, but I get that.
See, from the 817 and the 325, back to back Nolan Ryan for obvious reasons. That's one tough SOB right there.
He is.
Yeah, and obviously the frame too. That alone, he would just be terrifying in his prime.
Do you think people forget how big he is?
Dude,
yeah.
And think about this for a second. He backs up Colby style. He backs up to the pool table, grabs a cue ball.
Yeah.
You're done. All right. 104 at your forehead with a cue ball. See ya.
Oh, crap. That's right. Man, that would probably kill you, right? Or at least knock you out.
It's going to leave a lump.
That's a good point.
Speaking of leaving a lump, you might see one left, or two or three or a few, in the Jake Paul versus Gervonta Davis fight that is going to be streaming on Netflix on November 14th. Remember, we've talked about all the theatrics that they're trying to pull out to get you to watch this fight and pretend for a few hours that you care. They just added another reason to try to get you to watch. So we know that it's going to be, there's a set of rules here that include, this isn't going to go on their professional records or anything. It's an exhibition fight. Maximum weight of 195 pounds, 10 3-minute rounds, 12-ounce gloves, USADA testing, all of that. But something has been added as of this week. There will be, quote, a big knockout bonus added to the purse for this fight. While speaking to the popular streamer and gross human being Aiden Ross, Jake Paul revealed that the two fighters would already be making, quote, quarterback money from this fight. But they do have a knockout bonus being added. A dollar amount was not shared, but they also added, or Paul also added, that they have a side bet going on their fight as well for $2 million with each other. So I don't know if that's allowed, but there's a lot more money being added to this, including a knockout bonus. So my thing with these exhibition fights is I get worried that they're going to be like, hey, no knockouts, none of that. It's not going to go on the record. And they just make it as boring as humanly possible. They get their payday and they go home. They're saying, no, we want them to try to knock each other out. So again, I hate that I'm saying this. I will be watching every second of it.
Yeah. Look, they had me with Anderson Silva against Chris Weidman. To your point,
which is wild.
I know. To your point, I don't feel good about my decisions, but I know what's going to happen.
I regret life decisions, and this is one of them that I will regret.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we got double Monday Night Football, plus maybe we try to power rank the NFL power rankings next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Tuesday show at the Shell Shack.
Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
1st and 10. Inside the 15. Looks, throws, fires to the end zone. Ball is caught. Touchdown! Seahawks! Dunking it over the bar is Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Penalty.
KC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Looks like we're going to have Jason Kidd at about noon. But right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Now, I'm going to start with the first Monday Night Football game yesterday. Did that game change any of your perception of the Bucs? Because, like, Corey, I know you have been pretty steadfast in saying that you think the Lions are, if not the best, certainly like one of the best 2 or 3 teams in the NFL, and they handed it to the Bucs. I know the Bucs converted a couple 4th downs, trying to score a touchdown, and with like 5 minutes to go to make it a 1-score game, just went nowhere. So they got handled pretty well. Does this change your perception of the Bucs?
A little bit. Like, as far as contenders go, they're down the tier from the Lions for me. They were still, but I think record and the way Baker was playing, it was like, I don't want to. It's undeniable that they're good.
Sure.
But I was still like, I still think the Lions are better. But the records had 2 different things there. Last night showed me how good that defense is for the Lions. They just said we're blitzing.
They did look really good.
They made Baker so uncomfortable last night, and he couldn't find much room to move, let alone get throws off. He struggled mightily. And then Kevin, I love watching Javonte Williams. I love Javonte Williams. Jonathan Taylor is probably the best running back in the league. Jahmyr Gibbs, good Lord.
Man.
That dude, he makes every run a big play.
If you had Jahmyr Gibbs in fantasy.
I was playing against him last night, Kevin, and he broke that 74-yarder off, and that
78?
was 78, and that was it for me, man. But yeah, that group right there. I think the Buccaneers, they went on the road against a very good opponent.
Yep.
They've lost Mike Evans for I don't know how long.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to find another way to produce offense because their running game isn't doing it. And Baker can only do so much.
Yeah, and I mean, there are a lot to think about with the Mike Evans injury. Also, not going to have a 1,000-yard season, it would appear.
That was why, that would be the first one, right?
Yep.
That was why I asked you about would you trade George Pickens to Tampa for one?
Yeah.
Because wouldn't he be the perfect replacement for Mike Evans for them? Go catch
somebody
deep balls.
who can go deep. Yeah,
he's the same kind of build, like all those things.
So he has Mike Evans, that is, he has a broken collarbone.
Oh.
And it's expected that he'll miss most, if not all, of the rest of the regular season. So I know right now, if you're a Bucs fan, it feels like, injury to insult if we're going to flip the terminology around. But you might hope, hey, maybe he can be back at the very end of the regular season, or he can be back for the postseason if you're in the mix. But Mike Evans is an intricate part of what the Bucs do, and to have him out, man, yesterday was brutal for the Bucs.
Yeah, it is. And yes, somebody was like, hey, they've been without Bucky Irving for 3 weeks. You're right. And they still haven't been able to get the run game going. So I understand that. When he comes back, will that change? It'd be nice. But what you're seeing with Rashad, with White and Sean Tucker and whatever they got, it's not working right now. And again, that's falling on the shoulders of Baker Mayfield.
Now, Sam Darnold described their victory last night over the Texans as weird. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 4, please?
Charbonnet in an offset eye is the tailback. Darnold under center on 2nd down. The handoff this time goes to Charbonnet, and he's going to get in. Touchdown, Seahawks! From 2 yards out, his 2nd touchdown of the night.
Now, the Seahawks get the win, blunt a lot of the Houston momentum as they had won 2 in a row after a horrid start. And now you find the top of the standings like filled with teams. Now, I know Green Bay is a little weirder because they have the tie in there, but essentially you have Philly, Green Bay, Detroit, Tampa, San Francisco, Seattle, and the Rams, almost all with the identical record. The latter 6 teams are all 5-2. So it is pretty full at the top of the NFC.
Yeah. Kevin, Sam Darnold may have changed my mind a little last night.
My goodness, in your face, Alec. Are you ready to catch Sam Darnold fever?
I'm not catching the fever.
Okay.
But there were some throws that he made that I was like, there is so much confidence right now in that quarterback. And I've just decided confidence is such an important factor for athletes. Like, it just is. And you can see it when an athlete has it. And last night, I know he threw the interception, but there were just moments where he would deliver passes down the sideline to Smith and Jigba. And by the way, what a phenomenal player that dude's turning into now.
We asked that question last week about him being in the elite wide receiver core, and he continues to be like, yes, I am.
So Sam Darnold makes his way into the Dak conversation now. Like, he's now, in my opinion, worked there. All right, we've seen you do this for a year, and now the first part of this season, you're looking confident, but...
Yeah.
Now, what's the one thing that's plaguing your career from here on will be your success in the playoffs. And that's that Sam Darnold can do this all regular season, but if he folds then we know what he is.
Now, we've talked a lot about fantasy football today, and from the 817, the person I went up against also had Christian McCaffrey and Gibbs. That is brutal. And then he had Mayfield going last night. From the 469, I lost by 0.12 in fantasy football because the Seahawks decided not to give Kenneth Murray any carries in the end zone. You know, I think about that all the time, and it's the same thing if you're playing on underdog and stuff. You're like, no, I made the right pick. You guys did it wrong.
Yeah.
I think about that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
like
sure
Bobby said yesterday, I'm not wrong.
Not right yet.
Just not right yet.
Well, George Kittle, coming off of injured reserve, went ahead and said, sorry, fantasy coaches. You got to love that he said coaches.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody that bet on me, my bad. Blame Kyle Shanahan, not me. Because he was joking.
Coach.
No,
always has.
He was chuckling and joking, and he goes, personally, I thought with the game plan based on walkthrough yesterday, I was going to have 150 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
But again, he was just having some fun with it. But I do like that he apologized to all the fantasy
plan the whole
coaches.
time was for this. I don't know what happened.
Whoops. All right, the Titans released Tyler Lockett at his request, and then the NFL went ahead and suspended Dre Greenlaw 1 game for unsportsmanlike conduct, which at first I thought was to another player, but now it was towards the official, is why he ended up getting suspended. And let's talk about things going from potentially bad to worse for the Commanders. Jaden Daniels got the MRI, said the hamstring injury was, quote, not significant, but they're not sure about his status for the next game. And if you look at the betting odds for that game, it sure feels like Vegas doesn't think he's going to play. Also, Dorrance Armstrong has a torn ACL, and he's out for the year.
Yeah, that's tough for them. He was coming on, too. You know, like I think Dan Quinn was excited that he might have a breakout season.
Sure.
And we love Dorrance Armstrong, even though he's with Washington, but he gave
just because we heard about him in every interview ever.
We also had him on. We interviewed him before anybody else.
That's true.
You know, and so we had a really good, we had a good talk with him and everything too. So that stinks for them. But Kevin, this is where the Cowboys, this is where you have to be opportunistic.
Yeah.
You see what they're going through. Let them struggle through that. Now you add to your team and get ready to beat the Eagles down the road and maybe be in a position to take over the division. It's going to be tough, but position yourself the best you can right now, because that team, we were counting on either winning the division or being one of those wild card contenders, and now they might be falling off here.
Now, you talked a lot yesterday about how much the Raiders struggled offensively against the Chiefs. That is true. Some positive other news for the Chiefs coming out of that game is it was Andy Reid's that I can't believe this is true. And I've seen it multiple places. That was Andy Reid's first regular season shutout in his career.
I heard that.
That D, baby.
And I didn't know that.
It feels impossible. But
never in the history.
Yeah, but also it was the Chiefs' first regular season shutout since 2011. It was the Chiefs' biggest shutout of the Raiders ever.
Wow.
And then on the Mahomes front, he made history with his 93rd career win before turning 31. The previous record was held by Peyton Manning. And, I mean, not surprising. You see Patrick Mahomes breaking records left and right. One more quick thing for you. Bill Belichick is one of 12 coaches that has advanced to the next round with a blue ribbon committee to determine Hall of Famers. Two others of note that have kind of Cowboys ties, Dan Reeves and Marty Schottenheimer. So they have advanced as well. That group will get cut down to 9, and then the finalists will be voted on by the Hall of Fame committee, and I believe that will be set up in mid-November. So just wanted to give you an update on that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I do believe we're going to talk with Dallas Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd, and if not, don't worry. We have other things, too, next on The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has frozen.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hoping to have Jason Kidd in about 2 minutes, perhaps. All right.
Oh, I think our boss was saying peace.
Oh, okay.
Or it could be 2 minutes.
All right. And definitely not giving us permission to bust up the building. All right. So real quick, I'm going to run through this. I interpreted that how I chose to.
Let's go.
All right. The worst teams in the league. The New York Jets, not surprisingly, at 32 in ESPN's power rankings. Then the Titans. Then the Miami Dolphins. Then the Raiders are 29th. I feel like those are the most pathetic teams in the NFL. The Dallas Cowboys, well, they're at 16, and I'll let you know about the rest in just a minute. Because right now, joining us, it's Dallas Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing?
Well, I'll be doing well as soon as you answer this question. How many Cooper flag questions are we allowed to ask in this interview?
Well, as many as you want. This is your interview, so I would say 5. But
okay.
But you can ask as many as you want.
Okay, that feels.
I can answer them all.
That feels fair. Non-Cooper flag question to start. Do you love anything in life as much as Nikola Jokic loves horses?
My family.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a good answer. I've never seen an NBA player so overtaken by his love of horses before. It's just amazing to watch. Now,
I think that's actually cool to see.
It is. It really is. Now, on the serious basketball front, how do you think Cooper looked running the point during the preseason? Because obviously that can be a big ask right there.
Yeah, I thought it was a big ask. I thought it was a fair ask, and I thought he did a great job of being able to run the point guard. I mean, we can look at it as a point guard or point forward, but I thought his play in the preseason was really, really good.
Can you tell us anything about the plan, at least early in the season, in terms of him bringing up the ball and kind of running the offense, whether that's a point guard or a point forward, as you just said?
Yeah, I think, we as the Mavs are looking for anyone to bring the ball up, right? And so we have that three when you look at PJ, Cooper, Clay, AD, Maxey, Ryan or B. Will. We got guys who can bring the ball. And when you have multiple ball handlers on the floor, I think it just makes the game easier, as the game goes on.
PJ quickly became, when he got here, a favorite player of mine. I loved his willingness on defense, his athleticism. What did you want him to add and develop this offseason?
Well, I think I agree. I would feel the same way about when we got PJ. Just his versatility. He's always it's always about the team. He wants to make the team better. He wants to help the team win. It's not about I or him. It's and so looking at him being able to guard multiple positions defensively. And then on the offensive end, being able to be a consistent three-point shooter, but also being a guy who can bring the ball up the floor for us and put pressure on the defense in transition.
Do you? I know, like you were talking about his versatility and willing to do whatever he can for the team. PJ Washington is a six-man whiz. Do you envision him starting some, considering it feels like D'Angelo Russell and Klay Thompson would not be a particularly strong defensive backcourt?
Yeah, I think, again, PJ can come off the bench. He can start. He can do a lot. He checks a lot of the boxes of versatility, guarding smalls, guarding bigs. And so we're lucky to have a player like that. And so, yes, he could fit that six-man very easily, or he could, be a starting guard or a starting forward on any given night.
If length is strength, is this the strongest team in the NBA?
It would have to be one of them. This is a long team. This is a big team, and so we're very lucky to have this roster. And so again, as we get healthy going forward, it's going to be exciting. Health is sometimes overlooked, but it's a big part of trying to win a championship. And so we're not healthy totally today, but as we go forward, hopefully we get closer to being healthy, and we can put the best team forward to try to win a championship.
Obviously, Kyrie's health, and the ability to score there, but the length of this team, was that by design? Was that you and Nico saying this is the kind of team we want to build?
Yeah, you look at the league is going back to two bigs. You see Oklahoma City had two bigs out there. You look at Houston, you look at a lot of the teams in the West that have two bigs. And so for us, we felt that that's a way for us to compete was, by being having a long and big team, and that's what we have, and I think we have a lot of guys who can play a lot of different positions. And where it's not just a point guard or not just a center, that they can play, at the 3 or at the 4, and we could be big and we can be small.
Well, that being said, should we expect a team that's trying to throw up 140 points every night, or is this team built with a kind of different philosophy?
Well, I wish we could score 140 every night. I think this, I think when you look at the league, there's a lot of competition on the defensive end. And then on the offensive end, there's a lot of teams that are shooting close to 53s a night. And so we have to find that balance. There's going to be nights where we're going to have to dominate the free throw line and the paint. And then there's going to be nights when we do make the three. So I think being able to be consistent with the makeup of our team and our identity as we go forward here, I could probably answer that question a little bit better. But I would take 140 points, though, for sure.
I feel like could be winning a lot of games right there. Now, you were just kind of talking about it. I know the season starts tomorrow. How do you feel about the team's ability for offensive creation going into the season, and maybe where does D'Angelo Russell fit into all of that?
Yeah, I think we have a team that here in the preseason was working on that, and I thought had showed glimpses of being able to do it at a high level. And to talk about D'Lo, he's part of that. He's one that can create shots for others, and then also he can create shots for himself, and also his teammates can create shots for him. And so I think he's a great fit for us, and we're really excited about having him.
You talked about the league kind of moving back around to the two big system, but then also you were elaborating about how different the bigs are than maybe a generation ago. Y'all open against a team with Victor Wembanyama, and he's gotten so good so fast, been in the Defensive Player of the Year mix the first two seasons. But what kind of challenges does he present offensively to not just y'all, but pretty much every team?
Yeah, well, he's one of the best in the league, and he does cause a problem. His footwork is like no other. When you talk about his height, his ability to get to the paint with maybe a half a dribble.
Yeah,
he covers a lot of space very quickly, and and he understands how to play the game the right way. He's a willing passer. He can score. And then we'll always talk about his defense. He's always a presence. You always have to account for him because even if he's not guarding you, he has the ability to change or block shots. And so that's why he's special. And we got to account for him when he's on the floor.
Now, y'all open the season at home tomorrow against the Spurs, but what I thought was really fascinating was it feels unusual to start the season with 6 straight games at home. Yeah. How important is it to take advantage of that scheduling anomaly?
Yeah, this is, I think, the first that I've been a part of with 5 home games. And so when you look at 5 home games in 8 days, there's a lot of home games, but there's a lot of basketball here that's going to come very fast. So our depth, our team will be tested, and if we want to be one of the best teams in the league, we got to be able to protect home. So we have 5 games at home that we got to find a way to win, but we got to start with 1 tomorrow, and that's the one that we're focused on.
Jason, I watched your entire career and almost all of your coaching career too, and I kind of feel like I know what you want, what you see. Do you want much half-court play, or do you want more tempo, or does the game just dictate that for you?
I would love tempo. I would love to be able to play fast. And again, I said it earlier, I thought our big group played a little bit faster than I expected, and hopefully we can play that way because everyone becomes a threat. Everyone has the opportunity to touch the ball and make a play for a teammate or for themselves. And so we believe we have a group that can play at a high level and can play with pace, and being able to use the cut and the pass. I think everybody believes they have opportunity to touch the ball, and that can only help us as we go through the season.
Well, when it's flying like that, and this is just me being curious about how you coach. Do you just trust the players to feel the game, or do you feel like you have to be the one pushing from the sideline?
No, I trust the players. My job is to remind them about the pace, the throw aheads, and being able to drive and spray the ball out, making plays for each other. But there's trust, and then also we talk about, competition and competing every day. And those are things that we talk about, daily is trust and competition. And this group loves the competition, and I truly believe they trust their teammates and they trust the coaches.
I think we've only used up 2 of the Cooper questions. I know Cooper is competitive as hell. I know you are too. Do you see similarities between y'all from that specific standpoint?
There are some similarities. I think he's going to do whatever it takes to win. He's a winner. He competes to win. It's not about himself. It's about the team. And he does it at a high level. He's diving on the floor here in practice, and to help his team win, to make a play on the defensive end and the offensive end. And so he plays the game of basketball the right way, and he has fun doing it.
One of the people that we got an opportunity to talk with during the Summer League play was Ryan Nembhard, and he made a huge impression on all of us. What did you see from him in Summer League? And that feels like another person who is just busting his tail to make an impact for y'all.
Yeah, we're very blessed to have 2 young rookies that compete to win, and they're about the team. And so when you talk about Ryan's ability, I thought he had a great preseason. Again, talking about pace and setting the table for his teammates, I thought he did a great job with that. And then when the shot presented itself, he took it, and then he competed on the defensive end. So we're really lucky to have him as a two-way. He's one that we're not afraid to throw in the game, that he can run the offense and compete and help us win.
I know that Gafford is questionable for the game. How close are we to seeing him on the court, being out there for it, though?
Yeah, I think he practiced yesterday and went through some of the stuff today, and then we'll see how he feels tomorrow. But I think he's really close.
Then last question, I've always been curious about this with coaches. Do you have any rituals right before the season starts, or do you have any kind of like celebration to get ready for the grind? I know y'all have been practicing for a while, but before the regular season gets started.
I don't have any rituals. I ask for all the players to be healthy. And just preparing for one game at a time and taking one day at a time. We got to have a fun season this year. It's understanding it's a long season, but this first month we're home, and so we have to enjoy that and have some fun, and we can't wait for it to start tomorrow.
Well, my ritual is always get 500 shots up before the game, so I'll do that for you, and we'll be taking care of it, all right?
All right, you keep shooting them, and we'll see you guys out at the game.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Coach. Best of luck tomorrow and throughout the season.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
There you go, Jason Kidd. Let's all hope and pray for health. Is pretty much
that's
what
basically all he's saying is if we can be a healthy team, and I just need us to be healthy. Who's he talking about there? All of them.
Probably
all of them, Kevin.
I was going to say how fast till Kyrie comes back. Certainly, you just referenced Gafford with that question.
Anthony Davis's health throughout the season, obviously. Like if this team's healthy, they can be a very competitive group.
Ooh, I like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's move into the Expressway, where we'll do some NFL overreaction or reality. Plus, the Tuesday tailgate, the best Aggie start in a generation, the end of tortillas as we know it, and Beck can't find where it's at. Next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds.
ensuring incredible flavor and great prices. Score at Wild Fork Foods.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
First down, Prescott back. Look at this protection. Deep ball to the middle to Lamb. 35 broke away. Left side 20. Walk your dog. Right on in. Welcome back, C.D. Lamb. 74 yards. Touchdown, Cowboys.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to thank Jason Kidd for jumping on with us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. We also got a chance to talk to Jerry Jones. So that D&M Leasing Hotline has, in fact, been busy today. We got NFL overreaction or reality in just 1 second. Couple of baseball updates. Now, we heard the word yesterday that the Angels told Torrey Hunter he was no longer in the running for their vacant managerial job. We found out a few minutes ago why that is because the Angels are hiring Kurt Suzuki, as their manager. He spent 16 years as a major league catcher and will now be the manager of the Angels.
He's a catcher, former catcher. So that's one of the, those are the best ones.
Oh, like Boch?
Yeah. So, and future Austin Hedges. Johnny Oates was a catcher.
This is going to sound weird. Is there any part of you that would root against him, not only because it's the Angels, but because he took Wash's spot?
You do not have to ask much to get me to root against him. Okay. This is news, and I appreciate that it exists.
Yeah.
But I'll absolutely root against him.
Okay. All right. I like that attitude. All right. Let's fire up some NFL overreaction or reality. And I'm conflicted here. Overreaction or reality? AJ Brown is directing this at AJ. Nope. Let's start over.
Let's reboot.
I can do this.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece.
Let's do some NFL overreaction or reality. Thank you very much for that. Overreaction or reality. AJ Brown is directing this at Jalen Hurts and not just messing around. So he has an Instagram post up right now that says, using me, but not using me. And so, of course, you know how it goes, especially with this player. Everybody thinks that it's directed at Jalen Hurts or the Eagles in general in terms of they're using him, but they're not actually using him. This comes right after Devontae Smith had a franchise record day for the Eagles, and they won. Feels like curious timing, but
AJ Brown had a great game. I know both receivers had a great game. What's he complaining about?
So then that's essentially the crux of my overreaction or reality. Is he actually complaining, or do you think now he just throws some stuff out there to just kind of jack with people?
Or, Kevin, or is he saying, look, they're using me on the field, not just using me? What if that's what he's saying?
Okay.
What if that's what it means? Is look, they're finally using me, not just using me as a decoy
from a
or something.
Positive standpoint.
Yeah, this could be a positive thing.
Okay.
Hopefully not, though. Hopefully it's still
because we want them
to fall apart and break inside.
Okay, I got you. All right, Alec, overreaction reality. AJ Brown is directing this at Jalen Hurts and not just any other option.
It's a reality. There's no pleasing that man. He is always angry. Everything is about him. And it's amazing because he's going to be a core part of the meltdown that inevitably happens in Philadelphia. So I'm really excited for that. But yeah, I mean, he's done it before. Why would I give him the benefit of the doubt to Corey's reasoning that, oh, this is a positive? They're not using me. They're using me. No, he's still mad. He saw his teammate succeed. It wasn't him. It has to be him. It always has to be him.
Kevin, Bobby asked us this morning in Crosstalk, on the Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and sometimes Aiden show.
Mm-hmm.
He said, what celebrity could you see being a serial killer? Jalen Hurts.
Joel, man, I really thought you were going to go one way. And
can't you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't wear my Super Bowl ring because I'm so committed to the next. Whatever, bro. He left the room to go celebrate with the trophy and a cigar by himself because he couldn't be around his teammates. All these things make a lot of sense. We need to look at some of the situations around cities he visits.
Okay. We will do that. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. Perhaps you think it's by default the Detroit Lions are the best team in the NFL?
Reality. I think they're the most complete team.
Okay.
I think they
yesterday really helped that cause.
Yeah, I mean the fact that they can tell both of their running backs, who I don't know if it's competition with each other or if it's good, they're like, this is how we play. But you're basically saying every other series go, and you're getting your touches, so be ready. And we're also going to distribute the ball to all these other receivers, except for Jameson Williams. But like we're gonna do this. So I think that they are. I think they are they're the most complete team. So I will put them at the top of the list.
I'd go reality, Kevin, for exactly what you said. It's by default at this point because I still don't really understand this league this year.
Well, and my other question was going to be there is no top team in the NFL, but I was like, that feels like a flawed premise. So yeah,
I feel like it is Detroit, but it's one of those that like literally next week that could change. Just because I thought it was the Bucs.
Yeah.
You know, I did think that the Bucs were a little less complete than Detroit, like Corey was saying. I think Detroit has the best roster right now for sure. But I don't know what I'm going to get. Sometimes you get 45 points out of them. Sometimes you get 13. And sometimes Jared Goff looks like one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. And sometimes it's the running game that really needs to get things done for them. But yeah, it's by default. And it's not to any fault of their own. I just think that especially the NFC is so weird right now. And it's so filled with parity. That's everybody's favorite word this year because it's true. I don't know what to think of the NFC.
NFL overreaction or reality, knowing that it would cost you a first-round pick, you want the Cowboys to get Max Crosby.
One pick? Is it the 26th pick, you think?
It's the better of the 2 picks.
If it's only one of them, I'll make that in a heartbeat.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll absolutely make that trade. And if I don't know about that question about Diggs, and now like that could go into it, I don't think it changes the value.
I would say I think you would have to throw in Diggs. I don't think Diggs gets you a discount.
Yeah.
Like for a second. You know what I'm saying?
But to add that player to this roster, if I believe this is the window and this is the time, yeah, I would absolutely do that.
All right, Alec, overreaction or reality, knowing it will cost you a first-round pick, you want the Cowboys to deal for Max Crosby.
Reality. You can't waste this offense. It's one of the best that I've ever seen with my 2 eyes, so I think you need to take advantage of that. Now, I know under Antonio Pierce, the former head coach of the Raiders, Crosby had said on the record before he didn't want to get traded and he wanted to retire a Raider.
That's great.
I don't know if that changes now that things have somehow gotten worse over there. I don't know if that changes. I hope it does. That would be cool. But, you know, if he's still in that mindset, it's going to be really tough to pull off the deal. But I'm going to try. I would fight like hell to make that happen.
And he definitely wouldn't renegotiate his contract if he didn't want to move.
That's right.
Kevin, help me out here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but basically Micah Parsons was what you had.
Mm-hmm.
You would still have a pick left.
Correct.
You would have Max Crosby.
Correct.
You can, I know you could have, but you can pay Pickens.
Yeah, sure.
You have a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
And you have money left over.
And about, per my number crunching, an annual value of $16 million per year saved. So you would have, to your point, you would have, because I wonder if how much different would people feel? We talked about this with the Luka trade back in the day, not knowing you're going to get Cooper Flagg. Let's just say it was just straight up for a first. I'm not saying that's the case, but if it were, you traded Micah then for Max Crosby, a first-round pick, Kenny Clark, and $15 million a year savings on the cap.
And you can do whatever you want with that. Add Pickens, still also sign your other guys.
Correct. I feel like people would be
people would have been very excited about it. They couldn't see.
I don't know. That's the price.
If it all happens, let's see. But a lot of people couldn't see. Well, the Cowboys are only going to use these on this. There are a lot of options, and that is what Jerry keeps saying is we have a lot of options. We just got to figure out which one suits us best.
And I saw somebody send this in. Mark Davis ain't giving Max Crosby up for anything less than 2 ones. I mean, that will be dependent on what the market gives you because that team is clearly lost. Their season, I'll just editorialize, their season is over. And so if you want to keep him on the team, absolutely. Now, would it cost 2 ones? Maybe, but Max Crosby is also older than Micah was. So if you're going off that as a guarantee, I don't know that would be the case. But you might be right. It might be a situation where they ask for 2 1s and they'll settle for a 1 and a 3. All I know is I feel like most everybody that's a Cowboys fan would not deal those 2 1s for Max Crosby. Do you think that is fair?
Yeah, I'm not doing 2.
Okay, and I think that seems to be the consensus. That's why that conversation is less interesting to me, just because I feel like that would be a non-starter.
If that was to happen, Kevin, because I asked you yesterday, would you make a move? And you're like, give me 2 more weeks. But this player specifically is a type of player that, like, hey, you kind of jump at.
Yeah.
Do you go, well, I'm willing to see if there's another thing to load this thing up with that other pick?
See, I can't get over what Jerry said with us earlier today. It perplexes me. And by the way, for people asking about Max Crosby's knee injury, he was taken out because the game was a blowout, and they said it was precautionary.
They were
think
ready
he's
to
gonna
trade him.
I mean, I know that's what a lot of people
see
thought.
how this happens. Pitchers got to leave the game early. I know what you're saying, Kevin.
I am perplexed by the fact that Jerry said their play on Sunday and them winning did not impact their desire to make moves. Maybe that is just a public...
I believe him because he also mentioned consistency.
Yeah.
And I believe, Kevin, that he's waiting to see a little more of that, too. Like, I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
I don't think it was the only thing. It wasn't like, oh, we won? Let's go do something. But I think, seeing that Deron Bland went out there and balled and knowing that they feel pretty good in the secondary after that game. Again, it was against 3 bad wide receivers.
For sure.
Let's not leave that out. Somebody will be like, you go forget. But I think that also, he mentioned it early, Kevin. We did pretty well without Diggs out there.
Look, I'm not here to argue.
He said it.
You know what is really interesting about that? As much as we've talked about, does Trayvon Diggs want to be here with the Cowboys anymore? I guess maybe we need to fire up the other question then. Do the Cowboys want Trayvon Diggs here anymore?
I don't know.
Yeah, because I
don't think so.
I don't think so either. And I know there's complicated mechanisms of, well, you can eat the money, you can get rid of an asset for nothing. I'm not sure what's going to happen there. All right, overreaction to reality. You are sad to see Mike Evans' 1,000-yard receiving streak come to an end. Now, it is conceivably possible, I guess, if he came back for like the last 3 games of the year and had 860 yards receiving in those 3 games, but most likely he's going to miss the rest of the regular season, if not most of the rest of the regular season. He only has 140 yards this year. He has 11 straight 1,000-yard receiving seasons. The next on that list in active streaks is 5. All time.
That's not enough.
He is tied with Jerry Rice for the most ever. So this would have been the record-breaking season. Not going to get there.
Let's not count this season.
I don't think that's...
Let's let him get healthy.
I don't think that's how it works.
Are you sure?
Yeah, yes. I am
I can kind of do whatever I want in my mind.
Okay. Well, for the purposes of this question, you cannot get... Okay, Alec, assuming you cannot just eliminate the validity of this season... Overreaction to reality, you are sad that Mike Evans' 1,000-yard streak is coming to an end.
I like Corey's idea of just moving on. I know that's not a reality, but...
That's it. Tuesday tailgate. Carter, come on in. That's it. I'm done.
No, it's a reality for the real question, Kevin, because I have him in fantasy in our station league, and I also have Malik Neighbors. So not doing great, but... Also, I do think he's going to be one of the all-time underappreciated players in NFL history just because he played in a small market. And yes, he did win a championship, but nobody really cared because Tom Brady led that team. Everybody was talking about Brady, Brady, Brady. It wasn't about, hey, Mike Evans is solidifying himself as one of the best to ever play the position. So I'm sad for that fact.
Carter, I'm going to bring you in, and I want y'all's opinion, all 3 of you guys, on my final... for the day, NFL overreaction or reality question. The Chargers should never wear those yellow uniforms again.
Reality.
Oh, man.
Gross.
Oh, you didn't like them either? Nobody?
Those are the worst.
Looks like Kraft macaroni and cheese pieces running around out there. I don't like it.
You know, in Fan University, one of my co-hosts, Brennan, hates the color yellow. And when we talk about jerseys, he does not like yellow jerseys. And seeing those, because I didn't get to watch it live, but seeing all the replays on Sunday Night Football of highlights from that game, all Colts highlights, right?
Yes.
Those looked so bad. I'm joining him in the yellow tops, not good for football.
Okay. I did not know that was such a wipeout right there. All right, well,
I hated it.
I know. I see. I knew that you did going into it. I did not know everybody else felt that same way. Alec, will you please give me cut number 13 because it's time for the Tuesday tailgate.
On the play fake, late pressure coming into the end zone, caught and touchdown by Concepcion.
And of course, we bring on Carter Freeman from Fan University. And Carter, I feel like we have gone pretty light on Aggie talk so far this year. But
so
now
you want to spend 20 minutes on it here?
Is the time. This is the best Aggie start in a generation. I cannot find a reliable spot that lets me know that A&M has started a season 8-0 since 1939, because the last time they went 7-0, then they tied SMU. I can also not find a reputable spot since 1939 in which Texas A&M has been higher than 2 in the rankings. They sit there at 3. They're 7-0. They're going up against LSU, which is a place they usually go to die. We'll talk about that more on Thursday. But how do you feel about this A&M team not just being undefeated? That's great. But being a real contender in the mix here.
Well, you see in this last game against Arkansas, it's just another way that A&M has found a way to win, because their home games have all been, maybe the offense hasn't looked as strong as we might have wanted, right? But our defense just grinds these SEC teams we're playing into dust and will beat them by double digits at home. Well, your defense stunk in Fayetteville on Saturday, and it didn't matter. Every time Arkansas scored, A&M punched right back. They were consistently, Arkansas would get within 4, get within 3. A&M would immediately score not just a field goal, a touchdown to go up double digits again. And the final score is a little, misleading, because A&M was up by 10 with 10 seconds left. So Arkansas gets that late touchdown, and then you then need a miracle onside kick, right? Like A&M very much led that game by double digits most of that game.
But it was, to your point, it was troublesome to me that it was usually 10-14, and then immediately it was 3-7. Then back to 10-14, 3-7. Arkansas responded a lot, but you're right.
A&M really impressed me by responding each time, and especially doing that on the road. And they were up pretty much that entire game, too. They never had to come from behind. And this is a game where Le'Veon Moss, your leading rusher, is out.
Yes.
So you step up Ruben Owens, right?
He was good.
He was good. Marcel Reed was awesome. I think he's quickly launching himself into that Heisman discussion.
Yeah, I saw him as like maybe 5th or 6th in the betting odds. Does that feel...
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Because I don't feel like anybody is really a huge front runner.
So that was going to be my next question. Alec, if you can get cut number 14 ready to go, because it felt like maybe not this past weekend, but the weekend before, the Oregon quarterback was ready to take the mantle. Then he fell. And then it was this gentleman who looked like he was ready to take over. And then this happened.
Biggest play of the season for Miami. Beck throwing downfield, intercepted. Picked off at the 25-yard line.
Just a disastrous game for Miami, a disastrous game for Carson Beck. It feels like you've seen back-to-back weeks of either the Heisman favorite or certainly a top 3 candidate just really fall.
Yeah, and Beck looked a lot like the Beck we
Georgia
had,
Beck,
the Georgia one we hadn't seen this season. He was trying to do everything with every throw, and he was consistently throwing into like double, triple coverage, which leads to 4 interceptions, right? And this comes after I started to think Miami was the best team in the country. They go lay an egg on Friday night, which, they're not the first Florida-based team who's in the top 10 to lose on Friday night this year. Florida State also lost to Virginia on a Friday night earlier this year. It's it only happened twice, but it's just weird that it happened more than once in that way. But and the thing about Miami too is with this loss, they don't control their ACC fate anymore. So they have SMU, Georgia Tech, and Virginia are all undefeated in conference. So if all of them win out, and Miami wins out too, Miami will sit there with a conference loss. They'd be 11-1.
Right.
They'd probably be in the CFP at 11-1, but they wouldn't get a chance to play for a conference title.
Corey, do you think SMU will ever lose an ACC game?
Not again.
Not ever.
Nope.
Their winning streak just in conference play. So this is ACC and AAC, their former conference. It dates back to, I have it right here, their last loss in conference was November 17th, 2022 to Tulane. Then they beat Memphis the next week, undefeated in the AAC in 2023, and have not lost an ACC game.
Now, they beat Clemson 35-24. Clemson falls to 3-4. Now, I know their quarterback didn't start for the first time in 34 games, but it was weird hearing Dabo Swinney do a press conference about the credibility of the program. Like, I'm not throwing out the credibility of the program, but it did feel like desperate times when he has to be like, hey, we had a lot of good seasons before.
We're good.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong about that.
We have been good. Don't worry about this
We
year.
could be good now.
Remember the good times. Yeah, don't look at the fact that in our last, I think, 8 or 9 games, we were 3-6 against Power 4 competition. And those wins include North Carolina this year, who they shouldn't field a football program under Belichick. SMU in the title game last year on a walk-off field goal in a game that you were tied with 5 seconds left, and then like Boston College. So like even the teams that they've beaten in the Power 4 are bottom feeders of their respective conference. Not counting SMU, but they're losing to LSU, who also doesn't look great this year, and that was at home. They're losing to Georgia Tech. They're losing to SMU. I mean, they are just not competitive at a Power 4 level.
Looks pretty solid.
And how do you guys feel about them being 7? Because there's been so much hemming and hawing I've seen on Twitter, at least, that
because they don't think their resume is good enough.
Then if you look at their resume right now, none of the teams they've beaten are ranked. When they beat Clemson was number 12, but they've fallen off, and they won't play another ranked team until they play Georgia, assuming Georgia stays ranked at the end of the season.
All right, let's have a philosophical college football question right here for all of y'all then. How do you balance out we beat that team when they were 6-0 and ranked number 4 versus then they ended the season 7-5 and not ranked at all? Like, how do you balance that out? Because, like, I keep rooting for Notre Dame to keep winning because that looks like a good win for A&M. But also at the time, they went on the road and beat, like, I don't know, the number 7 team in the country or whatever it is. How do y'all balance?
How does that get added into does the ranking? How much weight does that have whenever it's played?
Well, it's humans now, so I don't know if we've gotten the
then
best.
Let's kill the ranking system all season and then just write it all up at the end of the year.
And that's why
no rankings.
That's why the
Till the
CFP starts their rankings at the end of October, right? You still have the AP and you still have the coaches poll, but the ones that matter for seeding and who's going to be in the college football playoff, those start in a couple weeks. So they've always said it matters, what that team is at the time. So, like, I think, you beat a ranked team. And me personally, like, I know LSU hasn't turned in. They lose to Vanderbilt last week, and they haven't turned into the contender I thought they would be. But I still think it's impressive in week 1 to go to Death Valley, the other Death Valley at Clemson, pick up a win like that. Like, even Oregon going on the road to Penn State. Penn State's horrible now. They still haven't won a game in the Big Ten.
But at the time,
they were top 5 in the country. That was the whiteout game. That was a night game. That is a tough place to play, and Oregon went in and got a win. Me personally, I still value that.
Yeah, going into a Kentucky and barely getting a win out of that place.
Yeah, escaping.
Big deal.
Tough day on offense. You let the other winless team in conference double you up in yards, take you to overtime. I think that says a lot.
What is Texas going to finish at? 7-5, 8-4?
I could see 8-4, but look, they get Mississippi State coming up on the road, and Mississippi State they haven't won a conference game in a couple of years. They are clawing. They are so close to breaking through and getting that win. And watching Arch go on the road in 2 of these SEC environments, right? Florida, they lose. Kentucky, they barely win.
Are you about to make a prediction?
This looks like this. Yes, I'm going to go ahead and say it.
Oh!
Mississippi State is going to beat Texas this weekend. Because look, against Power 4 competition this year, Texas has played one good half of football. That was the second half of the Red River game. Because they did not play well in the first half of that game. They had 3 points. And then OU doesn't score, and then you end up winning that game. But against Florida, they look bad for 4 quarters. Against Ohio State, they don't look great for 4 quarters. And then in Kentucky, they take you to overtime. And Kentucky is the worst team in the SEC by far.
There was, I'm moving to another game here, but there was a lot of hype and build-up for Ole Miss, Georgia. Do you guys feel like it delivered?
Yeah, I mean, Ole Miss scored on their first touchdowns on their first 5 possessions.
Yeah.
And then I really thought they were going to end up getting that win. But credit to Georgia, and this is something Kirby Smart talked about in the postgame for this, It's not the Georgia where they just out-talent you anymore. They're just way better than you. They just, like A&M's defense, they just grind you into dust. Like, they do not go away. They're pesky, and if you don't find a way to put them away, they will continue to come back. And you saw that in this game where their defense tightened up in the fourth quarter, held almost scoreless, and then they scored enough to end up getting the win.
I watched a lot of that pregame build-up, and they kept like Saban and Kirby Smart and even Lane Kiffin talked a lot about his whistle and his ability to whistle very loudly and change a play because of what he sees on the defense. And he's like, once I get the attention and once I get that rolling, and Kirby Smart was like, let's make it loud in the end of the game so they can't hear it. And I was watching that game, and I was like, that is a loud place right now.
Who do y'all think is right now the best team in the SEC?
I'll go with Alabama.
I'm going with A&M.
It's funny, we're forgetting that Alabama is still there when they've beaten 4 straight ranked opponents.
sure.
That's, I believe, the first time in SEC history that's ever happened to start conference play.
Well, and
they lost to Florida.
See, and that's the thing, because that isn't amazing. They have run a gauntlet the last month or so, but that Florida State loss looks worse and worse as we go along.
It's so weird. It's weirder than Notre Dame losing to, what was it, Northern Illinois last year? Because then Notre Dame runs the table, goes all the way to the CFP. Like, Alabama's on a similar track, but that's a Florida State team that hasn't won a game in conference since last season.
Yeah, and they already had to make the announcement, we'll evaluate the program at the end of the year, which that doesn't sound good.
The dreaded vote of confidence. I feel like anytime a coach gets that, they're gone.
Now, one of the teams that Alabama beat was Vanderbilt. However, Vanderbilt has moved into the AP top 10 for the first time since 1947.
Who was president then?
Grover Cleveland.
You're like 50 years too early.
Yeah, that is because
Taft.
It was
like 30 years too early.
Lincoln.
No, Truman.
About 80 years.
Damn it. Yeah,
George
I'm
Washington.
stick with Truman.
It was Harry Truman.
Because
Oh, it's
FDR died and Truman took over. All right. What do you think about Vanderbilt as a college football playoff contender, but also Diego Pavia as a Heisman candidate?
Obama.
It wasn't Obama in 1947.
70 years too early there. Pavia's put his name in there, and this goes back to talking about Marcel Reed, where no one is really at the forefront. I know Fernando Mendoza with Indiana is the leading the odds right now, but Pavia's jumped up to number 2, and rightfully so because they beat LSU. They've looked good all season. It's just odd seeing Vanderbilt being good in the SEC, and not just that, beating down the teams that are worse than them.
Yeah,
usually when
you're right.
When they get an SEC win, it's very close. You know, they'll eke one out maybe at the end of the game. But yeah, I mean, they crushed South Carolina earlier this year. They get Virginia Tech's head coach fired a couple early in the season, right? So it's just weird to see it. But yeah, the way that they play, and I remember texting my co-hosts during the Alabama game. It's like, it's so weird seeing Vanderbilt look like an SEC team because their defensive tackles look SEC caliber and their offensive line looks just big and built, and they play really, really well.
Now, we haven't gotten to this yet, so we need to give it the proper amount of respect it deserves. Give me cut number 15. Will we ever see something like this again?
They give it off to number 1. He takes off. That's what he does best. And here he goes. He's over the 50, and he's going yard, folks. This is going to be a monster day for the young man from South Carolina. He will have his 7th touchdown of the day. He will eclipse the 5,000-yard mark for his career, and he will be the all-time D3 single-game rushing record holder.
Not enough excitement there for Monty Quinn from Curry College, who had 20 carries for 522 yards and 7 touchdowns.
Amazing stuff. I mean, it doesn't matter the level that you play at if you rack up that many stats. Yeah, and
he averaged 26 yards a carry and had 20 carries.
So this is D3. The previous record was 465 yards. So, blew that out of the water on 38 attempts too.
Oh, wow. So he had almost half as many attempts. That's freaking amazing. Not a surprise. It's a record at all levels of NCAA competition.
So the FBS record is OU running back Samaje Perine back in 2014 with 427. And the funny thing I remember about that record was I believe it was Melvin Gordon at Wisconsin set the record a week before. And then so he had the record for a week. Then Samaje Perine, that was a game in the rain against Kansas too. I was a junior that year, I think. He goes off for 427, sets the record, and I don't think at the FBS level, at least especially at the Power 4 level, we'll see that anytime soon with player distribution being much more even now. The OU's not running, dominating a Big 12 like they used to, right? I don't think you're going to see that, particularly at any level. And those Kansas teams were so bad, but yeah, 500 plus yards, first time ever at any level, and
20 carries and 7 touchdowns. What is sadder for Texas Tech fans, the loss to Arizona State,
the tortillas? I'm not even going to let you finish. It's the tortillas. Because, look, Texas Tech went on the road with a backup quarterback against a team that everyone thinks is going to be good in the Big 12. I still have questions about Arizona State, but they struggle a lot of that game. They end up leading that game with the backup on the road with, less than a minute? And it's really disappointing that the defense wilted at the very end of that game. But I think that's a very forgivable loss in my eyes. And you look at Texas Tech's numbers, still comparable to the rest of the conference. They've scored 50 more points than anybody else.
And they're hoping Morton can come back this week. We'll see.
And the rest of Tech's schedule is mostly manageable, but they do get undefeated BYU coming to Lubbock, and I believe November 9th, November 8th. So that'll be a big showdown if BYU keeps continuing to win. But the Tech is going to a place where they are more of a national, they have more of a national identity, right?
Yeah.
Because they've spent the money, they've developed the players, they're a top 15 team at this point. When they weren't that, that's when things like the tortilla toss come up, right? So I think they're between a rock and a hard place where we want to be taken seriously, we want to be viewed as this national power year in and year out in our conference. But the other schools that have been up there for a long time don't have a thing like the tortilla toss.
Now, facing a fine, their head coach, who we all love, has even come out and been like, hey, please stop doing this. Corey, are going to be sad to see an end to the tortillas in Lubbock? Or do you think they're going to follow that edict?
I don't think they'll follow it.
I think you might be right.
I think you should do whatever you want to with those tortillas.
If you're an opposing fan and this constitutes an on-field 15-yard penalty, you should just bring
smuggle them in and throw it.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to make that sacrifice? Let's say your arch rival was Texas Tech. You go into the stadium wearing all kinds of Tech gear and throw tortillas on the field, knowing it will get your team a 15-yard penalty in their favor.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll make sure a whole crew goes in with me. We'll be the tortilla factory.
Okay.
The good thing is Tech is unrivaled. That's one of their catchphrases they use on Twitter. So. Don't have to worry about rivals. Them and Penn State. I've always felt they should be rivals because they're both unrivaled.
Those are not the Raiders I want to discuss in the C block, though.
Okay.
Middle Tennessee State, the Blue Raiders.
I'm guessing he means the Las Vegas Raiders.
Raiders of the Lost
Stupid
Art.
Social media stuff. All right. Thank you very much, Carter. Appreciate it. We'll catch up with you again on Thursday. Coming up next, time for the C block.
Kevin, a Max Crosby connection to DFW that you have to hear.
Oh, okay, then I'm in.
And why he's following Bobby.
No, I don't care.
Next on the fan.
at D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Today, the level of concern will be a little bit different because Jerry Jones talked with us.
Oh, that's true.
He called in to Sean and RJ. He kept putting his finger over the speaker on his phone so that it would sound like it was going in and out. And he was like, really, I just want to be on with the KNC Masterpiece.
Oh, wow.
Is what I'm told.
In your face, Sean.
Sources. But you might hear Jerry on with Sean and RJ on Friday. Who knows?
Oh.
Things are kind of up in the air. So the level of concern is going to be a little bit different today. But, Kevin, I have some baseball statistic that I want you to hear.
Okay.
This is from Sarah Lang's Slangs on Sports on Twitter. I like that. Good job, Sarah. Seasons where one LCS was a sweep and the other went 7 games. The LCS best of 7 since 1985.
Okay.
2025, 2012, 2007, 2006, and 1988.
Okay.
Each of the 4 prior teams, the team winning the 7-game LCS won the World Series.
Really?
Now, does this change things for you? Because
that is very surprising.
It was a sweep on one side. Now, I haven't looked any deeper into those because we know there are some years where the NL is a lot weaker than the AL.
Yeah.
I don't know what the reality is in those situations. This is one of those where you feel like the Dodgers are the best team. They have the most invested in the team. They have players at every position, pitching all over the place. But the history does show.
That is fascinating. I wonder if it's like a layoff thing, especially because, but then again, I mean, the Blue Jays won last night, and so they don't play again until Friday. Man, that is interesting. That does kind of change my perception.
So Kevin will be changing his underdog bets based on that, I think.
They're plays, not bets. Thank you very much. And
that's
do you
what
know
you get paid to do.
You can make team picks now on underdog, so that's a great point. Ooh, that means probably about 2-1 on your money on the Blue Jays. Ooh.
Somebody did post on Twitter as well a screenshot of all the mutuals that Max Crosby follows that they follow, which does include Jake Ferguson, Jadeveon Clowney, Sam Williams, Zeke.
Oh, so
Micah.
Oh, so maybe not the most.
Dak.
Did he follow them before?
Des Bryant. Pat McAfee. Yeah, no, this is something I was like, oh, hold on. Let me go take a look at all this. Guess who I see that he follows, that I follow?
Who's that?
One Robert Belt.
Oh, he was on the show this morning.
He was featured on the show this morning during our first segment in Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
So I reached out to one Robert Belt and said, hey, how long's he been following you on Instagram? Was it today? And he said, no, since college. I've known him for a while.
Okay.
So
that does not necessarily impact the trade viability.
Kevin, he is from Colleyville Heritage.
Wouldn't you say he's from Colleyville and went to Heritage? I don't know if Colleyville Heritage is like a real place
where he lived most of his adolescent life, Kevin.
Okay.
And his sister on Instagram.
Oh, my God.
Is referred to as DFW makeup artist.
Oh.
It just makes a lot of sense, Kevin.
Oh, makeup. I get you.
It makes a lot of sense that he would feel comfortable here. Right? As Trey Wingo reported right after, like seriously, right as we were ending our interview with Jerry Jones today, Trey Wingo reported that according to sources, the Cowboys have made inquiries with the Raiders about a potential trade for Max Crosby.
Look.
And then we've kind of gone through everything we can, I think, to figure out how it would function. And Kevin, you've done a really good job of kind of laying out the plan.
Yeah.
It seems like it's favorable in a lot of ways for the Cowboys. In a lot of ways.
Yeah, the thing I go back to is 2 years at $62 million is a lot. But you were looking down the barrel of they were going to pay Micah, I think we figured it out. It was like $42.5 million at the time. So you are getting $10 million less. Do you think it's a comparable player? Do you think it's a better player? Do you think it's a worse player because of age and potential injuries? That all factors into the decision-making process. I guess what I would want to know from y'all, from the listeners, is how do you stack Max Crosby up against Micah Parsons? Like, let's say it's
okay, hold on.
It's a 10-point scale. So if you think Micah's a 9.5 and Max Crosby's a 9.5, then this makes all the sense in the world, depending on what they're asking for.
I think one's a 9.5 and one's a 9.
Who's the 9?
Maybe Max.
Okay, then if draft compensation tops out at a singular first-round draft pick, and you can at least have a conversation with Max about his contract, then let's see how that goes.
And it is a 2-year difference. Max 28 and Micah 26.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's smaller than I thought. So,
like Bradley Chubb, I looked, he's 29. So in that again, the Cowboys, the smart thing to do here is create some leverage by talking to a lot of different teams, not just one.
Sure.
That is one of the ways that you pick up the phone, is you need to create some leverage somehow.
Yeah, and if you could tell them, like, we'll see, we're also talking with Miami about that, and that would be great.
And as you pointed out earlier, and so astutely, if that ultimately was you got Max Crosby, Kenny Clark, you were able
another
to
first
sign
round
Pickens,
pick.
Yeah, and another first round pick for Micah Parsons. You've got a pretty good deal, and then a lot of people would be looking at Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones and going, tip of the cap, man. Like, that's a pretty interesting move.
No, I agree with that for sure.
But on the face, when you're like, we got Micah. We've been trading Micah for Kenny Clark and 2 firsts that we aren't going to help us this year.
Right.
At that time, I totally understand it.
Okay, let me simplify this.
And Max does play the run better.
Let me simplify this. For some reason, it's just Max Crosby for a first, or Max Crosby for a first and Trayvon Diggs, and he's not willing to change his contract at all. And it's going to be 2 years, $62 million, fully guaranteed, that he walks into the Cowboys with. Do you accept?
Yep.
Wow, that's so fast.
Again, Kevin,
what if you also have to put a 3rd-round pick in 2020?
You just told me the parameters
I'm just
of the deal,
asking.
and now you're trying to change the parameters.
What if you also have to give him a 3rd-round pick in 2027?
I'm all right with that.
Okay.
Because here's the thing. Again, I go back to, I have decided, and not just based on Washington's game, it feels like the Cowboys are committed to this year too.
Yeah.
But there is a window for Dak. Dak's playing exceptionally. I can't waste that for Dak.
Yeah.
I feel like the Cowboys, we've even asked them straight up, are you concerned about wasting that? And the Cowboys have said no, although they do understand that Dak's playing at a certain level.
Okay, can I tell you, this is where it's a good thing that I'm just watching and not involved, because this is where my Cowboys history works against making this deal. And I hope that makes sense to y'all as lifelong Cowboys fans and people across the Metroplex. My brain, or I guess my heart, is telling you, but why? You know that even with him, this defense is not good enough, and you're going to get worked in the wild card round, or if you get a sub 500 team, somehow you would get worked in the divisional round, and it's not going to make a lick of difference, and you just lost one of your future building blocks. But then the head part of me is like, this is one of the best offenses we've seen in recent Cowboys memory. So why not feed a little bit extra into the other side to try to propel it? And I'm very conflicted because of that.
And they're right for the 940. It's not just that. It's also the window with Pickens. I don't know how big that window is.
Might be just the end of this year, yeah.
I do understand, though, this is also a difference in philosophy of what you're trying to do. Choppy will tell you, I'm not trying to win this Super Bowl. I'm trying to win 5 Super Bowls. So if I'm investing in this team right now, that might get me 1 if I really just go for it with this team. But is that enough if I want to build 5?
Yeah.
And so that's the difference in philosophy. And sometimes, Kevin, you just got to strike when the fire's hot.
Not the iron?
I don't know.
Okay, and by the way, I think we should really help out with this from the 201, especially because it's in all caps. Kenny Clark is a $21 million cap hit next year. Not really. His cap hit next year is 0. He has no guaranteed money left on that deal. So you can move on. If Like if you decide you don't want to keep Kenny Clark, it will cost you $0 to the bottom line. If you decide you do want to keep him, well, then I believe some good old-fashioned renegotiation will take place. So don't worry about that. That's not a real $21 million cap hit that is like looming over you.
And also, I guess the other thing, too, is we just keep assuming that you're going to trade one of the Packers picks. What if the Raiders are like, we want yours?
I would assume.
We want the better of the two.
For the record, I would assume that would be, I think they would build in the language of we get the better of the two.
There was one other thing, and that fell out of my mind. So we'll move on to this.
Can I address one more fan text thing that's
I dare you to address.
Okay. Crosby is arguably a better player than Micah, definitely a better leader, and is cheaper than Micah. I don't know. I think it's the age factor that plays into it. I'm not arguing about the leadership role. I don't know how much tangible value that draws from folks on the trade market. I do not think a minimum of 2 first-round picks. And if it is, then I don't think that the Cowboys are going to be involved in this conversation. Crosby is older. I still think the trade value for Micah is higher. So I do not think it would cost that. That's my opinion. Could find out that I'm dead wrong about that. But if it is 2 first-round picks, I do not believe that the Cowboys would be in this game at all.
The other thing, that's what it was. The other thing to consider, too, is there is a defensive end available in this draft that is very good. There are a couple of them on the way, and there are some good linebackers that is proving to be a strength as we're seeing right now in the draft. So,
but I totally get your point about, is this offense going to look like this next year? You might not even have. Some would argue you probably won't even have George Pickens. So I understand the counter argument. I'll make it simple for people who say it's going to be 2 1s or more. Then the Cowboys are out. I do not believe they will be in that mix. But if it's a first and a third, I think they might be in, especially depending on how those contract discussions go.
All right, now we can discuss the level of concern.
Oh,
actually,
how
guys, we'll have to wait for tomorrow.
That you're out of time.
We are out of time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, former WWE superstar, host of the new USA show, Everything on the Menu with Braun Strowman. We will talk with Braun Strowman, plus our brand new segment, How Did This Reporter Do? Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and...
remember that Uber Eats had groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Rehab?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Security.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Welcome back to the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we've got former WWE superstar, host of the new USA show, Everything on the Menu with Braun Strowman. It probably shouldn't surprise you. It's Braun Strowman. Howdy, sir.
What's going on, Dallas?
Now, I know we got a lot to talk about, including your new show, which I know does have a Dallas episode coming up, but we are close to Halloween, and I'm a huge horror movie fan. I gotta know, is there any traction to you being the next Jason Voorhees, and do you think you could pull it off?
I know I can pull it off. Let's be for real. I am the ultimate Jason. They just need to give me the role. There's been conversation about it a few times here and there throughout the past few years, and maybe one day we'll get lucky and people can get on the same page and figure something out and bestow that beautiful hockey mask on this face. Because I tell you what, I will gladly shave this beard off if they need me to. Because let's be real, what an iconic opportunity, being Braun Strowman for the last decade of my life, now being a host of Everything on the Menu on USA Network, and the possibility of maybe being the ultimate slasher of all time. How did I get here in life?
Now, we like to fashion ourselves as a show that asks questions no one else would ask. So what I really want to know right now is, do you think the best moment in Friday the 13th history is in part 8 when he's boxing a Gold Gloves boxer and the guy keeps punching him and nothing happens, and then Jason hits that dude one time and his head goes flying off?
It's great, but my favorite Jason is, I love Freddy versus Jason, because I was a Freddy fan too, and I literally rewatched that last night. So in the spirit of continuing to try and manifest stuff that I've done in life, we're going to keep talking about it. Maybe it'll happen one day, but until then, I'm going to enjoy going around the country stuffing my big face full of everything on the menu.
Braun, I asked this because of the amount of crossover we see in Hollywood and wrestling. Are great wrestlers great actors, or are the best actors great wrestlers?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, we've just seen all that crossover. All these guys go into Hollywood and be amazing at it.
So in terms of the new show, I mean, I get it. People like food, but how long have you been in this vein of, no, I really love food. This is like a quest I can go on.
Well, I've always been a big food eater. I mean, that's what I said. I didn't get to be 350 pounds by accident. I graduated high school at 17 at 6'5" and 305. So that goes to speaking for the unbelievable cooking that my mom and dad did, and the poor grocery bill that they had bestowed upon them. And like I said, we grew up without a whole lot and stuff like that, but we never went without. So I'm very thankful for that, of learning how to appreciate making dishes out of nothing and stuff like that. I have a younger sister. She's 6'2", so we're a family of redwoods per se. And mom and dad bestowed upon that as well, because I'm a big cook now as well, and I like cooking. But I've always been a big eater and stuff. And the idea with this show, so I had a really bad neck injury in 23 in the ring, where I pinched my spine and both my arms quit working for about 3 seconds in the ring, and I ended up having to have a fusion in my neck. So I got a metal plate and 4 screws in there, and while I'm out recovering, I'm like man, am I ever going to be able to wrestle again? Am I going to have a normal life as normal as 6'8" and 350 is? What am I going to be able to do? So I'm on the phone with my agent, Nick, and a good friend of mine, Kevin, who's the producer of everything on the menu now. And we're throwing ideas at the wall of what can I do and stuff, because I realize at a point in life I've been given a gift that not everybody's given in life, and that the gift is I'm very capable and very good at putting smiles on people's faces, and I like doing it. And it's how can I continue to have a platform to get out and let people see me and do what I do best, and that's making people happy. So they're kind of picking on me one day, talking on the phone about how when I go out to eat, I'll order 2, 3, 4 entrees and stuff like that. One, because, like, well, I'm a growing boy and 350 pounds needs some calories. You know, you got to keep this meat castle fueled up and moving. And then 2, I like trying different foods. That was one of the blessings with being with WWE for so long, and the awesome career that I had with them was getting to travel around the world and you know, experience all the different walks of life in the culinary space and stuff. And so it worked out, you know, kind of this idea we're talking about. They're asking me about eating all this food. And I'll say, yeah, half the time I go to these restaurants and I'm like, I can't make up my mind. I want to order everything on the menu. And they're like, wait a second. So we ended up shooting a pilot episode in Kewaskum, Wisconsin at a supper club called the Great Outdoor Supper Club, and kind of got it out and feeling around to see if anybody would be interested in this concept of a show. And lo and behold, USA Network saw it, and the relationship that I've had with them over the last decade of my life being strewed out across their programming with WWE. And I guess maybe some of the realizations that I've drawn massive ratings throughout the years that I've been in WWE, and just the relationship that I had, it was kind of a match made in heaven. So we did 8 episodes for season 1. We did Washington, D.C., Orlando, Tampa, New Orleans, Las Vegas, Fort Worth, Milwaukee, and Chicago. And then, like, the main premise behind the show is I do two restaurants every episode. The first restaurant we go to is known for the signature dish in the city. All those restaurants were open 50, 60, 70-plus years. We did Angelo's Barbecue in Fort Worth, a big staple there, family-owned that's been for a long time. What a great experience getting in there, seeing all the history that's kind of, it's like a time capsule, hearing the stories of the 3rd or 4th generation pit bosses that are in there. And then the barbecue, oh my God, was just absolutely amazing. So those signature dishes like that in the city is kind of the staple, the known about spots, and hearing the backstory, talking to customers that have been eating there their entire lives, and having that fun on that. And then the other restaurant I go to is kind of known for the up-and-coming hot spots and stuff like that in these different cities. And the premise behind that is, think about going out to eat, and you're looking around at people's food's coming out, and you're like, man, that looks good. That looks good. Look at the menu. Oh, my God, I can't make up my mind. Everything looks so good. Well, I can't either, so I order everything on the menu.
What's the tip situation looking like there then? What's that setting you back?
The production team covers that. I tell them to send my agent the bill. We'll figure it out.
All right, so I got a family of 5, and I got 2 boys that like to eat a lot. We sit down with you at the table. What's on the table? Give me the meal.
Oh my goodness! Well, I'm a big steak guy for what. Yes. So let's start with the appetizer. I don't know if you're soup guys. I'm a big lobster bisque guy, or a homemade chicken noodle. Maybe, I don't know, I'm a tuna tartare or a beef tartare kind of guy. Fried Brussels sprouts. Main course, let's go with like a golden Yukon fingerling potatoes in a rosemary garlic butter, tomahawk ribeye, prawn cut, of course, reverse seared, finished over. Let's do mesquite since we're in Texas to 137 degrees, a nice medium rare plus, like the temperature that I like it. Well, we'll do some cream corn with black truffles on top of it. And then let's do a dessert. Man, I haven't had any sweets in a while, so I'm really thinking this one out. What's a big Texas staple other than going to Buc-ee's and getting one of the big cinnamon buns?
We got some pecan pie down here.
Cinnamon bun for dessert.
Yeah. Man. Well,
I'm in on that meal.
I'll see you later. I'm going to get some lunch. I gotta go. Now, I can see how this show, Everything's on the Menu with Braun Strowman on USA, debuts this Friday. I can see how that's easy to bring smiles to people's faces. But you talked about your wrestling career. How weird was it to start out as the most terrifying of villains when you were used to bringing smiles to people's faces?
It was an opportunity for me now looking back on it, especially with the untimely deaths of two of my tag team, two of the four of us in the Wyatt family and stuff like that. It was such a special time in my life and my career because those guys did so much for me. There is no Braun Strowman without those three and stuff like that, because when I debuted on TV, I'd had 4 wrestling matches my entire life.
Wow.
And the boss saw me at the time and saw something in my giant carcass and was like, hey, I know you don't know a whole lot. We're going to learn along the way. You're debuting the night after SummerSlam in front of 27,000 people in a sold-out Barclays Center, and I did one of the biggest gulps in my entire life of, yes, sir. And in the back of my mind, I'm going, I don't know what I'm doing, but this is an opportunity. I got to pretend that I do. And, well, I stepped out there and in a space and in an industry where it's really hard to pull one over the fans. I think that's the first and only time in the last 20 years that WWE was able to really, really surprise the fan base. Because I stepped out in the middle of that ring in the Barclays Center with that black sheet mask on, and 27,000 people started chanting, "Who are you?" So I knew we had something special there. And boy, if it didn't take 30 seconds to let them know who I am. And now here we are. 10 years later, my own food show, everything on the menu on USA Network right after SmackDown, man. I don't know what I did to be here, but I sure am thankful for it.
Do you want me to make sure I tell Paul Heyman when the show is on, or do you want to tell him?
Oh, he knows. I mean, let's be for real. It's a show about eating everything on the menu. You don't think he knows about it?
That is a tremendous point. And you know, when you debuted, the last thing for you, my older son immediately wanted a sheet mask, and I was a little bit worried. But he's turned out to be a well-adjusted adult, just in case you wanted to know.
See, look at that. Me, I did the same thing. You know, sometimes, you know, we got to go through these phases. The rest in peace, Aussies, you know, we're going through changes.
Well, that's excellent stuff, man. We're all looking forward to the Fort Worth episode, but everything on the menu debuts this Friday, USA Network. Braun, thank you so much for the time.
Awesome. Thank y'all. Enjoy your week.
There you go. Braun Strowman right here on 105.3 The Fan. You loved him.
Kevin, wrestlers have been some of the best interviews we've ever had. Their personalities have been, they're always a lot of fun when they come in studio, when we have them on. Whatever it is, they're already entertainers. And we don't necessarily have to talk wrestling all the time with them, but they always entertain me when we get those interviews.
No, I love them. I'm looking forward to the show, but I'm also looking forward to this. Mm-hmm. It is the debut of our brand new segment. How did this reporter do? So I believe this took place during the Oregon-Rutgers game.
Okay, all right.
And Oregon won that game 56-10. So the game was out of hand. The reporter, Olivia Cleary, is trying to do the live shot, and a lot of people decided they had something else to say.
But football is, you can definitely tell there is a new play caller in town. The offense is looking, the offense is looking a lot more versatile. They're getting their tight end in there with more reps. Still seem really characteristic with the running game. I've definitely seen a lot more passes from Malik Murphy to Trent Walker. And I think even though the game is tied, the offense has looked entirely different. And we'll see how it goes through the second half of this game.
That's enough. That guy yelling 6'7" in the background. We get it. It's a stupid thing. That it's, you know what? It's overdone. We've 6'7'd ourselves out. We're done.
Maybe it was Oregon State Lafayette then. But so one of those friends in the video tried to pull the first 6'7" guy away, but he realized that person is just gonna keep on talking, and I don't think that I'm gonna be able to stop them. Now, Olivia put out
nice work on her part, dude.
So how do you think she did with these jack nuts yelling 6'7" behind her?
I agree with you. Jack nuts is exactly what's going. Look, she's trying to do her job, and you're in there just like not even making it about yourself. You're just yelling something out.
Yes,
drunkenly. It appeared.
Don't you kind of hope they were drunk? Because if they were sober and that's their choice.
That's your personality. So I will give her all the credit in the world. Somebody needs to hire her.
And also a meme shouldn't be your personality.
Focus.
Right?
Like, yeah, exactly. She is focused.
Okay.
She's locked in delivering that news.
You'll love this then.
She wanted to do the news and she did.
This is what she put out on Twitter. I'm aware of the video circulating.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't put it out and want to thank everyone for the support. At the start of my live shot, fans were kind and added a fun element to the coverage. As it went on, a few fans stuck around and things got a little out of hand, which is what you saw. For the most part, so yes, Oregon State, Beaver Nation has been very welcoming to me. Live TV is unpredictable and sometimes you have to roll with it.
Yeah, that is true.
It was that.
Those guys, they don't need to be that, though.
Okay.
But, again, I credit her for absolutely delivering. She stayed focused. She was locked in. She's going to be a big-time star.
One more quick question about that.
In the news.
Would you have liked it even more if she did like a spinning back fist and hit one of those people and goes 6-7 and knocked him out?
Or she goes 8-9, bow.
Oh, that
Learn
would
more
have been-
numbers, dummy.
Yeah, that would have been fun. Alec, do you think the reporter did a good job?
I think she did a great job because I would have started swinging. That was irritating. And again, don't make a meme your personality, especially one that's already played out.
Indeed. By the way, one more quick note. The United
They'll
States.
give her a 6-7 out of 10.
Oh, they better give her a higher
I'm
grade
going
than
home.
that. The United States officially announced their joint bid with Mexico, Costa Rica, and Jamaica for the 2031 Women's World Cup. I think that is an important thing because I think that there's a really good shot that Arlington hosts the 2031 Women's World Cup final.
That's a long time from now.
That is true.
Anything could happen.
You know, I really thought you were going to tell me how many years away it was.
I don't even know.
Yeah, I might have stabbed you with this pen. We're the Can't See masterpiece right here.
Nice.
Don't do it on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. They're live at Shell Shack off of North Henderson. We will talk with them next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for the Mavs.
Podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts. Keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Right up the gut, there goes Gibbs. Foot race. Winfield can't get there. Touchdown, Lions.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Let's take you to the Shell Shack to talk with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you and where are you today?
Buddy, we're just right down the road. We're doing fantastic. We're at Shell Shack on Henderson, and we have some G-Bag Nation flags. Would love to see everybody swing on by, get something delicious to eat and drink, and do some fellowship in here today as we talk Cowboys trade deadline. This is fun.
Man, and those G-Bag flags are a commodity. Our remote that we did on Friday, we only had one because they said they were all gone. So that's pretty awesome that you guys got some.
Yes, it is fantastic, and I can confirm these are the final 2 dozen sitting right here at my feet.
Okay, make your way out to Shell Shack. Now, we've heard the rumors.
Brian wants to ask you, what do you love and what do you hate about the show in order to get one, by the way.
Yeah, that's my line. What do you love about this show? What do you hate about this show? A gentleman named D, who is from a Philly Eagles fan, was like very honest with me about me. And so I really, really appreciate what he says. He says, hey, you don't answer Dawson's questions all the time. And I said, you know what? That's a good point. I go, I try and think of it from a front office perspective. He goes, I want to hear your opinion. So, duly noted. Duly noted.
And you appreciate the honesty, not
absolutely. Hell yes.
Smoke. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, Carson.
I think you're great, Broaddus.
Sure you do. But, hey, we're good.
Corey's blowing smoke now.
Corey. Yeah.
Carson
all
Wentz
you guys are amazing.
is going to start
Hey,
for the
can I ask you guys a question real quick?
Yeah.
How do we get Jerry twice today?
That's what we do, man.
So he called from his airplane on the way to the league meetings, and it
didn't work.
Yeah,
not good signal.
Yeah.
Pretty spotty
You
connection.
figure he spent $50 million on a plane that we could get some service.
Mm-hmm. You know,
it was good enough to, talk to somebody. You could get what he was saying, but almost every word was kind of choppy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Carson Wentz is going to start for the Vikings on Thursday, but I'm guessing the NFL news of the day that's probably more of interest was the Cowboys inquiring about Max Crosby. I guess to start, what would be what's your price point to make that happen in terms of draft capital? What are you willing to deal if you're interested at all?
Well, I really like the idea of a 1 and an offensive lineman, maybe TJ Bass or Nate Thomas going out there for Crosby. But, man, I could probably be talked into more. I think Crosby's one of the best defensive players in the game. And not only does he give you the pass rush, but he's also going to help you stop the run, set that edge, make plays in both things. So, I think Crosby's better than Micah Parsons. And if you could get him for less than what you gave up, plus you still have Kenny Clark in cap space, I think that'd be a huge win.
I think easily the Cowboys pick. I think if you're the Raiders, you probably want the Cowboys 1.
Yeah.
And I'd be fine with doing that. I'm giving up a 1, and then if it ends up needing to be a little bit more in terms of a 3, I'd love to do players. Like if they'd be interested in a Diggs or a Jalen Tolbert or one of these linemen, I'd love to do that. But I think it probably goes and starts around the Cowboys 1. I'd assume that's what they want over the Packers.
It's probably going to cost you both those 1s to go do this. Probably will.
I'm a pass on that. What about y'all?
Dotson hit the nail on the head. I think he's a better player than Parsons.
Yeah, I think he's a better overall, all-around player than Mike is. I got into a little Twitter fight or text fight with a couple buddies of mine, and they're just like, no way, Mike is way better. I'm like, man, well, why are we acting like Max Crosby hasn't also been a Defensive Player of the Year candidate?
Yeah.
And has also been an absolute savage. So, to me,
never comes off the field.
You add Kenny Clark and Max Crosby. Yeah. I ultimately, I would go 2 1s for him. He's 28 years old. He's in the prime of his career. Let's go for this thing now.
Do you think he's in the prime of his career looking at this last season and a half compared to where he was in 22 and 23 when he was a Defensive Player of the Year candidate?
There's probably been a drop-off there. I wonder how much that has to do with the team, his personal health. But, yeah, I still look at him and say He's in the prime of his career, 28 years old and one of the premier edge rushers in all of football.
But because of that, he's a couple years older than Micah Parsons. I don't know that I'm that excited about going 2-1s for a guy 28 years old.
Yeah.
I'd say you can have an offensive lineman.
Last year.
I think TJ Bass or Thomas saves you from having to draft an offensive lineman in the first couple of rounds. So you're getting significant value there. And I'll throw in a day 3 pick as a pot sweetener a little bit. But, once you're looking at defensive linemen, it's kind of like a running back where late 20s can age very quickly. And I can't take that much risk to give up the ones.
How do you guys feel about the contract you would be looking at past this year? Probably 2 years, $62 million in guaranteed money. That doesn't seem too bad given what the market looks like.
No, we were talking 47 for the guy that we just got rid of, right?
Yeah.
So, listen, this guy to me, you watch the way he affects games. You watch the way, people talk about, what coordinators go through to stop certain players. It's hard to stop the Micah Parsons. It's hard to stop the Max Crosbys of the world, guys like that. I think this guy he's got this thing figured out, how to play run defense, how to rush the passer. He's just, to me, if you could go out and get a guy like this, and maybe it took the 2-1s that you had to, you got for Micah to go do it. I don't know how you turn your back on this one because, like I said, it might be just a little bit more in the age. But man, I think he is. When you watch him play, he is just so disruptive every play.
Yeah, even just watching him against Kansas City, like Kansas City's got 2-3 guys assigned.
They're trying to block him
at all times,
and he can't.
And last year, the 7.5 sacks that was in 12 games.
Yeah.
Because he got hurt.
Yes, he did get hurt. But previously, he'd had the last 3. He hasn't missed any time besides his rookie year. So,
the last game.
I think, yeah, sure. But I think that's a little bit of an outlier. Like, overall, if you want to nitpick that a guy got hurt last year, fine. The rest of his career, he's been healthy.
But I don't think it's nitpicking to say somebody who is now getting older, who missed time last year and now has a potential lingering knee issue right now. I don't think that's nitpicking as much as just wondering out loud if his body is degrading.
I think that if you're the Cowboys, those are all your sales pitches, Kevin. I'm with you on that. This is why I'm trying not to give up 2-1s because of everything you've just said. But I do think from a Raiders standpoint, like I've wondered with some of these players like Trey Hendrickson, and we asked Brian about this, how much when it comes to this injury stuff is that also if we're considering moving a player, we're not going to be as inclined to play the player.
Uh-huh.
I could also say this, Heggie, we can also not have a pass rush for a long time, too.
Okay. No, I hear what you're saying. I guess my thought was we talked a lot about how Micah being back here wouldn't have fixed this defense. Do you think Max Crosby would fix this defense? Because I'm all about building up assets, but I'm willing to listen to the other side. I get he's a great player.
Yeah, if you tell me, though, like to say, the whole thing, and here's a guy you're talking to that loves drafting, I can't guarantee you that they're going to use those picks to be any good.
I hear you.
I can't. Yeah. I know one thing. When I watch Max Crosby play, I know he's better than anybody I'm going to pick at 16 or 17, and I know damn sure he's better than anybody I'm going to pick at 29 or whatever.
Right.
That's just me.
But I do think there's something about maximizing the window that you're in right now with Dak Prescott and
I understand that logic for sure.
So that
would you do the 2-1s, Eric?
2-1s is a touch rich for me. That is a touch rich, but I would give you the Cowboys 1 and one of those offensive linemen or a 1 and a mid to late round pick, but 2-1s, I don't know that.
There's no reason for the Raiders to take less than what you gave up for Micah Parsons. You could say about the age and all that stuff, but he's already under contract for a couple more years, and there's no. To me, and his body of work speaks. If I'm sitting there, if I'm John Spytak at the Raiders, and you come and offer me a 1 and Nate Thomas, I'm kind of like, no, I can't do that right now. Thank you, though.
Are you just going to let him sit on your team, knowing your team's not going anywhere and you don't have a quarterback?
That's they're probably going to end up with a high pick to go draft a quarterback. Is what they're going to do.
Right. Well, fascinating discussion. I'm excited to hear y'all continue this on your show. Where can people find you again?
We are live at the Shell Shack on Henderson, and they got these really cool Cowboys salute to service Crown Royal, like little. Is this a water bottle? Is this I don't know. I'll put it on the webcam here before too long. They also have Crown Royal sunglasses to give away, and of course we got these G-Bag Nation flags for you. Here's black and gold. What's up, buddy?
The last of them. All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at the Shell Shack. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say 5'8", Kevin.
Is that what we're changing it to? 5'8".
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that's very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
The G-Bag Nation flag, and Shell Shack's a great place to come watch some sports, get something delicious to eat and drink. They got $3 Crown Royal during all games. They got specials for Tuesday. Just crushed a shrimp basket myself, and we're off and running here to the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA, there's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander back home in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. Wolchuk and Shea follower here. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us every day, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And it is a trade deadline Tuesday, if you will. Trey Wingo got the party started. According to sources, the Cowboys have made inquiries with the Raiders about a potential trade for Max Crosby. Just turned 28 years old, just like a month ago. Now, my understanding on this, and maybe Broadus can jump on here and confirm or deny this. I think he's signing a G-Bag Nation flag right now. But my understanding on the Max Crosby rumor is this is preliminary. Mm-hmm. You know, this is maybe people in the organizations talking, but this isn't necessarily it getting to the highest levels. And Jerry's on the phone with Mark Davis, you know, trying to hammer out the final details, something like that. But this is fun, and it's starting to feel like the 24 hours leading up to the Micah Parsons trade, where suddenly things just, everywhere you turn, people were talking about it. Insiders are saying, I won't be surprised now if this happens. Brian, what's your understanding of the Cowboys' interest in Max Crosby?
Yeah, I think right now the Cowboys are Trey Wingo, who's really well connected with a lot of
I think
folks.
with the Raiders,
yeah,
big time.
Yeah, he's very connected. Now, the question you have to ask yourself, Dawson, is this coming from front office or is this coming from the coaching staff? My belief is it's probably coming from the coaching staff is what's going on here. So until it's the front office, then you know how serious. But I think they're floating ideas right now like, hey, what would it mean if we were to, these coaches get on the phone with each other and start talking about potential where it would be. Now, like I say, Trey, very dialed in to what's going on around the league. On the Cowboys end of it, this appears to be news to them. So they're in that mode. I think they are interested in trade opportunities, and I think they're open to opportunities, and I think they're open to like, okay, what is it going to cost us to be in the game? I think they're open to those opportunities. But right now, I think Trey is kind of reporting this from the Raiders end of things and not so much what the Cowboys end of it is.
I'll tell you this, if Jerry is still anywhere in his mind involved in an ego battle about the Micah Parsons thing, there's no better way to fly a middle finger up to Green Bay than add Max Crosby. I think at that point, chances are 50-50. You end up with the later first-round pick. What does Max Crosby do for this Cowboys team as far as shoring up their weaknesses on defense and put them in a position to be a contender?
Man, he's a two-way player for sure. He's getting pressure on the quarterback. He's dominant in the run game. He rarely leaves the field. And that could catch up with him a little bit later on in his career, but you'd have him for this season and then 2 more seasons after that under his current contract. And what he can do from a pressure standpoint to help your back end, right? I think that's been a huge problem for the secondary. Not only have they just not played well, and you can say what you want about Eberflus and the way he's approached it from his own standpoint, but bottom line is when you don't get pressure, man, you're leaving your corners and your safeties out to dry. Yeah. So I think the best way to start helping everybody benefiting is right there on the D-line with a guy who helps you in the run game and as a pass rusher.
Yeah, I mean, you get Crosby. I think at that point I would say you still need a middle linebacker. Depending on how well or not well Kenneth Murray Jr. plays over the next couple of weeks, maybe that could influence that decision. But if I wanted to be like, okay, now this defense actually does look good, you plug a middle linebacker in there, I think you're done.
If you had a middle linebacker, say you played with somebody like the Sanborn or James, but now you've got Overshown, Crosby, James, maybe. Yeah. I think you got some guys that are going to kind of get after you there. I agree with you, Dawson, though. If you could find a way to make the trade or to identify a linebacker or pair somebody up with Overshown, I think that would be ideal for me. I just still feel like the linebacking group is, we'll see with getting Overshown back. But, man, if there was somebody out there that we're not talking about, I know you like your guy there with Cleveland.
Sure.
Yeah.
Devin Bush.
What is Cleveland in a give-up yet mode? We'll see. But I would clearly make a call about him. I would be in on the Max Crosby stuff if it was me. And then I would just hope that this 21-day window that Overshown is out there and has no issues at all as he's practicing.
Yeah, I wonder if Overshown coming back makes them less inclined to go get a linebacker. And I know that's not solving all your problems. But that, plus you have the possibility, like I've talked about at corner, with those bodies getting back. I don't know how high linebacker and corner would be. I still think they need that. Maybe that's the spot that they end up saying, okay, I think it looks like a pretty good draft right now in the first 2 rounds at linebacker. That might be where you address that spot. You're not able to do that at the deadline. But Crosby, to me, I mean, and you also got to factor in, it's Kenny Clark and Max Crosby.
Yeah.
I think that's better than just having Micah Parsons, right? Yeah. And again, Kenny Clark led your team in pressures last week. I understand Carolina. It was a horrible performance by him, and it was by the rest of the defensive tackles. But Max Crosby's one of those leadership guys. He's a local product, Colleyville heritage. Bring him back home. I do think it makes your defense. And with how good this offense is, we're talking about, can you take 3 points? Can you take a touchdown off the board by making that move for Crosby? And that can really be the big difference for you in winning and losing games.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just got to wonder what other things are going to shake loose here over the next couple of weeks. Like Houston's got a damn good defense. They got a couple of good linebackers, don't they? EJ Speed, Tarleton State. Yep. Al Shire is their middle linebacker, and he's been very good throughout the course of his career. So there's a lot of things to talk about there. Adam Schefter can contribute to this a little bit. He said as the trade deadline approaches 2 weeks from today, the Cowboys will be a team to watch.
I think so.
Yeah.
I do. I think they're a team now. Maybe they're not picking up the phone like we'd like them to, but I think that if teams are starting to kind of churn that, okay, hey, we're not going anywhere, let's call Dallas. And I think Dallas is going to be on everybody that's interested in moving somebody. Dallas is going to get a call.
Yeah, I love that, and I think, to Wolchuk's point about maybe you could address linebacker in the draft in spring, this is about 2025.
Right.
Yeah.
And we've been talking forever about how this team needs to do what it can to make more of an all-in push, a real all-in push to one of these seasons to give yourself the best possible shot. You don't know how long Dak's going to stay healthy. You've never seen him play quite this well.
Yeah.
That's got to be the tone. Like, is there any way inside the building that we can preserve our year-to-year strategy while also making more of a push right now? And it's you couldn't draw up a better situation for it with the space and the picks you have.
Yeah, you do not know how long you're going to have George Pickens either.
No,
you don't know that. I mean, you're in a situation, and Jerry was on with the guys in the afternoon, did a great job with that, of saying, hey, we're talking about all possibilities for George Pickens right now, whether that's tag, sign, trade, whatever. Everybody, cap guys are going to talk, pro personnel guys are going to talk, coaches are going to talk. So the fact that they're having these discussions about George Pickens, I think, is a good thing. But you do not know. You're guaranteed to have him through these next 10 weeks. After that, who knows?
And you might seriously average over 35 points per game over the next 10 games. So if you are that dang good, now you're drawing up a situation where you could win with an average defense or maybe even slightly less than average defense in the playoffs, especially against this field. The salary cap numbers are fascinating. $20.3 million guaranteed for this year. Again, you could not draw up a better situation to go get a player and still keep in mind how the Cowboys want to not sacrifice too much of their future. In 2026, it's 30. In 2027, it's $29 million, and in 2028, it's 27, and then it ends with another $28 million there in 2029. And the dead cap is not that bad either. It's 18 and 5. $18 million this year in dead cap. And 2026 is $5 million. Just in case you're looking for an escape hatch.
Sure.
Just in case in the back of your mind you're like, wait a minute, is this guy slowing down? How bad is the knee? Is he going to be one of those guys that can continue to dominate into his 30s? You never know until you get there.
Well, and they're at the NFL owners meetings are going on right now, right?
In New York, right.
And, the NFL loves their storylines. We got the Micah Parsons return to Dallas, and that drew crazy ratings. Well, the Cowboys play Arizona on Monday Night Football. Next day is the trade deadline. Cowboys have their bye week. Who do they come out and play after their bye week?
Raiders.
At the Raiders. So you make a trade for Crosby. You got your bye week. You get him in practice, working with the team, getting ready to go and play his former team. The headlines there. The NFL and ESPN would absolutely love that for a Monday Night Football game.
I'm smelling a 30 rating on that game, Molchuk. That's value added. And money is the official language of the Jones family. On the Fan this morning, speaking of the Jones family, he talked about the trade deadline, saying what's realistic is if we see an opportunity, we are in good shape as we've ever been to improve our team. He said if there were a trade, it will be because it fits us. And to fit, there's got to be a reason why the player would leave that we're interested in going forward with, and it would have to fit us in terms of our plans on our roster, the financial and everything that goes with that. Just because we played well, all of a sudden everybody thinks, boy, you're in the hunt, so it's time to go out and gather up all this talent that's waiting around out here on the trees to add to it now that we feel good that we can be more competitive. That's not realistic. Says what is realistic is that if we do see an opportunity, we're as good a shape as we've ever been to make it happen. And, that's just, again, I don't think you can be serious about building for the long term and the now in the NFL. There's a price to be paid for winning now. And if you are of the opinion that no, there's not, and we can hang on to all of our dry powder into the future, yada, 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 then I think you are going to continue to rob this team of great opportunities to win a Super Bowl. This team does a lot of stuff great, Brian. And when they're winning, we talk about it.
Yes.
Maybe they didn't draft as well under Mike McCarthy as they did under Jason Garrett, but they amassed so much dang talent in the 2010s. They had multiple shots to go for it.
They did.
And the most they ever did was add Amari Cooper, which saved them from, a 3-5 season. They end up making the playoffs. But, to me, that's the right context to look at this. If we had Amari Cooper and go from 2 games under 500 to a decent playoff team, what would adding even better players with an offense like this do? And then, once you're on the other side of that, sometimes it doesn't work out, like the Saints late in Sean Payton's career. Didn't work out.
Yeah.
That's the risk you got to accept. Like, we got to go for it, risk part of the future, and this might not work out, and we'll have to live with that. But what did the championships of the 70s and the 90s do for this thing? It made it so damn popular that 30 years later, it's still the number one team in all of American sports. We can't assume that's going to remain the case, though. We got to get a Super Bowl in here to refortify this fan base that's really damn frustrated. And, let's be honest. Jerry Jones isn't going to be around forever pimping the media news cycle like he is. I don't know how much longer he's even going to be capable of it, how much longer he'll be clever enough to hit all the right buttons. So, in a situation like that, you got to build being the most popular by actually going out and winning, like when Jerry bought the team.
And you've made so many win-now moves, like the George Pickens thing.
It's a win-now move.
That's a win-now move. That's a rental player. You just going to let that go by the wayside for no reason and have an offense that is an absolute juggernaut right now. You have your quarterback under contract. That was a win-now move. CeeDee Lamb, win-now move. Tyler Smith, all these guys that you've paid, you cannot waste a season with an offense this awesome and a quarterback playing this well.
Yeah. Even if you end up feeling like the Mariners when the season's over.
Yeah, it's still worth it.
You'd still be we'd all chalk it up to a win.
100%.
If they go heavy on trades right now and then they go to the NFC Championship game and lose, that's a win.
I mean, even the Rangers made the big swing. You'll get Cliff Lee. Well, you had your first ever World Series appearance out of it. Did he stay? No, he didn't. But I don't think any Ranger fan, I wouldn't, go back and say don't make that move because you weren't able to keep him around. Same thing with Monty. You end up winning a World Series out of it. You just don't know. You know, I think it's worth going for it and trying.
They weren't really ever in it again until they threw down the cash for Simeon and Seager and DeGrom, and everything flowed from there. But it's got to take some sort of a commitment and some sort of a risk. Jerry knows that. He loves that word risk. We got the G-Bag of the Day champion on the other side. Then we'll get to Wolchuk's Top 10 and 220 as we broadcast live from the Shell Shack on Henderson. We do have your G-Bag Nation flags while they last. Shell Shack, an incredible place to come watch the game. Late night happy hour, half-off starters and handhelds and $3 domestic drafts. If you love the shell food as much as we do here in the G-Bag Nation, Shell Shack in Dallas is a can't-miss destination. Well, Chuck, where's the top 10 going?
All right, in honor of Glenn Powell's 37th birthday, if you've watched the new show that he's got on Hulu, let me know. But we've got the top 10 TV series about sports. That's next in the nation.
But, Toles, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. As parents, I know we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand.
Used to be what was it?
truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, let's go back into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has the G-Bag of the Day champion.
I do. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. You don't want to miss it at 5:30. I got some John Blaze for you. Let's
go.
All right, this is day number 1, going for 2 of this champion audio. Sound boy. Shout out to Tolo Christopher Borden. Shout out to you, sir. He put me onto this longtime Cowboys fan, Miss Gonzalez. Yeah, girl. She was not a fan of how they were treating Dak out there on that field. Let's go live.
Yeah. Look at that son of a bitch, Commander, what he does to my quarterback. He's a f***ing ass. He got my ass. He almost killed my quarterback. Kick him out of the game.
Yeah.
Kick him out. The game. F***ing 55 head. Get him out of there.
Let him know.
Always playing nasty, even when they were the Washington Redskins. They always have to keep doing that kind of shit. Damn right I'm mad. That's uncalled for. Yeah, look what he did. He almost took his head off.
Man, get this lady a live stream or something. You know what I'm saying?
She's awesome.
Have her she about to get sponsorships and everything now. That's a wrap.
I love it.
She was so mad she put a T on the end of Matt. I love it. Let's do this. We're live at Shell Shack. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10.
Let's do it. Happy birthday to a fellow Texan, Glenn Powell, turning 37 today. Now, Glenn Powell has a new show, Chat Powers, out, which is based on the Eli Manning character.
Yeah.
Ball sacked, I think it was Penn State football, where he went
Yeah.
undercover as Chat Powers and was trying out to make the team, but it was really Eli Manning. So they've created a TV show where Russ Holiday, which is Glenn Powell's character, and if you've seen any of it, it basically he had a terrible, tragic moment in his final ever college game as a quarterback of Oregon, and he is a D-bag that has pretty much been written off by the sports world, and now he's trying to get back in after basically the XFL, the UFL, all these other leagues are like, we don't want any part of you. He's like, how can I get back my football career? So he is now trying to join the Fish of, I think it's West Georgia or something, and his character's Chad Powers.
I called their game this past week in West Georgia.
It's a good, overall, I like it.
How did Powers look?
He was a little shaky.
He was a little
that
shaky out there.
Tarleton defense is pretty good.
Yeah, they're the real deal.
It's an entertaining show, easy watch. Like you're talking maybe 30-minute episodes. There was only 5 out. I think the 5th one just came out today. But if you've watched it, let me know what you think of Chad Powers. 877-881-1053.
He sounds more unlikable than even Bo Callahan in draft day.
I think
nobody's showing up to this guy's birthday party.
Yeah, no, 100%. Russ Holiday's a bleep hole.
Was the Eli bit like a rollout for this, or was that like the genesis of the idea?
It was the idea.
The idea,
Genesis.
yeah.
And so now they were workshopping, like, could this end up being a series?
Yeah.
And Hulu picked it up, and they've been in development. And I think I think the Mannings are actually producers of the show.
I would like it more if Eli was the star character.
So Eli did have, I think it was the 2nd episode, he was one of the coaches. They played against Ole Miss, and he was one of the coaches on the sideline, like, who the bleep is this guy? Chad Powers. So they did give Eli a little bit of screen time, but it would have been funny if they had Eli reprise his role, but instead they went with, I guess, the proven actor in Glenn Powell. But yeah, Ross Holiday, total bleep hole. I mean, he's probably one of the most hated, I think, fake fiction characters in sports history. I'd recommend it. Worth a watch. But 877-88 South Georgia Catfish. Thank you, 254. 877-881-1053. What do you think are the best television shows about sports? And yes, Chad Powers is a moron. I mean, the character that he has tried to create here, I can't really even describe.
Is that cocaine quarterback, or is that a different thing?
Okay, that's a totally different thing.
Okay. See, I don't know
and
what's going on.
Cocaine Quarterback. That's a documentary.
That's cocaine.
3 episodes of a USC kid. Dude, this guy was a volleyball player at USC. Walked on to the USC football team in their prime. Like, we're talking Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, like Carson Palmer had just won the Heisman. They're winning national championships. This guy, 6'5", ended up going out there, ran like a 4.3 something. and just wowed everybody at this tryout and ends up walking onto the football team. And through all these connections, he ends up essentially being a drug mule for a massive cartel in Mexico. And it's Doc, 3 episodes long, also on Hulu. Would totally recommend you checking that out. But yes, different. Both shows on Hulu, though, and focus quarterbacks. Again, Lucius, in the family.
Yeah, I thought he, became like TCU's quarterback or something like that. That was the end of the story or whatever. I don't remember.
Yeah, he. I think he's still in jail right now.
I just think these.
That's a good pull. What was that? I can't remember that dude's name, but
Boykin. Was it Boykin?
Boykin was the quarterback before the bowl game.
Yeah, but he did. There was a TCU.
There was another one. They got busted for like weed or something like that.
It was
like a cartel.
The linebacker I thought got in trouble too. They had a
There were several players like Brandon Carter. Was another guy from Euless Trinity that went to TCU that I think got kicked off the program for something related to that.
Highly regrettable. They basically launched a drug investigation on their own campus into their football team for some guys selling 40 bags of weed.
Yeah.
It was really horrible.
Eastbound and Down is an honorable mention. That's getting some texts in right now.
Well, Chuck 972 is correct. The only right answer here is Blue Mountain State.
Blue Mountain State, incredible show.
Oh my!
Are they bringing Blue Mountain State back? Is that happening? I've been hearing whispers that could be a thing.
Thad Castle is still in his prime. It would make sense.
He's Reacher now, right?
He's Reacher. Yeah.
Just and is admitted to openly taking steroids.
Yes, I appreciate that about him.
Just be honest about it.
I don't care. You're a superhero, dude. Take your steroids.
Do what you got to do.
You're saving lives.
Made the shoe fit.
American Ninja Warrior, honorable mention on here. Best TV series about sports. Ballers with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Oh, yes.
And Denzel Washington's son, John David Washington. That was the first thing I'd seen him in, and he's gone on to have an outstanding career.
Ballin'.
You've got OJ, Made in America, which was an awesome series, ESPN Films. One Tree Hill, which I never watched, but was very, very popular, and I guess had basketball tie-ins. Welcome to Wrexham. I stopped Welcome to Wrexham. Have you kept watching
No,
that?
I watched the first season, got the premise, thought it was pretty cool. Now I like to get updates on how they're doing in the news, chasing more promotions, more good players.
And I think they're pretty much crushing it, right? Like
Are they crushing it again?
They've hit every single promotion. Like they were setting records to get promoted 3 straight years in a row. I think, are they going for 4 straight now? Is that where we're at?
I kind of lost track.
Waterboy's a movie, but I do appreciate that. Oh, Casey, is it Casey Pascal?
Yeah.
Pahal. There we go, Lucius. That's who we were looking for. Casey Pahal. Thank you, 817.
The last good one. There was like a quarterback whisperer that worked for him. I think Basic's related to him. But there was a quarterback whisperer that worked for Gary Patterson, and I think that was the last one that he'd secured for him.
Oh, geez.
And it kind of went downhill from there.
He was good, though. That was a good. I mean, for TCU had a shot. Casey Pahal was pretty solid. Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders making the team. Honorable mention. I will say my wife loves the show. Mom loves the show. Super popular. Cheer, that Netflix series, which I did not get into, but was very popular. I think that's a local.
It's more performance art, if you ask me.
Not legit.
I don't think it's
As
real
a sport.
I don't think so.
Hard Knocks.
Cool dance thing, though.
Hard Knocks had its time.
It did. I think now I'm kind of. Honestly, I loved the in-season Hard Knocks, like the one that they did about the off-season version with the Giants. Unfortunately, they got so upset on the Barkley backlash, but that was so cool, getting to see the behind-the-scenes of the trades, the draft, putting the draft board together, them at the Combine, like all of that I thought was pretty legit. Unfortunately, I think that the Giants ruined it for everybody. We're never going to get that again.
Well, at least Saquon's not good now. Or the Eagles aren't good blocking for him.
Oh,
both are true.
The lowest in the NFL at rush success rate.
That's crazy.
Saquon Barkley.
Isn't that not insane?
Dawson, were you thinking about the guy who worked for Pat, Justin Fuente?
I don't know his name. I'm sorry, I shouldn't even brought it up. Okay.
Yeah, Justin Fuente was a quarterback at Oklahoma with all that group. Then went to TCU. Then got the head coaching job at Memphis.
Okay.
Right, but I think that's your guy you're thinking of right there.
He was on a roll.
Yeah. Justin Fuente.
903 said, somebody tell Dawson cheerleading is very competitive and very athletic and is very much a sport.
I mean, it's very athletic. Some of these gals that they're doing the tumbles and the flips, you need to pull them out and put them like on a softball diamond. That'd be a hell of a shortstop, maybe a center mid in soccer, flag football. Like, they are some of the most athletic people in the entire world. Do not get me wrong, but it's a scored competition. You know, I don't get it. I don't like the half pipe in skateboarding, for example. That is more performance art that we're kind of scoring. I don't think there's any real competition going on. That's mono v mono.
Like, Lucius, is it rhythmic gymnastics? Is that where they're dancing with the ribbon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
that's
it.
They're doing the Will Ferrell joint.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Rhythmic gymnastics for sure.
I kind of, I mean, like, that's kind of what you're comparing. Like, I don't know. Is this?
Yep.
So
Same
you don't
category.
think
Salute.
gymnasts are athletes in a sense like that? What are you doing? Because they're scored and they're doing it on their own, and they're kind of going against their own record.
Paint me in a corner pretty good here, but no, I would say they are athletes, but they're not playing a sport.
Okay.
Wow. Wow, he's just urinating in that corner. Backed up into the corner and just started peeing all over himself.
I'm just getting started.
This has created quite the battle on the text line. We got 903 cheer is not a sport. I tell my daughter that all the time, and she's 4.
Yeah.
Cheerleading
There you go.
absolutely
She's
not a sport.
4.
Cheerleading paid for my daughter's college education at UTA, said somebody else.
Amazing. You know, you can get scholarships for academics too. You know, that doesn't mean it's a sport.
Fishing as well. I found that out as I was no longer eligible for college. I said, damn, you can go to college for fishing?
Like San Jose State has one of the best fishing teams in the country.
Yeah, shout out to Navarro College. That's where cheer was based out of. Your top 10 best TV series about sports in honor of Chad Powers.
Hey, can I throw one in there?
Yeah, please.
There's a TV show that used to come on Saturday mornings called Hang Time about a high school basketball squad. Anthony Anderson was on the squad. They had a girl on the squad. I don't know her name. Dick Buckus was like one of the coaches. Reggie Theus was one of the coaches. It was fantastic. And then also the Lakers HBO show that they killed.
Winning Time?
Yeah, that was a great
Oh,
show.
man.
Number 9. Number 9
You
on the
guys
list.
told me to watch that, and then I didn't watch it, and all of a sudden I started seeing the clips.
And it's so good.
It's
The
so
clips,
good,
and
bro.
I was like, wait a minute, what did I miss here?
The casting is
it's
amazing.
unbelievable, yeah.
And it just got better. Like, I thought the second season was better than the first
Yeah.
season. And they decided we're moving on.
And ESPN had this thing called Playmakers.
I remember Playmakers.
That was fantastic.
Is it true that it was too real? So
I
they
think
had-
so.
That's why they kind of had
I think
that
so.
candidate?
Yeah, it had the dad from BMF in there.
Yeah, I think ESPN's relationship with the NFL, that was like one of the first major points of influence for them.
Hey, the 4th and Long show is pretty fire.
4th and Long, very
With
good.
Jesse Holly,
Yep.
Andrew Hawkins.
It was good.
I was locked in on that.
That was badass. All American at number 10. I've not watched that. I think that's a Netflix series. Winning Time was at 9. A show called Swagger at number 8. And it was loosely based on KD's life. I actually didn't even hear about this.
Kevin Durant?
Kevin Durant,
Wow.
yeah. Called Swagger. 30 for 30 in general comes in at number 7. 30 for 30s are all badass.
Yeah,
What do you
they
got?
are.
I'm laughing at Lucius's Reggie Theus. It was he played Coach Bill Fuller.
Yeah, bro.
Bill Fuller.
Bill Fuller, and then Dick Buckus was Mike Kankowski or something like that.
Kankowski?
Kankowski.
And then NBA inside stuff used to come on right after this, and it was time to go hoop.
Yeah.
It was time to go hoop.
To get you all ready.
Yep, get you hyped up, bro.
Yep. 6 is The League.
Okay, yes,
The League
thank
is
you.
such
I'm
a
so
classic.
glad this is getting the respect that
I
it
love The League.
deserves.
So good.
What platform can you even watch that on now? Because I would.
Hulu. I think it's on
it is
Hulu.
on. Man, Hulu's
I think it's on
crushing.
Hulu. Yeah, because it was an FX show, and I think most of FX stuff is on Hulu. 5 is Glow.
The original?
80s female wrestler show.
That's good. That's good.
I think it was a league in the 80s, and then they made a show about it.
Yes.
Okay.
Cobra Kai is at 4.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in myself for not following up on that because Karate Kid was one of my favorite movies, and 2. You know, Karate Kid 2 is a very underrated movie when it comes to sports, and I just haven't followed up on that Cobra Kai as much as I should have.
Man, 817, shout out to Friday Night Tykes. That show was wild. And we just had somebody coming in and was talking about it's the parents in youth sports. Man, Friday Night Tykes, it was definitely the parents. I mean, they kind of made the show with the drama, but it was insane. Some of the stuff that went down there. We're talking about like 8-year-old kids in middle school. The Last Dance at 3. Great show. Ted Lasso at 2. At number 1, best TV show series about sports, Friday Night Lights.
I thought that was a movie.
They made
Oh,
a
had
movie
the-
show.
had the show, yeah.
Which fought being canceled, I think, the first 3 years that it was on. But shout out to Tim Riggins.
Thought it was a movie.
Tim Riggins, one of the best characters ever.
Right on. Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 2:20 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Shell Shack with your Chicago Bulls. All righty, you want a great place to watch Cowboys game? It's Shell Shack right here. They have $3 Crown Royal during all games, as a matter of fact. Doesn't matter what night of the week it is. If there's a game going on, $3 Crown Royals during all games. $3 10-ounce Miller Lite drafts as well. So they got the best deals and some incredible wings and shrimp baskets that I can attest to. Just crushed one. Chief, what are we doing next?
Sounds of the Sports Day featuring George Pickens, RG3, and Marcus Freeman on the thrusting. Next in the nation.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for the Mavs opener. How'd the Stars do? Power rankings at 8. We'll chop it up at 7:40. And the random Wednesday wheel spin at 8:20. It's a hump day edition on the Fan.
Tip-off basketball season tonight at Twin Peaks with a doubleheader featuring the defending champs with bar stools and corner booths that rival courtside seats. The Lodge is your Hoops HQ all season long. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Wooly Billy back with you. Let's talk East Dallas Diesel. And if you're shopping for your next vehicle, stop what you're doing right now. Check out my guys at eastdallasdiesel.com. You already know. You've heard me talk about them. East Dallas Diesel, best truck game in the DFW. Custom wheels, tires, lifted rigs, whatever you need, they've got it. But there's so much more than just trucks. And it's Tolo Truck Tuesday, baby. Make sure you're going in and checking everything they've got to offer on Instagram, on Facebook. They are going and showing everything that they've got, all their new inventory, and some of their highlighted vehicles. And with East Dallas Motor Cars, they've become your one-stop shop for incredible luxury vehicles, too. We're talking Range Rovers, Bentleys, BMWs, Corvettes, Escalades, Tahoes. And the best part, you don't have to break the bank. So whether you're looking for a budget-friendly ride or your dream car with all the bells and whistles, East Dallas Diesel going to take care of you. They're family-owned and operated, and new inventory, as I mentioned, coming in every single day. Tony Alberti, he's been in the car and truck game for nearly 30 years, and he's personally choosing and inspecting each vehicle. So you know you're getting the best. I've seen it firsthand, and Tony is the man. So is Fernando, big-time Tolo, one of his best buddies since high school. He's working in sales. The entire sales team there is absolutely phenomenal. So before you go anywhere else, go to eastdallasdiesel.com and check out what they've got today. Trucks, luxury, value. East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars has it all. Tell them old Chuck sent you.
Hey, Mr. C, it's me. Well, I just picked up the ring. I actually went to Hellsberg. Thanks for that recommendation. Kate's gonna love that hers is from the same jeweler you got Mrs. C's ring from. They were so helpful throughout the whole process. They even knew your family by name, and the ring looks great. Anyways, I just couldn't wait to let you guys know. Call me back and wish me luck.
Hellsberg, designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcast.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees, and you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text money to 323232. That's money to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Gary Zenobia here from Rhino Shield to tell you you've been tricked by the paint industry. Big names, flashy labels, empty promises. But Rhino Shield isn't paint. It's a ceramic coating that flexes with your home, resists cracking, blocks moisture, and fights mold and mildew. Backed by a 25-year transferable warranty, Rhino Shield could be applied to any surface and is built to last, especially for Texas homes. Don't fall for big box paint. Visit RhinoShieldTX.com for your free quote today.
Never paint your house again.
Rhino Shield.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, it's Brian Baldwin here. Makita knows that pros never settle. Get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. When you shop Makita at the Home Depot, these tools don't just meet expectations, they redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Have you ever had an aha moment? That feeling when you finally try something new and wonder why you waited so long? Here's yours. 20% of car loans are now 84 months. That's 7 years of high payments and likely ending upside down when you go to trade in. D&M Leasing can help you skip the long terms with smarter, lower monthly payments. Join over 50,000 happy customers on the road today. Call 817 or 214-35-LEASE or visit dmautololeasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. Did you know that even a small roof leak can lead to costly water damage, dangerous mold, or even structural issues? With more than 20 years of trusted experience across DFW, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Scheduling your free no-obligation inspection is easy at kpostcompany.com. Don't let a minor problem become a major disaster. Book your free roof inspection today at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
Hey, it's Corey Majors, and we're having a blast at our official fan watch parties at the Bearded Monkey. This Sunday, kickoff is at 3:25, and we'll be at the Bearded Monkey's Rockwall location at 2861 Ridge Road. Plenty of Tolo giveaways, so let's party and watch the game together this Sunday at the Bearded Monkey in Rockwall with the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We are back at Shell Shack. We just gave away our last G-Bag Nation flag of 2025. Salute to the gentleman that picked that up. If you are coming by, we do have some pretty cool Cowboys salute to service. Like, is this like a liquor sippy cup? I'm putting it on the webcam right now.
Yes, dude. I mean, that is like a mock Crown Royal glass bottle, which is iconic. But it's got the straw built in, and you can, make your own, choose your own cocktail destiny with that.
A water bong with that sucker.
Yeah, good call. Crown Royal has, they have jerseys. They have quite a few things here for you today, as they're a proud sponsor here of the Shell Shack, the home of our broadcast location for this Tuesday. And here's the Chief with some more sporting.
Yes, sir. Sounds of the sports day. We got some goodies up in here for you. And I would like to start in the world of college football, where RG3 is completely disrespecting the Utah kicker, trying to get the onside kick late in the game. Do we still have a chance? Take it away, RG3.
Onside kick, the game on the line. There it goes, and it's kicked by Utah. Utah football, but it looked like it hit a Ute player first. This should be BYU football and the game over.
Yeah, Jason, that kick was cheeks.
I'm telling you, man, every week he is just doing bits. I mean, we need to go back. I need to try and find some of the stuff he was doing with that Tech game against Houston a couple weeks ago, because he was loving Cameron Dickey.
You know, I think RG3 is absolutely in his bag. I think what has happened here is He's always been a talented broadcaster, and he's leaning more into just be yourself and the irreverency of that's happening across sports media with the different podcasts and the Pat McAfee show, and it's making it better. It's making it more entertaining. Like, sports broadcasting was so stuffy for a long time, and it's just relaxing. I think it's getting better and better every year, and guys like RG3 is a big part of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
He got knocked off ESPN because of budgetary situations.
Yeah, they let him go. Yeah,
he got caught up in the cuts and stuff like that.
And now he's
on Fox.
I think
they had to clear money to pay Steven and Pat, I think.
Yes, and
They
I think
fired
he's
40
part of,
people each time.
The second, he's like the number 2 crew on their college football stuff now on Fox.
Yeah,
he's doing pretty well.
I've always kind of liked him when he was doing the broadcast and stuff. I thought he brought something a little bit different element. He tried to teach you about the game and why, and I kind of liked his pregame stick where like he was running with like the Ralphie the Buffalo, and he was like trying to run. I mean, RG3 could still run.
He can,
and he was hauling the mail with Ralphie the Colorado Buffalo, but he always kind of did fun things like that.
He's lively.
Yeah, I don't know why, but hey. They didn't like him at ESPN. I thought he did a solid job.
Well, we like our guy George Pickens here with the Dallas Cowboys. This recirculated on Sunday thanks to Brandon Laurie. This is a clip from our conversation with George Pickens back in Oxnard at training camp. Broadus was asking him about the key to tracking balls in the air, and George Pickens gave us like a sports science on how he goes about it.
Key to it is looking up. A lot of people go here, look back, and try to see where the cue is. Yeah. The best thing is to look up, and then based off the trajectory, I play punt return, so if the ball's turning over like this,
there it is.
Yeah, it's going to go farther. And then if it's the cue gets hit, it's wobbly, it's going to die out. You see what I mean? So you can really make, that's really why I make a lot of catches, because you can really make every catch if you know the ball trajectory.
Yeah. How much do you feel the defender when you're doing this? I mean, do you just have that sense of where he is on your body? Yeah. To be able to track and then to be able to contort the way you do.
Yeah. While the DB is on you, kind of want to have your body as, I say, dead as possible. Like you see what I mean? So he never knows what you can actually stop. You can run a stop route. He'll never know what route's coming. But as far as the ball trajectory, he also won't know when you're catching it, because he's like, are you? You see what I mean? And with me knowing the trajectory, I know where it's going to be at all the time.
I love it. It reminds me of the story of Jerry Lucas, the former Laker. I think you got to go back to the 60s for Jerry Lucas, but he's spoken in documentaries and stuff. He has the record for 40 boards in a single game, average 15 for his career, right? And what he would talk about is he could look up and see the ball and see the rim and know where it was going to hit and then just go over there. And oftentimes be the first person, standing and waiting for the ball.
Didn't Rodman?
Rodman did a lot of that too.
Rodman was done that. Yeah, he knew where it hit on the iron and where to go and position himself.
Man, it's just incredible when you think about
I was fanboying him, asking him questions about that.
It was an amazing answer, like the geometry of it all. He's so thoughtful. He's gone next level with this. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, it's just like God's making him in the lab, and he's like, not only physically am I going to make you perfect for ball catching, everything about you physically, but also I'm going to give you sort of the brain power behind how to actually do this. Like just a perfect package for being an absolute super beast.
That first catch he made early in the game down the sidelines where he was able to get the knee down, you could see that he's tracking. He catches it, but he knows how to crumple his body. I use the word crumple, but just he knew I had to get down quick because he was trying to find the sideline. So he's thinking, I'm not sure about my feet, but I'm sure if I can maybe get my knee down and then get my feet, because you can see the whole time he's thinking, catch it or track it, catch it, get small, and don't run out of bounds or give your cornerback or your quarterback an incomplete pass because you didn't do everything right.
It's that, and I think just the overarching theme of it is being able to do two things at the same time. Right. Like, the rubbing your belly and patting your head thing, and some kids are going to be genius level at that, and they're like, what are you talking about? This is easy, and some kids are really going to struggle with it. But he can do so many things. He can be pushing off while looking at the ball, aware of where the sideline is. It's like 360-degree awareness and just the vision of and then obviously the physical skills to go out and execute that. But that to me is the biggest difference maker, with him, is being able to manage what's right in front of him. He's got his hands on, but a sixth sense of what's around him.
And part of the reason why you might think he's better than CeeDee Lamb, right? I mean,
yeah, I can't tell who's better. I debuted this horrible take yesterday, I guess 22 hours ago. But if you can only keep one of them, I do think considering trading CeeDee Lamb would be the smart play here. He's missed significantly more games than Pickens.
Well, speaking of trading star Cowboys, I'd like to take you to Green Bay.
Hey, can I say something about Pickens real quick? Just a quick observation, if you will.
Please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I like my man when he tries to make a play after the catch.
Yeah.
Because what looks to be a stiff arm just becomes a mush in somebody's face.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. It looks like it's going to be a stiff arm, and it just becomes get the hell out of my face.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
I think he decided I'm not going to fight like after the play or during the play anymore. I'm only going to fight when I have the ball in my hands because now it's legal.
Exactly. Yeah, and we respect that about old Georgie. Okay, Matt LaFleur, Packers head coach after the Packers win over the Cardinals. Micah had a dominant day. He's in the middle of his presser. All of a sudden, PR lets the media members know Micah's available to speak now. And then the media members started feeling bad, like, wow, I'm just going to leave the coach right now. And they had a funny little interaction.
And really happy for our guys.
Hey guys, real quick, Micah's going to do it in the locker room. So if you're waiting on Micah here, it's going to be your locker room.
So then we look like no, you can go. I don't care. He had a career night. I mean, I don't blame you, Rob.
Feel like a dick.
That's right.
So you, sorry.
Can he say that?
Yeah, no, he did.
He did.
He
Is that
did
Rob
say that.
Domofsky?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Domofsky's like, I'm kind of an a-hole for doing this. And then he called himself the D word
Can I
as well.
say that?
A couple
That's
of
like
times.
when the wife tells you, no, it's fine. You can go out with your friends all weekend long, drinking and watching football. It's fine.
Gosh, I don't even know what that sounds like. Those words have never left my wife's lips. All right, let's go ahead.
Well, she would never mean it anyway.
No, that's for sure.
Sounds
All
like
right.
an honest woman.
Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame head coach, on with Bustin' with the Boys. They're talking about after Notre Dame's win over USC, at one point, Jeremiah Love, maybe the best running back in the country, scores a touchdown, and he does the thrusting of the actual field.
Mm-hmm.
He started making love to the end zone, okay, which I think is sort of a dream for all of us.
I think it's beautiful.
And this was the interaction Marcus Freeman had with the Bustin' with the Boys fellas.
So I get a call from my wife last night, and she said, "Yeah, the boys, we have 3 kids, 3 boys 12 and under," and she said they were doing something where they were thrusting the floor, and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She said, I went up to the boys and said, "What are you guys doing?" They said, "This is the J Love celebration." She said, "Whoa, that's totally inappropriate." And so I had the clip sent to me because I didn't even know this happened, and there he was celebrating by doing
There he was
in the end zone. So I'm going to make sure that gets into our Wiseman plays today.
Oh, I love that.
TV. Yeah.
That is awesome. You need to play that clip and then just have a still photo of your kids and be like, this is who you're affecting. We need to handle.
So Coach Freeman's sons are now imitating Jeremiah Love with the banging of the field celebration. How about that? That's
awesome.
I love it. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We're live at Shell Shack on Henderson in Dallas. And happy hour is every day, 2 to 6, Monday through Friday. So you're in the midst of happy hour. You can get $9 for 6 wings, $10 for 6 oysters. They got a delicious spinach dip. They got a jalapeno hush puppies, fried okra. They got it all here at the Shell Shack on Henderson. And we'll come back with Dalton Wasserman, PFF. We'll reset you on the speculation around Max Crosby. Ask him how much would Max help these Cowboys and how reliable are these PFF scores. We'll get into all of that coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Basketball is back tonight. Best way to win cash with Prize Picks this basketball season. Whichever players you think are going to be going off tonight, Kevin Durant, he's going to be making his Rockets debut. Do you want to go more or less on the Kevin Durant points? Do you want to go more or less on the reigning MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? And Prize Picks is offering a special max discount for you today, so get it while it's hot. There's that special live on the board right now for the Warriors and Lakers game tonight. Steph Curry is discounted to only needing to go for more than half a point. So mix and match players from football, basketball, and baseball to build your dream lineup today. Plus, of course, you got college football, the best that is. If you want to go more or less on, say, Dak Prescott in your regular football Sunday picks, on his passing touchdowns, you can do it. Just talk George Pickens, more or less on his receptions. You've got all of that. You can mix and match. They offer stacks now, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup, and you can follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app, copy their lineup in one click. Tolos, download the Prize Picks app today. Use code TOLO. That's TOLO to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TOLO to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
TOLO means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I don't say this to mock these Seattle Mariners.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here, 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Shell Shack in Dallas on Henderson, a great place to come eat and drink. And Crown Royal has some great giveaways for you today. If you'd like to come on by, just ask us for them, and we shall provide. There is Cowboys trade rumors provided today from one Trey Wingo, a proper Texan. He's dialed in not only to the NFL scene, but particularly with the Raiders. He says the Cowboys are talking to the Raiders about a trade for Max Crosby, and we'll be getting more into that coming up in about 20 minutes here in the C-Note. Cowboys News of the Evening. Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. What we can tell you right now, and these things can move very fast, but right now it seems preliminary. Nothing imminent is a good way to categorize it, but it's very exciting the Cowboys are showing interest.
Yeah, this is, Jerry and others are at the owners' meeting in New York right now, and Jerry even talked about how easy it is to walk up and to talk to personnel guys or, people. The owners, it's an owners' meeting, but you have other staff members that are along with you there. So, depending on Todd Williams or guys like that or whoever's with Jerry could be able to, they could have a conversation with and just kind of lay some groundwork. But from the Cowboys end of it, doesn't sound like it's something that they're making the calls. This we have to check and see is, okay, it's not like it's coming from the Raiders side of things. And maybe the Raiders are floating the trial balloons right now. The coaches, every once in a while, coaches will say, we probably need to maybe move on from Max Crosby here. We probably need some more. It'd be nice to have the picks. We're not a very good team, blah, blah, blah. Until it's Mark Davis and Spytek and those guys like that from the Raiders front office, then, you kind of just see. But I think Trey Wingo is very well connected with a lot of things in the NFL. I think he's got a really good connection with the Raiders. So from that end of it, though, they're probably floating some ideas. And Trey reported that.
A lot of options out there,
Yeah.
and we'll continue to talk about all of them as we are joined now by Dalton Wasserman, Pro Football Focus here in the G-Bag Nation, home of the Cowboys. Dalton, good afternoon. Thanks for jumping on with us. How you doing?
Fantastic. Appreciate you having me on.
Man, how much would Max Crosby put the Cowboys in contention from your perspective?
I think they would go from maybe a team that's obviously very one-sided and you may be thinking about as a borderline playoff team to one that you think about a lot more seriously in that context, right? Because they have been lacking so much on defense and they've been so one-sided, and certainly the offense is playoff caliber, especially now with CeeDee Lamb healthy. You can tell that they can score with anybody. That doesn't take a genius to figure that out. When you have Prescott and Lamb and Pickens, and I'll tell you, Javonte Williams, the way he's been running has been so surprising. But the Cowboys need help at a lot of different positions. You had a player like Crosby, a veteran who's been one of the best players in the league for several years. That really starts to change the picture back into, okay, this team at least stands a chance on defense, because they don't need the best defense in the league. They need an average defense that their offense can just overcome and get enough stops on that side.
Compare and contrast Max and Micah Parsons. Who would you rather have type of thing for the rest of this season and playoffs?
Parsons, I think, is the better player. You're talking about a guy who's arguably the second or third best pass rusher in the league. I would have Myles Garrett as the best defensive player in the league, and Parsons might be second. Crosby, the big thing that he does bring, though, and he's done it throughout his career, is both production as a pass rusher and as a run defender. For multiple years, he's been one of the best run defenders in football, and we know for Dallas that's just as important, right? They're trying to figure out the right pieces in this run defense, obviously getting Kenny Clark back into Parsons' trade, trying to figure out with a lot of young players on the edge, even at linebacker, but Crosby helps you run defense just as much. So it would bring maybe a little bit less than Parsons as a pass rusher, but it would also improve your run defense in the process.
Okay, we have lots of other Cowboys questions for you, but since you brought up Myles Garrett, I was wondering, how did he end up with a better PFF score a couple of weeks ago than T.J. Watt?
So the idea is when we grade these things, right, obviously there's the surface level stats like sacks and pressures and things like that, but so often when we're grading defensive linemen, it is about how often and how well they execute their assignment, right, how much they win those one-on-one battles, and that goes into underneath things like pass rush win rate, which you don't often see on the surface unless you're really looking for it. So it's not really so much that Garrett at all didn't produce or played a bad game or anything like that. It's that the Browns just did a nice job of trying to work the game plan around him, right? He was still beating their offensive tackles, but they designed plays for Aaron Rodgers to bootleg away from him. They didn't run to Garrett's side so he could dominate on the ball. So while he didn't necessarily make a lot of plays on the football, he was winning a lot of the battles in the trenches and really affecting what the Steelers were able to call, because they really couldn't do anything towards Garrett's side.
Hey, Dalton, has anybody ever told you had the cadence of Mel Kiper? when you talk?
I honestly, no. It's if that's the case, it's not intentional. But
No,
I
can hear it. I can hear it. I've for my whole life, I've followed. We do the draft around here, but your cadence is very good. It's very Mel Kiper-like, and I'm saying that as a compliment.
Dalton, can you give us a Todd?
I appreciate that. I mean, I don't really think about, maybe just the plenty of influences and all the broadcasters and analysts I've watched my whole life. Maybe that's the one that gets through there, I suppose.
Well, you got a great set of pipes there, Dalton. So thank you so much for joining us. We love John Owning. He's one of our buddies and part of the PFF family. But, last week, as you know, J.J. Watt and others took quite criticism when it came to the grading. So can you take us behind the scenes? How does this work? Do you have Uber drivers that are walking around grading just off the TV copy and pumping out their grades on the next day? What do we need to know about the behind the scenes of how PFF evaluates?
No, that's a very simplified assessment of what we do, and certainly not entirely accurate. Look, we do on the first run of these games, we go through the TV copy, but especially for the NFL games, we have our best guys on it, and every single game that we do, NFL, college, even into the CFL now for the Canadian League, it goes through a second review process. When we get the All-22 about 3 hours or so after a game, we get our top guys right on it to fill in any sort of differences that there might be, any sort of discrepancies there might be, because you can't see everything without the All-22, right? And I would say, for the TV copy, yes, we do it the first time around through that, and we train our guys, and I was one of them. I did it for 3 years, the best that we can to see as much as we possibly can when it comes to run concepts and assignments and, production, obviously, on the ball for certain positions and the way certain coverages work and things like that. You do the best you can with that, but we do get the All-22. Every single game goes through to one of our top 10 to 12 guys, somewhere in there. That's an exclusive group when you talk about the All-22 reviewers. I did it for a little bit on the passing side, reviewing quarterbacks and receivers and DBs and things like that. So it is not just blindly, okay, we're just going to do it from this one run-through. It goes through twice, and anything borderline, we basically put any questions into the big kind of council that we have of our top guys and go, okay, what do we all think of this? And there's plenty of plays throughout a game like that where, we've got former coaches on staff and things like that we can ask a second, third, fourth opinion on because we make sure we get it right.
So what do we do when we look up Max Crosby's career PFF numbers and we see over the last couple of seasons he dropped from a 90 into the 70s? Is that a clear indication of a decline or some statistical quirks that can happen depending on surroundings? How do you put that kind of stuff in context?
Yeah, I mean, there are some quirks that can happen, and everything's within the context. So it's not just always, this guy's got a slightly lower grade, so obviously he's a worse player, right? Then I think what the grades are as much as anything is a guide towards, okay, thinking about why this might be happening. Same on the other one, on the other side, when a player might be breaking out, right? A young guy who's, let's say, take a Jackson Smith-Njigba for the Seahawks, and now he's exploding, and why is he so great? Okay, we can dig into it. Like Crosby last year, I would say he wasn't healthy. He had, I believe it was an ankle injury that he was trying to play through, and he wasn't all that healthy. And this year, look, there's certain times of context when you go, Max Crosby's really the only notable guy on that Raiders defense, getting doubled and triple teamed a lot, doesn't necessarily get all of the opportunities to dominate a game, so it can be a little bit lower. But even the scale, I think there needs to be some education on that, because even if a guy's grading, say, I don't know, a 77 or 78, wherever he's at right now, that's a really solid football player if you've got that during the season. Is it the 90, the elite grade that we're used to from Crosby? Maybe not, but considering his surroundings and everything like that, that's still solid, and if you were to add it to a better environment, maybe it shoots right back up there.
So what do the advanced metrics indicate about how well Dak Prescott's playing? Like, what would be some of the talking points that you would point to and be like, wow, this is where you can really see that he's leveled up in a big way?
Oh, he's been outstanding. I mean, when you talk about this is really actually the way that he played, especially a lot of the metrics are very similar to what we had in 2023, and I think there's several factors to this. You get George Pickens in there, it opens up the offense vertically. He's been one of the best passers in the league, throwing vertically down the field. He's got a top 3 or 4 passing grade. I believe he has the best turnover-worthy play rate of his career, so not only is he creating the explosive plays downfield, he's putting the ball in danger less often than ever, which is a big thing for us. I mean, that gets weighted in as much as the big throws and all the positive stuff you see is that can you avoid negatives? because we've found that avoiding those negatives on a week-to-week basis, that really sets a really high floor for what a quarterback is able to do, and then that gets baked into the grades, and say a Dak Prescott grading around a 90 right now. So it all goes together, but right now he's playing maybe even better than he did 2 years ago when he finished second in the MVP voting. He's squarely in that conversation this year. He's been outstanding.
We love talking about the BTTs, the big-time throws. How does that get measured? What qualifies as a big-time throw?
So, yeah, I mean, this is a part where it can be a bit subjective, but generally what you're talking about is throws that are more vertically down the field, possibly into tight windows, and then having the proper accuracy that comes with that ball, a combination of ball placement and distance, and then just certain times, again, those tight windows and working through coverages. I think about, say, an example is like both of those deep balls in the first half that Prescott hit to George Pickens on the go balls. Like, yeah, you could not throw a ball any better than that. And we got different levels of it, too, because there's basically on our grading scale, there's 9 different values on the grading scale that you could get on any given play, and a big-time throw would be on the top 3 of that scale. So you're talking about those throws right there. Those are the throws. And I mean, really, when you think about it in the simplest sense, those are like the highlight reel throws. When you go back in at the end of the year and a guy's got 20 big-time throws, those are the ones where you're like, wow, okay, that's that 30, 40-yard go ball that he nailed. That's that ball down the seam that just beat the safety, perfect ball placement. So really just the highest graded throws on our scale get categorized in there.
Dalton, I was an NFL scout for 13 years, and the thing that I even had problems with when I was in-house doing pro personnel stuff was whose responsibility it was on a play. And I think sometimes when we grade, we don't know where – like, okay, whose responsibility was that? How much do you guys go through? And you said you got coaches on your staff. Do you lean on those guys to kind of figure out if there's some questions about near defender and giving up a play?
Oh, absolutely. Those discussions are had, I'll tell you, in almost every game we review. There's something that comes up, because when you talk about, say, coverages, right, and we break it down to every guy's assignment, we have processes with that, with reading coverages. And look, if we're not sure of, say, if a team is in some sort of trap coverage, or if it's like a variation of cover 4 or 4 palms or something like that, yeah, we'll throw it out there to the group of our reviewers and go, hey, what do we think of this? And we have experts in coverages. We have experts in offensive line play and the run game, and even in the run game, say with certain fronts and things like that, do we think the tackle should have stayed on the double or advanced to the second level? These are things that, Steve Spagnuolo even made comments about this a few weeks ago, talking about this and he's like, well, they don't know everything we do. And, well, that's true. We're not going to know everything they do unless we're in the coach's office and in the locker room and all that. But absolutely, a lot of it gets cross-referenced, and we get 2 and 3 and 4 opinions before putting the final grade on that. That's a huge factor that definitely we go through the process on.
Dalton Wasserman, PFF, with us. Is as good as the Cowboys' offense is, it's crazy to see that the Colts is just as good or better through 7 weeks so far. Are they for real? Is the Colts' offense that good, and are they better than the Cowboys?
Better than the Cowboys. I'd love to see them play head-to-head. That would be fun, because the Cowboys lean a little more vertical and they're more explosive. But I'll tell you what, that offense, that's for real, for sure. Their offensive line has been arguably the best in football this year. There's a reason Jonathan Taylor is leading the league in rushing, and I think that's the big thing with both of those teams is that you have balance, right? Both teams can run the football at a very high level right now, and Daniel Jones is just playing point guard in the right offense for him. For as much as this gets said about the players and Jones and Taylor and the O-line and all of that, Shane Steichen is just calling absolute money games every single week. He's got weapons. The rookie tight end, Tyler Warren, I think has been such a huge factor in their success as a receiver and a blocker. Their offense is for real. As long as Daniel Jones keeps, keeping the ball out of danger, and he hasn't really put the ball in harm's way very much this year outside of the Rams game, he's been outstanding in the entire offense. They just have so much balance, and I think that's the most dangerous part about them.
Dalton, we're pumped about the possibility of a Max Crosby, but linebacker is certainly a weakness right now with this defense, and you do great work with college football. Is this looking like this is a really talented linebacking class in the upcoming draft?
Yeah, there's some good ones, especially if you're looking for a run defender. I think about Anthony Hill from Texas, right down the street from you guys, is going to be a hot name. C.J. Allen from Georgia is an outstanding run defender. He is just excellent. I think you've got what you've got nowadays with linebackers that there's so few guys that can do it all, like, say, a Fred Warner, that can both be elite in run defense and coverage. So I think even drafting multiple of those guys might help you. I think another guy maybe in the mid-rounds, like an Austin Romaine from Kansas State. Great vision, great ability to read an offensive line, and just one of the elite run defenders in college football. So it depends what types of guys you're looking for, but I think this linebacker class is pretty good. I'm seeing some good ones out there.
Dalton, can't thank you enough for your time. Thanks for giving us your perspective and your insights here on this football team in this league, man. Best of luck to you guys at PFF.
Anytime. Appreciate you having me on. Thank you.
Yeah, there he goes, Dalton Wasserman. I guess I should have asked him for a scouting report on Arch Manning or something like that.
We have him back on talk college football again.
Oh, really? Yeah, he's got it all. He's got it all covered, man. That's a hell of a football guest. So thanks to Wolchuk for booking him. We are live at Shell Shack in Dallas on Henderson, and Crown Royal is with us. They got Crown Royal sunglasses. They got a Crown Royal Cowboys salute to service custom cups with a straw. This thing is beautiful. It looks like a Crown Royal bottle, but it's like a. Could you imagine this at a tailgate? Maybe at a game, youth sports game, something like that. Okay, we got the C note coming up next. Cowboys news of the evening, and we have to reset you on what's been a very busy day of Cowboys trade rumorooskies. That's coming up next here. Gag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat about Men's T Clinic before we do that, though, because if you want to.
everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
There may be other garage door companies on the radio, but nobody does it like Tolbert Garage Door. This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
All right, welcome back. It's the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at Shell Shack on Henderson in Dallas, and it's time for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, you know, Krusty's Corner's coming up here in about 20 minutes at 3:40 every day here on your home of the Cowboys. You hear from the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, Broadus. Let's jump over here to Clarence Hill's Twitter account. He says, per a source, the Cowboys have not made any contact with the Raiders about Max Crosby. That doesn't mean they haven't had any internal discussions about possible moves or options, but haven't talked to Raiders about Crosby. Per source is the report there from Clarence Hill. And, you know, I think now is an important time to remember that, while we salute insiders and beat reporters, and they're there and they're at everything, sometimes you want to control a situation through the media. Sometimes you want to put out, a position through the media because what's likely is the Cowboys are in some form of negotiation. And the more desperate you seem in negotiation, the more you are food for good negotiators. So I think, maybe there is no interest in Max Crosby, but you can also say maybe the Cowboys are treating this situation like how they treated saying there's no way we're going to trade Micah Parsons, because there is a negotiating advantage to putting out, no, we haven't had any serious conversations. What are you kidding me? They might have called and said, hey, we'll give you one and a player. And the Raiders are like, we want a two. They're like, well, we have nothing more to talk about. And that could have been very preliminary type stuff. But Trey Wingo was the guy this morning saying, according to sources, the Cowboys have made inquiries with the Raiders about a potential trade for Max Crosby. To add to it, our sources are saying that it's preliminary, nothing is imminent, and maybe this was somebody inside the organization having a conversation with somebody about the Raiders about it, but it definitely has not advanced to an upper-level type discussion.
Our guy Ricky Scoops has gotten in on the mix.
Let's go.
Is that his real account?
I believe so.
I got sent that too, and then somebody was like, that's not his real account. So I don't know, but if Ricky's getting in on this, he was right about Micah.
Yeah, he's like this weird non-insider guy,
Sure.
Just like man of the people insider. And he's been pretty accurate throughout time. He said, sorry, Cowboys fans, I've been told the Raiders won't be trading Max Crosby before the deadline. And then he just deactivated his account once again. He goes ghost. So,
yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah.
But Ricky has put himself in a position to now be acknowledged.
See, the thing is,
credible reporter.
Yeah.
Mark Davis is talking at the owners' meetings right now, because I saw a tweet about he said he wouldn't fire Pete Carroll, and he trusts all that and everything. So I wonder if anybody's asking him about that, or we're going to get a Crosby, like a denial, like, no, we're not going to trade Max Crosby and that kind of thing. I hope somebody asks that question. But if in an organization, sometimes you get sources or coaches, sometimes they're front office guys, sometimes it's presidents of the club, whatever sources you have, it depends on who it's coming from. It could be like somebody could be telling Trey Wingo, one of the coaches, like he has a relationship with a Pete Carroll or somebody on that staff, and he's like, hey, Pete, would you consider, and as well, maybe Dallas, maybe they could be trying to also set some stuff up to get a Dallas involved to see if they can drum up some business somewhere else.
Get everybody talking about it.
Yeah. Get everybody talking about it, but can we get more? Can we get more for this? And sometimes these guys say coaches, they kind of like a coach will say, hey, I'm going to tell you this off the record. But, and then all of a sudden you have somebody that goes with it like, like that. But I'm looking up at the screen right now. Woody Johnson's talking from the Jets.
Woody Johnson said some wild stuff.
So, yeah, it looks like to me they're kind of but
I wish
they'd
they'd
interview-
quarterback under the bus a little bit.
I wish they'd interview
sure did.
Brick.
I know.
Get
What's
Brick's
Matt, what
thoughts.
are the Madden grades right now, Brick?
A lot of different ways you can look at it. I think with the Raiders, you have a 74-year-old coach.
Yeah.
Max Crosby's 28. You're in go-for-it mode with a 74-year-old head coach, no doubt. But can you see yourself putting enough pieces in place to be good before Max Crosby has aged out? If he's already on the decline, if you believe that, and you're with the Raiders, I think the long-term move has got to be to trade him. At this point, they got to believe they need a new franchise quarterback. That sort of restarts the clock,
Sure.
and you're looking at maybe a couple, 2, 3, 4 years before the player has matured to a point that he can lead you. So there's a lot to be said and done here over the next 2 weeks. We are now just almost 2 weeks to the minute away from the NFL trade deadline, and of course the Cowboys have the bye week in between now and then, so there's going to be a lot of interesting conversations here on your home of the Cowboys. Shoddy's presser yesterday, he talked about something we had not discussed, and it's the next story here in the C-Note. But Shoddy said he spent time in the defensive meetings last week and plans to continue to do so. Is that a turning point? Is that the reason why you got, what was the number, 46% man? Is that the reason why you got more diversity of your defensive play calling as before?
I think if there's an influence from Shoddy's side of thing, and he used to do the role of the Ben McAdoo, be with the defensive coaches, that kind of role.
An offensive mind helping out the defense.
I think Shoddy is a believer in analytics. I'm not sure how much your defensive coordinator believes in analytics.
Okay.
So you get into a situation where, and we talked about this last Wednesday when we broke down the Commanders, and we're starting to talk about zone versus man. And you look at the analytics, and clearly this quarterback was not as good against the man coverage stuff as he was against the zone. Maybe Shoddy walks in there and says, Matt, listen, I know you're not big on these numbers, but let me show you something. And and now he's got the analytics team with him, and they're talking about it's really simple. He doesn't throw. And then let's do this. We don't even have to talk. We don't even have to talk about this. Guys, put the tape on. Put the tape on against man coverage, and let's just watch him play against all the man coverage throws this year. And then all of a sudden, now you could see it with your own eyes.
Mm-hmm.
That okay, maybe play. Okay, let's watch the zone coverage stuff and see what happens. And now he's walking in there and telling him, you might not believe in these numbers.
Yeah.
But the film matches the numbers.
Yeah.
And he's taking him that direction.
Yeah.
And he has that prerogative as the head coach. He could click over any time on the headset on the sidelines, go, Matt, what are you calling here?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about I'm going zone. And he goes, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that here. Just go man. Trust him. Go play man. He has that program. I think he might have walked into a meeting and said, this is what analytics tell us about this quarterback. And maybe you need to trust that a little more.
I think it's just, for the first time, I'm believing in this coaching staff. I think I said that 3 or 4 weeks ago on this show that I believe they have the best coaching staff, maybe since Jimmy, maybe since Parcells. I don't know how you look at that, but I think it's that communication right there, or that management of a situation where it's one thing to communicate great with your players and keep them informed and inspired and confident, but can you also communicate to your boss, the front office, and can you communicate to your other coaches? Like, I think last year with Chicago, Eberflus's communication with the offensive coordinator was atrocious, and it ultimately led to the disaster that cost them all their jobs. And a lot of times coaches just want to, I'll let you cook over there. That's your side of the ball. But the best head coaches, they know stuff. They're better at processing data, hopefully than anybody else in the building. That's why they are the head coach. And I think the thing I'd be curious about is Schottenheimer saying, look, you're too predictable. We need to keep the quarterback at least thinking while he's standing there waiting to snap the ball. Is this zone or man? What defense are they in? Because that's going to cloud his decision-making and his ability to operate on pure instinct. So I say all that to say I think Schottenheimer is going to be the first head coach in a long time to maybe have his own coaching tree. because of that kind of all-encompassing knowledge of how to prepare for game plans and give your team an ability to have an advantage, and then communicate that and get results instead of resentment. You're talking to a guy who's been maybe a coordinator of the year candidate. He's been a head coach. So how do you navigate through that? I think it's one of the most difficult things for head coaches because you're dealing with egos and success and millionaires everywhere.
Where Shoddy is going to get points with Matt is the fact that he didn't come out and throw him under the bus when things were going bad.
Yeah.
He, matter of fact, said, I've been Matt Eberflus.
Defended him.
I've been the guy that everybody wanted to fire. I've been the guy that nobody thinks I can coach. I've been where he's at. So to me, that kind of gives Matt and that coaching staff on defense a little cover that like, oh, okay, hey, we're not, and everybody's not looking at us right now and saying, okay, we're the biggest issue here. So I just think his line of communication at all levels is really serving him well.
Absolutely.
That he's able to, where I didn't think like Jason Garrett or maybe Mike McCarthy were particularly great at that.
Good stuff. We'll finish here the C-Note live from Shell Shack with a three-parter from our guy Brandon Laurie at Brandon is right on Cowboys Twitter. NFL touchdown leaders after Week 7. Amon-Ra St. Brown with 6, Devontae Adams 6, Pickens and Ferguson with 6. The Cowboys have 2 of the leaders in the top 4. That's awesome. Jake Ferguson is the first tight end in history with 50-plus catches and 6 touchdown catches in his team's first 7 games of a season. That's
crazy.
History there for Jake. He'll join us Thursday at 5:20 here on The Fan all season long. And Shamar James got to Jaden Daniels in 2.28 seconds. That's the 3rd fastest recorded sack of the season per Next Gen Stats.
That's what he does. Just start him put him on a line and let him run. That's what he can do.
He does move quick, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Cover some ground.
With a purpose, too.
Yes, no doubt.
Okay, we got Krusty's Corner coming up next from Shell Shack in Dallas. Brian, what's the topic?
It's Tuesday, and I asked my guys some questions. I hope they have some good answers. We'll do that next.
Greystone Roofing and Construction always has the right answers for you. Tolo's the roofing business.
you forget something else?
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Hazel babes. Not McNailings? No.
Not McLean.
You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some fun club?
Partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Cheers to savings. Cheers to you from the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We are in the midst of a Shell Shack happy hour. It's 2 to 6 every day. We're at the Dallas location here on Henderson, right down the street from our studio, as a matter of fact, at least for the next month or so. Okay, Shell Shack in Henderson. Yeah, if you hadn't heard, we're moving. We're like 6:35 and 75 here.
Yeah.
Sometime next month. So looking forward to that and the new digs and everything. But it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much to my teammates. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much to Reliant as well for being a part of this one, as they always are. Got some questions for you guys on a Tuesday. I'm going to do a breakdown. Matter of fact, I think tomorrow we got probably a Love of the Star going off, right?
Love of the Star.
Love of the Star tomorrow. We're going to get into that. And then,
going off.
And then we've got like I say, tomorrow I'll break down the Denver Broncos offense. I don't know if I can get my former teammate, head coach over at the Broncos to call me back today or anytime.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he's
very busy.
It's game week, dude.
Yeah,
You're the enemy this week.
Yeah,
coaches are obsessed.
You're going to be giving out all of his tips and tricks.
Yeah, well, I'd like to know what he's going to try and do. That would be somewhat helpful. I was helpful to him one day in my life, but I don't know.
He's going to save his best stuff for the fourth quarter.
Do you think he's going to try and trick it up? You think he's going to – he likes to compete against Jerry and Steven. He really does. I mean, he thinks the world of them, but he also likes to –
remind them.
To beat them.
Yeah.
You know, and remind him what kind of coach. You think he'd trick this thing up and do some stuff like
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson style.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He'll have, let's see, he'll have Garrett Bowles scoring a touchdown, their left tackle.
I wouldn't be surprised if he does that, but I think just it's more about the simple confusion that he's going to do throughout the course of a game. It's about your screen game. It's about your running game, really.
Right.
But you've got to mess with the linebacker's eyes. I think he's got to know that.
Sean's good at this stuff. But, hey, I think the Joneses have had his number the last couple of times. Then one time he threw out there with Taysom Hill. Tried to win a game with Taysom Hill one time in New Orleans.
That seemed like a tank move, or maybe a freebie for the Cowboys, because
he was giving Jerry and Steven a thanks for being so great to me kind of a thing.
He knew they had no shot. Sure, you can play against Taysom Hill today.
Yeah. Well, all right, Dawson, I'll start with you.
And I think they would have won that game if they hadn't tried to pass it so much.
Just run the ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Dawson, I'll ask you this question. You can start the festivities with us today. If you were the Broncos defensive coordinator, Vance Joseph, who would you be more concerned about, CeeDee Lamb or George Pickens?
Oh, wow. I would probably say George Pickens because of, just the fear of the deep ball on the sideline.
Sure.
I think that's the thing that can really, change the game in a heartbeat. Lamb's probably, the better all-around receiver. He's going to help lead you 7-8 play drives. But I guess Lamb had the big play as well, but he had to make guys miss a little bit more, and that was maybe a breakdown on the defense more. I just think, we got to like our chances of slowing this offense down a little bit with their defense. But if they can block it up, George Pickens is the guy that can score anyway.
How about you there, Wooly? You're Vance Joseph. Who do you think is more concerned about, CeeDee Lamb or George Pickens?
Yeah, I think it's Lamb just because of how much they move him around. Like when Lamb is playing, at least last week, they still didn't move Pickens as much as they had previously. So Lamb's still that guy that they're going to move in pre-snap motion, kick him into the slot, have him switch sides a little bit. So I think the movement that CeeDee Lamb to try and possibly get him on plus matchups, that's still, you got to account for where he's going to be. Whereas George Pickens, if Lamb's on the field, most of the time he's going to kind of be in the same spot.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, I mean, it's close, but I lean Walchuk here for all the reasons he mentioned. The CeeDee Lamb versatility and how he can beat you in a multitude of different ways. And George Pickens is an absolute monster. Both of them are going to cause headaches. I'm excited to see how Vance Joseph approaches this. Yeah. Do you put Surtain traveling with one of these guys and then double the other one? But Lamb just not knowing where he's going to be on any particular play, I think that's the advantage.
If I tell you that Riley Moss, the corner opposite Patrick Surtain,
horrible,
gets picked on a lot.
Yeah, he's not, and he has not been good.
And like they don't give up many deep ball passes, but every one of them has been over Riley Moss.
I don't doubt it. I mean,
is that a green light for Pickens going that way, or is that a Lamb going that way?
I would actually play this with PS2 on Pickens, and I like the skill set that Jahdae Barron has to move with CeeDee Lamb. I don't know if they would do that, but Riley Moss is the mark. Typically when you have a white starting corner, that dude is going to be the mark anyway. Let's be honest. There's not been a lot in the NFL, and we're keeping tabs of him. I mean, he's been struggling
Got
this
one in
year.
Philadelphia, right?
Got one, Cooper DeJean, who they've kind of been playing at safety. Moved him a little bit there. But, yeah, I think that you do not want Riley Moss really on either of these guys. You feel better if he's matching up with Jalen Tolbert or Jonathan Mingo this week.
We got to get you a new console, though. PS2? You're simulating this thing on a PS2?
What about PS2?
That's what you just said.
Patrick Surtain the second.
You're playing this thing on PS2. Patrick Surtain.
That's his nickname.
I see. Yeah, Junior.
Hey, shout out to the PS2 though.
Yeah,
Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 on PS2.
Yeah,
all day.
Ball knower.
One of the greatest consoles ever.
Well, Chuck, was this a turn the corner game for Jadeveon Clowney?
I would like to hope so. So I'll say yes, because he played fantastic. It was certainly his best game with the Cowboys, and he graded out courtesy of PFF. I'll agree with him. I thought he might have been their best defensive player on the field. I mean, he was awesome. Every snap that he had, I thought he was doing something productive. So, yes, I think maybe this is Jadeveon Clowney kind of. He's there. He's back now when it comes to missing training camp, missing all offseason. He's back in football shape, and maybe we're going to see the best of him.
Yeah, I think that's partially it, that he needed essentially his own little training camp and ramp-up period. Over 30, maybe he didn't realize, how different it's going to be. But I also think, speaking of the age and how he's moving around, he's kind of in that old man phase where about half the time you feel like a younger guy and half the time you feel like an older guy. So I think it's going to be hit or miss with Clowney rest of the season.
Yeah, I think that we will start to see a much better version of himself. I don't know if we'll see that level of dominance moving forward like we saw on Sunday, but we should start to see the guy that we anticipated, which is one of your better edge players, for sure. And I don't think you can discount how difficult it is to get up off the couch and just get thrown into the line of fire.
Do you think the last couple of weeks has been just rusty games?
I do.
And there's still ability there?
Yes, yes. And we all have to remember that he is not a dominant force, but he is a solid player. And given the group that you have at the edge right now, he should be your best one or one of your top two.
Yeah, more of him, Houston, Ezeraku, and just get Sam Williams off the field entirely. Let's just be done with it.
Speaking of a player, Chief, what do you think of Shamar James as a player?
I mean, the athleticism is there, the speed, the burst. I mean, there was a handful of plays. The sack on Jaden Daniels is one of them. There were a couple other ones where he's kind of just he's closing in on the quarterback before the ball gets there. But the way he moves is super impressive. You guys talked about it when he was a draft pick.
Yeah.
The instincts aren't quite there. The touchdown to Ertz, he's just kind of lost in no man's landing coverage, and so you have to use him appropriately. But again, given the room of linebackers that you have, he's a guy that I think you want to invest snaps in.
Shamar James is an original Top Gun type of weapon, the era of the heat-seeking missile. Now here, post Desert Storm 1, we've developed these laser-guided missiles.
Sure.
And he's not laser-guided, just heat-seeking. And you saw Maverick and stuff, he can shake those.
Yeah.
How
about you there, Wooly?
About kind of what we saw in Tampa, Florida, right?
Yeah.
That's a player that is really good when it comes to downhill. If it's in front of him, he'll make the tackle. He can tackle in open space, good blitzer, but I will hold my breath if he's asked to do too much in coverage. I don't think that's really where he's super comfortable.
I think this is where if you talk about Schottenheimer walking in and saying something, and maybe thinking like, hey, guys, throw the personnel board open. Let's talk about this. And individually go through the players and like, are you using this guy the right way? Are you using this guy how are you using this guy? And that's where I would ask about James. And I think that, again, the clip that I would play is, how about when you sent him on that blitz there, Flews, and what happened? That he was able to knock the ball loose. He was able to make the sack. He was able to make their quarterback got dinged up, got knocked out of the game. Where's more of that? And then the argument on the other side of it is I would go, let's not put him in coverage too much, because we're kind of struggling a little bit with that element of the game. But I think you get him and Overshown together the way they both can run, this group will be much better than that. All right, Wooly, for you.
What up?
In the last minute or so I have, how disappointed would you be if this team doesn't make a trade?
I'll be bummed. Because I think you are missing an opportunity of what is one of the best Cowboy defenses that I've been able to see. Offenses, yes. And offense, one of the worst defenses.
Cold medicine's kicking back in.
I just took it a little bit more. I love it.
Without the small cup?
No, I just chugged it.
That's what I'm saying.
I just chugged it, so I have no idea how much I took. This could get crazy. But, offensively, they owe it to Dak. You're in year 10 of Dak, and right now you don't know how large that window is. Capitalize now. And if Jerry wants to talk about, my gosh, one of my biggest regrets is Tony Romo and not getting him a Super Bowl, you're about to let history repeat itself with Dak Prescott if you're not more aggressive at this trade deadline.
Gutted. I've been talking about it forever, and I feel like the Joneses feel more urgency than at any point in the last decade as far as going forward. If you don't go for it now, I don't think you're going to get another great opportunity like this for the rest of Dak's career.
Yeah, this offense and this coaching staff is a win-now situation. So, and you have plenty of assets. You have the cap space. It'd be inexcusable not to go out there and probably more than just one. Like, this defense needs more than one. You should go out there and make a couple of trades, and it doesn't have to be a sell the farm situation, but go out there and upgrade this defense. Give yourself a chance in a league that is wide open right now.
Just real quick, if this trade were to cost you George Pickens because you made a major deal, would you reconsider?
Yes, I would, because I think part of the reason why I want to be so aggressive is Pickens is making this offense awesome.
All I know is he's here now, and now is what I'm caring about.
Got you. Dawson?
Yeah. This is the time to go for it. I would not care.
Okay.
I think George Pickens making a tiny bit of money gives you the opportunity to throw another $30 or $40 million on top of this thing.
There you go.
And drive a damn 18-wheeler through your championship window before it closes.
Thank you, boys. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Broadest Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. We are live at Shell Shack on Henderson in Dallas. $3 Crown Royal during all games.
Come get it.
Yeah, $3 10-ounce Miller Lite drafts during all games. And the happy hour at Shell Shack is going on right now if you're looking for something delicious to eat. Wolchuk, football fix time.
Improbable wins, fantasy apologies, and a draft order update. That's next.
Woo-hoo. Let me tell you about my friends at Current Financial. Tolos texting privacy policies and terms and conditions.
Del Shack in Dallas on Henderson. It's effectively been our Flagtober 2025 closing ceremonies as we did give out our final flag of the season. Such a popular flag. I think we got to bring the same design back for next year, and hopefully Tolbert Garage Door will come along with us. Salute to Tolbert Garage Door off 30 in Mesquite for riding with us all Flagtober long, being a hell of a sponsor. And salute to Colby, hell of a Tolo. We still do have some Cowboys Salute to Service custom cups. These have been a hit with the Tolos, and some Crown sunglasses be a cool party accessory for you. We're tracking Cowboys trade deadline news. As it was Trey Wingo, formerly of ESPN. He's podcast man now, but he was talking about the Cowboys, talking to the Raiders about a trade for Max Crosby. There have been multiple reports that have come out and cooled that. Maybe the Raiders have no intention of trading Max Crosby. Maybe they got some talking to do here, but a lot of time between now and then. And sometimes it just means we want a better offer. You know, we have no intent of trading our player now, but maybe the day before the trade deadline, if you guys have the best offer, maybe it could happen. But Max Crosby is so exciting, I think, for Cowboys fans because he could help your run defense. He's obviously going to fix your pass rush situation, reset the order there, and create a strength out of a weakness. I think maybe not as good of a pure pass rusher as Micah Parsons is, but I think he makes up for it for being a well-rounded player. Obviously, there's a number of players out there that teams are saying we're not going to trade this guy. Jeffrey Simmons, the defensive tackle with the Titans, is another one of them. So stay with us. We got 2 weeks till trade deadline. Here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
We got some quarterback drama as the Jets are moving towards naming Tyrod Taylor their starting quarterback, according to Rich Cimini of ESPN. Woody Johnson talking at the owners' meetings, and Aaron Glenn still winless. Well, what are they going to do here? Do you think Aaron Glenn's going to turn stuff around? Here's what Woody Johnson said.
What's your confidence level in Aaron to turn it around?
Well, it looks like he's turning around parts of it. You know, it's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that we got. You know, he has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league. You have to play consistently with, at that position, and that's what we're going to try to do for the remainder of the season.
So what gives you hope then? You said you have hope.
I just think defense, special teams are doing better. Defense is pretty good, and if we can just complete a pass, it would look good. You got to complete some passes. You got to convince them that you can do something. Wow. Otherwise, it's hard to have a game that you can win.
Now, was he talking QBR or is that Madden rating that he was referring to with Justin Fields?
You know what? I thought maybe Brick told him what his Madden rating was right now. And he's thinking, you know what? How can we even win with this Justin Fields guy? He's like a 72 on Madden.
I mean, I feel like we've known that about Justin Fields for a couple of years now. I was surprised the Steelers brought him in last year. I was surprised the Jets brought him in. But good enough athletically, good enough arm that I think everybody wants to try their shot at it. I would have been – it might have been the biggest shock in the history of sports if the Jets had been the one to sort of solve that mystery on how to make Justin Fields. But I think bigger than that, Woody Johnson is just a grade A Richard with a capital D.
Yes.
Like, how do you talk about your player like that? You have to – whatever respect you have in the locker room has to be out. That's the kind of stuff maybe you talk about if a guy violates your trust or messes up in a big way that lets the team down. But you don't just come out and start talking about your players like that for performance.
Like if we could complete a pass,
Yeah.
maybe good Lord, he just eviscerated Justin Fields there.
And your defense isn't good.
No.
Yeah, and the head coach you hired is supposed to be a defensive guy. He's making weird decisions late in games, punting down a score in the final 2 minutes of a game.
Ouch.
Just like, what are we doing, man?
Yeah.
You have a lot of problems there.
And you guys have drafted so many quarterbacks, Woody. You've also signed and fired and hired so many coaches. You're kind of a constant there. I mean, maybe that's a look in the mirror kind of moment there. Who decided let's go with Justin Fields? Did you sign off on that? Was that you? Were you okay with Justin Fields being your starting quarterback? I mean, goodness gracious. He just, very outspoken. But I like the honesty. I will say that. I like the honesty.
I think he's taking his cues from Jerry. Maybe they were hanging out, and Jerry said, if you're not going to be good, stir it up. Let's get some ratings, Woody.
Let's go, Woody.
And we know you're not going to be good, Woody, so damn it, stir it up.
All right, it's Broncos week. Well, Sean Payton's back in the news. He said recently that he told Giants owner John Mara that he was hoping that they would turn to Jackson Dart at quarterback after they played the Broncos.
True.
Shots fired. Just please don't just leave Russell Wilson in. I was with Russell Wilson. I know how bad Russ is. Just wait till after you play us to play Jackson Dart. Well, he had high praise for Dart while throwing Russell Wilson under the bus. Well, Russell Wilson has clapped back on Twitter at Dange Russ Wilson. Classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15-plus years later through the media. Hashtag let's ride with a crying laughing face emoji.
Oh, look at Russ getting in the mix on this.
Russ.
Thought Russ would be above this a little bit. But he's
Petty Russ, he loves this.
Subtweeting on Twitter. That's where we're at now.
I mean, you did kind of lose this battle if you're Russell Wilson over the last couple of years monitoring it. I think now is just a time to maybe put down Twitter and go silently into retirement.
Yeah.
You don't want to be defending yourself after getting benched and playing horribly.
No. I mean, your career's over now, bud. And some are saying you've played yourself out of the Hall of Fame. And all of your ex-teammates, it sounds like, that you won a Super Bowl with can't stand you. So there might be a personal issue here, Russ.
I mean, who was the player in training camp that was kind of tweeting about it? It was the wide receiver Woods. Got cut from the Steelers.
Robert Woods
had a pretty good career. He goes, I guess I'm just old, you know. Can't run with these guys anymore.
Yeah.
See you later.
The NFL's just telling you, it's done. Your time's over. But not if you're Brandon Graham. As the Eagles are bringing him back, Eric was like,
he can still play.
Is this a ball sack? Is this real? Yeah, it's real. Brandon Graham is ending his retirement. He's rejoined the Eagles on a 1-year contract. This is right after Zadarius Smith said, I'm out of here. I'm leaving. And this edge group has been really rough to watch after they lost Josh Sweat. They took a hit as you had Nolan Smith Jr. He was put on IR last month because of a triceps injury. So they need pass rush help. Maybe Brandon Graham, Eagles legend, he's going to suit up for his 16th season. Maybe that's the answer for him.
It's crazy. They send one to the retirement home, and when they did it, they picked up another guy out of the retirement home.
They swapped him out.
Yeah, I mean, they still have a huge need there. That'll be part of the reason why it'll be tough to get one of these edge rushers, because you'll have aggressive teams like the Eagles
and the Lions,
and the Lions and the Niners willing to throw probably more assets than the Cowboys are when you're talking about the top tier edge rushers.
Yeah, you might end up being in a bidding war, and you're going to have to overpay. Do the Cowboys have the stomach for it, or will they just say, you know what, thank you, but no thank you?
Steven does. Steven's got the stomach for a lot of stuff.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. NFL leading 5 100-yard receiving games this season. Seattle beating Houston 27-19. Did you see former Cowboy corner, now turned ref, Nate Jones?
Nate's good, dude.
Oh, my gosh. Nate just defending JSN. He's sitting on the bench. The Houston Texans defense wants to come over and fight him. And Nate Jones.
And his helmet's off.
Yeah, his helmet's off. And JSN's like, what the hell? And here comes Nate Jones, just like a human shield in front of JSN. I love it. More former players as refs. Maybe that's the answer here.
Yeah. Nate's really good. I mean, I've talked to him a bunch when he became an official, and how excited he was to be able to kind of continue on. You know, he was a solid player. Parcells liked him. We drafted him in the 7th round. He's one of those guys that worked hard, studied, did everything the right way, and then he goes off to be an official. And yeah, I guarantee he's one of the most athletic officials they have back there. The way he used to move around. But there needs to be more of that. Some of these players do need to become officials. I think that would be better for the game.
Well, Seattle's victory pretty improbable. There had been 39 instances where a team had 4 or more turnovers, less than 200 yards passing, and a third down conversion rate of less than 15%. All those teams were 0-39 until the Seattle Seahawks won last night against Houston. That is up there. I mean, we were talking improbable victories yesterday in the next-gen stats era. That one certainly very improbable.
Pretty dang good defense.
But Seattle's, if Sam Darnold can figure it out, Seattle's good.
And Atlanta is so inconsistent, man. Jekyll and Hyde unit out there.
Absolutely. And now for the Texans, Nico Collins has suffered a concussion after he was trying to make a catch. I mean, I know that hurts. Eric, you've got him in a league. I've got him in a league. Not good. Nobody cares about your fantasy teams unless,
especially me,
you're George Kittle. George Kittle, after the San Francisco 49ers get a win on Sunday Night Football, he takes to the podium, and the first thing on his mind, it was your fantasy team.
Did the game plan, did you have a feeling you weren't going to get the ball very much tonight? Or?
Personally, I thought with the game plan, based on the walkthrough yesterday, I thought I was going to have 150 yards and 2 touchdowns. So, sorry, fantasy coaches and anybody that bet on me. My bad. Blame Kyle Shanahan, not me.
And I do blame Kyle because I might have had more on the receiving yards on Prize Picks, George.
Yeah, I thought Kittle was going to come back with a vengeance, and I definitely have him on one of my fantasy teams. He's just been sitting there collecting dust on the IR. Thought he was going to come back and be a total monster, but that wasn't the case. Now, still as a blocker, though, golly.
How mad do you guys get when this happens? How mad, like when you're watching fantasy football, do you really get mad at the player?
Oh no, I don't. I mean, unless the player drops,
anymore.
if it's an egregious drop, something like that. But when he's not getting targeted or whatever, you can't really help.
Do you guys think you're rare in that way of not getting mad at the players?
Yes, and I think that it's actually better since I've been in sports broadcasting. I've also become a much worse fantasy player since doing this job, which is weird. And I don't know how that happened. Maybe it's the time aspect of it. Also, it's probably...
But you got nobody to blame but yourself, right, for picking the players.
I'll point the finger at anybody.
I mean, the biggest problem...
It's their fault. It's not our fault.
Yeah,
right?
I'll blame my kids, and I can't toilet tinker on my fantasy app the way I want to.
Never tinker that morning.
I tell you, the number one thing that'll kill a fantasy career is mostly getting a real job. Because you can't get motivated to try to win $200. When you're 18, 19 years old, you're in college, you're like, dude, I put $50 into this and I could win $300. It's going to be the best weekend. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. I mean, once you get a real job, you're like, what am I trying this hard for?
Yeah. It also takes me off my buddies with a desk job that can just have it up on their computer, and they can be locked in. They can still be full-time general manager while they're working accounts or whatever it is they got going on.
100%.
That's the sweet spot of being a fantasy dominator.
I think you also need a brutal punishment, in your league. Like something like being a Speedo on the side of the street or something like that for a couple hours.
Yes.
That'll wake you up.
Humiliating.
It's humiliating. I've been there before. Wide receiver Mike Evans, Texas kid. He's going to miss most of the season. He's got a broken clavicle.
This scary guy, man.
It
was scary.
The way that he landed and then got carted off, and then I also thought I think a concussion could have been part of that. But he's going to snap his 1,000-yard season streak now. He's had one every single year he's been in the league.
I don't know, dude. He comes back for a couple of games, 300 yards a game.
It's possible with Bay.
Can't rule it out.
It's possible.
I think it was football God saying nobody's better than Jerry Rice.
Nobody's going to break this record.
Yeah.
Stay in your lane, bro. Shout out to Jahmyr Gibbs.
But do we have to go with the clavicle? Make it another soft tissue. Make it a hammy.
Not the clavicle.
It bothers them.
It even sounds painful just saying it.
Yeah.
Broken clavicle.
Yeah, it's not a fun injury.
The word clavicle.
Dislocated knee sounds worse.
Phlegmy, does it?
Don't you think?
The elbow sounded. Oh, the elbow.
You say
sounded
dislocated
bad.
knee.
I think elbow worse than knee.
Yeah,
How about kneecap? Dislocated kneecap.
Ooh,
that thing's moving around.
That's what Byron Jones popped back in against the Jets. That was the gnarliest thing I've seen.
And then it just popped right back up.
Just like no big deal. What a freak alien. Jahmyr Gibbs, career-high 218 yards of offense. Congratulations to him. I did have him in a fantasy game. Still lost.
Who cares?
And then we'll just wrap it up here, okay? We're going to wrap it up.
Wrap it up, Z.
With your NFL draft order. Where do you think the Cowboys are picking, boys?
18th.
No, they're 17th.
I was going to say 16.
13 right now.
Ooh.
13? We're 13 right now.
Being 500?
Their playoff odds skyrocketed as well. I think there's a 40% chance they make the playoffs now.
Let's go. Cowboys at 13. Green Bay Packers. Ooh, that one's pretty low. That one's not a great pick for you right
27.
now. 31.
Oh, 31.
Not going to happen.
31 right now. Yeah, I think that's going to end up, your pick's probably going to be later because you're going to end up making the playoffs. And the Packers pick 28.
Packers probably out in the wild card round, I think.
Yeah,
it'll be around 23,
along
with the Colts.
something like that. It's a daily football fix here with Wolchuk most afternoons, 4 o'clock here on the Fan. I think I was 7 years old. I broke my buddy Terry Schooler's clavicle in the front yard. We were playing a little 2-on-2 baseball. No, didn't kick his ass. Me and Terry were good, but he was sliding into second base, and I went down to protect the base, and my knee just dropped right there between his neck and his shoulder, and I felt it pop, and I just saw his face. I could still see it. It just lit up with just terror and pain.
No.
Felt terrible about that one.
Poor guy.
But I was a
Jeez.
handful as a kid.
What are you doing over there, Pete Rose?
I was a handful as a kid.
I played baseball hard.
Let's say he's a damn ball player.
That's
God,
right.
What are we doing?
Okay, we got to run. We've had a lot of trade stuff today. What's that?
We used to tackle on the concrete.
Oh, my gosh.
That's savage.
It's like
that's
you
the
knock
difference.
somebody out on the sidelines onto the concrete.
70s were a lawless land.
Yeah, we really didn't care much.
You guys were smearing the queue.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Excuse me?
Smearing the queue. Played that game quite a few times in my life as well.
Never thought about it when you were saying it, did you?
No, I thought it was incredible.
Yeah.
It was really fun, though, when you got the chance to run and everybody chasing you.
Yeah.
You know?
Right up until they
What a thrill.
And then the one kid figured out hip tackle.
Okay, how interested are the Cowboys in making a trade is the big topic. Adam Schefter saying as the deadline approaches 2 weeks from today, the Cowboys will be a team to watch. Said nothing is imminent, but will not be surprised. I think, okay, one defensive lineman that can rush the passer and stop the run, or like Trey Hendrickson plus a linebacker for contention. Is that enough?
Yeah.
Maybe safety.
A safety could help as well.
Be nice.
Obviously, a linebacker. If Jerry, this is your chance.
This is time.
You know, this is a chance to prove that you got what it takes as the gambler to to push this team over the top, just as your counterpart Howie Roseman has twice in the last decade when it comes to making a championship team. We're live at Shell Shack on Henderson in Dallas. We have Cowboys Salute to Service custom cups. You can get Crown Royal sunglasses as well, and we're back with a mixed bag, Chuck.
World Series preview, the buyout tracker in Can, North Texas. Lock up this coach. That's next.
But I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. Tolos, as parents, I know we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here today to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It does not have to be running. It could be a total eyesore, but you can change a kid's life. You absolutely can, and it is so easy to donate that car to Cars for Kids. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Now, every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today, Tolos. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437. Right off the car, not the kid.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Clear your calendar. Secure an exceptional lakefront property less than 90 minutes from Dallas. Available exclusively for one day only. This Saturday, October 25th, we're introducing dockable lakefront retreats from $69.9. We're talking towering hardwoods, sparkling lake, and endless family fun. And yes, just 90 minutes from Dallas. Unbeatable value. Premium dockable lakefronts starting at an incredible $69.9. How about 5-acre properties from just $49.9? These prime properties feature a private lake, fishing pier, paved roads, power, internet. All minutes from a charming Texas town. Got questions? Call 214-307-9248. Opportunities like this don't come twice. Reserve your private showing for these exclusive properties. Available one day only. This Saturday, October 25th. Call now for your appointment. Take a step toward your Texas lakefront dream. 214-307-9248. Call 214-307-9248.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it quits working. It's time to call the doctor, Garage Door Doctor. We've been Houston's go-to for over 35 years, and now the doctor is in the Big D. No subcontractors, just pros who show up and fix it right. If your garage door is loud, slow, or letting bugs in, don't ignore the symptoms. Call Garage Door Doctor. We've been all over Texas, and now we're right here in the Big D. Call Garage Door Doctor or schedule online at garagedoordoctor.biz and ask about our $29.99 tune-up special.
Hey, Mr. C, it's me. Well, I just picked up the ring. I actually went to Hellsberg. Thanks for that recommendation. Kate's gonna love that hers is from the same jeweler you got Mrs. C's ring from. They were so helpful throughout the whole process. They even knew your family by name. And the ring looks great. Anyways, I just couldn't wait to let you guys know. Call me back and wish me luck.
Hellsberg, designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Hey, football fans, it's Chris Arnold, here to announce the Dallas Cowboys High School Football Coach of the Week, brought to you by Whataburger. Congratulations to Coach Rodney Webb with Rockwall Heath High School for his big W over North Forty. Got you down.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directly.
Listen up, Dallas. A huge land sale event is taking place this Saturday, October 25th, just minutes from downtown Dallas near Oakleaf. Over 20 new estate lots will be offered to the public this Saturday at 10 a.m. These large 1 to 3 acre home sites will be priced from only $59,900. Here's an opportunity to own large acreage in one of the hottest markets in Texas and save thousands. The property features a multi-million-dollar clubhouse, resort pool, splash pads, playgrounds, sports courts, pickleball, tennis, and basketball courts, a fitness center, miles of walking trails, and so much more. Enjoy resort living near Dallas for under $60,000. Call now 800-675-1800 and ask about the grand opening of Bynum Springs Club on October 25th, where large 1 to 3 acre home sites will be priced from only $59,900. 800-675-1800. Call now 800-675-1800.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Gavin Dawson here for Men's T Clinic. And guys, when was the last time you felt unstoppable? Is it fatigue, weight gain, brain fog? Well, Men's T Clinic is here to help. Low testosterone doesn't just zap your energy, it steals your edge. And the team at Men's T Clinic is ready to restore it with targeted treatment plans just for you. Doesn't stop there. Men's T Clinic has advanced hair replacement therapies, joint recovery, and complete bedroom wellness. They do it all. 972-GO-MEN'S T. Check them out online, mensteclinic.com, to schedule your appointment today.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson with the Consumer Team. Dirt, dust, and debris are the #1 killers of your furnace. Go to theontimeexperts.com now and pay just $59 for a thorough cleaning and tune-up of your system and a no-breakdown guarantee. Theontimeexperts.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. We are live at Shell Shack in Dallas on Henderson, and this segment is a mixed bag with Wolchuk, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Alrighty, it's official. Jonathan Mingo has been activated to the 53-man roster, so Stephen Jones told us on Friday. He will be making his debut for the Cowboys, and I think that it's going to be my guy Ryan Flanoy who's impacted by this. Brian, if I had to guess.
You had to guess.
I think it's going to be Flanoy, which is a bummer. but they love them some Jalen Tolbert. And
I think the quarterback loves him some Jalen Tolbert.
Yeah, I thought that too, and then I had heard
he doesn't throw him the ball, but I think he loves him. You know what I'm saying?
There's a good friendship there.
There's something that, hey, I'm going over to the DAC yard. He's there all the time.
He works hard.
Yeah,
he's got a respect for him.
I throw him one ball. I know he'll maybe catch it.
Yeah.
You know.
Does he have more catches or holding penalties this season?
It's a good question. And
Does he have more catches or missed blocks this season?
I'd probably go with the missed blocks there. And Flanoy and Mingo.
Hey, stop making sense of it.
I think they're both better blockers.
Sorry about that.
I'd like to see Flanoy and Mingo out there together, along with Brevin Spanford, just moving people out of the way.
Mingo had a good camp, man.
He did.
He had a good point in his quote, too, that he never really got to play with Dak. So maybe this is the development that Mingo needs to catch more than half the balls that are thrown at him.
We might be trading CeeDee Lamb to keep Mingo here in about a month.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
You know?
Maybe that's it.
It gives me an idea, Chief. Stay tuned.
Jordan Schultz is reporting. Keep an eye on the Jets ahead of the deadline. Big names mentioned, including Breece Hall, which we've talked about. Quincy Williams. Not Quentin Williams, but Quincy Williams, because I've seen some people talking about Quentin Williams.
Yeah.
I don't think he's on the trade block. I think it's Quincy Williams, Jermaine Johnson, who is an edge, Will McDonald, which is also very interesting. I think the Cowboys were big fans of Will McDonald.
Yeah.
Michael Carter, and then Alan Lazard, the runner.
So it sounds like the Jets are
pretty much
fire
open.
sale. Yeah, Jets are doing it.
And Sherwood, that linebacker they've got, number 44,
good player.
I'd maybe ask about him. I mean, he's a captain on their defense. Certainly, I think he's flashed at times this year and made some good plays. So if you want to add a linebacker, maybe that's a name that you could end up
maybe
going
Sauce
after.
Gardner.
Yeah, go for the gusto here. Let's do it, baby. Say, hey,
okay.
What do you say? A Diggs for Sauce swap?
Yeah.
Okay, how about this one then? If you could either get Max Crosby or Sauce Gardner, who you get?
Crosby.
Yeah, I go Crosby.
Yeah, I'm going Crosby as well. I believe that the book on Gardner is that the NFL has been tougher on his physicality downfield. And as he has gotten more flags, his coverage has not been as good.
Yeah, I think I'm still going to go.
But he'd still be your best corner.
But I mean, I'd love to have Sauce, but Crosby.
I'm surprised.
I think Crosby's going to help you a little more.
I'm surprised, and nobody went for Sauce on this one on the corner situation.
Well, Bland's got me feeling nicey again.
Well, I just think that Max Crosby helps the run game, and it helps your secondary with a guy who can rush the passer.
And a hometown kid, I like that DFW flavor.
And you did just invest in Revel, and maybe we don't get much out of him this year.
2 1s for Max Crosby, 1-1 for Sauce Gardner.
Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, I'd do Sauce in that scenario.
I'm not wavering. Crosby.
Look at that.
Sticking with it. Sticking with it.
That man's trying to get some pressures and sacks.
Hell yeah,
he is, man.
Hell yeah, I am.
He's trying to just go radio silent on the draft show for night one.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Go full Bobby for the first night. Don't have to worry about it.
The Cowboys have their picks, so they'll still have a pick night one.
Well, no,
giving up 2 1s for this next year could be 1-1, then 1-1 the next year.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. I get
it's
what
not
you're
necessarily
saying.
you're going both ones.
You could split the ones.
I might knock it out this year.
You just eat it.
Rip the Band-Aid.
You could if you want
Eat
to.
it.
Yeah, you could do that. Maybe count on the Packers being worse next year.
Yeah, that's what I'm
possible.
saying. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just eat it.
Dodgers big favorites, largest title favorites in over 2 decades in the 2025 World Series. They have opened as minus 210 favorites to beat the Blue Jays, who opened up at plus 175. What a Game 7 it was. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. and George Springer. Man, he just keeps getting it done. 7th inning, home run, gets it done for Toronto. J-Rod, I was pulling for Seattle, even though I did pick Toronto yesterday on KNC. But I just feel as though if you're lucky to get this to 5 games, if you're the Blue Jays, you did a good job. The Dodgers are going to crush them.
Yeah, this isn't a great situation for Toronto or anybody else. For the first time in 25 years, you have a legitimate boogeyman there in Major League Baseball, and it doesn't appear to be there's going to be anything to slow them down anytime soon.
Yeah,
that sucks.
It does, and their pitching was just a buzzsaw in the CS. Really, all postseason, it's been fantastic.
You got to give them their credit. There's a lot of teams spending a lot of money, and this used to be the Orioles, if you want to go back 25 years, spending a ton of money. It's always been the Mets spending a ton of money and not able to get the job done. Everything's just gone right for the Dodgers on top of the cash.
Dude, how about how down bad Seattle is, though? 48th World Series since the Mariners began play in 1977. They haven't played in any of them. No other of the 4 major sports leagues has a franchise all-time gone that long to begin the franchise's history without reaching the championship round while remaining in the same city.
Yeah, and they're tortured today because of the coaching decision, the manager's decision to leave the pitcher in there in the 7th that George Springer ultimately hit that three-run dong off of. The guy who was supposed to come in the game comes into the 8th and shuts the Blue Jays down, but it was too late. So I told Hagee yesterday, I just can't believe it. As a guy that grew up in Washington State, the Mariners have always been usually a joke, sometimes average, and they've had a couple of incredible moments going back to 95 and 2001. But it just seems like there's always something that's holding them back. And I don't know what their answer is. They're a team that has not actually gone all in financially. So I would hope that, if you're a Mariners fan, you'd be looking at ownership to throw money at making sure you're better next year. But, man, if it's not going to happen in a year where Cal Raleigh hit like the 4th most combined home runs of all time, I don't know when it will.
All right, what do you guys think the college football buyout tracker's at right now? Total money. We got 8 coaches fired. Billy Napier just got canned.
Sounds like about $350 million.
Ooh.
Too high?
Give me 112.
112 is pretty damn close. You're right there.
111.
North.
113.
Ooh, just a little bit higher.
114.
A little bit higher now.
16.
Ooh, a little bit lower now.
115.
115 million.
I'm surprised I played that game correctly.
You crushed it.
I'm usually he goes a little bit lower. 119.
A little bit louder now. Well, Lane Kiffin, now he's not going to be one of these guys that's part of the buyout market. He's going to get himself a fat contract, whether he decides to leave.
Who's his agent? Is it our
Jimmy Sexton?
Jimmy Sexton. All right.
Yeah. But he's taking shots at the Sooners. Here's what Lane had to say about Brent Venables and the Oklahoma Sooners.
A film study of signals. I mean, as I just tell you how it is. I think they do a great job of that. So if you study people really well, tendencies, and then you have enough confidence as a coach to go after those, that seems what he does. It seems like, they've got a really good beat on the plays that are coming when they're called. And they do a great job of going and taking those away. When you look at the Auburn game, I told Hugh after the game watching it, you might want to switch the signals. Like, it looks like they have the plays. The middle safety's running down to steal slants, which is very abnormal.
Yeah, so Brett Venables said in regards to this, well, he must have watched our guys be really prepared. That's who they are, man. They're relentless. They're detailed. The time they spend and beyond of what's required of them, that's the proof of how we're playing right now. That D-line, how they're able to dominate physically, Venables is like, go bleep yourself, bro. We're not side stealing here. We're just that damn wired in. Who you believing?
It's a compliment.
Yeah, I think it is. It's not unless you're going like a full Connor Stallions kind of sign stealing thing. It wouldn't surprise me at all for Hugh Freeze to be so unbuttoned up that every play is so predictable that Venables is like, what am I supposed to do? Act like I don't know what's coming?
Very well could be an indictment on Hugh Freeze here, and not necessarily that they're stealing signs. Sign stealing. I don't know what the hell.
I'm going to be real irresponsible here.
Be irresponsible.
I'm going to be real irresponsible.
Save me, I'm drowning.
Jim Nagy is their general manager, right, from the Senior Bowl?
Mm-hmm.
Where did Jim Nagy come from? Do you know where his pro team was?
Kansas City?
New England.
New England. Oh,
yeah, he was in New
The
England.
S in Venables stands for Spygate.
Okay, well,
I'm just saying.
Cat's out of the bag now.
Sometimes I like you connecting the dots here.
If you're into those things, and remember they had their guys up there that were really good at kind of
recording.
Recording or whatever they were doing, they kind of knew what was going on with your team. I mean, they had good advanced scouts and pro scouts and all that. I wonder if Nagy has brought some of that to Oklahoma now that he's back with the team. That he's got that ability. Okay, this is a system that we did. Which, when I went to games as a pro scout, I would literally watch the sidelines the whole game and look and see if there was any sign. I would write down every sign for every play is what I would do, and then match it to the film. So you could, if you got a rhythm of what, okay, this signal was for this play. This is okay. They ran screen. We saw this signal. They ran screen 3 times. Here was the signal for screens. You know, so that kind of thing. But you got the head communication now. You've got that stuff.
Sure.
But you still have some teams that do signal still. But
that makes a lot of sense there, Brian.
It's so tough because you have so many kids, but I think football teams in both college and the NFL are not as secretive as they think they are. And it's so obvious. Like a lot of the checks at the line of scrimmage or the play calls at the line of scrimmage are things with an obvious L or an R in it, which means left or right.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't think that teams are doing enough to try to hide what they're trying to do.
Well, and Shoddy even said CD, let him know, hey, Greg Olson knew our checks. And Olson was talking about it during the broadcast. He's like, we need to change these, so he gets alerted. And I guess this probably happens throughout the entire league because you're right, they are similar.
And people have been saying Omaha. I'm not sure exactly what it means, but Omaha means something that everybody in the league knows.
Yeah.
There's these code words or whatever that the entire league is dialed into.
Well, there used to be Liz and Rip and Liz,
Rip
right
and Liz.
left, stuff like that.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here. We're live at Shell Shack in Dallas on Henderson, and we're coming back with Mark Schlereth here for our weekly conversation with Stink. That's next year, G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
But Fort Worth, I'm looking at you right now, the fantastic Tolos in the 817, because the all-new Alliance Hyundai is here, baby. Conveniently located at I-35 in Golden Triangle. Absolutely stunning. You can't miss it when you're driving on 35. And I was actually in the car business for a couple of years, man. Let me tell you, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's a big-time Tolo. He's the owner, and he's delivering a dealership experience that is second to none. Trust me, you will feel the difference. A one-of-one car buying experience at Alliance Hyundai. Right now, scored 0% APR for 60 months on the 2026 Hyundai Tucson, or 0% APR for 72 months on the 2025 Hyundai Ioniq. That offer ends on November 3rd. Now, don't miss this. The fall tire event at Alliance Hyundai. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1. Are you kidding?
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, cute.
To forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
First what?
Nutmeg Maiden? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it someone called?
Roger that, Sally.
Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. We're live here in Dallas on Henderson at the Shell Shack, and they have the best crab legs and all kinds of amazing seafood for you, Brian. I know you love it here.
I had the crab legs with the snow crab legs earlier with the andouille sausage, the corn, the potatoes. It comes in a bag. You get it hot, you get it mild, medium, whatever flavors you want. It's just so well done. I mean, it just when they dump it in that old beer container, and it gets messy. But man, they have places to wash your hands. But the food is excellent, especially if you're looking for that shellfish stuff.
We're joined now by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And a good afternoon, Mark. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing today?
Man, we're doing wonderful. It's Denver week, though, and we've come to expect the worst from this matchup for the Cowboys. Why haven't the Cowboys been able to beat them in 3 decades? And, what are the chances that it changes?
Zero chance that it's going to change. And it all started when I was dispensed as justice for the Broncos back in the day. I think we scored 7 straight drives. And from that point forward, we've just had your guys' number. That's pretty much it. Hey, offensively, you guys are phenomenal. Unbelievable. Not only what Javonte Williams is doing, former Denver Bronco, which adds kind of to, some of the flair of this game, but also, from the receiving core, and then Dak Prescott is playing as good as any quarterback in football. So that part of the matchup is good. Here's the good news. The Dallas Cowboys, when they played against the Carolina Panthers, because I had Carolina last week, that was the worst run defense I've ever watched in my entire life. That might have been the most embarrassing performance I've seen. And it was straight up ugly. And it was legitimate clinic tape for the Carolina Panthers offensive line, their tight ends. They dominated you guys in every way, shape, form, and fashion. And you tightened it up a little bit last week against the Commanders. And ultimately, the good news for the Cowboys is the Broncos can't run it, where they scored a urine. So we'll see. That's a weakness on weakness matchup. And so we'll see exactly what happens there. But I'm looking forward to it. This offense for the Broncos has been pathetic. In the last 12 quarters, they've had actually 2 quarters that they were any good. They had 10 horrible quarters. And they had a decent fourth quarter against the Philadelphia Eagles, and then of course last weekend against the Giants, it just went crazy in the fourth quarter. But other than that, they've been absolutely atrocious on offense.
Yeah, Stink, I was going to ask you, it seems like to me watching the Broncos a little bit, they're having problems on the right side of their offensive line when it comes to picking up the gap exchange, the twist stunts and things like that. Has that been something that you've noticed when you watch them play when it comes to their line?
Yeah, too many mistakes. not only just from a technical standpoint, technique mistakes, but just, like mental busts. They had a slide last week, and, the right tackle's expecting help from the right guard. The right guard goes back off the slide and decides, you know what, I'm not going to help. I'm going to go back in here and hit the nose guard. And they give up a hit, they give up pressure, and, just things like that just are just unacceptable. And on the left side, they've had, now they're on their third left guard. And Palczewski's a good player, but, I just think they've had problems up front, but it's been across the board. Every play, it seems like one guy doesn't do his job. It's a drop. It's a failure to block on a bubble screen. It's, every drive has at least one or two things that go wrong in it that have really cost them offensively.
Mark, how do you think they approach it defensively, the Broncos trying to stop Lamb and Pickens? Will they travel Surtain with somebody? What do you think the plan will be for them?
No, they'll probably just whoever lines up on Surtain's side, they'll let him go over there and eat, and they'll play a lot of man-to-man coverage. But, then when they do play some zone stuff, they'll probably try to get some help on the other side. But listen, man, that's formidable. They have, two big-time wide receivers, and that's big. The biggest thing to me has been the effectiveness of Javonte Williams. Hey, listen, man, we loved him in Denver when he was a rookie. He was an absolute battering ram. Then he tore up his knee really bad, and it really was 2 years here of non-productive football trying to bounce back from that knee injury. And you felt bad for him because he was, like I said, he was one of the most physical running backs in the National Football League as a rookie. He just used to beat people up. And to see him bouncing back and having the success he's had the last couple of weeks, big game against the Jets, and then last week obviously had over 100 yards rushing again against Washington.
Stink, I asked my colleagues here if they were Vance Joseph, who would they be more concerned? Who should he be more concerned about, CeeDee Lamb or George Pickens in this one?
Probably CeeDee Lamb. I think they're both really good. I'm splitting hairs, but I think CeeDee Lamb probably has a little bit more of a route tree repertoire than does CeeDee Lamb, than does George Pickens. But I mean, pick your poison. They're both ridiculous. George Pickens is one of the best players I've seen just attacking the ball in the air. They always talk about ball skills. They always talk about, those things, and you kind of roll your eyes and go, yeah, whatever. Well, when you put it on the tape, George Pickens makes that come to life. You're like, oh, okay, I see what they're talking about when they talk about ball skills. I see what they talk about when they're talking about attacking the ball in the air, because that guy's ridiculous.
Insider Call is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
One of the big rumors that came out today, Stink, within that AFC West division, Max Crosby possibly trading to the Dallas Cowboys. I think Trey Wingo, your old colleague there at ESPN, had that. I mean, how big of an impact would that be to get a Max Crosby on the Dallas Cowboys?
Max Crosby can absolutely ruin a game without compiling one statistic. He is one of the most ridiculously gifted, effort, smart guys that I've ever talked to. The guy is a phenomenal player. And like I said, he doesn't even have to get a sack to ruin your game plan. And he is so smart and so versed on what they do, what your offense is trying to do. I mean, that dude is incredible. If they got Max Crosby off the edge, all the things that he brings, and that's been one of their biggest weaknesses. Their edge defense has just been horrendous, especially in the run game. Max Crosby comes in and automatically helps fix that. And that's the difference between, the Cowboys having a great offense and still being, 500 type of football team, maybe a little bit over, and the Cowboys having a great offense and all of a sudden having enough defense to get themselves into the playoffs.
Are the Chiefs all the way back?
Unfortunately, yeah, it makes me sick. But yeah, they look now. The Raiders are a bad football team, but what they've done the last couple of weeks, the way they've played the last couple of weeks. I mean, we saw them beat Detroit, and then we saw Detroit just absolutely dismantle Tampa Bay last night. And they're a super talented football team. So yeah, I think the Chiefs are back. Rashee Rice coming back is going to help them out a bunch as well. So As an AFC West guy, as a Bronco, it does make me sick, but it is what it is.
How many points the Cowboys need up there, do you think, to get the win?
The Broncos aren't putting a lot of points up on the board, so I think 27 probably wins it for the Cowboys.
You're the man, Mark. Enjoy Week 8, and we'll catch you up with you next Tuesday.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. I mean, Broadus is going to take a deep dive in Krusty's Corner tomorrow and Thursday on the Broncos at 3:40.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that. I just think this is one of those situations where what the team has done isn't that relevant when you're lining up against the Cowboys' run defense. And I don't have a lot of confidence coming out of Washington. I think that was a great win to get. But if I'm Sean Payton, I'm looking at, we have J.K. Dobbins running for 5 yards an attempt in Bo Nix.
Yeah.
We don't really need to worry about doing much other than running the football down their throat until they prove they can stop it, and then we'll worry about it after that. So, I think Denver could go from a struggling offense to scoring 30 against the Cowboys on Sunday afternoon. It's going to come down to, once again, can this offense overpower until this trade deadline hits? Mm-hmm. We get some reinforcements here. I know Overshown's going to help a little bit, and Cooper Beebe's going to help your offense a little bit, but what are they going to do here? We got 2 more hours to talk about it. Trey Wingo did get the day started with a fantastic rumor. The Cowboys and Raiders are talking about Max Crosby, so that's why we asked Mark about it. We'll talk more about that coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Chief, what do you got in store next?
Football's finest, a coaching flex for the ages, plus the Ravens are pulling out all the stops to get things turned around next year in the nation.
Let's chat Trajan Wealth, though, shall we? And when I met with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk.
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 2 weeks now, under 2 weeks to go till the NFL trade deadline. We're going to have a lot of fun talking about what the Cowboys might do to finish the build, make this the best team in the NFC. It's within grasping range at this point, so we're excited about that, the Cowboys offense, and what Sunday afternoon 3:25 is going to be like against these Denver Broncos. Huge opportunity. I mean, if you can beat them, then get bye week and then Arizona, could be a pretty dang interesting. I guess 500 right now, 5-3-1, I think is a very realistic goal before this schedule starts to get real tough. That lineup of Eagles, Chiefs, and Lions, that'll test your mettle for sure, and we'll have clarity on the other side of that exactly what this team is capable of. But in the meantime, we are live at Shell Shack in Dallas on Henderson. It is time for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's your chief, Eric.
All right, the Giants have released their kicker, Jude McCatney. I don't even care what his last name is.
I think you crushed it, dude.
McCatney. He was the only.
Is he another McCaffrey brother?
He's the only kicker.
Did you say June McCatney? Mean like get rid of me, cat me?
It's McCat-Amney. McCatney.
McKetamine?
He became the only kicker in the last 40 years to miss 2 extra points, neither of which were blocked, in a game that his team lost by 1 point. It was an unmitigated disaster for the Giants there in that fourth quarter, and we'll be thinking about that one for a long time. The Giants fans will, and the Denver Broncos find a way to win that football game in truly ridiculous fashion. So RIP to that, Mr. Kicker.
I applaud the Giants organization for having some standards, and understanding that there are some players who have messed up so bad, just the sight of them is going to bring morale down.
Speaking of standards, do you see what John Harbaugh's doing in Baltimore?
Is he moving into the no fun coach?
Okay, listen, this seems like they crossed the line by about an entire length of a football field in terms of how much fun they actually had
First down
in their locker room.
So they went too fun.
I think they went too fun, and now they're having to rip it back because the team sucks. And so he's like, what can I do here? We take the fun away. When I say fun in the locker room, first thing that comes to mind is what?
Ping pong table.
Ping pong table, right?
Video games.
Like one ping pong table is like the standard for locker room fun, okay? Baltimore Sun reporting the Ravens have removed several recreational staples from the locker room, including a basketball hoop, which is right near Lamar Jackson and Zay Flowers.
So Pop-A-Shot
locker.
no longer?
No more Pop-A-Shot.
Ridiculous.
They had the ping pong table, and they had cornhole boards.
Come on.
And they had video game consoles.
Well, they leave those.
All of that was in their locker room. That feels pretty next level egregious.
I don't know, man.
Like, is the locker room a man cave? Now, hey, you might say we reward you because you've been a really good football team.
They've won a lot of games.
No championships.
I would not touch anything, and I would just take my medicine. I get to pick in the top 5. Let's go. We're cool. Everything. But the thing about it is, though, like their standards are super, super high. But how do you tell those guys that, hey, we had a bad year? Their schedule was brutal to start this thing, And I listen.
2 Derrick Henry fumbles. They could be 4 games better.
Just let's get to the end of the year. Let's pick in the top 5. We're really good drafters. Players will fall to us.
Keep playing ping pong. And Pop-A-Shot.
It's
and
fine.
Cornhole and video games.
For shut Lamar down for
18 years, we've won games.
It's a friggin' college dorm room.
Yes.
Are you mad?
I'm not. I'm
he's
surprised.
mad. He's fired up. Did you hear me yell?
Have they won a championship? Have they won a Super Bowl?
No.
Why do we have an
I'll tell you what.
This is like a 12-year-old's dream in your locker room.
Put Pop-A-Shot in the Cowboy locker room if it gets me to the NFC Championship game every once in a while.
Yeah, and I think when it goes right, it fosters competition and good vibes.
I'd put air hockey in there, too, if they let me. Foosball. All that stuff.
You're trying to tank for the Ravens?
He's trying to put Tornado Terry's right there into his friggin' locker room.
I'm just telling you one thing. That team,
the worst defense in a long time.
That team will be bad. Just let them be bad this year. They're going to pick in the top 5. They're going to have a draft. We're all going to go. Me and Wolchuk are going to go, oh, my gosh, I can't believe the Ravens picked that guy. I had him in the first round.
I mean, I thought they had the best roster in the league. I don't know how that defense is so bad when you look at, like, on paper, they should be good.
Yeah, but they're bad.
Well, I applaud them
because
for what they're doing.
They lost their coaches. Every time a good coach leaves, they get weakened. I'm sorry about your North Texas guy.
Maybe it is Zach Orr. Maybe it is our North Texas guy. Maybe he's a great linebacker coach.
Yeah.
But you're not really out of this thing, are you? 1-5 on a bye? I think he's thinking,
you're out.
Guys, we are good. You don't have enough urgency. We got to take this more seriously. So until we start winning, the fun is out. Maybe
that's a horse-s move right there. This is who you are. Then all of a sudden you have a little adversity.
Maybe he feels like they read their press clippings a little bit too much. And they were living high on the hog like the Longhorns of Mac Jones.
Do you like Newt Rockney over there?
I think he's worried about getting fired. I think Harbaugh's nervous.
Well, he's been there a long time. If he gets fired, yes, they probably time for a new voice.
That'd be a blessing to get fired after coaching for 15 years, making $10 million
a year. He was at the
same
place. He was at the same. He'll get another job.
Have at it.
Wait, you're taking his pouches over there?
He's about to steal one of my On Coffee 4 milligrams, but I think he's a 2 milligram guy.
Yeah, more of a 2.
This would put him right there on his keister.
I'd be spinning.
I'd like to see it because I got that cough syrup rocking.
Oh, do you really?
Are we
buzzing right now?
What are we doing as a show? What are we doing?
If I didn't have it, Brian, I'd be coughing up a lung right now. I got to survive.
Saying,
do you even care about his lungs?
Do you care about me?
You care about the Papa Shot and the gosh dang cornhole tables. You don't even care about your man's organs.
This guy's got bronchitis.
I think you have to be who you are. We're like a sickly high team is what we are.
I'm doing whatever I can do to get the ratings up. I'm just trying to get the ratings up.
Just a little buzzer.
Please listen to the show, please.
Yeah, please listen.
Tell your friends that we're not that bad.
Yeah, let them know how above average we are.
Yes.
Me and Wolchuk are going to be at the Stars game tonight, by the way.
Are you really?
Yeah, we're going to tear it up.
At the Stars game, we're going. Eric hooked it up. He's taking me on a date.
How did you get the tickets?
When you know some people that know some people.
Oh, you're doing a Brian Broaddus here.
Doing a little Brian Broaddus. Yeah. Absolutely. Shout out to my guy, Todd. He's a real legend.
Tat.
For the Tolos that are going to be at the barn
fried
tonight.
Shrimp?
I'm crushing them today. I think these might be the best fried shrimp in town.
Those look thick.
On the heels of the best ice cream sandwiches you've ever had, you are now crushing fried.
They got ice cream
shrimp,
sandwiches here?
Fried bottom feeders.
No, I got some at the grocery store last night.
Brought us perked up.
Ryan?
Ice cream sandwiches? Cornhole tables?
They have ice cream sandwiches here?
I'm like a little kid. I am. I'm sorry.
No, I love that about you.
That's why you should listen to the show.
Actually, you could probably relate to Mike Tomlin on this next quote that I got for you here.
I can't relate to anybody.
Mike Tomlin was asked about the concerns of the playing surface there at the stadium that should still be Heinz Field. And his quote was, "I'm not a grass expert. I haven't cut my own grass in a long, long time.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay in my lane." And then how about this? What a flex. "I don't even know who cuts my grass."
Wow. I do.
What a dog.
Salute to Edgar.
Hey,
man. Every Tuesday.
Man, that's living good
he's
right
kind
there.
of waving the terrible towel
That's living
on
good.
the mower. He's just like...
There's something about mowing your own grass. It puts the T levels up at a nice spot.
Let me ask you this,
Get
Chief.
away from the family on a Saturday when it's beautiful outside.
Get a nice stroll.
Chief.
Touch
Mindful
grass
stroll.
a little bit.
Time out.
Get barefoot lawn mowing.
How often have you mowed your yard when it was beautiful outside?
It's been a while, actually.
Yeah, beautiful outside.
I'm just saying, though.
Usually sweating tail.
Usually it's 102. You're out there,
Yes.
And everybody I've ever seen mow yard wears full clothes, like long sleeve, long pants, hat, a whole deal.
Yeah.
To me,
You catch some wayward sticks here and there, you'll, You've never mowed a yard, have you?
Your dad kicked him out of doing lawn work.
Yeah, because I didn't know. I actually fertilized the yard one time
with your own poo.
Forgot to put water on it afterwards. It burned up. We were we were in bad shape. My dad blamed me, and I basically kind of it worked out good because I effed it up so bad. He never asked me to do it again. So I think I got out of this pretty good.
that's the.
I didn't mow a yard until I was 35 in Green Bay. That's the first time I ever mowed a yard. Really.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good living right there, Broaddus. Okay, offensive touchdowns scored this season. Jonathan Taylor has 11. The Raiders have 10 as a team.
Wow.
My guy's having trouble there running the ball. They're not blocking. They're not
good.
blocking it for him at all.
Okay, you want to see this was crazy.
Watch him light up the Cowboys though here in a couple
Jetsy's
of
got
weeks.
like half those touchdowns.
Okay, the Chiefs versus the Raiders had 30 first downs in the game.
Okay.
It's the second most by any team in a game this season.
26 of them were for the Chiefs.
Yeah, no. The Chiefs themselves had 30.
I thought you said total.
Yeah, no. The Chiefs had 30.
Yeah.
The Raiders had 3 first
That's what I
downs
thought.
in the game.
Yeah.
Can you imagine watching that performance?
Yeah, I can.
Absolutely brutal.
Because I love football.
Was it a ball sacking, or did Andy Reid? This is the first time in his head coaching career that he's actually had a shutout. His defense has been
I saw that a
shutout.
couple times.
Wow.
It's wild.
That
he
is
had some
crazy.
great Eagles defenses
Yeah,
that
those
Brian
Eagles
built
had
them.
really good defenses.
He's never had a shutout
First
until last
shutout.
week.
Yep.
In like 300-something games of coaching?
Yeah. Isn't that wild? I was like, there's no way that's true, but
Wait a minute.
I think Romo and Nance said it on the broadcast, and I thought
That's
maybe
hard to believe.
I know. Isn't that stunning?
You figure with built with Jim Johnson when he was in Philly.
Johnson.
Yeah.
Jim never pitched a shutout.
Brian Dawkins.
Lito Shepard.
Jeremiah Trotter.
That was defenses.
Javon Curse.
Oh, Javon Curse.
That's what I'm saying. I can't believe that that's okay.
Sheldon Brown.
That is amazing because he's been in over.
Trent Cole.
Oh, Trent Cole's a good pull. That guy.
Name an Eagle.
He got after it.
All right, by EPA per play.
Bill Berge.
The Raiders on Sunday was the worst performance by an offense in a game this season, even worse than
Chief,
the Jake
you look
Brown
angelic
and
on
Bengals.
on the cam. By the way, you look angelic.
It's the majestic sun that's peering through the glass.
Can you do the show with the glass?
I feel like I'm at AT&T Stadium right now. Somebody get me a visor. The Raiders' success rate on the day was 14%, 7 percentage points worse than the second place team this season, which is actually also the Dolphins this weekend versus the Browns. Vegas ran 30 offensive plays. How is that even possible? Total. 3 first downs and 30 total plays in a league where offenses are usually running at least double that.
They'll never do that against the Cowboys.
I mean, they had the ball for 17 minutes and 52 seconds, dude. I can't even really fathom or wrap my mind around a worse offensive performance. The Raiders' offense is actually offensive, but from the sewage of the NFL to the nicest dudes of the week, John Gruden,
Nicey.
take it away.
I love great players. I love great players that do great things in critical situations.
Tell 'em, Coach.
Offensive players and defensive players. Guys like Joe Flacco of the Cincinnati Bengals. He gets traded. He barely knows the offense. He barely knows his coach. And he barely knows his teammates. But he goes out on a short week and he throws for 342 yards and 3 touchdowns. And he saves the Bengals. Guys like Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles. They're on a 2-game losing streak. Tough loss to their rivals, the New York Giants.
Hell no,
Where's the
John.
passing game? Well, how about 19 for 23, 326 yards, and 3 touchdowns?
And how about A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith? 13 for 304.
Guys like Bo Nix of the Denver Broncos.
Oh, no.
Things aren't going well. You're down 19-0 going into the fourth quarter.
Got me feeling nice. 33 points in 1 quarter? Holy
Guys like Micah Parsons of the Green Bay Packers. You know, when he got traded to Green Bay, we were all waiting for great things to happen. Well, great things happened on Sunday. 10 pressures, 4 tackles for loss.
Got me 3 sacks. He hit Brissett 5 times. Is that good enough? Go Pack.
Guys like Derek Brown of the Carolina Panthers. You know the Panthers are 4-3. They just won a 13-6 slugfest against the New York Jets. And you know why it was a slugfest? Because of Derek Brown.
Got me 7 tackles. 3 balls batted down and 2 sacks. That's a historic vector grade.
There it is. Back-to-back text 817 is Brian Trash. 214 is Broadus drinking.
No.
No. This is Sober Broadus. He's crushing. He's going to tell you what he understands about the Max Crosby trade rumor that Trade Wingo got started. We'll hit the expressway, go commercial-free to the top as we're live at Shell Shack on Henderson in Dallas. And happy hour continues all the way till the top of the hour, 2 to 6. every afternoon, Monday through Friday here, Shell Shack, Dallas, and we're back on the Fan.
But if you're losing your hair, you need a simple solution that works, Tolos. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians? Of course you do. You need something that's guaranteed to work. And fellas, that's why you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Whether you have a receding hairline, a bald spot, or maybe just some generally thinning hair, you can address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and you need to be next. How about this? Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. Truly unprecedented stuff here at Advanced Hair. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. They're totally fantastic. It all starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR, and just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. After working hard to keep you cool this summer, your HVAC system is filled with dirt, dust, and debris. And that's the number one cause of heater failures. Call the On-Time Experts today and get their fall tune-up. Normally $199 for just $59. Your system will get a thorough cleaning and maintenance, and you'll get a stay warm guarantee plus peace of mind this winter. Book your appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. theontimeexperts.com.
Hey, Texas, this is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, limited warranty, and owner assurance. Visit us at alliancehyundai.net today.
Hey, listen to this. All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Guys, it's time to stop living at half speed. Gavin Dawson here from Men's T Clinic, the one-stop shop for men's health. Whether it's low testosterone slowing you down, maybe hair loss, joint pain, or even bedroom performance, the experts at Men's T Clinic deliver personalized treatments that get real-life results. Natural regenerative therapies, state-of-the-art hormone care. They help you look better, feel better, and live better. Get your edge back. Live your best life. Fast visits, trusted medical experts. It's all there at mensteclinic.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Clear your calendar. Secure an exceptional, unrestricted property less than 90 minutes from Dallas. Available exclusively for one day only. This Saturday, October 25th, we're introducing 5 acres for only $49.9. We're talking towering hardwoods, sparkling lake, and endless family fun. And yes, just 90 minutes from Dallas. Unbeatable value. Premium 5-acre properties from just $49.9. That's right. 5 acres unrestricted for under $50,000. These prime properties feature access to a private lake and fishing pier with paved roads, power, internet, all minutes from a charming Texas town. Got questions? Call 214-307-9248. Opportunities like this don't come twice. Reserve your private showing for these exclusive properties available for one day only this Saturday, October 25th. Call now for your appointment. 214-307-9248. Don't miss out. Call 214-307-9248.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
This Halloween, don't let real scares catch you off guard. Protect your home or business with DFW Security, your local smart security experts. Control everything from your phone and get alerts only for people or vehicles. Visit DFWsecurity.com for smart protection today.
DFWsecurity.com.
All right, welcome back, Gag Nation. We are live at Shell Shack in Dallas. Happy hour for the rest of this hour. Late night happy hour, 10 to close. Maybe you're on your way to work. You want some place to eat and drink afterwards. If you're in this uptown area, basically Henderson and 75 half-off starters and handhelds all night long there here at Shell Shack in Dallas. It's time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top. It is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Trey Wingo this morning saying that the Cowboys are talking to the Raiders about Max Crosby. We'll get Brian's thoughts on that here in just a second. The Aggies have become the first SEC football program to get fined $50,000 for violating its policy on players faking injuries. A&M found in violation after a ruling today that in their 45-42 win over Arkansas, defensive back Tyree Chappell sat down on the field to stop play after the ball had already been spotted. I salute the SEC for doing this. It's been a long-time problem in football, hasn't it, faking injuries late to basically get a timeout?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, it's, man, you look over at the sidelines, though, and sometimes those coaches are – coaches are
take a dive,
get down, take a dive, making it. So,
yep.
I mean, I think that I'd be surprised if that young man did it on his own.
Yeah.
I'd probably think that maybe somebody on that Aggie staff wearing a maroon coaching shirt probably told him to take a seat and let's kind of reevaluate where we're at.
And I salute the gamesmanship, and maybe $50,000 late in a game is worth it.
For a victory.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, I think most SEC schools would gladly pay $50,000 for a victory. I think you could probably multiply that exponentially. Take it to $500,000.
Yeah, I think that we get $50,000 for playing the song "Neck" at LSU.
Oh, is that what you get hit for?
Yeah, we get hit for that.
How does that song go again?
Yeah, dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's something to do with the Tiger D. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Saw Kurt.
Tiger D.
Speaking of fine sauce.
About that.
No, you're good, man. I thought it was an interesting request for clarification.
Yeah, I did my
Brian
best.
can sing it for us.
I did my best to try and there's a T-shirt. I'm thinking about getting a T-shirt.
How Mardi Gras Brian would you have to be to do like a performance of that during a break or something? That might be kind of fun.
That wouldn't be a problem. Just get LSU. We're right now looking at like the Texas Bowl or someplace like that. I might have to get liquored up for that during the holiday season.
The Angels hired Kurt Suzuki as their new skipper, longtime big league catcher. Yeah, no professional coaching experience, 42 years old, 16-year veteran, won the 2019 World Series with the Nationals.
See, that's what, you start to think about. Remember the last time they had a long-time manager was what?
Scioscia?
Mike Scioscia.
Yeah.
Catcher.
Yeah.
Maybe
catchers make great skippers.
Maybe trying to revert back to those days.
Just a little PSA before we get to this Cowboys trade chatter. I have done all the research. The best Halloween decorations are the ones that project the light, the image onto your home, like ghosts going.
Oh, I love those.
Or maybe pumpkins.
Yeah.
$24.99. Got 6 ghosts flying around the house. I think I'm going to go back and maybe double or triple up. $24.99. The big spiders, the big skeletons. You're in for $200-$400.
Yeah.
With those kind of deals, like you got to have a budget.
Did the youngest shame you into this purchase?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. She kept asking me if the house was spooky enough because we had a skeleton on the front door and a couple of pumpkins.
Yeah.
And I kept telling her yes. but she just refused to believe.
Do we have an era still where the pumpkin gets kicked in? Are we still doing that?
I'm sure there's some teenagers that
I always felt like
smashing pumpkins. Yes, that's a real tradition.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of pumpkins that are carved. You know,
See, nobody carves pumpkins.
People are going
anymore?
lazy with it.
It's a lost art.
They're making like ceramic ones with a light, and they're just putting like the whole pumpkin out there on the front porch to sit there for decor.
More lazy, order of cheesecake or putting candy on the front porch?
Oh, candy on the front porch.
Candy on the front porch.
Yeah, and you're just asking the teenagers to steal all of it. The little kids are going to get none of it.
You bought a buttload of candy for one kid.
Okay, the big day of Cowboys trade speculation. Where is this thing headed?
Good for that kid.
As Trey Wingo tweeting that sources tell him the Cowboys have been talking to the Raiders about getting Max Crosby. Brian, take it from here.
No, the Cowboys are they're at the owners' meeting right now. From what I was told, is that's kind of news to them right now. Trey probably getting it from the Raiders side of things, not from the Cowboys side of things. Trey's really well connected out there. Knows the Raider people well. Think he's getting it probably from some coaches.
Okay.
Maybe now it hasn't been.
Maybe Pete Carroll.
Yeah, maybe Pete. Maybe some of the coaches have kind of said, "Hey, we're not a very good team. Maybe we need to think about doing something different here."
Yeah, we're actually thinking about trading Max Crosby.
Yeah,
Trey asks who's interested.
Trey goes, "Oh, it's
Cowboys,
the Cowboys.
okay.
Yeah, let's go." But yeah, it sounds like to me the 49ers are on this. The Colts are in on this. The Rams are also in on this. So
surprised the Eagles aren't.
Yeah, that's kind of where that's the names that I'm hearing that potentially if this happens. But
man, the Rams would be nasty if they get Crosby.
From the Cowboy point of view, they don't see it right now. But like I say, I think Trey's really, really well connected. I think he's got the Raider end of this thing locked up.
Well, hopefully we get more developments. We got 2 weeks to go, and maybe the Cowboys want to see how desperate or how much of a go-for-it mode they should be in. When the trade deadline arrives, they'll play Arizona the night before. How much would it help in your guys' opinion? Like, this defense does have issues. How much of them would Crosby solve?
I think that Mark Schlereth said it pretty well. You got a guy that rushes the passer, a guy that plays run defense. It makes you, I think, just remarkably better up front. I think they don't have anybody up front like they used to have with the Micah Parsons that offensive coordinators really had to game plan for. And so maybe a Max Crosby, the way that he attacks kind of helps your guys around the Kenny Clarks, and all of a sudden it's like, oh wait, we can't double these tackles. We can't double Osa anymore. We can't double Kenny. Oh wait, we got to go double outside. Well, maybe that will free up the guys inside a little bit more and maybe somebody on the other side.
There are so many players that are rumored to be available. The one we keep hearing about consistently is the linebacker, the edge, Jalen Phillips in Miami.
I wouldn't mind him at all. I know Eric is he watches the Dolphins a lot, so I trust him what he's saying about the history there. But man, to me, just watching the tape, I thought he was a pretty good player.
I mean, he's going to win in the pass game so much.
Right.
He doesn't solve all of your problems like a Crosby, though, does he?
No, he's not to that level, but he would immediately be your best edge rusher, no question.
You know what we're finding here, guys, and you mentioned it, Dawson, a little bit earlier, though, that we're finding that teams are more willing to move on from players. There was a time when 20 years ago when I was starting out when I was in the league, that teams were always holding on. They were really cautious. Now teams are like, yeah, Micah Parsons, sure. We'll get killed about it for a few weeks, and then things will kind of go away maybe. But I just feel like teams are more willing to move on from players. And they used to not be able to do that. They used to not do that.
Well, I think more and more of them understand that when you're close, go ahead and trade your picks for players.
Yeah.
And when you're not close, trade those players back for picks.
Yeah.
And you'll have a bunch of cap space on top of it, and you can sort of jumpstart your rebuild. Let's jumpstart back into the Pimp Cup about a half mile away. Here's Lucius with the G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan, 5:30. You called it, fam. Lucky you.
Salute.
You should go play the lottery right now. You're so damn lucky.
Cheers.
My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If you see anything I should be playing, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. This is day number 1, going for 2 of this champion audio. Soundboy, rewind that champion audio. Shout out to, what's this, Tolo Chris B, man. Shout out to you, bro. You are doing it right. I asked for people to send me things, and you sent me something. Longtime Cowboys fan, Miss Gonzalez right here. She was not a fan of how they were treating Dak on that field, so she went off.
Mira, look.
Mira.
Mira. Look at that son of a bitch, Commander, what he does to my quarterback. He's a f***ing ass. He legal my ass. He almost killed my quarterback.
Yeah.
Kick him out of the game. The game. F***ing 55 head. Get him out of there. Get him out. Always playing nasty, even when they were the Washington Redskins. They always have to keep doing that kind of shit.
Always playing nasty.
Damn right I'm mad. That's uncalled for. Yeah, look what he did. He almost took his head off.
Always playing nasty. I like that. Shout out to you, Miss Lady.
Yeah, how would you like to sit next to her at a game, an actual game? Like, you're showing up.
I would love it.
Yeah, and she's just going off.
I grew up that way, man. That was a traditional Sunday at my grandparents watching this team.
Would that be your grandma or your grandpa cussing at the TV?
Both. They would take turns. They would alternate. Now, when my grandmother got a little bit older, it usually was just my grandfather. She decided that she was bad luck and didn't even want to watch. So she would just kind of like be peeking in and out. But she had her time.
And I feel like she has been acquitted of that charge of being bad luck at this point.
Well, we lost her a few years ago.
Thoughts and prayers.
Let's go
to Lucius with the challengers.
All right.
Back to Lucius.
Hey.
In the Pimp Cup.
All right. Let's go to Oregon State right here. They took on Lafayette.
The Beavers.
Yeah, beat those Beavers, baby.
Yeah.
KEZI. You ever heard of this station, Mr. Dawson?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well,
TV station down there, right?
Yes, sir.
Corvallis?
Yeah. We got a sports reporter, Liv Cleary. Cleary. Liv Cleary. She stayed locked in during her live shot after the game when she was being trolled by a bunch of drunk dudes.
Crazy.
They were just trolling. She stayed locked in, though.
But football is, you can definitely tell there is a new play caller in town. The offense is looking a lot more versatile. They're getting their tight end in there with more reps. Still seeing really characteristic with the running game. But definitely seeing a lot more passes from Malik Murphy to Trent Walker. And I think even though the game is tied, the offense has looked entirely different. And we'll see how it goes through the second half of this game.
Wow.
Is this weird? No, we're live. Stop!
Yeah. Where's the Texas A&M police when you need them on game day?
Exactly.
Got 6 drunken disorderlies. Put them in the paddy wagon.
Yeah. Well, my girl said, hold on, let me find a little clip. What she said?
Get him out of here! Get him out of there!
Get him out of there! Get him out of there!
Not everybody's embarrassing college moment is televised, I suppose.
Man, they were leaning into it too.
They were getting in between her and the camera. Like the one guy was leaning into. I mean,
you might want to send security over there. Maybe beef up the producer role / security. Those guys deserve to have their asses kicked.
Lucius, I wonder if she had the camera. She was by herself and just set it up.
Very possible.
And didn't have a camera person working.
No,
with
you're
her.
right. Sad, but a lot of local TV reporters.
I think there was one guy there for her.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was a cameraman that was like telling her, "Hey, man, get out the way." He's telling those dudes, "Move it."
Okay.
Vamos.
All
right.
Vámonos.
Let's go to ESPN Cleveland.
Rocks. Cleveland
rocks. That boy Tony out there. The Riz. They're up there having a trade deadline conversation.
That's weed.
Tread line. I'm thinking about fishing out there.
You are fishing.
Yeah.
Trout line.
Yeah. They're having a trade deadline conversation about that quarterback up there. You know, the backup.
Why would no one want Shedeur Sanders?
Oh.
Because I think everyone made their statement about what they thought of him during the draft.
Yeah, but Tony, that was 7 months ago.
Yeah. Well, he's not gotten any better, Riz.
Well, they don't know. I'm just saying, but like...
They see the film of the Rams game.
Did they see the film of the Panthers
and
game?
The kick? Yeah, that
game,
Super Bowl performance.
See, to you, that game doesn't count. Okay?
Well,
to me, that game counted for something. It did. And by the way, he was playing with the twos. By the way, he was playing with the twos. You're blatant. You just blatantly. The guy played with 4 offensive linemen that didn't make the team, and you're just dismissing that as if it meant nothing. At no point did Dylan Gabriel play with 4 offensive linemen that are no longer on the team. Call it for what it is, please.
The league
for
knows,
the love of
the
God,
league knows
just
who
give
was
me
on
that.
the field.
For the love of God.
The league knows who was on the field. Okay, that's no excuse for anything. That happens to backup quarterbacks all over the league.
Well, then what in the world is this kid doing on the Browns roster now if he's as bad as you think he is?
It's not how I think he is.
As the whole freaking league thinks he is, according to you.
Yes.
You think the whole league thinks he sucks. Why is he on a roster? Why is he taking up a spot? Why? Why?
That I can't answer. That's
yeah, you can't answer.
That's very Brian Broaddus-like right
Let
there.
it go.
Very Brian Broaddus-like.
Grossy's such a troll.
Yeah.
Get his ass.
Was he like battling his Mickey Spagnola? Is that what I was picking up on?
Was it Tony Grossi?
Yeah.
Tony Grossi.
Classic Rizzo versus Grossi.
Tony Grossi
This guy's got a
is
history
a
of being
pain in the
yeah,
ass.
I got that poster.
He is a pain in the ass.
That's pretty good content.
Oh no, I agree with the guy that
throwing heat.
I like Riz. Riz, get after him.
Yep.
Just blatant. I like the.
Tell me that. Blatant.
I guess the league tells you what them. Well,
Hey, this is not one right here. This is not one. But I'm going to play it anyway.
Winner.
Terry Bradshaw, NFL on Fox.
Oh no.
No.
Winning streak, DeAndre Smith. Swift.
Yeah.
Winning streak, DeAndre Smith.
DeAndre.
About time to retire to the Ponderosa.
Let Strahan do that.
DeAndre Smith.
We're
man.
Ponderosa time.
You get a little Lee Corso-ish in there.
Yeah.
He was great, wasn't he? Bradshaw was the GOAT.
Phenomenal. And I still like him on there, but we don't need to put him in that
We
position.
need Bradshaw and Gronk with like a CTE off, live in studio.
Gosh.
You can't be doing highlights.
No.
After all those concussions and all those
Let
birthdays.
Howie or Strahan take that over.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's it.
All right, we got our
I'll save the
champ.
rest for tomorrow.
All right, we got our champ, Miss Gonzalez. By the way, if you ever missed the champ, Lucius replays it for you every afternoon about 2:20, 2:25. You have your Oregon State reporter, Liz Cleary, fighting through the hammered 6-7 heckling. ESPN Cleveland, Tony versus Rizzo? Tony versus Rizzo. Okay, I will...
Wait.
Or Grossi. Rizzo versus Grossi.
Yeah, the same person.
Grossi. Thank you. That's what I'm going to vote for.
I mean, we all have our self-battles, too, you know what I mean? So he could be dealing with that as well.
Every day.
Absolutely. I'm going to go with ESPN Cleveland. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to go with the champ, Mrs. G.
Lucius?
Yes. Yeah, mijo. You win again.
We got 2-1, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I'm taking the champ.
Brian?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll go with Tony Grossi's team.
By a score of 3-2. And still your G-Bag of the Day champion. Salute to Miss Gonzalez out there getting it done. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
All right. Let's get into a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick J.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
Wow.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Bam, 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 bam.
Everybody get high.
Let me tell you something. I want to let all of the sensitive people know you picked the wrong show. All I got is raw, hurtful shit.
That's right. That's right. It's LA Live for Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this of this station. How did your boy on the pregame show? I mean the postgame show do it? Hold on.
All right, long time listener, or what's the saying there? Or is it a first time caller, long time caller?
Yeah, you nailed it.
Way to go, sir.
He's in his Bradshaw era.
LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Let's take a swig of this Topo Chico real quick.
Simply eliminated, so we'll get to Lucius.
Okay. So I've been super addicted to the roasted peanuts as of late.
You got the belch, aren't you?
Yeah, sure. I cannot wait, too. It feels so good. Yeah, but the roasted peanuts and all that salt has my mouth all dry, so I'm drinking the Topo Chicos. I'm not thinking it's helping at all. I don't think it's helping. Hey, do you fellas know what it means to gun butt someone?
Hit somebody with the butt of your gun?
Hit somebody with the butt of your gun. You're absolutely correct.
Nice.
Come up here and get your sticker. Put it on your folder. Show your mommy when you get home.
Gold star or cookie?
Yeah, which one you want, buddy? Yep, gun butt. Butt someone. Hit somebody with the butt of their gun right there. Let's go to Money Earning Mount Vernon, which I believe Puff Daddy is from. Money Earning Mount Vernon. I could be wrong, but I believe Money Earning Mount Vernon, home of Puff Daddy. Anyway, we had one inmate shoot another inmate while both were inside the police van. How did one inmate get a gun to shoot another inmate while both were inside a police van? Not sure.
Did we rush one of the guys, grab the gun and fire it?
Well, there are 2 police officers that were placed on desk duty because of this incident, but I mean, if it was, I don't know what's going on here. The van was transporting prisoners to their court appearances, then back to jail.
Inside job.
So this man was already in jail. One of the prisoners ended up shot in the leg. Apparently a prisoner named Luis Soto snuck a loaded .22 revolver, 22, not too big, a little pocket rocket 22, into the bus and had it on his person the whole day. I mean, in court and all, this man had a gun with him, snuck it. Now, This Luis Soto dude is no good guy. He was already in custody for child sex abuse charges. Ooh. Yeah, he's a nasty dude. Nasty guy here, but we don't know how he got the gun in there. Let's go to PIX 11 News up there in the great state of New York to see what's happening.
Sources are telling me tonight that gun was stashed in this prisoner's buttocks, and he...
What?
In the buttocks?
The old boofer. Wow.
22. Bro, he had a .22 caliber pistol.
Escaping.
My man's been through a lot.
Hid up there so long where he made it through the metal detectors. He was in court the whole time, wasn't uncomfortable and squirming. Wow. Like, I can have some uncomfortable draws on, bro, and it ruins my whole day. Yeah. This man had a .22 caliber.
Sources are telling me tonight that gun was stashed in this prisoner's buttocks, and he managed to get into this prisoner transport van undetected after he saw a judge. And now 2 police officers are in the hot seat, and another prisoner is in the hospital tonight.
No, that prisoner was on the hot seat.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Wow. Gunshot wound to the leg. The shooting happened while the prisoners were being brought to the jail inside of a Mount Vernon police transport van 7 o'clock last night. Officials say that the person was shot by a fellow prisoner who'd smuggled the gun into the vehicle on his body. Police say...
By the way, if I smuggle a gun, a .22 caliber pistol, in my buttocks, I'm getting more than a leg shot off.
Yeah,
I'm getting more than a leg shot off, bro.
Yeah, we put in a lot of work together.
You've been waiting all day to do this.
My breathing's got to be right and everything. The lubrication to get it there, bro. Like, are you kidding me, fam?
Soto was the man who had the loaded .22 caliber revolver, but how it got past multiple layers of security is what's being investigated right now.
Yeah.
The officers reported hearing a single gunshot from the rear.
Wow. From the rear.
From the rear.
From the rear, bro.
Oopsies.
I mean, was he handcuffed when he went ahead and pried that thing out of there?
That's what I'm saying. So now we got a new definition for gun butt, by the way. New definition.
I mean, can you imagine getting the handle in there?
The whole part.
Yeah, because it's not in his buttocks as a point of clarification. That'd be the rectum, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be
it's up there, fam.
Unless it was a rather large gentleman.
So barrel and handle outside, I believe. That's what I would
like dangling?
Yeah, handle in the crack.
I think this is just exploring the limitations of the human anatomy.
Yeah.
You know, I think like back in the day in ancient times, like that very intimate pocket back there was a great place to stash valuables.
Hilarious.
I'm serious.
Is that why they call it booty?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. So get that booty.
I've heard of a pocket pistol. I guess that would be a pocket prison pistol. I don't know. A prison pocket pistol? Oh,
I don't know.
That's just
keep workshopping it though. I'm liking this.
I like where you're going.
Quite a stinky story.
Very much.
A prison purse is hilarious. A prison purse, bro. Stop it.
I mean, could you get through a metal detector? Doesn't it cut through skin?
Right.
When you go for an X-ray, they can see inside your body.
Yeah. When you stand in,
I think there were multiple points of negligence.
I think there was some non-paying attention to what was going on.
Yep.
You think so?
Well, maybe he fails the metal detector and they patted him down and were
maybe
you just don't want to have to handle that.
Maybe
right?
as a prisoner.
Yeah, you're good, sir.
Maybe as a prisoner he doesn't have to go through the metal detector. You know, maybe they feel like that how would they get any weapons, you know? Yeah.
This investigation's still going. I wonder what the investigation is going to be hilarious.
Yeah,
So,
I want to follow up
how
on this.
did this happen, sir? Show us, please.
Investigation is wide open.
Yeah, well.
Exhibit A.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
All right, let me get a little toxic right here.
Oh, no. Here we go.
Hey. Hold up.
This isn't funny.
By the way, this is a Puff Daddy song.
Yeah.
In the real version, it features R. Kelly. It's a Puff Daddy and R. Kelly song together, bro. What?
Oh, my God.
Oh. That's like toxic juice all over you, bro.
Jailhouse Rock.
Must have been a hell of a party.
Jailhouse Rock. TMZ reported that President Trump is thinking about freeing Puff Daddy.
He is.
Today, the White House Communications Office said that story is not true. Oh, no, it's okay, brothers. You're still right. Because TMZ doubled down maybe an hour or so after that and said, no, we're standing by our story.
Yeah.
A high-ranking official told us President Trump might make it happen and free Diddy.
Yeah.
Damn.
I guess he was on Diddy Island, too.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Jeez, man. By the way, where is that list? Drop that list. Anyway, according to a TMZ source, Trump's staff is urging him not to free Diddy. Don't do this. This is a bad look. But the high-ranking official says, Big Trump does what he wants, dog. Big Trump does what he wants.
Pretty much.
That's just a little update on that situation right there. By the way, they're considering Mark Sanchez's time as the Jets quarterback as time served if he gets.
Yes.
Also, the Paris prosecutors say the jewels stolen from the Louvre are worth estimated $102 million.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for the movie.
Fascinating how they did this.
Crazy good diagrams on social media.
Yeah.
Would they pull up a truck with an extension ladder?
Yep. And then
they break into the second floor.
Yep.
They're out in 5 minutes.
Yep.
What'd they get?
A bunch of jewels from with the French royalty.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. They like a tiara, some